wealth. If you were tanned, it meant you worked outdoors, like a peasant gross. But being pale wasn't enough. You needed translucent skin with visible blue veins running along your forehead and chest. That sickly, almost cadaverous appearance? That was peak hot. So how did people pull this off? Mostly through a horrific combination of bloodletting and staying inside like a medieval vampire. You might smear on a thick paste of vinegar, crushed pearls, and lead to bleach your complexion. Yep, actual lead. It burned, corroded your skin, and eventually poisoned your bloodstream. But hey, you looked aristocratic doing it. One historical example that stands out is Queen Elizabeth of York. Portraits of her show an impossibly pale face, hollow cheeks, and dark eyes framed by a high forehead, all textbook beautiful at the time. But scholars argue whether these depictions were real or just artistic wish fulfillment. Maybe she looked like that. Maybe she didn't. What we do know is that looking like death warmed over was a whole aesthetic, and women leaned hard into it. Now, imagine trying to achieve that signature sunken cheek look. In a time before contouring kits, you'd resort to actual starvation. Wealthy women were known to limit their food, not only to stay thin, but to maintain that slightly hollow, ethereal face shape. Some would even suck on lemons or rub them on their skin, hoping the acid would drain some of the plumpness from their cheeks. Sounds made up, right? Nope, that's a real medieval tip passed from lady to lady. Let's not forget the role of the artist. Medieval painters weren't exactly going for realism. The faces they painted were filtered through layers of religious expectation and class-based fantasy. Smooth, deathly skin wasn't just beautiful, it was holy. A pure soul had to live in a pure body, and that meant no flaws, no color, no warmth. If you were lucky, the local painter would throw in some gold leaf to brighten up your halo. Otherwise, you were stuck looking like a very fashionable ghost. But here's the strange, almost comedic twist. While noble women were desperately trying to look pale and frail, peasant women were actually, alive. They had sun-kissed skin from working the fields, muscular arms from hauling water, and rosy cheeks from real oxygen. To the elite, this was horrifying. To us, honestly, kind of refreshing. Still, the divide was serious business. If a noble woman got too much sun and her skin darkened, it could actually be scandalous. She might lose status or worse, be assumed to be slipping morally. That's how tightly beauty and virtue were knotted together. Your face didn't just speak for you. It shouted your whole identity. And if it didn't conform to the cold, pale standard, society made sure you knew it. Here's a quirky little tidbit. There was a trend, especially in northern Italy, of using leeches for both medical and beauty reasons. Want to get rid of a pimple or lighten your skin a few shades? Slap a few leeches on your face and let them do their thing. People genuinely believed the blood they sucked out would carry away impurities. Scientific? Not even close. Painful? Absolutely. Effective? Debatable. And speaking of debates, there's an ongoing scholarly discussion around whether this whole beauty ideal was enforced more through actual fashion practices or through literature and art. Some historians argue that most women never really adopted these looks fully. It was more aspirational than literal. Others suggest that many upper-class women, especially in court, took these standards very seriously and actually altered their bodies and routines to meet them. Which side is right? We may never know. Diaries from that time are rare, and beauty wasn't something people wrote about candidly. It was just expected. But that's the thing. The brutality of these standards wasn't in the actual lead creams or the starvation tactics. It was in the silence. There was no escape, no you do you girl movement. If you didn't conform, you weren't just unfashionable. You were suspect, maybe sinful, maybe diseased, maybe both. So you stare at your reflection in that blurry mirror. Your skin stings from the vinegar. Your cheeks ache from being hollowed by fasting. The candle flickers, and you catch your face from a different angle. Okay, so your skin is sufficiently pale? Great, you've managed to look like a walking manuscript. Illustration of a ghost. But now it's time to tackle something even weirder, your forehead. Yes, your forehead. Because in the Middle Ages, the higher it was, the hotter you were. And if you think today's contouring routines are extreme, get ready, because now you're plucking back your hairline. Literally. With tweezers, one hair at a time. This isn't a joke. The ideal medieval woman had a forehead that stretched halfway to her scalp. It was seen as a sign of intelligence, nobility, and spiritual purity. And to get that look, women plucked, shaved, or even rubbed their skin raw with walnut oil or bandages soaked in vinegar to make the hair fall out. Eyebrows? Gone, baby hairs exiled. Sometimes they even shaved the top of their head back an inch or two, just to push that hairline even further. Think of it as the original 5 head, and it was goals. The idea behind this forehead fetish is still debated by historians. Was it rooted in actual beauty ideals, or did it stem from religious iconography? Many depictions of the Virgin Mary showed her with a high, smooth forehead, no surprise, considering the church controlled most of art and culture. So women were expected to model themselves, quite literally, after the divine. A smooth, expressionless brow symbolized a calm, controlled nature. You weren't supposed to look emotional. You were supposed to look serene. Let's not forget the eyebrows. They had to go too. Women tweezed them until only a faint shadow remained. This wasn't because they hated expression. It's because eyebrows were seen as distracting, even vulgar. A woman's face was supposed to be a clean slate, like a holy relic. Or a statue. Emotions were messy. Emotions made you human. And being human was kind of frowned upon. And here's a weird one. Some women didn't just stop at hair removal. They actually dyed their scalp and the remaining fringe of hair around the forehead to make the skin look even whiter by contrast. Imagine applying a layer of white chalk or powdered bone dust just above your eyebrows so the whole face glowed. With unnatural paleness. It wasn't flattering. It wasn't realistic. It was expected. Now imagine the daily maintenance. You sit by the hearth in the dim light of early morning, tweezers in hand, yanking out strands of hair while trying not to cry. Because if you cry, your skin gets puffy, and then you'll have to smear crushed rose petals under your eyes to reduce swelling. Beauty in this world is a job, and you don't get days off. There's a wonderfully strange case from medieval France involving a noble woman named Isabeau of Bavaria. According to legend and maybe some dramatized accounts, she plucked her hairline so aggressively that it permanently damaged the follicles on her scalp. For years afterward, she wore elaborate headdresses to hide the irregular patches. These headpieces got so big and heavy that they eventually caused neck problems. And no, they didn't have chiropractors back then. Just prayer. Speaking of headgear, the high forehead wasn't working alone. It came packaged with elaborate wimples, hennons, and snoods, all of which helped frame and emphasize the forehead. The hennon, that cone-shaped prince's hat you've seen in fairy tales, was often worn tilted back so the forehead was front and center. Bonus points if your forehead was visibly veiny. That meant your skin was thin and delicate, like parchment, and everyone loved parchment. What's particularly funny, and kind of awful, is that even if you didn't have the right kind of forehead, you still had to pretend. Portrait artists would draw your face elongated and your brow exaggerated, whether you liked it or not. In fact, some modern historians now suspect that many of those ideal proportions in medieval portraits weren't real at all. They were edited the way Instagram filters smooth out your features today. The more things change, right? Of course, none of this was painless. Infection was common. The tools were primitive, the hygiene questionable, and any slip of the hand could mean an open wound or raw skin. And don't even think about taking a break from this routine. Let your hairline creep forward even a little, and the whispers start. Is she getting lazy? Has she lost her virtue? Maybe she's poor, maybe worse. In a world where women had so few choices, controlling your appearance became one of the only ways to assert identity. But even that choice was a trap. You weren't choosing how to look. You were choosing how to suffer. So you leaned forward in your candlelit mirror, skin burning from the vinegar and your scalp red from plucking. Your hairline is high enough now to pass inspection, and your eyebrows are barely visible. You look serene, silent, unreadable, and honestly, kind of haunted. Your forehead is now the envy of every noble woman from London to Lubeck. You've sacrificed your eyebrows, your scalp, and probably your sanity, but you're finally achieving that prized look. A pale, expressionless canvas ready to be admired and judged. But don't think you can relax just yet. Tonight, we descend further into the mouth of madness. We're talking teeth. Tiny, discreet, impossibly delicate teeth that never show, never smile too widely, and absolutely must not look like you've ever eaten anything harder than a grape dot in medieval beauty law. The mouth was a contradiction. It had to be there, obviously, but it shouldn't do much. No loud laughing, no toothy grins, no yelling across the courtyard because your goat got loose. Again, lips were meant to stay closed, demure, mysterious. And the teeth? The smaller, the better. Ideally, your teeth were white, small, evenly spaced, and invisible 90% of the time. If someone actually saw your teeth, you were doing femininity wrong. This standard was rooted in more than just aesthetic taste. It had moral implications. A small, closed mouth was considered a sign of modesty and self-control. Large teeth or a wide mouth, by contrast, were associated with gluttony, vulgarity, and sometimes even sexual promiscuity. The goal was to seem like you barely existed. Just a soft breeze of a person with delicate bone structure and no opinions. There's a fascinating passage in a 14th century French romance where the male hero praises the heroine's beauty by saying her teeth are so fine and small, they would not break the skin of a grape. Romantic, right? Unless you're eating steak. Then you're doomed. It's hard to chew nobly when your teeth are functionally ornamental. But medieval oral hygiene? Yeah, that was another nightmare altogether. They didn't exactly have Colgate. People used a mix of herbs, vinegar, salt, and even burnt rosemary ash to scrub their teeth, assuming they even bothered. The focus was more on appearance than health. So while you might rub your gums raw trying to whiten your teeth, the idea of actually preventing tooth decay wasn't the priority. This leads us to one of the more ironic tragedies of the period: the women who tried the hardest to maintain their teeth often did the most damage. There are records of women using ground coral and brick dust to polish their enamel. Yes, brick dust. It looked good until their enamel was completely gone and their teeth began crumbling in their gums. Then there was the matter of breath. You couldn't show off your tiny, perfect teeth with breath that smelled like boiled eel and sadness. So medieval women chewed herbs, often parsley, mint, or cloves. Some also used rosewater mouth rinses, which didn't do much medically, but at least covered up the evidence of a questionable diet. In some parts of Italy, women were known to chew fennel seeds and even sprinkle ground cinnamon into their mouths before social events. No one wanted to be that woman at court, the one with the pretty face and dragon breath. Now here's where it gets stranger. In some medieval courts, there was an unspoken code about when a woman could show her teeth. A smile was allowed, but only the faintest, tightest version, something Mona Lisa level. No open laughter, that would reveal too much. Plus, joy wasn't considered especially feminine. You were supposed to look ethereal, slightly sad, like you were waiting for your husband to return from war or for God to call you home. Anything more enthusiastic than that risked being seen as inappropriate. There's even a fringe theory among historians that upper-class women were sometimes trained to suppress laughter. The idea being that joy made the face contort, which could reveal teeth, deepen smile lines, or ruin the delicate balance of their powdered skin. Beauty wasn't just about how you looked. It was about how still you could remain. Imagine being a teenager in this world. Your friends are all trying to figure out how to make their teeth smaller and less noticeable. No braces, no whitening strips, just prayers and pumice. If you were born with crooked or large teeth, tough luck. Some wealthier families even went so far as to remove visible molars to make their daughters' mouths look smaller. The pain, the risk of infection worth it, apparently, for the chance of a good marriage. It wasn't all hopeless, though. Some medieval beauty manuals offered gentle remedies, like rubbing sage leaves on the teeth and drinking wine infused with mint. Honestly, that's one of the more reasonable tips we've heard so far. And yet, it's the quiet cruelty that lingers. The idea that you must silence your body to be seen as good. You had to shrink everything, your voice, your mouth, your appetite. The smaller you appeared, literally and metaphorically, the more perfect you became. So here you are again, sitting in your chamber. You haven't smiled in hours. You chew fennel seeds between meals and scrape your teeth with crushed eggshells. You avoid laughing, even when something's funny. Because beauty in this time, it's not joy. It's discipline. You're pale, hollowed, hairless in all the wrong places, and your mouth is small enough to pass medieval inspection. At this point, you should be golden, right? But no, because now comes the part that ties it all together. Being thin. Not just thin, but fragile, ethereal. One skipped meal away from sainthood. Because in the Middle Ages, looking like you hadn't eaten in days wasn't just fashionable, it was holy. Fasting wasn't just for monks and mystics. Among noblewomen, not eating became a badge of both spiritual devotion and social superiority. The thinner you were, the more virtuous you were assumed to be. A woman with a full figure might be considered healthy, sure, but she was also suspected of indulgence, gluttony, or even moral weakness. The ideal body was soft but slight, delicate but shapely, like a sculpture that might break if you breathed too hard on it. This wasn't some quiet internal practice either. In many aristocratic courts, fasting was flaunted. Women would attend feasts, but barely touch the food, delicately sipping wine or picking at a piece of bread with exaggerated grace. It wasn't just about health, it was about power. Denying yourself pleasure, especially in public, sent a message. I am in control. I am closer to God. I am better than you. Now let's talk about Saint Catherine of Siena. She's probably one of the most famous examples of religious fasting in the medieval era. Catherine claimed to survive for years on nothing but the Eucharist. Some historians today believe she may have suffered from a condition now recognized as anorexia, though obviously no one called it that back then. Her starvation was interpreted as divine devotion. She was canonized and her image gaunt, sunken. Glowing became part of the beauty and spiritual ideal for women for centuries. And here's where it gets even murkier. Spiritual purity and physical appearance weren't just connected. They were indistinguishable. A woman who was naturally thin and pale could be seen as blessed, maybe even saint-like. A woman who had to work at it through starvation or herbs that induced vomiting was still admired, but with a different flavor of reverence. She was admired for her suffering. There are quirky tidbits too, like the popularity of something called holy anorexia. It wasn't a medical term, obviously, but a spiritual label applied to women who fasted to the point of hallucination and ecstasy. Some noble families even encouraged this behavior in their daughters, seeing it as a shortcut to sainthood or at least a way to increase the family's religious prestige. And don't get the wrong idea. Men were doing similar things, especially in monasteries, but it hit women differently. Fasting became not just a religious act, but a gendered performance. Your body wasn't yours anymore. It was a shrine. Imagine the daily grind of it. You faint during morning prayers. Everyone pretends not to know this. Among your circle of noble women, there's an unspoken competition. Who can eat the least? Who can go the longest between meals? Who can survive on herbs and broth and still stand upright at Mass? It's brutal, it's isolating, it's revered. Even the fashion of the time reinforced this. Gowns were tight around the ribcage and torso, emphasizing a narrow waist. The silhouette of the day was long, narrow, almost reed-like. The irony? The rich had access to food and were praised for pretending they didn't want it. And just to drive it home, here's a weird little fact. Some women would chew food and then discreetly spit it into napkins to avoid digestion. That's right, the casual, court-approved eating disorder, centuries before anyone had a name for it. So now, here you are again. It's dinner time in your candlelit hall. Your lord is eating roast pheasant, the smell so rich it makes your stomach twist. You sip watered wine and pretend to be indifferent. Your gown is tight across your ribs. You haven't eaten a full meal in days, but everyone praises your lightness and your grace. You feel dizzy, and someone leans over and says, "You look radiant." Tonight, you manage a faint smile. You're starving. But that's the point. You've stopped eating, erased your eyebrows, and shrunk your mouth into a delicate, well-managed smirk. But you're not quite finished. Because now it's time to talk about the final and arguably most unachievable layer of medieval beauty, purity. Not just physical purity, but the big one. The one that loomed over every girl from the moment she could walk in a straight line: virginity. And not the real-life kind, either. We're talking about a fantasy version of chastity, spun together with threads of religious dogma, courtly love poetry, and more than a little wishful thinking. This is the virgin ideal. In the Middle Ages, a beautiful woman wasn't just physically appealing. She had to look and act like she'd never even heard of sex. And if she was married, well, ideally, she still seemed virginal. The standard was ridiculous. Ethereal and untouchable, graceful but completely innocent, mysterious, but also morally transparent. Basically, you were expected to be a walking contradiction in a really expensive dress. It all stemmed, of course, from the religious climate. The Virgin Mary was the ultimate role model. She was seen as the perfect woman, kind, obedient, selfless, and eternally untouched. Artists and poets bent over backward to make her the centerpiece of womanhood. That meant real women, living, complex women, were expected to mold themselves into that impossible shape. Pale, passive, and pure. Let's put you in the mindset. You're 13, maybe 14, old enough for marriage negotiations to begin. Your mother has already warned you to walk modestly, avoid eye contact with men, and never speak above a whisper unless addressed directly. You've been taught how to sit with your ankles crossed, how to lower your eyes demurely, and how to say no with just the right amount of angelic confusion. You've also been warned that even looking too interested in something, anything, might make people think you're impure. Passion, after all, was suspicious. Even your clothing reflects this bizarre blend of innocence and allure. Your dress might be modest in cut but made from expensive fabrics that whisper privilege. You might wear a veil over your hair, not just for fashion, but because visible hair was associated with temptation. The more covered you were, the more good you appeared. Modesty wasn't just suggested. It was legally enforced in some regions. In parts of medieval Italy, laws dictated how much skin unmarried women could show. Yes, they had purity police. There's this fascinating story about Agnes of Rome, a 12-year-old girl canonized for refusing to marry and protecting her chastity to the death. Her legend became a popular tale for young women, taught as a lesson in devotion and moral superiority. In art, she's often shown with a lamb, a symbol of innocence, and a face so expressionless you'd think she'd been mildly sedated. This, apparently, was the vibe everyone was supposed to emulate. Pure, passive, silent. And here's the kicker. Even your physical features were supposed to reflect your purity. Small nose, delicate and modest. Large eyes? Great, as long as they didn't sparkle with too much curiosity. High, smooth forehead? Of course, because nothing says virgin like an enormous blank canvas above your brows. Medieval writers described beautiful women with skin whiter than milk, hair like gold threads, and voices so soft they could not disturb a bird. That last one sounds poetic until you realize it basically means you shouldn't speak above a whisper. Ever. But let's talk about hair for a second. In medieval symbolism, hair was a loaded gun. Loose hair on a woman was associated with seduction, danger, and lack of control. This is why brides wore their hair down only on their wedding day, symbolizing both virginity and transition. After that, it was covered or braided tightly, because leaving it loose would be like walking around with a neon sign flashing. Might be a temptress. The rules were unspoken but rigid. You didn't want to be mistaken for a loose woman, because the consequences were brutal. Speaking of which, the stakes for falling short of this ideal weren't just social, they were physical. A woman suspected of sexual impurity could be shamed, disinherited, exiled, even killed. It didn't take much. A rumor, a jealous suitor, an unfortunately timed encounter in a garden. For noble families, daughters were political currency. If a girl's virginity came into question, it could sink entire marriage alliances. So yes, the pressure was real, and yes, it was constant. There's a strange scholarly debate about whether these purity standards actually affected women's day-to-day lives, or if they were just idealized projections from male-dominated literature and religious doctrine. On one hand, Poetry from the era is overflowing with references to untouched maidens and flawless beauties. On the other, real women sometimes found ways to work the system. Some used their virgin reputations as bargaining chips. Others faked virginity with herbs and clever storytelling. A few even went full holy maiden and joined convents to escape the whole marriage mess entirely. A quirky historical tidbit. In some regions, midwives were trained to restore virginity through minor surgeries or herbal treatments, basically the medieval version of a hymenoplasty. It wasn't common, but it happened. Reputation was everything, and people would go to extraordinary lengths to protect it. And yet, despite all these impossible expectations, women still laughed, gossiped, flirted, even loved. They wrote poems, traded secrets, and found moments of rebellion. But they did so behind veils, under layers of fabric, and always with one eye over their shoulder. Because in the medieval world, being seen as impure wasn't just a gossip risk. It could destroy your life. So here you are, sitting in the garden under the careful gaze of your chaperone. You speak softly, hands folded, eyes lowered. You're 13, but you already know the script by heart. You must be beautiful, yes, but not too much. Innocent, but not naive. Seen, but not heard. You hear a giggle from behind the hedge some. Other girl, less careful than you, maybe whispering with a page boy. You tense, not because you're jealous, but because you know how quickly that kind of thing becomes a story. And in this world, a single story can become your legacy. So you've nailed the holy trifecta: pale, quiet, and virginal. But something's missing. Your hair, your literal crown, isn't just dangling there by accident. No. In the medieval world, your hair color could make or break your entire existence. And if you were truly aiming for elite beauty status, only one color would do: blonde. Not honey blonde, not brassy yellow. We're talking luminous sun-kissed strands of spun gold, preferably glowing like a holy halo under candlelight. And if you weren't born with it, too bad. You just have to fake it, even if it meant burning your scalp with homemade bleach. This obsession with golden hair didn't come out of nowhere. In medieval Europe, blonde was shorthand for purity, youth, and heavenly grace. Artists painted angels and saints with flowing blonde locks, even if they were depicting women from regions where blonde hair wasn't exactly genetically common. The symbolism ran deep. Blonde meant divine. Blonde meant delicate. Blonde meant you'd probably die young, and wasn't that just lovely? For brunettes and redheads, this was a problem. So women got to work with a variety of horrifying DIY treatments to lighten their hair. One method involved soaking your hair in a concoction of lye, alum, and stale urine. Yes, urine, before sitting in the sun for hours. It didn't always work, but when it did, you'd end up with dried out, straw-like blonde strands and likely chemical burns. Beauty win, maybe. Nerve damage, possibly. One particularly infamous beauty recipe comes from a 15th century Italian manuscript, instructing women to mix saffron, lemon juice, and goat's urine, apply it to the hair, and then sit outside with a wide-brimmed hat that had the top cut out, so just your hair would roast in the sun. The goal? Lift the pigment. The result? Sometimes it worked, but usually, it just fried your hair into a crispy halo of medieval regret. And don't think you could just wear a wig. Wigs were rare and seen as theatrical or deceptive, plus extremely hot and itchy under layers of wimples and veils. Some women used thin veils, dyed with golden hues, to give the illusion of blonde hair peeking through, but it was no substitute for the real thing. You wanted the shine, the shimmer, the approval of everyone from your priest to your suitor. And if it cost you your scalp, so be it. Let's talk about Lucretia Borgia. While she lived slightly post-medieval in the early Renaissance, her golden hair was so famous that it was sent as a diplomatic gift, literally. Strands of her hair were preserved in jewelry and letters as tokens of power and allure. Whether it was her natural color or achieved through early bleach jobs is up for debate, but the point is clear. Golden hair meant influence. It turned women into legends, or at least well-married nobles. Of course, this aesthetic ideal excluded whole populations. Dark-haired women, especially those from Southern Europe or the Middle East, were often portrayed as seductive, dangerous, or morally ambiguous. In medieval poetry, a dark-haired temptress usually spelled trouble for the hero, while the golden-haired maiden was the one he'd take home to his castle. The racial and cultural undertones here are loud. Blonde wasn't just beautiful. It was seen as better. Now here's where it gets interesting. While the church pushed for modesty and chastity, the romantic literature of the time courtly love tales, troubadour poetry fueled the obsession with blonde hair even more. In these stories, the perfect lady was always golden-haired, gentle, and mysteriously sad. Men fell to their knees for her, sang ballads under her window, or died in jousts defending her honor. Blonde hair became the symbol not just of holiness, but of high drama. So naturally, women copied the ideal, even if they knew it was fiction, even if they knew it was dangerous. There's a documented case in 14th century England of a noblewoman who went blind after accidentally getting bleach in her eyes during a hair lightening session. Her servants testified that she'd been trying to match the golden shade of a lady in a painting. Art imitating life, or life imitating art with a side of permanent eye damage, but the consequences weren't always so visible. Repeated chemical treatments led to hair loss, infections, and open sores on the scalp. And let's not forget the smell. Many of these bleaching agents, especially urine-based ones, left women smelling like a farm animal in high summer. You'd walk into court looking like Aphrodite, but reeking like the stables. The things people did for beauty. And still, it wasn't just about hair color. It was about what that color represented. You weren't just bleaching your hair. You were bleaching your entire identity. You were aligning yourself with a mythic version of womanhood, one that was unattainable for most and deadly for some. Blonde was a shortcut to grace, to love, to heaven. And it wasn't fair, but then, nothing about medieval beauty was not so now. Back in your chamber, you sit by the window with your scalp still stinging. You've followed the recipe from that whispered beauty manual. The sun beats down through the open circle in your straw hat. Your hair steams. You smell faintly of lemons and livestock. A servant fans you lazily. You feel lightheaded, but maybe that's just the fumes. Later, a courtier glances your way. Your hair catches the candlelight. It shimmers. For a moment, you think, maybe this was worth it. Then someone else turns to look and another. You smile faintly and tell yourself not to scratch your head, because it still really burns. At this point, you've probably figured out that medieval beauty was less about being alive and more about looking like you were slowly fading out of existence. But don't think for a second that this obsession with delicate looks meant people actually smelled delicate. Welcome to the rank underbelly of medieval beauty culture, where baths were rare, sweat was constant, and your nose was the unsung hero trying to get you through each day without fainting. First off, no, medieval people weren't completely allergic to washing. They bathed more than the myths suggest when they could. But for noble women, hygiene wasn't always about health. It was about optics. You were supposed to smell fresh and floral, yes, but without getting wet. Actual bathing was seen as potentially dangerous to the soul, or even harmful to fertility. Plus, medical experts at the time claimed that hot water opened your pores, making you more vulnerable to disease, sin, or both. Because nothing screams medical knowledge like blaming your bathtub for a plague outbreak. So, what did women do instead of bathing? They perfumed a lot. They doused themselves in rose water, lavender oils, crushed violets, and even spiced vinegar. Some stuffed their undergarments with dried herbs like mint, marjoram, and thyme, basically turning their corsets into medieval potpourri sachets. Linen chemises and veils were also frequently laundered, more so than the body itself, in a constant attempt to trick people into thinking cleanliness was happening. And then came the masks. No, not COVID style, but scent masks, perfumed gloves, pomanders, small perforated balls filled with aromatic resins, and even garlands worn around the neck or pinned inside dresses. These weren't just decorative. They were olfactory armor. The upper classes understood that things stank. The key was to stink better. Let's talk about hair. Medieval women often went weeks without washing their hair, instead rubbing it with scented oils to mask the natural buildup. Rosemary, clove oil, and bay leaves were popular choices, not for cleanliness, but to convince people your head hadn't turned into a small ecosystem. One quirky tip from a 14th century beauty manual recommends boiling rosemary in wine and using the mixture to rinse the hair and cheer the brain. Sounds nice until you remember how often lice made themselves at home in those braids and veils. Delousing was a constant, itchy battle. Women used special combs, vinegar rinses, and prayers. Lots of prayers. Not everyone could afford the luxury of smell-masking oils and herbs. For poorer women, public bathhouses were a more realistic option, until the church decided they were too sinful. Many bathhouses were shut down or heavily regulated, and women were expected to wash modestly at home using a basin, a cloth, and whatever level of shame they could muster. But here's where things get contradictory again. The same society that scolded women for washing too much also expected them to look and smell immaculate, not just passably clean, but spiritually fragrant. Writers of the time would describe their ideal women as smelling like lily, honey, or spring rain. Never sweat, never food, never, God forbid, reality. And of course, the pressure to smell right wasn't evenly distributed. One wrong whiff, and suddenly the gossip started. She's been writing too much, someone might whisper, or worse, she's not what she pretends to be. The perfect woman didn't just look good. She smelled like a meadow in May. So it's morning again. You're standing near the hearth, rubbing lavender-scented oil on your wrists. A maid combs your unwashed hair, carefully pulling out whatever decided to move in overnight. You dab rose water on your neck, tuck a sachet of mint into your bodice, and inhale deeply. You don't feel clean, not really, but you smell acceptable, maybe even good. Later in court, a knight passes close by and pauses. He leans in. "You smell," he says softly, "like the first day of spring." You smile faintly. You're sweating under your layers, your scalp itches, and you haven't had a real bath in weeks. But no one has to know. Let's say the lavender oil didn't quite do the trick, and your natural medieval musk is getting ambitious. No worries, because this is where you reach into your little wooden cosmetics chest and pull out the really serious stuff. Your skin cream. And by cream, We mean a bubbling cauldron of ingredients so toxic, even your local apothecary raises an eyebrow. Tonight, you're diving into the glamorous and horrifying world of medieval makeup, where lead, mercury, arsenic, and vinegar were casually mixed into something you smear directly onto your face. Let's start with ceruse. Sounds elegant, doesn't it? In reality, ceruse was a thick white paint made from vinegar and white lead, aged in clay pots until it congealed into a smooth, deadly cream. Women used it to achieve that perfect, no blood circulating here look. Ceruse covered freckles, blotches, and the overall stress of surviving in a world with no antibiotics or civil rights. It made you look angelic. It also made your skin peel off in strips if you wore it too often. One documented case involved a noblewoman in England who used ceruse daily. Eventually, her skin became so raw and damaged that she had to have her maid apply it for her, avoiding open wounds. Did she stop using it? No, of course not. She simply upped the dosage to mask the damage caused by the product itself. Vicious loop centuries before Instagram filters. And lead wasn't the only villain. Mercury, too, had its moment in the spotlight. It was found in spot removers designed to fade blemishes. The cream was applied at night, often while wearing a mask. Magic here meaning nerve damage, tremors, hallucinations, and eventual organ failure. But hey, anything to get rid of that one freckle. Now you're probably wondering, did everyone use this stuff? Ceruse and mercury-based creams were mostly used by the elite, but where nobles led, others followed. Merchant-class women copied the look with watered-down versions, chalk and flour pastes, or ground-up alabaster mixed with egg whites. None of it was skin-friendly. What's fascinating and disturbing is how deeply these concoctions were linked to morality. Smooth, white skin was more than just pretty. It symbolized virtue, wealth, and a soul untouched by worldly sin. A clean white face meant a clean white soul. But wait, it gets worse. If your skin started to show the side effects of the poison, you'd be expected to hide that too. Blistering? Try a blend of rosewater and crushed pearls. Skin turning gray? That's when you pull out the rouge, a toxic red dye made from cinnabar, aka mercury sulfide. That's right. To hide the effects of one poison, you applied another. Eventually, your whole routine was just chemical warfare happening in slow motion. Across your face, there's a weirdly charming footnote to all of this. Some women opted for homemade masks made from bread dough, honey, or even snail slime. Yes, snails. People believed that snail mucus could rejuvenate the skin. It sounds outlandish, but fun fact, snail mucin is now in high-end Korean skincare. So hey, the medieval ladies may have gotten that one accidentally right. Still, that was the exception. For most, beauty was a ritual of slow decay. You'd wake up, scrub your face with vinegar and salt, apply lead-based paint, dab your cheeks with something red and questionable, powder it down with rice flour, and then pray it stayed. On through mass and midday gossip. By evening, your face felt like a dry lake bed, cracking with each blink. And of course, the cycle never stopped. The second you washed it off, your real skin looked worse, more sallow, more irritated, more human. You had no choice but to start again the next day. So now, back in your room, you open your small wooden box. Inside, your ceruse, your powdered cinnabar, your chalk, your oils. You look in the mirror. Your skin is blotchy, your cheeks raw. You dab, you blend, you smooth. You create the illusion of health, virtue, perfection. Later, as you walk through the halls, someone comments, "Your skin is like ivory." You smile and try not to think about how by 35, your teeth might fall out and your bones could start to ache for reasons no one understands yet. But tonight, you're glowing. You're glowing. Alright, but it's less the glow of health and more the faint shimmer of chemical exposure. Still, in the flickering torchlight of the great hall, no one sees the damage under the layers. They see the alabaster skin, the veiled golden hair, the modest smile. You've perfected the mask. But tonight, we're going to talk about a trend that took all this delicate dying swan beauty and gave it a proper gothic twist. Because for a while, looking sick wasn't just fashionable, it was practically divine. Welcome to the age of the sickly look, when everyone wanted to appear one fainting spell away from sainthood. This wasn't some isolated aesthetic. It was woven through every painting, poem, and whispered rumor at court. Women were praised for looking pale to the point of translucent. Hollow cheeks, dark shadows under the eyes, even a slight bluish tint to the lips. These were beauty markers. It wasn't about radiance, it was about fragility. The goal was to appear physically delicate and emotionally subdued, as if the weight of the world or, your own corset was just too much. The link between beauty and sickness wasn't new. In medieval Christian thought, suffering had redemptive value. Saints were beautiful in their affliction. Women who bore pain with grace were seen as spiritually elevated. So when you looked like you might swoon at any moment, it wasn't cause for alarm. It was cause for admiration. People assumed you were closer to God, more refined, more well-bred. It wasn't just a spiritual flex. There was a fashionable side to this too. The ideal courtly woman had thin wrists and ankles, pale fingers, a swan-like neck, and a spine that suggested you spent most of your day reclining dramatically on a cushioned bench. If you had a cough, even better. A little consumptive glow gave your cheeks a gentle flush, and your lips a tragic hue. You looked like the heroine of a doomed romance, a medieval prequel to the Victorian tuberculosis chic. Let's talk fashion for a second. The gowns of this era were perfectly designed to exaggerate the fragile silhouette. Long draping sleeves and tight bodices made your arms look narrower and your waist smaller. If your head looked a little too heavy for your body, that was ideal. You weren't supposed to look strong. You were supposed to look ornamental. Of course, you couldn't rely on clothing alone to pull off the sickly chic look. Makeup helped, especially lead-based powders. But some women went a step further, using berries or beetroot to gently darken the under-eye area. That's right, they created the illusion of eye bags on purpose. Anything that made you look more tragic, more wan, more romantic was fair game. This ideal wasn't just about looking unwell. It was about hinting at something deeper. A woman who looked physically weak was often assumed to be emotionally sensitive, artistically inclined, and spiritually advanced. Men wrote poems about their lovers as fading roses, melting snow, and ghostly maidens. Now here's the creepy twist. The beauty of the sickly look blurred the line between life and death. It wasn't uncommon for women to be compared to corpses in love poems. "She lay still as marble," one poet wrote, "her breath so light, it stirred not the air." Romantic, right? Also mildly terrifying. But this was the mood. You didn't just want to look passive. You wanted to look perishable. A perfect example of this can be found in the court of Burgundy, where pale skin and sorrowful expressions became something of a competitive sport. Ladies would faint during church services, swoon during dances, and recover just in time to offer a small, trembling smile. One noble woman reportedly claimed to drink only rose water for an entire week before a royal banquet, so her skin would appear bloodless and divine. She didn't eat, she barely moved, she made a huge impression. Back in your candlelit chamber, you examine your face in the polished bronze mirror. You've applied your white powder, a touch of crushed berries beneath. Your eyes and your lips are tinted just enough to suggest you might have coughed blood recently. Tastefully, of course. You lie back on your velvet daybed, draping an arm over your forehead with soft, theatrical flair. Later, in the great hall, someone leans over and whispers, "You look so delicate tonight. Almost like you're not really." Here, you smile faintly. That's exactly the look you were going for. By now, you've mastered the look. Thin enough to look holy, pale enough to appear freshly embalmed, and perfumed to the point of distraction. But just in case you thought this whole beauty circus was limited to women, allow me to direct your tired eyes to the young men of the medieval courts. No, they didn't get a free pass. Sure, they weren't bleaching their scalps with goat pee or smearing mercury under their eyes, but trust me, medieval masculinity came with its own punishing list of requirements. Tonight, let's talk about the impossible standards for men. Start with the basics. The medieval dreamboat. He's tall, but not so tall that he looks awkward. He's lean but muscular, ideally a kind of wiry strength, like a sword with abs. His face is sharp, clean-shaven, with a high forehead. Yes, they plucked hairlines too. A straight nose and clear, unblemished skin. His hands are delicate but calloused in just the right places. You wanted to look like you read poetry by candlelight, but could still murder a guy before breakfast. Upper-class young men used tweezers to shape their brows and remove stray facial hairs. That's right, medieval manscaping. Some even used vinegar-based tonics to cleanse their skin and avoid breakouts, since pimples were seen as signs of weak character or excessive lust. But beyond the face, a young nobleman's entire identity was wrapped up in his body and what he did with it. From childhood, he was trained for war, sport, and the extremely formal art of looking cool on a horse. This was about image. Knights and squires were judged by how they carried themselves in armor, how gracefully they moved during a dance, and how well they recited romantic poetry to a lady without tripping over their own tights. And yes, tights were very much a thing. In fact, men's fashion during the later Middle Ages was just as tight, restrictive and oddly revealing as anything women wore. Men wore hose that outlined their legs and buttocks in excruciating detail. Codpieces became so exaggerated in some courts that laws were eventually passed to tone them down. The well-dressed man might spend just as long as his female counterpart getting ready. One real historical figure who both fit and broke these rules was Edward of Woodstock, better known as the Black Prince. He was the medieval poster boy for knightly perfection, skilled in battle, handsome, rich, well-dressed, and tragically doomed. His early portraits show a man with the classic look. Later, illness ravaged him, and by the time he died young, he had morphed into exactly the kind of tragic male beauty medieval society adored. Noble, broken, unreachable, but the pressure on men wasn't just aesthetic. It was deeply moral and deeply performative. You had to be brave, yes, but not too emotional. Devout, but not boring. Courteous, but ready to fight to the death at a moment's notice. Every glance, every bow, every word spoken at court had to walk a tightrope of masculinity so narrow it made women's standards look almost flexible by comparison. Men who couldn't meet these expectations were mocked, dismissed, or worse, accused of being effeminate. In a society that prized hierarchy and conformity, not fitting the mold was risky business. So here you are. Let's say you're a young lord. This time, you've bathed, shaved, plucked, oiled, and laced yourself into hose so tight you're walking like you've just dismounted a warhorse. Your hair is curled, your collar is stiff, and your sword is mostly for show. You head to the great hall, where ladies flutter fans and men pretend not to look exhausted. Someone claps you on the back and says, "Looking sharp today, like a painting come to life." You nod, smile slightly, say something poetic about the moon, and walk away, making sure your cloak billows behind you just right. You've powdered your face, starved your body, bleached your hair, and maybe even faked a fainting spell or two. You've committed to the look. But what if we told you it didn't stop there? Because long before the corset became the ultimate symbol of beauty through torture, medieval women had already mastered the art of physically reshaping their bodies with clothing. That's right. It's time to talk about the early precursors to corsets. The tight-laced bodices, the rigid kirtles, the bone-stiffened garments that squeezed women into silhouettes, dictated not by comfort, but by patriarchy and pageantry. Now technically, the corset as we know it didn't fully arrive until the Renaissance. But let's not kid ourselves. Medieval noblewomen were already living that laced-up life. They wore fitted undergowns known as coats or kirtles, which had to be carefully laced to create a cinched-in waist and an elongated torso. You couldn't just pull one on like a comfy hoodie. These things required help, servants, patience, and a willingness to exhale for no one. The goal was always the same: to make the body conform to the ideal. A long, narrow torso, a small waist, gently sloping shoulders, and modestly rounded hips. Not too curvy, not too strong. Just enough femininity to suggest you were capable of bearing children, but not enough to imply you might be good at it. Subtle, contained, decorative. And don't be fooled by the romantic paintings. Getting into these garments wasn't elegant. It involved awkward twisting, sucking in your breath, and trying not to gag as someone yanked on the laces behind you. Often, the cords would dig into the ribs or bruise the sides if pulled too tight. Linen shifts worn underneath helped reduce chafing, but not much. And remember, there was no elastic, no spandex, no mercy. One real-world account comes from the household records of the Duchess of Berry, whose ladies-in-waiting reportedly spent up to an hour a day dressing her. Just the torso section. And here's a wild little twist. In some cases, these garments weren't just form-fitting. They were actually reinforced with stiff materials like reed, whalebone, or even metal strips. These weren't corsets yet, but they were moving in that direction. The fashion was evolving, the torture intensifying. By the late 15th century, some bodices were so stiff, women couldn't bend at the waist. You didn't sit, you reclined. If you dropped something, you waited for a servant to pick it up. God forbid you needed to run, but that was the point. Running wasn't beautiful, and we haven't even touched the layers. Over the tightly fitted kirtle, you'd wear a gown sometimes too. The outer gown might weigh 10 or 15 pounds with heavy embroidery, jewels, and thick velvet sleeves that swept the floor. The idea wasn't to move gracefully. It was to move like someone being slowly ushered towards sainthood. Slowness was beauty, stillness was grace, movement was for peasants. Naturally, these clothes weren't breathable, so underneath all that finery, you were sweating constantly. And since you couldn't take off your gown in public, you just marinated. In your own exhaustion, your waist ached, your back cramped. You fanned yourself while pretending not to suffer, because suffering was part of the look. You weren't supposed to be comfortable. You were supposed to look transcendent. Of course, there were exceptions. In private, noble women sometimes wore looser gowns, especially when pregnant or ill. But even then, the standards lingered. If guests came by unexpectedly, you'd better be ready to release yourself and slap on a veil. Your body was a billboard, and every curve or wrinkle was up for interpretation. So here you are, in your chamber again. Your maid pulls the laces on. You curdle, you grip the bedpost. Exhale, she tugs tighter. You try not to flinch. Once the waist is cinched, she smooths the fabric, then helps you into your outer gown. It feels like armor, heavy, impossibly beautiful, impossibly exhausting. At court, you glide through the hall, spine straight, arms poised. You can't breathe deeply, you can't turn quickly. But you look exquisite. Someone whispers, she's so graceful, like she floats. You smile faintly. You're not floating. You're being held together by 30 feet of linen and someone else's expectations. Laced in, perfumed, pale as polished bone, you've done everything right. Or so you think. But tonight, we're zooming in on one last tiny detail that could unravel your entire aesthetic if you weren't careful: your lips. That's right. Those 2 little lines of flesh on your face were a battlefield all their own. Because in the Middle Ages, lips weren't just for speaking. They were for signaling, and if you weren't careful, they could speak volumes about your morality, your class, your secrets, even when you kept them perfectly closed. Let's start with color. You might assume that rosy, healthy-looking lips were all the rage. You'd be wrong. Medieval beauty leaned toward the ethereal, the otherworldly. Bright red lips were considered a little too lively, too earthy, too lustful. And lust, as we've covered, was a serious aesthetic no-no. A slight pink tint? Maybe, but anything darker could get you side-eyed by a priest or, worse, suspected of intentional temptation. And here's where things get complicated. Because cosmetics for lips did exist. Women used crushed berries, alkanet root, beet juice, and red wine residue to tint their lips. But this was a risky move. Adding color to your mouth could mark you as vain, deceptive, or even demonic. A lot of religious authorities believed that women who painted their faces were hiding their true nature, literally trying to trap men with false beauty. And the lips, being so close to the sin of speech and kissing, were prime targets for suspicion. Better to leave them bare, pale, unreadable. Of course, not every woman bowed to the modesty police. In courts like those of Burgundy and Venice, where fashion pushed the boundaries of piety, subtle lip color became an elegant weapon. A well-placed hint of berry on the mouth told the world, I am refined, cultured, desirable, but not vulgar. It was a performance, just like everything else. You weren't enhancing your lips, you were telling a story with them. A carefully edited story, one that walked the razor-thin line between saint and seductress. But that wasn't the only secret language being spoken. Lip size mattered too. Small pursed lips were considered the height of refinement. They suggested self-control, discretion, chastity. Large or full lips, that was a problem. They hinted at appetite, both literal and metaphorical. And then there was the matter of smiling. As we mentioned earlier, too much smiling was frowned upon. A closed mouth was ideal. Slightly upturned corners, perfect. A visible grin, suspicious. A full laugh, scandalous. Your lips were supposed to hover between silence and suggestion, never fully committing to either. So here you are again, seated at your vanity. You dip your finger into a tiny pot of pomegranate balm and gently pat it onto your lips. Not too much, just enough to catch the light. You blot with a linen cloth, check your reflection, then close your mouth into the perfect soft line. Not a pout, not a smirk, not a smile. Later, at the banquet, someone glances at you. His eyes flick to your mouth. You pretend not to notice, and you don't say a word. Never mind. Your lips are silent, delicate, and maybe just the right shade of forbidden berry. You've mastered the face, the body, the posture, the scent, but none of that matters unless people know what it means. Because in the medieval world, beauty wasn't just about looking good. It was a walking resume, a moral verdict, a declaration of class and character. Tonight, we're peeling back the gilded layers to look at the deeper and much more dangerous equation that governed medieval life. Beauty equals wealth equals virtue. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but in a society where God, gold, and gossip ruled supreme, your appearance did more than attract suitors. It told people what kind of soul you had. Smooth skin meant you were clean, both physically and spiritually. A pale complexion meant you didn't labor in the sun like a peasant. You were preserved, refined, closer to heaven. Perfect posture, symmetrical features, white hands, and dainty feet were all signs that you were born into the right kind of family, and therefore presumably born. This was doctrine. Medieval theologians and philosophers wrote treatises, insisting that beauty was evidence of divine favor. You were physically beautiful because you were morally beautiful, and the reverse was assumed just as confidently. Flaws of the body meant flaws of the soul. Now imagine what this meant for anyone who didn't fit the mold. A crooked nose might mark you as devious. A birthmark could mean you were cursed. Even scars from accidents or illness weren't viewed neutrally. They were read like warnings. People believed the body revealed the truth of the inner self, and that was a terrifying standard to live under. And let's not forget money's role in this mess. Because, of course, the ideal medieval beauty, like most things in history, was expensive. The lotions, the powders, the gowns, the delicate veils, none of it came cheap. Peasant women couldn't afford saffron hair rinses or imported perfumes. And so, the ability to be beautiful became exclusive, a symbol of status just as much as a coat of arms. Even features themselves were linked to wealth. Thinness was often celebrated because it meant you didn't work the fields. Fragility suggested you were cared for, kept indoors, sheltered. Long fingers showed you never had to grip a shovel. The farther removed you were from labor, the more angelic your body became in the public imagination. Now, you might be wondering, did people really buy this nonsense? Oh yes, it was baked into the medieval worldview. Artists painted noble women with flawless faces and elongated proportions, because that's what people believed virtue looked like. Poets waxed rhapsodic about their lady's alabaster brow or her slender ankles, not just to say she's pretty, but to say she's good. Her outer beauty confirmed her inner worth. Now, here's where it gets really dark. Because this worldview didn't just reward the beautiful. It punished those who couldn't perform beauty. Ugly or disfigured women were often assumed to be wicked. Think witches, old crones, or temptresses. In disguise. If you weren't beautiful, people didn't just pity you, they feared you. You were unnatural, dangerous, possibly unholy. And men weren't immune either. though the rules were slightly different. A handsome knight was considered more trustworthy, more heroic. An misshapen one, possibly a trickster or a traitor. This wasn't just aesthetics. It was a moral system enforced through cheekbones and clear skin. Back in your chamber, you adjust your veil in the mirror. Your skin is powdered, your cheeks faintly flushed, your posture perfect. But tonight, you feel it. Beneath the layers of silken meaning, there's a hum of anxiety. You've been watched all day, evaluated, praised, and silently judged. A maid brings in a letter. A suitor has written a poem. He calls you an angel of form and faith. You read the words and smile because you're supposed to. But you wonder if your skin was scarred, if your body was different, if you laughed too loud or frowned too often. Would he still see the angel or just a woman? You've spent the day sculpting yourself into a living statue of virtue, powdered, veiled, well-mannered, and ghostly pale. You've learned how to perform wealth, display chastity, and shrink into the outlines expected of you. But let's not pretend this performance was entirely voluntary. No, there were actual laws written, enforced, and sometimes absurd that dictated what you could wear, how you could wear it, and what fabrics were above your station. Welcome to the world of sumptuary laws, the medieval fashion police, where dressing too well could land you in legal trouble. Let's start with the basics. Sumptuary laws were regulations, often passed by monarchs or town councils, that controlled personal expenditures, especially clothing. These laws were meant to preserve moral order, but let's not sugarcoat it. They were mostly about keeping the lower classes in their place. You couldn't just wear silk because you liked the way it shimmered. You had to earn your silk by birth, marriage, or divine appointment. And if you dared to fake your status by dressing too well, that was fraud. Fraud via fashion. For example, in 14th century Florence, women of the merchant class were forbidden from wearing belts made of gold or silver. In England under Edward III, no one below the rank of a knight's daughter was allowed to wear fur. If you wore fur anyway and got caught, you could be fined, shamed, or, in some cases, stripped of the offending garment on the spot. And then there were the color restrictions. Certain dyes like Tyrian purple or saffron yellow were so expensive and symbolic that only the elite could wear them. Blue, associated with the Virgin Mary, was often reserved for nobility or clergy. It wasn't just about what you wore. It was about how much of it you wore. Layering was a big deal, and the more layers you had, the more affluent you appeared. But too many layers, too much embroidery, too many jeweled accessories that could be seen as vanity or, worse, arrogance. There was always that balancing act. Display enough beauty to seem virtuous, but not so much that you looked proud. Even headwear came under scrutiny. The hennin, the famous cone-shaped hat, was so closely associated with aristocratic women that its use was sometimes banned among the bourgeoisie. Imagine being fined because your hat was too pointy. Some cities had clerks whose sole job was to wander the streets taking notes on who wore what, like a medieval Joan Rivers with a citation pad. These laws didn't apply only to the lower classes. They also targeted women in general. Authorities feared that if women were allowed to dress too lavishly, they might become unruly, seductive, or, worst of all, difficult to control. So laws were passed specifically to limit what women could wear on feast days, at weddings, or during public festivals. Some towns even required widows to wear dull colors for the rest of their lives, because clearly, grief isn't official until it's color-coded. But here's the contradiction that made sumptuary laws so exhausting. Everyone was still expected to look nice. You had to be fashionable, refined, elegant, but within limits. It was like being told to paint a masterpiece with half your colors banned and your brush under surveillance. Women were particularly vulnerable to this paradox. They were judged constantly by clerics, by men, by one another, yet denied access to the very tools that would help them succeed in those judgments. And underneath it all was fear. Fear that blurred class lines would cause chaos. Fear that beautiful women would lead men astray. Sumptuary laws weren't about modesty. They were about control. And like most systems of control, they punished the ambitious, the imaginative, the out-of-place. So now, let's imagine you standing before your wardrobe. A beautiful carved chest full of linens, velvets, and silks. You pick out a gown. It's elegant, but modest. A little embroidery at the cuffs, a tasteful belt. You slip it on, smooth it down, and wonder, will anyone think this is too much? Too little? Too bold? Later, as you walk through the market square, a clerk gives you a glance. Not a smile, not a scowl. Just a look. You're dressed exactly right, or so you hope. You've checked your sleeves for contraband lace, adjusted the weight of your veil to fall within legally non-scandalous territory, and you've settled on a belt that doesn't sparkle enough to draw suspicion. But before you walk out that door, there's one more thing to manage: your wimple. Yes, that oddly nun-like, chin-hugging wrap that medieval women wore like a built-in apology. Tonight, we're looking at the trap of modesty, quite literally, the social cage that came stitched into the fabric of your headwear. The wimple wasn't just an accessory. It was a statement, a requirement, and in some cases, a sentence. It wrapped around the chin and neck and sometimes under the jaw, fastened at the crown with pins or tucked beneath a linen coif. Think of it as a medieval hoodie made of rules and religious panic. Married women were expected, no, obligated to wear one in public. And in some towns, unmarried women past a certain age had to wear them too, because visible neck skin could apparently end civilization. The logic behind the wimple was this: modesty must be visible. You couldn't just be modest in your behavior or thoughts. You had to look modest at all times from every angle. And that meant covering your hair, your ears, your neck, and your jawline. Of course, modesty had layers. A young noble woman might wear her veil slightly more loosely, allowing a glimpse of her hairline if she wanted to flirt with disaster or the nearest knight. But even this tiny rebellion could earn a stern rebuke. In sermons, priests regularly reminded women that Eve's uncovered head had led to the fall of man. No pressure, though. Just don't forget your pins. Let's talk about where this started. The wimple was heavily influenced by Christian iconography, especially images of the Virgin Mary and female saints. These holy women were always shown with fully covered heads and necks, their faces framed in soft cloth like halos. Real-life women were expected to imitate this aesthetic as a form of daily devotion. And if that sounds smothering, it's because it was. Wearing a wimple could be hot, itchy, and impossible to manage on windy days. The linen would trap heat in summer and stiffen like parchment in winter. And don't even think about trying to run in one, unless you want to end up tangled in your own sanctity. This wasn't just an upper-class thing. Even working-class women wore simpler versions of the wimple, though usually just veils tied under the chin or wrapped loosely around the shoulders. These variations were more practical, but the expectation of coverage remained. Now here's the twist. Women still found ways to make it their own. Some used fine linen, trimmed with lace or dyed pale blue as a nod to the Virgin Mary. Others experimented with folding styles, draping their veils to create flattering silhouettes. And in court, women sometimes used semi-transparent fabrics to suggest purity while still letting just a hint of their hairline peek through. In the right light, it could be both innocent and devastating. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Medieval women lived under strict rules, but they were never passive participants. So tonight, you sit before your polished bronze mirror. Your maid brings over a freshly ironed wimple, the linen warm from the fire. She pins it carefully at your temples, tucks it beneath your chin, and adjusts the drape at your shoulders. You feel the fabric press softly against your jaw, secure, restrained, like someone else's hand is gently reminding you to stay quiet. Later you pass through the hall, nodding politely, speaking softly, never lifting your gaze too high. A man you've never met says, "She has the face of a saint." You smile, small and serene, but you know he's wrong. You have the face of a woman, you just can't see it. You've been perfectly contained, face framed, jaw wrapped, body cinched. And you're still passing inspection. But here's the part they don't put in the love ballads or paint into the court frescoes. Beauty fades, always. And in a world obsessed with your physical perfection as proof of your spiritual worth, aging wasn't just a natural process. It was a kind of public failure. Tonight, we're pulling back the silk veil to face what happens when time creeps in. When the skin sags, the hair grays, and the medieval world decides you've passed your expiration date. Let's get right to it. Aging was terrifying, not just for the person experiencing it, but for the people watching. A youthful face meant you were closer to purity, closer to marriageability, closer to divine favor. As soon as that youth began to slip wrinkles near the mouth, crow's feet at the eyes, a little extra softness at the jaw, you could feel yourself sliding down the social scale. And for women especially, the descent was swift, cold, and merciless. The medieval concept of beauty was tied almost entirely to youth. Girls were married young, often as early as 12 or 13, not only because of strategic alliances, but because that's when they were considered most attractive. Gross? Absolutely. But in the logic of the time, a girl's physical freshness was directly linked to her spiritual and social value. Once she began to age, often by her early 20s, she was no longer an ideal but a relic. Aging men had more wiggle room, of course. Gray hair on a man? Distinguished. A lined face? Evidence of wisdom and hard-earned experience. But a woman with similar features was often pitied, mocked, or feared. Older women were pushed out of the center of court life, replaced by younger, more suitable beauties. A lady who had once been adored might find herself sidelined, no longer invited to dances, ignored at feast tables, or referred to with the gentle but soul-puncturing label of matronly. What made this even crueler was that women were still held to the same behavioral standards. You had to remain graceful, modest, sweet, and now invisible. If you tried to hold on to your beauty through makeup or elaborate dress, people talked. If you let it go, they still talked. You were either desperate or decaying. There was no winning. Let's talk beauty treatments. Yes, there were anti-aging methods, though none of them were kind. Women used harsh exfoliants made of crushed eggshells and salt to scrub away wrinkles. They dabbed their faces with mixtures of honey, vinegar, and ground bone to tighten the skin. Some even applied animal fat to fill out sagging cheeks. Nothing like waking up in the dark, cold center of the stone castle and slathering yourself in goose grease just to pretend you're still 20. And let's not forget the wigs. While not as popular in the medieval period as they would later become, some older women wore padded hairpieces or dyed their hair with increasingly desperate recipes. Onion skins, ash, crushed insects, whatever could bring a little life back to strands that had gone white with time or tension. But here's the cruel twist. Many of these treatments damaged the scalp, causing hair to fall out faster. So the harder you fought aging, the more obvious it became. And then came the social whispers. An older woman showing too much pride in her appearance might be accused of vanity or, worse, witchcraft. Yes, you read that right. There was a common belief that older women who seemed too alluring or too confident were using unnatural means to preserve their looks. Unnatural being code for an uncomfortable reminder that beauty doesn't die quietly. So tonight, you're sitting at your vanity. You see a faint crease near your eye that wasn't there last month. You touch it, gently. Your maid notices, pretends not to. She brings over a bowl of cooled rose water and a cloth. You press it to your cheek as if it might erase time. Later, at the feast, you watch the younger women laugh and dance. One wears a gown like yours from 10 years ago. Another carries herself the way you once did. Shoulders proud, lips modestly painted, eyes sharp. You lower your eyes. You smile faintly and let the crease deepen. By now you've survived your youth, your first marriage, your slow fade into social invisibility. And you've done it with grace, powdered restraint, and only minimal eyebrow growth. But what happens when you're no longer just overlooked but actively feared? Tonight, we're entering one of the darkest corners of medieval beauty. Culture, the fate of women deemed ugly, unwanted, or simply not in line with the day's soft-lit ideal. Because in a world where appearance equaled virtue, to look wrong was to risk being branded something worse than unpretty, unnatural. Let's start with the basics. If you were a woman in the Middle Ages, beauty wasn't just skin deep. It was proof of moral and spiritual correctness. To be beautiful was to be blessed. To be plain was to be pitied. And to be considered ugly? That often meant danger. You were othered, pushed to the margins. And if you lived long enough to outlast both youth and usefulness, you risked becoming society's scapegoat. Think less, she aged gracefully, and more. Let's check her for signs of witchcraft. The stereotypes were sharp. The hooked nose? Suspicious. Warts or moles? Obvious marks of the devil. Wild hair? You might be consorting with demons. Any combination of these features could brand you a threat, especially if you were poor, widowed, or lived alone. Beauty ideals weren't just about aspiration. They were about boundaries. Step outside them, and you became an easy target. There's a chilling record from 15th century Germany of a woman named Hilda, a midwife who was known for a sharp tongue and unkempt hair. After a local noblewoman's child died in childbirth, Hilda was blamed. Not because of her actions, but because of how she looked. Her unkind features, her sharp bones, her evil squint, all presented as evidence of guilt. She was accused of witchcraft, tortured, and eventually executed. The case never mentioned medical negligence, just her face. And that's the horror of it. Medieval society wasn't kind to women who didn't conform to beauty standards, but it was ruthless to those who actively defied them. An aging widow with a crooked spine might inspire whispers. A woman with facial scars from illness could be avoided. In the market, it's not just that people feared ugliness, it's that they interpreted it. The body was a canvas on which God supposedly painted the soul. So if your features were asymmetrical, or you had a limp, people assumed your inner life was equally twisted. You were angry, bitter, cursed. The fear of ugliness extended beyond the physical. A woman who was loud, assertive, opinionated, someone who refused to shrink, was also considered ugly in spirit. She disrupted the delicate illusion that women were meant to be seen and barely heard. And if she did it past the age of 25, she was labeled bitter, dangerous, unnatural. In other words, witch bait. You've disappeared from the hall, from the marriage market, from the poems, from the hungry eyes of courtiers who used to bow when you passed. But what if you didn't fade quietly into the background? What if you leaned into the silence, into the thinness, into the pallor, and became something not just invisible but holy? Tonight, we descend deeper into the strange and sacred world where beauty, death, and sanctity blur, where the ideal body wasn't just delicate, it was practically disintegrating. Welcome to the age of the heavenly body, where the most admired women were saints, and saints often looked like stylish skeletons. We've talked already about the obsession with looking pale, frail, and on the verge of collapse. But religious women, especially those canonized after death, took that aesthetic to its extreme. They weren't just admired for being thin, they were venerated for being nearly gone. Their bodies were supposed to be consumed by faith, literally wasted away in devotion. You weren't just close to God, you were evaporating into Him. That takes Saint Clare of Assisi. She reportedly fasted so severely that she needed to be propped up to attend Mass. Her eyes were sunken, her cheeks hollow, her body barely able to stand. But in art, she's portrayed as radiant, glowing, elevated. The physical toll of her fasting becomes its own kind of luminous beauty. She's not ill. She's transfigured. There's a term scholars use for this phenomena: anorexia mirabilis, or miraculous lack of appetite. In today's terms, we'd call it an eating disorder wrapped in sanctimony, but in the Middle Ages, it was divine. The thinner, the holier. Start to see the pattern. Women's suffering wasn't just tolerated, it was aestheticized, and it didn't stop with fasting. Illness, injury, disfigurement, if framed correctly, could elevate a woman's image to something nearly supernatural. In some cases, actual corpses became objects of worship. Saintly women who died untouched were exhumed, examined, and if they looked suitably preserved, displayed. Yes, displayed. You might walk into a chapel and see the mummified body of a nun laid out in glass, her bones wrapped in lace, her face covered by a painted wax mask of eternal youth. And people loved it. They prayed to these bodies. The ideal woman didn't just die beautifully. She stayed beautiful after death. Corpse, but make it holy. Let's not pretend this was entirely about religion. There was a voyeuristic thrill in gazing upon these dead, delicate figures. Their stillness was seductive. Their silence was complete. They couldn't talk back. They couldn't demand anything, just like the perfect medieval lady, seen but never fully known. And here's the extra creepy layer. This obsession filtered into secular art too. Portraits of noble women often mimicked the features of saintly corpses. Elongated faces, hollow cheeks, calm expressions, pale skin with no blemish or pulse. The woman wasn't alive in the traditional sense. She was eternal, untouched by aging, untouched by flesh, untouched by you. So now, it's evening. You sit in the convent's quiet chapel, candlelight flickering off the silver bones of a saint displayed in a glass case. Her smile is painted on, her face a mask of eternal serenity. Around you, other women pray. You close your eyes and fold your hands. And for a moment, you wonder, is this peace? Is this power? Or is this just the final form of disappearing? You leave the chapel in silence, the image of the saint's preserved face still lingering in your mind like smoke after incense. But as you step into the long gallery of the manor house, you're reminded that beauty didn't just live in the flesh. It was painted and woven into every surface that surrounded you. Tonight, we're taking a detour into the visual archives of the medieval imagination, the art of beauty. Or more specifically, how beauty was filtered, edited, and broadcast through the curated illusions of tapestries, paintings, and manuscripts, the original medieval thirst traps. Let's start with the basics. Medieval art was never trying to be realistic. This wasn't Instagram. It was propaganda. Noble women depicted in illuminated manuscripts had impossible proportions. Long necks, tiny waists, limbs like soft reeds, and faces that all looked suspiciously alike, smooth, pale, serene. They weren't portraits so much as wish lists. Each figure wasn't just a woman. She was an emblem of virtue, status, and the aesthetics of the moment. In tapestries, the exaggeration was turned up to 11. You'd see scenes of courtly love where women reclined under trees, their hair spilling in golden waves, their gowns floating like mist, and their expressions frozen somewhere between holy indifference and bored exoticism. These weren't snapshots of real life. They were fantasy, stitched in silk. And let's not forget manuscript art. Illuminated books, especially religious texts, were full of miniatures showing women who practically glowed. Saintly maidens, noble wives, allegorical figures, they all had a strange, clone-like beauty. Even when they were being tortured, the saints often were. They looked peaceful, ethereal, unbothered. Because nothing says spiritual triumph like being burned at the stake with flawless eyeliner. The artists weren't being lazy. They were following the script. The church, the nobility, and the artists themselves were all invested in maintaining a visual shorthand. This is what beauty looks like, and beauty equals goodness. And this matters because these images weren't just decoration. They taught people how to see. A young girl, flipping through her father's book of hours, wasn't just learning prayers. She was absorbing a message about what she should look like. The art was both mirror and mold. It gets weirder. Some noble families actually commissioned portraits of their daughters that deliberately edited reality. Just like modern airbrushing, artists would elongate necks, lighten skin, and even tweak jawlines. This wasn't deception. It was expected. Even men got in on the illusion game. Portraits of noble women often included symbols to reinforce the image. A small dog to show loyalty, a book for intelligence, a lily for purity, a tiny unicorn for untouchable chastity. Every detail was curated. You weren't just looking at a person. You were being told what to believe about her. On the flip side, real women could never live up to these images. No one had that much hair. No one's skin glowed in candlelight like a polished pearl. The art created expectations that real life could never meet. And yet, women still tried, bleaching hair, tightening bodices, swallowing herbs to stay slim, practicing the perfect downcast gaze. And so, now you find yourself walking through your family's gallery. Painted eyes follow you down the corridor. You pass portraits of ancestors you've never met, each more flawless than the last. You pause before one, the Lady Eloise, your great-grandmother. Her face is still and pale, lips faintly curved in a smile that's probably just the artist's flourish. She looks perfect. She looks nothing like the stories you've heard about her temper. You reach up and touch your own face. Your skin is warm. Your eyes are tired. You're very much alive. And somehow that feels like a rebellion. You've wandered through painted illusions and stitched up perfection, seen yourself reflected in 100 faces that were never truly yours. But tonight, we're dropping down from the clouds of courtly art and into something far more grounded literally. We're talking about feet. Yes, the humble, often hidden, occasionally fetishized medieval foot. It turns out, even down at your toes, beauty standards lurked. And while most people didn't go around showing off their bunions, that didn't stop society from dreaming up elaborate fantasies about what made a foot desirable or disgraceful. First, the basics. In medieval Europe, feet were supposed to be small, narrow, and elegant, basically impossible for anyone who actually used them for walking. The ideal foot was delicate, high-arched, with well-shaped toes, and ideally so dainty it never had to touch anything unpleasant like mud, dirt, or, God forbid, labor. But that's the thing with beauty standards. They're never about reality, they're about aspiration. And aspiring not to have to use your feet was apparently quite chic. So, how did people show off something that was usually hidden under layers of cloth and leather? Through shoes, of course. And medieval shoes were doing the absolute most. They were called poulaines, and they became a fashion craze among the nobility. These things were absurd. Some had tips that extended 5, 6, even 12 inches beyond the actual toes, stuffed with moss or wool to hold their shape. The longer the point, the higher your status. For women, the stakes were different. While men's shoes screamed, "Look, how ridiculous my wealth allows me to be," women's footwear whispered, "Look how small and soft and unthreatening I am." A noble woman's shoe was often more slipper than boot, narrow, flat, with soft soles made of leather or cloth. They offered little protection, which was kind of the point. Foot size, too, carried its own mythology. Small feet were praised in poetry as a mark of feminine virtue, with feet described as like flower petals or as light as swan's down. If that sounds impossible, that's because it was. And still, women tried to meet the standard. Some girls were encouraged to keep their shoes snug to prevent their feet from spreading. Cracked heels or dirt-caked toenails could become marks of shame. Another reason why women covered their feet completely. So here you are, back in your chamber, preparing for yet another long day of being admired while pretending you aren't. Your maid helps you into your slipper-like shoes, gently tugging the silk ribbons at the ankle. You wiggle your toes, sore from yesterday's feast. The soles are already worn and the heels ache, but the shoes look divine. Later, at court you sit by the fire, ankles crossed, feet perfectly posed beneath your gown. A knight kneels nearby, eyes drifting just barely to where your shoes peek out. You smile back and wonder how long you can sit like this before the pain makes your toes cramp. It's morning again. You're up before the sun, not because you're excited to greet the day, but because looking effortless in medieval court life takes, well, effort. Hours of it. So tonight, we're finally opening the heavy oak door to a place most men of the age never saw. The noble woman's daily beauty routine. Spoiler alert, there's nothing dreamy about it. This was beauty through pain, a ritual of exhaustion. Where glamour didn't just cost time and coin. It cost circulation, personal space, and at least a few layers of your skin. Let's start with the wake-up call. Your servant brings in a basin of cold water. You splash your face, grit your teeth, and then begin the process of cleansing. This involves a cloth. Scrub it over your skin with vinegar or a blend of wine and crushed herbs. It smells sharp, stings a bit, and leaves your face somewhere between fresh and faintly inflamed. Next, the whitening. You dab on your homemade ceruse, the vinegar-aged lead paste, because pale isn't just pretty. It's the moral high ground. It goes on thick, cold, and chalky. That's future you's problem. Present you has a courtly lunch to attend. If your cheeks are looking too bloodless, it's time for a little rouge. Crushed cochineal beetles or alkanet root, mixed with egg white or animal fat, makes a decent blush. You apply it in faint circles. Careful not to overdo it. Too pink and you look like a tavern girl. Just enough and you look like someone who woke up blessed, not busy. Your lips get a touch of balm, lightly tinted. Then, the hair. Your maid helps you brush it out, then plaits it tightly. Once it's braided, you wrap it around your head, pin it into place, and slide on your coif. Then the veil, maybe the wimple. Dressing takes another hour. First the shift, plain linen. Then the kirtle, laced tightly at the sides, compressing your waist, your ribs, your breath. You brace yourself against a post while your maid pulls the laces tighter. There's no room in here for digestion or opinions. Over that goes your outer gown, velvet if you're rich enough, wool if you're merely privileged. You select your jewelry, modest unless you're trying to make a statement. Now comes the hard part. Walking. The goal is to glide. You've practiced this. Back straight, shoulders relaxed, feet close together, step small. No swaying, no bouncing. Your gown weighs nearly 15 pounds. All of this happens while pretending your dress isn't a bedazzled sarcophagus. Breakfast is light if you eat it all. Then, appearances. If you're going to court, you must be impeccable. You smile occasionally, but never too broadly. You laugh only when it's safe. You speak in soft tones, only when directly addressed. You sit for hours, stiff and composed. By evening, your skin itches under the lead paint. Your scalp is sore from the braids. Your corset has left faint bruises on your ribs. You retreat to your chamber, where your maid helps you undress, one layer at a time. You sigh as the laces are loosened. You catch a glimpse of your real face in the polished metal mirror. Under the paint and powder, you're tired. And now you're alone. You lie in bed, face clean, skin tingling. Tomorrow, it will all start again. The powder, the binding, the perfect steps, the watchful stares. Beauty isn't a blessing, it's a regime. A job with no wages and no days off. You close your eyes and dream, not of nights or gowns, but of walking barefoot in the grass with your hair unbound and no one watching. It's nearly midnight now, and your chamber is quiet, too quiet. The fire is just embers, the last of the wax candles giving off the faintest warm glow. You lie back, head resting on a pillow stuffed with goose feathers, and the weight of everything, your gown, your thoughts, your entire life lived under the thumb of someone else's ideal settles into your bones. But before we let you drift off, there's one last thing we have to talk about. Because the truth is, medieval beauty standards didn't die with the Middle Ages. They didn't vanish when the wimples came off, or when lead-based makeup fell out of fashion. They just mutated, hid themselves behind modern mirrors and digital filters. Only slightly less obvious and no less cruel. Let's not kid ourselves. We've inherited the same toxic logic, the demand to be beautiful and pure, attractive but modest, youthful forever, even if it means pretending you slept 8 hours. We still believe that how we look somehow tells the world what kind of person we are. Kind, competent, trustworthy, desirable. Good skin equals a good soul. Straight teeth and a slim waist still mean you must be doing something right. It's the same lie, just dressed in new fabrics. Scroll through social media and you'll see the medieval mindset everywhere. No makeup tutorials designed to make you look effortless. Photoshopped portraits claiming to be authentic. Beauty. Products sold with promises of virtue. Clean beauty. Pure formulas. Natural glow. We're not calling it piety anymore, but the language is familiar. It's still about being seen as better, without being seen trying. And don't even get started on aging. Wrinkles are fine lines, something to be erased with creams, lasers, or filters that literally blur your face into nothing. You're supposed to remain youthful forever, but naturally. Don't age, but don't look like you're fighting it. Sound familiar? That's a straight-up gothic remix of the same medieval pressure to appear untouched by time. You still can't win, because somewhere deep down, society still loves a woman who disappears into her beauty, who glows without effort, who ages without changing, who speaks without being loud. And if you've ever felt exhausted by that, it's not your fault. You were born into a system that's been refining this performance for centuries. That voice in your head saying, "You need to fix this," when you see your reflection, that's a medieval monk still whispering across time. The ad campaign that promises radiant skin and inner confidence, that's a 14th century sermon wrapped in a Sephora receipt. And those filtered photos of flawless people who swear they woke up like this? Tapestries. Every last one of them. There's a reason these ideals persist. They sell things, they keep you busy, they keep you doubting. And they stop you from asking better questions about value, about power, about what happens when you choose to opt out. Because here's the secret most people don't want to admit. Beauty isn't truth, it's theater. And you've been a leading lady in someone else's script for way too long. But here's the radical part. You're still here. You've survived the centuries, the plucked hairlines, the corseted ribs, the sickly pale faces, the saintly smiles, the powdered lies. You, sitting here reading this, have outlived every lie they told you about what a woman should look like. You are proof that beauty does not own you. You can scrub it off, step out of it, laugh in its face. You can let the lines come. You can keep your curves or change them for you, not for the echo of some nun with a paintbrush whispering modesty. You can decide your own reflection matters, not because of what it sells, but because of what it says. You've met every version of the standard, and none of them ever loved you back. So maybe now, in this quiet hour, with your hair unbraided and your face bare and no one watching, you can love yourself for something deeper. Not as a saint, not as a seductress, not as a symbol, just as a person with a heartbeat and a body that has carried you through this impossible, beautiful mess of expectations and still said, "I'm here." So go on, turn out the candle. Close your eyes, you've played the role. You've earned your rest. Let the beauty standards fall asleep without you tonight. Welcome, friend, to this peaceful hour where we gently peel back the layers of time. Tonight, our story takes place in a world far removed from ours, but still tenderly human. Whether you're drifting off or just looking to slow the pace of your evening, I'm grateful you're here. I'd love to hear where you're listening from, what city or country, and what time it is as you press play. It always amazes me how history can bring strangers together. If this kind of calm historical storytelling brings you peace, consider subscribing. We have many more stories to lull us into the quiet night. This isn't some fictional scene from a movie. This was reality in the bohemian cafes of 1920s Paris, where artistic genius and narcotic addiction danced together in a deadly waltz that would forever change the cultural landscape of the modern world. Have you ever wondered how an entire generation of artists could simultaneously create some of humanity's most brilliant works while slowly destroying themselves with drugs? The answer lies in the shadowy corners of Parisian cafes, where absinthe flowed like water and heroin was as common as coffee. What I'm about to reveal will shatter everything you thought you knew about the romantic notion of the struggling artist. These weren't just creative souls seeking inspiration through chemical means. They were casualties of a perfect storm of post-war trauma, cultural rebellion, and readily available narcotics that turned the city of light into something far more sinister. Today, I'm going to take you inside the hidden world of heroin havens that masqueraded as artistic sanctuaries. You'll meet the real people who lived this nightmare, discover how entire cafe cultures became drug distribution networks, and understand why the most creative period in Parisian history was also its most self-destructive. By the end of this journey, you'll see the 1920s art scene in a completely different light. But before we dive into the smoke-filled rooms where dreams went to die, let me paint you the bigger picture of how Paris became the epicenter of both artistic revolution and narcotic devastation. The Great War had ended just a few years earlier, leaving an entire generation scarred and searching for meaning. Young men who had witnessed unimaginable horrors in the trenches returned home only to find that their old lives no longer fit. Meanwhile, a new breed of wealthy Americans was flooding into Paris, escaping prohibition, and bringing with them both money and a reckless appetite for excess. This collision of trauma, wealth, and rebellion created the perfect conditions for what would become one of history's most dangerous cultural experiments. The cafes of Montmartre and Montparnasse weren't just serving coffee and croissants. They were dealing in something far more intoxicating and infinitely more destructive. Let me introduce you to Jean-Baptiste Murad, a 24-year-old painter who arrived in Paris in the spring of 1923, with nothing but a battered suitcase and dreams of becoming the next Picasso. Jean-Baptiste had survived Verdun, but the nightmares followed him to his cramped studio apartment near Sacré-Cœur. Sleep became impossible, so he began frequenting Café de l'Amour, a notorious establishment where the coffee was bitter and the real business happened after midnight. It was here that Jean-Baptiste first encountered the needle, not as a medical instrument, but as a gateway to a world where the screaming in his head finally stopped. The cafe's owner, a mysterious woman known only as Madame Noir, had connections that ran deeper than anyone suspected. She didn't just serve drinks, she served escape. Within weeks, Jean-Baptiste's artistic output exploded. His paintings took on an otherworldly quality, full of dreamlike imagery and emotional intensity that critics would later call revolutionary. But what they didn't know was that each masterpiece was paid for with a piece of his soul, bought with German-manufactured heroin that flowed through the cafe like a toxic river. Jean-Baptiste wasn't alone. The cafe attracted a rotating cast of damaged souls, American heiresses running from conservative families, British poets seeking inspiration, German intellectuals fleeing political upheaval, and French artists trying to forget the war. They came for the atmosphere, but stayed for the drugs. Madame Noir understood something that modern drug dealers still exploit today: Creative people make excellent customers. They have just enough money to maintain a habit. They're naturally inclined toward experimentation, and they rationalize their addiction as necessary for their art. She didn't need to push her product. She simply created an environment where it felt inevitable. The cafe operated on multiple levels. To the casual observer, it was simply another bohemian gathering place where artists discussed philosophy over wine. But if you knew the right words, the right gestures, the right people, you could access a parallel world where heroin was measured in artistic inspiration rather than grams. Regular customers developed an elaborate code. Ordering this special coffee meant you wanted opium. Asking for sugar with extra sweetness was code for cocaine. But heroin, the most sought-after substance, required the most subtle approach. You simply asked if the painter's supplies were available today. The irony wasn't lost on anyone involved. These were people who saw themselves as rebels against bourgeois society. Yet they were creating their own rigid hierarchy based on drug access and artistic credibility. The deeper into addiction you fell, the more authentic your art was considered. Sobriety became synonymous with selling out. Take the case of Margaret Worthington, a Boston socialite who arrived in Paris in 1924 with a substantial trust fund and romantic notions about supporting struggling artists. She rented a spacious apartment in the 6th arrondissement and began hosting salons where she would showcase the work of promising young painters and writers. Margaret initially saw herself as a patron of the arts, a modern-day Medici nurturing the next generation of creative genius. She attended gallery openings, purchased paintings from unknown artists, and prided herself on her sophisticated taste. But sophistication in 1920s Paris meant more than just appreciating cubism or understanding stream of consciousness literature. When Margaret first visited Café de l'Amour, she was introduced to a world where artistic appreciation took on physical dimensions. The paintings on the walls weren't just viewed. They were experienced through chemical enhancement that allegedly allowed deeper understanding of the artist's vision. The poetry readings weren't just listened to. They were felt through substances that supposedly opened the mind to new forms of consciousness. Margaret's transformation was gradual but devastating. She began by occasionally sampling opium during evening salons, telling herself it was research into the artistic process. Within months, she had graduated to heroin, convinced that only through personal experience with the drug could she truly understand the art it inspired. Her apartment became another node in the network of heroin distribution. Artists would arrive, ostensibly to show their work, but actually to score drugs. Margaret would purchase their paintings, not because she loved them, but because buying art was how transactions were disguised. A canvas that might be worth 50 francs would sell for 500, with the markup covering the cost of heroin. The genius of this system was its deniability. If questioned by authorities, everyone involved could claim they were simply participating in the legitimate art market. The drugs were incidental, they would argue, just part of the creative atmosphere that made such groundbreaking art possible. But the reality was far darker. Margaret's trust fund was being systematically drained to feed not just her own addiction, but the habits of an entire network of artists and dealers. Her health deteriorated rapidly, her judgment became compromised, and her apartment transformed from a salon into a shooting gallery disguised as a gallery space. The most tragic aspect was how the addiction affected the art itself. While initial drug use might have enhanced creativity for some artists, prolonged heroin addiction had the opposite effect. The very inspiration that drew artists to the drug eventually disappeared, leaving them creating art solely to fund their next fix. Jean-Baptiste's story illustrates this perfectly. His early heroin-influenced paintings were indeed revolutionary, full of emotional complexity and visual innovation that captured the attention of serious collectors. But as his addiction deepened, his work became increasingly formulaic. He found himself painting the same dreamlike imagery over and over, not because it expressed his artistic vision, but because those were the only paintings that sold to the drug-using collectors who frequented the cafes. The economic ecosystem was entirely circular and ultimately unsustainable. Artists used drugs to create art, sold art to buy drugs, and attracted buyers who were themselves using drugs to appreciate art. Money flowed in endless loops, but actual value was being destroyed at every step. The art became less innovative. The artists became less capable, and the buyers became less discerning. Meanwhile, Madame Noire and others like her were getting rich by facilitating this destruction. They positioned themselves as cultural facilitators, but they were actually running sophisticated drug operations that used artistic pretension as cover. The cafe provided the perfect front: irregular hours, eclectic clientele, and a culture that celebrated nonconformity made it nearly impossible for authorities to distinguish between legitimate artistic activity and criminal enterprise. The international nature of the clientele also provided protection. When wealthy Americans or British aristocrats were involved, local police were reluctant to investigate too aggressively. Diplomatic complaints could end careers, and there was always plausible deniability about what was really happening in these establishments. This created a sense of invulnerability among the participants that would prove tragically misplaced. They believed their artistic credentials and social connections made them untouchable, failing to recognize that addiction doesn't respect class boundaries or creative talent. By 1925, the network had expanded far beyond individual cafes. What started as scattered pockets of artistic experimentation had evolved into a sophisticated underground economy that stretched across the entire left bank. The heroin trade had found its perfect camouflage in the bohemian cafe culture, and the results were both magnificent and horrifying. Consider the evening routine at Le Chien Qui Fume, a cafe that occupied 3 floors of a crumbling building near the Sorbonne. The ground floor maintained the appearance of respectability. Students debated philosophy over cheap wine, tourists sampled authentic French atmosphere, and local intellectuals held court at their regular tables. But as the night progressed and the casual customers departed, the real business began. The second floor, accessible only through a narrow staircase hidden behind a bookshelf, housed what regulars called the laboratory. Here, an American expatriate, chemist turned dealer Robert Bobby Chen had set up an operation that would make modern drug cartels envious. Bobby had arrived in Paris with legitimate credentials, a chemistry degree from Harvard, and plans to conduct research at the Sorbonne. Instead, he found himself cooking heroin in makeshift labs, using his scientific training to create increasingly pure and potent products. Bobby's customers weren't street addicts desperate for their next fix. They were discerning consumers who demanded quality and consistency. A batch that was too weak would send artists into withdrawal during crucial creative periods. Too strong and valuable customers might overdose before completing commissioned works. Bobby approached drug manufacturing with the same precision he had once applied to legitimate research, keeping detailed notes on potency levels, customer reactions, and optimal dosing schedules. The third floor of Le Cinque Fiume served as both gallery and shooting gallery. Paintings hung on walls that had seen countless injections, their colors seeming to shift and dance in the dim gaslight. Artists would arrive with their latest works, hoping to trade canvas for powder. The quality of the art directly determined the quantity of drugs received, creating a perverse market where artistic merit was measured in milligrams of heroin. This system attracted some genuinely talented individuals who might have achieved greatness without chemical assistance. Elise Dubois, a sculptor from Lyon, possessed extraordinary natural ability that had earned her recognition at legitimate galleries across Europe. But the war had killed her fiancé and shattered her faith in traditional values. She came to Paris seeking not fame, but forgetfulness. Elise's sculptures, created under the influence of heroin, took on qualities that defied conventional artistic categories. Working with clay in a near-trance state, she would spend 18 hours straight shaping figures that seemed to emerge from some collective unconscious. Her pieces captured emotions that viewers couldn't name but immediately recognized. The specific grief of losing someone to senseless violence, the hollow exhaustion of surviving when others hadn't, the desperate hunger for meaning in a world that had revealed its fundamental chaos. Gallery owners noticed Elise's work immediately. Her sculptures sold for unprecedented sums to collectors who claimed they could feel the artist's pain radiating from the clay itself. What these buyers didn't realize was that they were literally purchasing someone else's suffering, commodified and transformed into an aesthetic experience through the medium of narcotic addiction. Elise's has created its own trap. Each sculpture required deeper states of heroin-induced dissociation to access the emotional rawness that made her work so compelling. She found herself increasing her doses not for pleasure, but for artistic necessity. The drug had become as essential to her creative process as clay or water. Without it, her hands would shake too violently to shape anything. With too much, her consciousness would slip away entirely, leaving her staring at shapeless lumps of clay with no memory of the previous hours. The tragedy was that Elise's addiction coincided with what should have been the peak of her artistic powers. At 28, she possessed both the technical skill and emotional depth necessary for masterpiece creation. Instead, she was trapped in a cycle where each artistic triumph required a level of drug use that made the next triumph less likely. Meanwhile, the financial mechanics of the heroin cafe network were becoming increasingly sophisticated. Transactions were rarely conducted with simple cash exchanges. Instead, an elaborate barter system had emerged where art, drugs, sex, and social connections were traded in complex multi-party arrangements that made tracking nearly impossible. A typical transaction might involve an American heiress purchasing a painting for an inflated price, with the excess money used to buy heroin that would be shared with the artist and several intermediaries. The heiress would gain social credibility by supporting avant-garde art. The artist would fund both addiction and basic living expenses, and the dealers would profit while maintaining plausible deniability about their actual business. These arrangements were facilitated by figures like Henry Lacoste, a former banker who had discovered that his financial expertise was perfectly suited to managing drug distribution networks. Henry never touched heroin himself, viewing addiction as bad business practice, but he understood how to structure transactions that satisfied everyone's needs while minimizing legal exposure. Henry operated from Café de Raves Perdues, where he held court every evening from 10 until dawn. Artists would approach his table with their latest works, hoping to secure advances against future drug purchases. Henry would evaluate not just the artistic merit of their pieces, but their potential for continued productivity. An artist showing signs of severe addiction might be cut off, not out of moral concern, but because investing in someone approaching complete physical collapse was financially unsound. This cold calculation extended to every aspect of Henry's operation. He maintained detailed records of customer reliability, tracking which artists could be trusted to deliver promised works, and which were likely to disappear into heroin-induced oblivion. He monitored market trends in both legitimate art sales and street drug prices, adjusting his own pricing accordingly. Most importantly, he cultivated relationships with corrupt officials who could provide advanced warning of police raids or regulatory changes. Henry's success attracted imitators throughout the Latin Quarter. By 1926, at least a dozen cafes were operating similar schemes, each with its own specialty and clientele. Café Noir focused on serving wealthy tourists seeking authentic bohemian experiences. Le Corbeau Blanc catered to established artists who could afford higher quality drugs. Chez Morphy specialized in opium for customers who preferred that drug's more languid effects. Competition between these establishments sometimes turned violent. When Café des Artistes Maudits began offering higher purity heroin at lower prices, threatening Henry's market share, a mysterious fire destroyed their kitchen and forced them to close for months. When Le Petit Mort started recruiting Henry's best customers with promises of exotic new drug combinations, several of their regular patrons suffered near-fatal overdoses that scared away other potential clients. The violence was usually subtle, disguised as accidents or coincidences. But participants understood the message. The Heroin Cafe network had become too profitable and too well established to tolerate significant disruption. Anyone threatening the system would face consequences that extended far beyond simple business competition. This atmosphere of barely controlled chaos attracted a particular type of personality. People drawn to the heroin cafes weren't just seeking drugs or art, they were seeking danger itself. The possibility of overdose, arrest, financial ruin, or violent retaliation added an element of excitement that made the experience more compelling than simple drug use or artistic appreciation alone. American expatriate writer Jonathan Hayes embodied this attraction to risk. Hayes had inherited substantial wealth, but found conventional life unbearably boring. He came to Paris not to write the great American novel, but to live dangerously. Enough that he would have something worth writing about. The heroin cafes provided exactly the kind of authentic peril he craved. Hayes began frequenting Café de la Danse Macabre, where he quickly established himself as someone willing to take risks that frightened even seasoned addicts. He would inject unknown substances, participate in dangerous drug combinations, and involve himself in increasingly volatile business arrangements between dealers and artists. His writing, produced in brief periods of clarity between binges, captured the authentic texture of addiction with a precision that made his work essential reading for anyone seeking to understand the period. But Hayes's appetite for danger eventually exceeded even his considerable resources. He became involved in a scheme to smuggle heroin from Germany using hollow picture frames, a plan that required him to transport drugs across international borders while maintaining his cover as a legitimate art collector. The profits would have been enormous, but the risks included not just imprisonment, but execution if caught by authorities who were becoming increasingly aggressive about international drug trafficking. Hayes's story illustrates how the heroin calf culture had evolved beyond simple addiction or artistic experimentation. By the mid-1920s, it had become a complex ecosystem where people used drugs, art, and danger as interchangeable currencies in transactions that satisfied needs far more complicated than simple chemical dependency. The most sophisticated participants understood that they weren't just buying drugs or selling art. They were purchasing experiences that couldn't be obtained through conventional means. The thrill of transgression, the intimacy of shared secrets, the satisfaction of belonging to an exclusive community that operated by its own rules. The heroin was often less important than the ritual surrounding its use, the social connections it facilitated, and the identity it provided to people who felt disconnected from mainstream society. This psychological dimension made the cafe network far more addictive than the drugs themselves. People who successfully overcame their chemical dependencies often found themselves unable to stay away from the social environment where those dependencies had flourished. The cafes offered not just heroin, but a complete alternative reality, where conventional morality, social expectations, and economic relationships were suspended in favor of more immediate and intense forms of human connection. The tragedy was that this alternative reality was ultimately unsustainable. The financial arrangements were too complex, the legal risks too high, and the physical toll too severe for the system to continue indefinitely. By 1927, cracks were beginning to show throughout the network as overdoses increased, money ran out, and authorities began to take notice of what was happening in the supposedly innocent artistic cafes of the left bank. The first major crack appeared in the form of Detective Inspector Claude Bertrand, a methodical man who had spent 20 years building cases against Paris's most elusive criminals. Bertrand wasn't particularly interested in artistic movements or bohemian culture, but he was very interested in the sudden spike in overdose deaths among wealthy foreigners. When the American embassy began pressuring French authorities to investigate the deaths of 3 expatriate heiresses within a single month, Bertrand found himself assigned to a case that would consume the next 2 years of his life. Bertrand's initial investigation revealed what appeared to be a series of tragic coincidences. Young, wealthy individuals with artistic interests were dying from what seemed to be accidental drug overdoses. The deaths occurred in different locations, involved different substances, and appeared to have no connection beyond the victim's shared interest in avant-garde culture. But Bertrand had learned to distrust coincidences, especially when they involved large sums of money and international borders. His breakthrough came through the most unlikely source, a 70-year-old concierge named Madame Petty, who worked at a residential hotel near the Pantheon. Madame Petty had been cleaning rooms and watching tenants for 5 decades, developing an almost supernatural ability to detect when something was amiss. She approached Bertrand with concerns about one of her long-term residents, a young German artist named Klaus Weber, who had been living at the hotel for 18 months. Klaus had initially impressed Madame Petty as a serious, dedicated artist who paid his rent promptly and kept his studio space meticulously clean. But over the past 6 months, his behavior had changed dramatically. He would disappear for days at a time, return looking haggard and disoriented, then spend entire weeks locked in his room with visitors coming and going at all hours. The visitors were always well-dressed, often foreign, and they carried packages that seemed too valuable for legitimate art supplies. When Bertrand examined Klaus's hotel registration, he discovered discrepancies that suggested false documentation. Further investigation revealed that Klaus Weber was actually Wilhelm Richter, a former German army medic who had deserted during the final months of the war. Wilhelm possessed medical knowledge that made him valuable to the heroin distribution network, but his illegal status in France made him vulnerable to blackmail and coercion. Bertrand approached Wilhelm carefully, recognizing that fear, rather than greed, was likely motivating his involvement in the drug trade. During a series of clandestine meetings in small cafes far from the artistic quarter, Wilhelm gradually revealed the structure and scope of what he called the machine, a distribution network that used artistic culture as both camouflage and customer base. Wilhelm's medical training had made him indispensable to dealers, who needed someone capable of treating overdoses without involving legitimate doctors. He had learned to revive unconscious addicts, manage withdrawal symptoms, and even perform minor surgery on customers who had suffered injuries during drug-related accidents. His services were paid for not with money, but with protection from authorities who might investigate his immigration status. Through Wilhelm's testimony, Bertrand began to understand how the cafe network operated as an integrated system, rather than a collection of independent establishments. Each cafe specialized in serving different segments of the market: wealthy tourists, established artists, young bohemians, and international dealers. But they all shared suppliers, enforcement mechanisms, and money laundering operations that made the entire network more resilient than any individual component. The key insight was that legitimate art sales were being used to disguise drug transactions on an industrial scale. A painting that might legitimately sell for 100 francs could be purchased for 1,000 francs, with the extra 900 francs representing payment for heroin. The buyer received both artwork and drugs. The seller received both money and social credibility as a successful artist, and the dealer received a commission that was nearly impossible for authorities to trace. This system had created artificial inflation in the Parisian art market that was distorting cultural values throughout the city. Young artists found themselves unable to sell work through legitimate channels because collectors were primarily interested in drug-facilitated transactions. Established artists watched their market values fluctuate based not on artistic merit, but on their willingness to participate in narcotic distribution. Gallery owners faced pressure to either join the network or lose access to the most financially attractive customers. Bertrand's investigation revealed that the corruption extended far beyond artistic circles. Bank officials were facilitating international money transfers that funded drug purchases. Shipping companies were transporting heroin concealed in legitimate art shipments. Even some embassy staff were involved, using diplomatic immunity to move drugs and money across borders without customs inspection. The scope of the conspiracy was so vast that Bertrand initially doubted his own findings. How could such an extensive criminal operation exist in plain sight without attracting official attention? The answer lay in the social status of the participants and the cultural prestige associated with supporting avant-garde art. Police were reluctant to investigate activities that involved prominent citizens engaged in what appeared to be sophisticated cultural patronage. Meanwhile, the human cost of the network was becoming impossible to ignore. The overdose death that finally triggered serious official action involved Constance Fairfax, daughter of a British member of Parliament and heir to a shipping fortune. Constance had arrived in Paris 6 months earlier with plans to study at the Sorbonne and support promising young artists. Her body was discovered in a studio apartment in Montparnasse, surrounded by paintings she had purchased for prices that investigation revealed were 10 times their legitimate market value. Constance's death was particularly tragic because she had been attempting to leave the heroin cafe scene when she overdosed. Letters found in her apartment revealed her growing awareness that she was being manipulated by dealers who viewed her wealth as a resource to be systematically extracted. She had begun refusing to purchase overpriced artwork and had cut off financial support to several artists whose primary talents seemed to be consuming expensive drugs. Her final letter, addressed to her father but never sent, described her realization that the bohemian culture she had admired from afar was actually a sophisticated trap designed to separate wealthy young people from their money. She wrote about artists who created mediocre work but commanded high prices because they could provide access to heroin, dealers who posed as culturally sophisticated while running criminal enterprises, and cafe owners who facilitated the destruction of everyone who entered their establishments. But Constance's attempt to extract herself from the network had made her dangerous to people whose livelihoods depended on maintaining the system's secrecy. Her overdose occurred just days before she was scheduled to return to London, where she planned to warn other wealthy families about the dangers their children faced in Parisian artistic circles. The timing suggested that her death might not have been accidental, though proving deliberate murder would require evidence that Bertrand was struggling to obtain. The investigation of Constance's death revealed the network's most sinister aspect: systematic targeting of vulnerable, wealthy individuals who could be manipulated into funding the entire operation. Dealers had developed sophisticated profiles of ideal customers, focusing on people who possessed substantial financial resources but lacked emotional stability or strong family connections that might interfere with exploitation. Young people recovering from war trauma were particularly valuable targets. Their psychological wounds made them susceptible to addiction, while their social status provided protection from law enforcement. Dealers would identify promising prospects through a network of informants in hospitals, universities, and social clubs, then orchestrate seemingly accidental encounters in artistic venues where initial drug experimentation could be presented as sophisticated cultural exploration. Process was gradual and carefully managed. A wealthy young person might spend months attending cafe events, purchasing reasonably priced artwork, and developing relationships with artists and intellectuals before being introduced to drugs. By the time chemical dependency developed, they were already emotionally invested in the community that supplied their addiction. Leaving meant abandoning not just drugs, but their entire social identity and support network. This psychological manipulation was more effective than simple coercion because it created willing participants who defended the system even as it destroyed them. Artists genuinely believed they were creating revolutionary work. Buyers convinced themselves they were supporting important cultural movements, and dealers maintained that they were facilitating artistic innovation rather than running criminal enterprises. The self-deception was reinforced by the undeniable fact that some genuinely important art was being created within the network. Several artists whose work was later recognized as historically significant had indeed produced their best pieces while using heroin obtained through cafe connections. This created enough legitimate artistic achievement to provide credible cover for the broader criminal enterprise. Vincent Moreau, Jean-Baptiste's younger brother, exemplified this tragic complexity. Vincent had followed Jean-Baptiste to Paris in 1925, hoping to pursue his own artistic ambitions while helping his brother recover from what their family believed was a simple, war-related drinking problem. Vincent discovered that Jean-Baptiste's issues extended far beyond alcohol. But he also witnessed his brother creating paintings of extraordinary emotional power and technical innovation. Vincent found himself torn between concern for Jean-Baptiste's health and admiration for his artistic output. The heroin was clearly destroying his brother's body and mind, but it was also unlocking creative capabilities that seemed impossible to achieve through conventional means. Jean-Baptiste's heroin-influenced paintings were selling to serious collectors and receiving attention from legitimate critics who had no knowledge of the drugs involved in their creation. This dilemma drove Vincent to begin his own experimentation with heroin, initially as research into his brother's creative process, but eventually as an end in itself. Vincent's artistic abilities were less developed than Jean-Baptiste's, but heroin provided access to emotional states and visual perceptions that enhanced his work beyond his natural capabilities. Within months, both brothers were trapped in a cycle where artistic identity and chemical dependency had become inseparable. Their story illustrates how the cafe network corrupted not just individuals, but entire families and social connections. People who arrived in Paris with intentions of helping addicted relatives often became addicts themselves, drawn into a community where drug use was normalized and even celebrated as evidence of artistic authenticity. The economic pressures made escape nearly impossible. Artists who tried to quit heroin discovered that their work produced during sobriety was unmarketable to the collectors who had previously supported them. Gallery owners lost interest in clean artists whose work lacked the intensity that drug use had provided. Social connections evaporated as former friends viewed sobriety as a betrayal of shared values and experiences. By late 1927, the network had reached a level of integration and sophistication that made it almost indistinguishable from legitimate cultural institutions. Several cafes had expanded into full-scale galleries that mounted serious exhibitions, featuring work by both addicted and clean artists. Art critics who were unaware of the drug connections wrote favorable reviews that enhanced the reputation of network-affiliated artists in mainstream cultural circles. The most successful participants had learned to navigate between the legitimate and criminal aspects of the art world, using their network connections to advance conventional careers, while maintaining access to drugs and the social community that provided them. Some artists were simultaneously represented by respectable galleries and cafe-based dealers, selling different types of work to different markets, depending on whether drugs were involved in the transaction. This dual existence required constant management of multiple identities and relationships. An artist might spend morning hours creating conventional work for legitimate galleries, afternoon hours producing drug-influenced pieces for cafe buyers, and evening hours socializing with other addicts while maintaining the pretense that their gatherings were purely intellectual or artistic in nature. The psychological strain of maintaining these multiple identities often accelerated the descent into deeper addiction. People who might have maintained moderate drug use for years found themselves increasing consumption to manage the anxiety and exhaustion that came from constantly switching between different versions of themselves. Meanwhile, the financial mechanics of the network were becoming so complex that even sophisticated participants lost track of their actual economic situation. Artists might believe they were financially successful based on high prices for their work, without realizing that most of their income was immediately recycled back to drug dealers. Buyers might spend enormous sums thinking they were building valuable art collections, without understanding that the inflated prices made their purchases worthless in legitimate markets. The cafe owners and dealers who controlled the system were the only participants with a clear understanding of the actual money flows. They had structured transactions to maximize their own profits while creating illusions of prosperity for everyone else involved. Artists received enough money to maintain their addictions and basic living expenses, but not enough to achieve actual financial independence that might allow them to leave the network. Buyers received enough social status and access to exclusive experiences to justify their expenditures, but not enough genuine artistic value to make their purchases worthwhile investments. The system was designed to keep everyone dependent on continued participation, with no clear exit strategy for anyone except the dealers themselves. This economic trap was reinforced by social and psychological dependencies that made leaving the network feel impossible, even for people who recognized its destructive nature. The cafe community provided not just drugs and art, but friendship, intellectual stimulation, sexual opportunities, and social identity that participants couldn't easily replace through conventional means. For many people involved, the network had become their entire world. Their friends were other participants. Their romantic relationships were formed within the community. Their living situations were arranged through network connections, and their daily routines revolved around cafe schedules and drug availability. Leaving meant abandoning not just addiction, but every meaningful relationship and social connection they had developed in Paris. The isolation was particularly severe for foreign participants who had few connections outside the artistic community. American expatriates who had burned bridges with their families to pursue bohemian lifestyles found themselves trapped in Paris, with no support system beyond the network that was destroying them. British aristocrats who had scandalized their social circles by embracing avant-garde culture couldn't return home without admitting the extent of their involvement in activities that would disgrace their families. As 1928 approached, the network was approaching a crisis that would ultimately lead to its destruction. The combination of increased police attention, mounting overdose deaths, and financial unsustainability was creating pressures that the system couldn't absorb indefinitely. But the participants were so deeply embedded in network's social and economic structures that recognizing the approaching collapse required a level of clarity that chronic drug use made nearly impossible to achieve. The stage was set for a dramatic confrontation between the forces trying to preserve the network and those working to destroy it, with the lives and artistic legacies of hundreds of people hanging in the balance. The crisis began with a single photograph that would change everything. In February 1928, a freelance journalist named Paul Durant stumbled into Café des Rêves Perdus at 3 in the morning, seeking shelter from a violent rainstorm. What he witnessed in that smoke-filled room would expose the dark heart of Parisian bohemian culture to the world. Durant had his camera with him, a compact Leica that he used for documenting street scenes and architectural details. But the scene that greeted him in the cafe's upper room was unlike anything he had ever encountered. In the corner, a young woman in expensive silk dress lay unconscious while a man in a painter's smock injected something into her arm. At a nearby table, 3 people passed around a needle like it was a communion chalice, their eyes rolled back in chemical ecstasy. The most shocking sight was a teenage boy, no more than 16, methodically preparing heroin while an older man watched approvingly. The boy's hands moved with the practiced precision of someone who had performed this ritual countless times before. His clothes were expensive, suggesting wealthy family connections, but his face bore the hollow expression of advanced addiction. Durant raised his camera almost instinctively, the flash illuminating the scene for a split second before chaos erupted. Shouts filled the room as people scrambled to hide evidence and escape through back exits. But it was too late. Durant had captured something that would bring down an empire built on artistic pretension and chemical dependency. The photograph showed more than just drug use. It revealed the systematic exploitation of vulnerable young people by adults who had weaponized artistic culture for criminal purposes. The boy in the image was later identified as Felipe de Rothschild, heir to a banking fortune and son of one of France's most prominent families. His presence in the café raised questions that would reverberate through the highest levels of French society. Philippe's story embodied everything tragic about the network's evolution. He had arrived in Paris the previous autumn, ostensibly to study literature at the Sorbonne, but actually to escape a family scandal involving financial irregularities at his father's bank. The 16-year-old possessed both enormous wealth and profound emotional vulnerability, making him an ideal target for the cafe operators who specialized in identifying and exploiting such individuals. His recruitment had followed the established pattern. Initial contact came through seemingly innocent cultural events, where he met charming artists and intellectuals who appeared genuinely interested in his thoughts about literature and philosophy. These new friends gradually introduced him to increasingly exclusive gatherings, where drug use was presented as a sophisticated exploration of consciousness rather than simple addiction. Philippe's youth made him particularly susceptible to peer pressure and adult manipulation. The older artists and writers who surrounded him possessed knowledge and experience that he desperately wanted to acquire. When they suggested that true artistic understanding required direct experience with mind-altering substances, he accepted their guidance without question. His financial resources made him valuable beyond his potential as a simple customer. Felipe had access to banking connections that could facilitate international money transfers, family properties that could serve as storage locations, and social connections that provided entry to circles previously inaccessible to the network. Within months, he had become not just an addict, but an active participant in the criminal enterprise that fed his addiction. The photograph's publication in Le Figaro created a sensation that extended far beyond artistic circles. Philippe's family immediately hired private investigators to determine how their son had become involved in such activities. Other wealthy families began questioning their own children's involvement in Parisian bohemian culture. Embassy officials demanded explanations for the apparent targeting of their citizens by French criminals. Most damaging was the revelation that the network had been systematically exploiting minors. Felipe was not the only underage participant. Investigation revealed at least a dozen other teenagers from prominent families who had been drawn into cafe-based drug operations. The exploitation of children transformed what had been viewed as adult vice into something far more serious in the eyes of both law enforcement and public opinion. Detective Inspector Bertrand found himself at the center of an international incident. As foreign governments demanded action against what they characterized as organized predation on their citizens' children, the pressure forced French authorities to abandon their previous reluctance to investigate activities involving prominent cultural figures. Resources that had been denied to Bertrand's investigation were suddenly made available, along with diplomatic support for actions that might offend influential people. The investigation's scope expanded dramatically as Bertrand gained access to banking records, shipping manifests, and diplomatic correspondence that revealed the true extent of the network's operations. What had appeared to be a collection of bohemian cafes was actually a sophisticated international criminal organization that used artistic culture as camouflage for drug trafficking, money laundering, and systematic fraud. The financial analysis was particularly revealing. Over the previous 3 years, approximately 2 million francs had flowed through network-affiliated accounts, representing far more money than could be explained by legitimate art sales. Much of this money had come from wealthy young people like Felipe, whose trust funds and family allowances had been systematically drained to support operations that extended far beyond Paris. Shipping records revealed regular deliveries of art supplies from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland that actually contained pharmaceutical-grade heroin and cocaine. These shipments were coordinated with the arrival of wealthy tourists and expatriates, whose spending patterns had been carefully monitored by network operatives embedded in hotels, banks, and social clubs throughout the city. The most shocking discovery was the extent to which legitimate cultural institutions had been compromised by network activities. Several respected galleries were discovered to have been facilitating drug transactions through art sales. Museum curators had been accepting bribes to provide authentication for works whose values were artificially inflated to disguise drug payments. Even some art critics had been paid to write favorable reviews of network-affiliated artists, creating false reputations that supported the entire criminal enterprise. The corruption extended to law enforcement itself. Bertrand's investigation revealed that several police officials had been receiving payments to ignore network activities or provide advanced warning of planned raids. This explained how the cafes had operated openly for years, without significant interference from authorities, who were supposedly monitoring criminal activity in their jurisdictions. The revelation of police corruption created a crisis within the quartiers within the prefecture that threatened to destabilize law enforcement throughout Paris. Officials who had been compromised faced not only criminal charges, but complete destruction of their careers and reputations. Some chose suicide rather than face the consequences of their involvement in activities that had facilitated the exploitation of children and the corruption of cultural institutions. Meanwhile, network participants were beginning to realize that their world was collapsing around them. The publication of Durant's photograph had made continued operations impossible, but many people involved were too addicted to drugs or too financially dependent on the system to simply walk away. Desperate attempts to maintain operations only accelerated the network's destruction, as increased activity attracted even more official attention. Henry Lacoste, the former banker who had managed financial operations from Café des Rives Perdus, recognized the situation's hopelessness earlier than most participants. In March 1928, he liquidated his assets and disappeared from Paris, leaving behind only a cryptic note suggesting that he had returned to legitimate banking in a location where artistic appreciation does not require pharmaceutical enhancement. Henry's departure triggered panic among other network operators, who realized that someone with detailed knowledge of their financial arrangements was now beyond their control. Several other key figures attempted similar escapes, but most lacked Henry's financial sophistication and international connections. Their flight attempts only provided authorities with additional evidence of criminal activity, while leaving behind operations that quickly devolved into chaos. Without experienced management, the remaining cafes began operating with increasing desperation and decreasing concern for the safety of their customers. Drug quality became inconsistent as suppliers lost confidence in the network's ability to pay its debts. Violence erupted as different factions fought for control of the most profitable operations. Most dangerously, The systematic exploitation of wealthy young people became more aggressive and less subtle as operators tried to extract maximum value from relationships before the entire system collapsed. This final phase produced some of the network's most tragic casualties. Marie-Claire Dubois, Elise's younger sister, had come to Paris seeking to help her sibling overcome what their family believed was artistic temperament, rather than drug addiction. Marie-Claire possessed neither artistic talent nor significant wealth, but she was young, attractive, and desperate to save her sister. Network operators quickly identified her as someone who could be manipulated through emotional rather than financial incentives. Marie-Claire's exploitation followed a pattern that investigators would later discover had been used against dozens of other family members and friends of network participants. She was gradually drawn into café society through her legitimate concern for Elise, then convinced that understanding addiction required personal experience with drugs. Her initial resistance was overcome through carefully orchestrated peer pressure and emotional manipulation that presented drug use as evidence of love and loyalty to her sister. Within weeks, Marie-Claire had become addicted to heroin while believing she was conducting research that would help her save Elise. The two sisters spent their final months together in a shared delusion that their drug use was somehow therapeutic, each believing she was helping the other while both spiraled toward destruction. Their deaths, which occurred within days of each other in April 1928, epitomized the network's ability to corrupt even the most well-intentioned relationships. The Dubois sisters' deaths marked a turning point in public perception of the network. Previous casualties could be dismissed as the unfortunate consequences of adult choices, but Marie-Claire's story revealed how the system actively recruited and destroyed people whose only crime was loving someone already trapped within its operations. The systematic targeting of family members and friends transformed drug trafficking into something resembling a contagious disease that spread through social connections rather than simple criminal association. Detective Inspector Bertrand used the public outrage generated by cases like the Dubois sisters to justify increasingly aggressive investigative tactics. Simultaneous raids on 12 network-affiliated locations in May 1928 resulted in the arrest of over 60 people and the seizure of evidence that finally provided a complete picture of the organization's structure and operations. The evidence revealed that what had begun as informal drug dealing in bohemian cafes had evolved into a criminal enterprise with sophisticated operational procedures, financial management systems, and strategic planning capabilities. The network maintained detailed records of customer preferences, spending patterns, and psychological vulnerabilities that were used to maximize the extraction of money from each target. Personnel files contained evaluations of employees based on their ability to manipulate specific types of victims, with bonuses paid for successfully recruiting wealthy or influential new customers. Most disturbing were the planning documents that revealed the network's intention to expand operations beyond Paris. Similar cafe-based operations were being established in London, New York, and Berlin, using lessons learned from the Parisian experiment to create more efficient and profitable criminal enterprises. The systematic exploitation of artistic culture was being packaged as a business model that could be replicated in any location with sufficient concentrations of wealthy young people seeking cultural authenticity. The international scope of the planned expansion elevated the investigation from a local law enforcement matter to an international security concern. Foreign governments that had initially pressured France to address the exploitation of their citizens now recognized that Similar threats might emerge in their own territories. Diplomatic cooperation that had been limited to demands for action expanded to include intelligence sharing and coordinated law enforcement efforts. The network's collapse accelerated as participants realized that continued involvement meant not just criminal prosecution, but potential deportation and international scandal that would destroy their reputations permanently. Artists who had depended on drug-facilitated sales found themselves unable to maintain their lifestyles as customers disappeared, and legitimate galleries refused to associate with anyone connected to the scandal. The psychological impact was often more severe than the financial consequences. People who had structured their entire identities around membership in an exclusive artistic community discovered that this community had been deliberately created to exploit them. The relationships they had treasured as evidence of their sophisticated cultural understanding were revealed to have been calculated business arrangements designed to separate them from their money and independence. Jean-Baptiste Moreau, the war veteran whose initial encounter with heroin at Café de l'Amour had launched our exploration of this world, exemplified both the network's destructive power and the possibility of redemption that emerged from its collapse. Jean-Baptiste had been among the first people arrested in the May raids, but his cooperation with authorities earned him lenient treatment that allowed him to attempt recovery rather than face extended imprisonment. His testimony provided crucial insights into how the network had evolved from informal drug dealing to a systematic criminal enterprise. Jean-Baptiste described the gradual transformation of café culture from a genuine artistic community to a predatory business operation, explaining how operators had learned to identify and exploit the specific vulnerabilities that made artists, writers, and wealthy young people susceptible to manipulation. Most importantly, Jean-Baptiste's recovery demonstrated that escape from the network was possible, though it required abandoning not just drugs, but the entire social and cultural identity that had become associated with artistic authenticity. In 1920s Paris, his paintings created during recovery lacked the otherworldly intensity of his heroin-influenced work, but they possessed an emotional honesty and technical competence that proved genuine. Artistic ability could exist independently of chemical enhancement. Jean-Baptiste's example inspired other network survivors to attempt their own recoveries, creating a small but significant community of people working to rebuild their lives after escaping the café-based criminal enterprise. Their efforts were supported by legitimate cultural institutions that recognized the need to provide alternatives to the toxic artistic culture that had made so many people vulnerable to exploitation. The recovery community's existence challenged one of the network's most insidious lies, the claim that drugs were necessary for authentic artistic expression. Artists who had created their best work while using heroin discovered that sobriety allowed them to develop their talents more consistently and sustainably, even if the results were less immediately spectacular than their drug-influenced pieces. However, the network's collapse also created genuine hardships for people who had become economically dependent on its operations. Artists whose work had been artificially supported by drug-related transactions found themselves unable to earn a legitimate living through conventional gallery sales. The inflated prices that had seemed like evidence of success were revealed to have been unsustainable distortions that left participants unprepared for normal economic realities. Some former network participants never recovered from the financial and social devastation caused by the organization's collapse. Without the artificial support system that had maintained their lifestyles, They faced poverty, social isolation, and health problems that made rebuilding their lives extremely difficult. The network's destruction was necessary to prevent continued exploitation, but it also eliminated the only source of income and community that many people possessed. The human cost of both the network's operation and its collapse raised difficult questions about how society should address the complex relationships between artistic culture, mental health, economic vulnerability, and criminal exploitation. The cafe-based system had succeeded because it provided genuine benefits, social connection, cultural identity, and economic opportunity alongside its destructive elements. Simply eliminating the criminal aspects left many people without the support systems they needed to function in conventional society. These questions became more urgent as investigators discovered that network operations had extended far beyond drug trafficking and financial fraud. The systematic collection of information about wealthy families, government officials, and cultural institutions had created intelligence assets that could be used for blackmail, political manipulation, and industrial espionage. The network's collapse had prevented these capabilities from being fully developed, but their existence suggested that cafe-based criminal organizations could pose threats to national security as well as individual welfare. The investigations revelations transformed how authorities throughout Europe approached the intersection of cultural activities and criminal behavior. Police departments established specialized units trained to recognize how legitimate artistic and intellectual communities could be infiltrated and exploited by criminal organizations. Educational institutions developed programs designed to help young people recognize and resist manipulation techniques that targeted their desires for cultural sophistication and social acceptance. Most significantly, the scandal forced a broader examination of how economic inequality and social displacement had created conditions that made large numbers of people vulnerable to exploitation. The network had succeeded not just because its operators were skillful manipulators, but because post-war society had failed to provide adequate support for people struggling with trauma, financial insecurity, and social alienation. The wealthy, young people who had been targeted by network operators were not simply victims of criminal predation. They were casualties of a broader cultural crisis that had left an entire generation searching for meaning and identity in the aftermath of unprecedented social upheaval. The criminal network had provided artificial solutions to real problems, which explained both its initial appeal and the difficulty many people experienced in extracting themselves from its influence. Understanding this broader context was essential for preventing similar exploitation in the future. Simply prosecuting the criminals involved would not address the underlying conditions that had made their operations possible. Society needed to develop legitimate alternatives to the community, identity, and economic opportunity that criminal networks provided to their participants. The cafe network's legacy extended far beyond the specific people and institutions it had corrupted. Its operations had demonstrated how criminal organizations could exploit cultural prestige and social status to legitimize activities that would be immediately recognized as dangerous if presented in more obvious criminal contexts. This insight would prove valuable as authorities encountered similar schemes in other cities and cultural movements throughout the 20th century. The network had also revealed how international criminal organizations could use cultural exchange and artistic collaboration to facilitate activities that cross national borders and jurisdictional boundaries. The techniques developed by cafe operators for moving money, people, and contraband through legitimate cultural channels would be adopted by other criminal enterprises, seeking to exploit globalized cultural and economic systems. Perhaps most importantly, the scandal had exposed the vulnerability of cultural institutions to criminal infiltration and the difficulty of distinguishing between legitimate, artistic innovation and criminal manipulation when both operated within the same social and economic environments. This recognition would influence how cultural institutions, law enforcement agencies, and educational organizations approach the complex relationships between creativity, commerce, and crime throughout the modern era. As 1928 drew to a close, the immediate crisis created by the network's operations was largely resolved. The major operators had been arrested, prosecuted, or fled to other countries. The cafes that had served as operational centers had been closed or transformed into conventional establishments. The artificial art market that had sustained the entire enterprise had collapsed, forcing participants to seek legitimate alternatives or abandon their cultural aspirations entirely. But the deeper questions raised by the network's existence remained unanswered. How could society prevent the emergence of similar criminal enterprises while preserving the cultural dynamism and social freedom that made artistic innovation possible? How could legitimate institutions provide the community, identity, and economic opportunity that made criminal alternatives attractive to vulnerable individuals? And how could law enforcement agencies develop the expertise necessary to recognize and address sophisticated criminal operations that used cultural prestige rather than traditional violence or intimidation to control their victims and territories? These questions would continue to challenge policymakers, cultural leaders, and law enforcement professionals as they work to understand and address the complex legacy of the heroin havens that had masqueraded as Parisian cafes during the 1920s. Network's collapse had ended one chapter in the history of organized crime and cultural exploitation, but it had also revealed patterns and vulnerabilities that would continue to influence how criminal organizations and legitimate institutions interacted throughout the remainder of the 20th century and beyond. The survivors of the network faced their own complex challenges as they attempted to rebuild their lives in the aftermath of an experience that had fundamentally altered their understanding of art, society, and human nature. Some would successfully create new identities and careers that incorporated lessons learned from their involvement in criminal activities. Others would struggle for decades with the psychological, financial, and social consequences of their participation in a system that had promised artistic authenticity while delivering systematic exploitation. Their stories would serve as warnings for future generations about the dangers of allowing criminal organizations to exploit cultural movements and artistic communities. But they would also demonstrate the resilience of human creativity and the possibility of redemption even after the most profound betrayal of trust and corruption of ideals. The network's tentacles had spread far beyond what even Detective Inspector Bertrand had initially comprehended. As winter descended upon Paris in late 1928, a new revelation emerged that would shake the foundations of European high society. The cafe operators hadn't simply been targeting random wealthy individuals. They had been systematically infiltrating the most powerful families across the continent through a web of connections that stretched from banking houses to royal courts. The discovery came through an unlikely source, a leather-bound journal discovered in the ruins of Café Morphy, after a suspicious fire had gutted the establishment in November. The journal, written in a coded script that took cryptographers 3 weeks to decipher, contained detailed profiles of over 200 individuals from Europe's most prominent families. Each entry included not just financial information, but intimate, psychological assessments that revealed how cafe operators had studied their targets with scientific precision. Lady Catherine Pembroke's entry was typical of the journal's chilling thoroughness. The 22-year-old daughter of a British textile magnate had arrived in Paris in the spring of 1927, fleeing an arranged marriage to a man 3 decades her senior. The journal noted her profound need for paternal approval, coupled with rebellious rejection of traditional authority figures, identifying this contradiction as the key to her eventual recruitment. Catherine's manipulation had been orchestrated over months through carefully planned encounters that appeared entirely coincidental. Her first contact with the network came through a charming Belgian count who struck up a conversation at a legitimate gallery opening, praising her sophisticated taste in avant-garde sculpture. The count, whose noble title was entirely fabricated, had been specifically chosen because his apparent aristocratic background would appeal to Catherine's class consciousness, while his continental mannerisms suggested the kind of sophisticated rebellion she craved. Their subsequent relationship followed a pattern that the journal revealed had been used successfully dozens of times. The Count introduced Catherine to increasingly exclusive cultural events, where drug use was gradually normalized through association with artistic sophistication. Her initial resistance was overcome not through direct pressure, but through carefully orchestrated social situations where refusing to participate would have meant social isolation from the only community in Paris that seemed to understand her desire for an authentic cultural experience. The journal's clinical documentation of Catherine's psychological manipulation read like a scientific paper on human vulnerability. Network operators had identified her specific insecurities about intellectual credibility, her desperate need for acceptance by people she perceived as culturally superior, and her underlying anger at family members who had tried to control her romantic choices. Each weakness had been systematically exploited through techniques that made Catherine feel she was making independent choices while actually following a script written by her manipulators. Catherine's financial exploitation had been equally methodical. The journal tracked her spending patterns, documenting how operators had gradually increased prices for both drugs and artwork as her addiction deepened. Initial purchases of 50 francs had escalated to transactions of several thousand francs. As Catherine's tolerance increased and her judgment deteriorated, by the time of her arrest in the May raids, she had spent nearly her entire inheritance on purchases that investigation revealed were worthless outside the artificial market created by the criminal network. But Catherine's case was remarkable, not for its exploitation techniques, which were repeated throughout the journal with mechanical consistency, but for what happened after her arrest. Unlike many network participants who collapse psychologically when confronted with evidence of their manipulation, Catherine channeled her rage at being deceived into cooperation with authorities that proved devastatingly effective. Catherine possessed intimate knowledge of network operations from the customer perspective, but she also had something equally valuable: a detailed understanding of how the organization had infiltrated legitimate high society. Her social connections and aristocratic background had given her access to information that working-class addicts and struggling artists never possessed. She knew which embassy officials had been compromised, which banking executives had facilitated money laundering, and which cultural institutions had been corrupted by network influence. Her testimony revealed that the cafe-based operations were only the visible portion of a criminal enterprise that extended into the highest levels of European society. Network operators had used their control over addicted aristocrats and wealthy expatriates to gain access to information and influence that could be monetized far beyond simple drug trafficking. Blackmail schemes targeted government officials. Industrial espionage operations gathered intelligence for foreign competitors. And financial manipulation schemes moved money through international markets in ways that benefited criminal organizations throughout Europe. The scope of these secondary operations transformed the investigation from a local drug enforcement matter into an international security crisis. French authorities discovered that network operators had been selling information about military contracts, diplomatic negotiations, and industrial innovations to buyers whose identities remained hidden behind layers of intermediaries and coded communications. The cafe addicts had unknowingly served as intelligence assets, whose social connections and family relationships provided access to secrets that could influence everything from stock prices to international treaties. Catherine's revelations about the network's intelligence operations led to one of the most shocking discoveries of the entire investigation. Prince Alessandro di Montecroce, heir to one of Italy's oldest noble families and a frequent visitor to Parisian cafe society, had been systematically feeding information about Italian military preparations to network operators who were selling it to German intelligence services still operating despite the war's official conclusion. Alessandro's recruitment had followed the same pattern documented throughout the journal: initial contact through seemingly accidental encounters, gradual introduction to drugs through cultural activities, and steady escalation of both addiction and financial exploitation. But Alessandro's political connections had made him valuable for purposes that extended far beyond the money he could provide through inflated art purchases. Network operators had encouraged Alessandro's drug dependency, specifically to compromise his judgment and loyalty to his own country. His addiction had made him desperate for continued access to heroin, while his social position provided access to military and diplomatic information that foreign intelligence services were willing to pay enormous sums to obtain. The cafe operators served as intermediaries in transactions that generated profits far exceeding anything possible through simple drug dealing. Alessandro's case revealed how the network had evolved from a criminal enterprise to a national security threat. The systematic targeting of individuals with access to sensitive information suggested coordination with foreign intelligence services that were using criminal organizations to gather intelligence, while maintaining plausible deniability about their activities. The cafe operators weren't just drug dealers. They were assets in an international espionage network that used addiction and cultural manipulation to compromise the security of multiple European nations. The discovery of these intelligence operations triggered a diplomatic crisis that reverberated through European capitals. Governments that had initially viewed the Parisian cafe scandal as a local law enforcement matter suddenly recognized that their own national security had been compromised by criminal organizations operating under the cover of artistic culture. Intelligence agencies that had been focused on traditional military threats found themselves confronting a new form of espionage that exploited cultural exchange and social relationships rather than traditional diplomatic channels. The investigations expansion into intelligence matters also revealed how the network's financial operations had been far more sophisticated than initially understood. Money generated through drug sales and art fraud had been invested in legitimate businesses that provided both cover for criminal activities, and additional sources of revenue that could be used to expand operations. Network operators had purchased shares in shipping companies that transported their contraband, invested in banks that laundered their money, and acquired real estate that served as operational bases while generating rental income. Most disturbing was the discovery that network profits had been used to establish similar operations in other European cities. The Parisian cafe system was revealed to be a prototype for criminal organizations that were being replicated in London, Berlin, Vienna, and Rome. Each new operation had been refined based on lessons learned from the Paris experiment, making them more efficient at identifying targets, more sophisticated in their manipulation techniques, and more resistant to law enforcement detection. The international expansion of cafe-based criminal operations created enforcement challenges that existing law enforcement agencies were poorly equipped to address. Police departments that were organized to handle local crime found themselves confronting criminal networks that operated across national boundaries and used legitimate cultural institutions as cover for illegal activities. Traditional investigative techniques that relied on informants and surveillance were inadequate for addressing organizations that used psychological manipulation and social relationships rather than violence and intimidation to control their territories and victims. The complexity of these challenges was illustrated by the case of Dr. Hermann Weiss, a respected psychiatrist from Vienna who had been drawn into the network through his legitimate research into the therapeutic potential of various drugs. Weiss had initially visited Parisian cafes to observe how artists use substances to enhance creativity, hoping to develop treatments for patients suffering from depression and anxiety disorders that traditional medicine seemed unable to address effectively. Weiss's scientific training and medical credentials had made him an ideal target for network operators who recognized the value of having a legitimate medical professional associated with their activities. His presence in cafe society provided credibility that helped attract other potential customers, while his psychiatric expertise could be used to develop more effective manipulation techniques for targeting vulnerable individuals. The network had gradually compromised Weiss through techniques that exploited his genuine desire to help patients and advance medical knowledge. He was encouraged to experiment with increasingly powerful drugs, initially for research purposes, but eventually to satisfy his own growing addiction. His medical practice in Vienna became a source of pharmaceutical supplies that were diverted to network operations, while his patient relationships provided access to wealthy individuals who could be targeted for recruitment. Weiss's involvement illustrated how the network had learned to exploit professional ethics and altruistic motivations as effectively as personal vulnerabilities and financial greed. His belief that he was conducting important medical research had been manipulated to make him complicit in criminal activities that contradicted everything he claimed to believe about helping people and advancing human knowledge. The psychological manipulation had been so sophisticated that Weiss continued to believe he was serving legitimate medical purposes even after his arrest and confrontation with evidence of his role in systematic criminal exploitation. The Weiss case also revealed how the network had been developing techniques for large-scale psychological manipulation that could be applied to populations rather than just individuals. His psychiatric expertise had been used to create recruitment protocols that could identify vulnerable people through observable behavioral patterns, manipulation scripts that could be used by relatively untrained operatives to achieve consistent results, and control mechanisms that could maintain loyalty and compliance even when Participants began to recognize the criminal nature of their activities. These population-level manipulation techniques represented an evolution in criminal methodology that law enforcement agencies were completely unprepared to address. Traditional crime fighting focused on punishing individual criminals after they had committed specific illegal acts. But the network had developed capabilities for systematically creating criminals by manipulating people into committing acts they wouldn't normally consider while believing they were pursuing legitimate goals. The implications extended far beyond law enforcement into fundamental questions about free will, moral responsibility, and social control. If criminal organizations could use psychological manipulation to make ordinary people complicit in activities they would normally reject, how could society distinguish between victims and perpetrators? How could legal systems designed to punish individual choices address crimes that resulted from systematic manipulation of human psychology? These philosophical questions became practically urgent as the investigation revealed the extent to which network operations had relied on unwitting collaboration by people who believed they were engaged in legitimate activities. Gallery owners who had facilitated money laundering thought they were simply selling art to enthusiastic collectors. Bank officials who had processed suspicious transactions believed they were serving valued customers with eccentric financial habits. Even some police officials who had ignored network activities had been convinced they were protecting artistic freedom rather than enabling criminal enterprises. The scale of unwitting collaboration suggested that the network's success had depended not just on criminal skill, but on exploiting the trust and good intentions that made civilized society possible. By disguising criminal activities as cultural and artistic pursuits, network operators had been able to recruit accomplices from among the most respected and well-intentioned members of society. The revelation that their trust had been systematically exploited created a crisis of confidence that extended far beyond the immediate participants in network activities. This crisis was exemplified by the case of Father Michel Dubois, a Catholic priest whose genuine desire to help troubled young people had been exploited to provide network operators with access to vulnerable individuals from respectable families. Father Dubois had established a program that offered counseling and support to young people struggling with what he understood to be spiritual and emotional difficulties resulting from the war's psychological trauma. Network operators had identified Father Dubois's program as an ideal source of potential recruits who possessed both emotional vulnerability and family resources that could be exploited. They had gradually infiltrated his counseling sessions through individuals who posed as reformed addicts seeking spiritual guidance, while actually gathering intelligence about other participants who might be suitable targets for recruitment. The manipulation of Father Dubois had been particularly sophisticated because it exploited his religious convictions rather than challenging them. Network operatives had convinced him that helping troubled young people required understanding their struggles through direct experience, gradually leading him to believe that limited experimentation with drugs was necessary for effective ministry to addicted individuals. Father Dubois's involvement had provided network operators with both legitimacy and access that would have been impossible to obtain through purely criminal means. His endorsement of certain individuals as spiritually reformed had convinced families to trust people who were actually network operatives. His religious authority had been used to present drug experimentation as spiritual exploration rather than criminal activity. Most tragically, his genuine care for troubled young people had been weaponized to facilitate their Exploitation by criminal organizations that viewed them as nothing more than sources of revenue. The revelation of Father Dubois's manipulation created a scandal within the Catholic Church that reverberated throughout France's religious communities. If respected clergy could be deceived into facilitating criminal exploitation of vulnerable individuals, how could any institution trust its ability to distinguish between legitimate social service and criminal manipulation? The case forced religious organizations throughout Europe to examine their own vulnerability to infiltration by criminal enterprises that might exploit their altruistic missions for illegal purposes. The broader implications of systematic manipulation became even more troubling as investigators discovered evidence that network operators had been documenting their techniques for potential sale to other criminal organizations or foreign intelligence services. Detailed manuals found in raided locations contained step-by-step instructions for identifying vulnerable targets, techniques for psychological manipulation that could be applied in various cultural contexts, and organizational structures that could be adapted to different legal and social environments. These manuals represented a form of criminal intellectual property that could be used to replicate network operations in any location with suitable populations of wealthy, psychologically vulnerable individuals. The techniques that had been developed through years of experimentation in Parisian cafes could be applied to exploit similar populations in other cities, creating a potential epidemic of criminal organizations that used cultural manipulation rather than traditional violence to achieve their goals. The existence of these instructional materials also suggested that network operators had been planning an expansion on a scale that would have transformed them from a regional criminal enterprise to an international threat capable of influencing political and economic systems throughout Europe. The cafe operations had been intended as proof of concept experiments that would demonstrate the viability of psychological manipulation as a criminal methodology that could be scaled up and applied to increasingly ambitious targets. Investigation of the network's expansion plans revealed connections to political movements and revolutionary organizations that had been seeking techniques for mass psychological manipulation that could be used to destabilize existing governments and social systems. The cafe operators had been in communication with radical political groups that were interested in applying criminal manipulation techniques to political organizing, creating possibilities for criminal political alliances that could threaten the stability of democratic institutions. These connections between criminal manipulation and political radicalism created new categories of security threats that existing institutions were poorly equipped to address. Law enforcement agencies trained to handle traditional crime lacked expertise in political intelligence, while intelligence services focused on foreign threats had limited understanding of domestic criminal organizations. The intersection of crime and politics created jurisdictional ambiguities that criminal organizations could exploit to avoid an effective law enforcement response. The complexity of these intersections was illustrated by the case of Dmitry Volkov, a Russian émigré who had fled the Bolshevik Revolution and arrived in Paris with minimal resources but extensive connections to other displaced aristocrats and political refugees. Volkov had been recruited by network operators not for his personal wealth, which was limited, but for his access to a community of politically displaced individuals who possessed both valuable intelligence and a desperate need for the kind of community and purpose that criminal organizations could provide. Volkov's recruitment had followed techniques documented in the network's instructional materials, but adapted to exploit political rather than purely Personal vulnerabilities. His anger at the communist revolution that had destroyed his family's position was channeled into activities that he believed were contributing to counter-revolutionary efforts, while his addiction to drugs, provided through network connections, ensured his continued compliance with increasingly compromising demands. Through Volkov, network operators had gained access to information about émigré political activities, foreign intelligence operations targeting Soviet interests, and financial networks that supported anti-communist organizations throughout Europe. This intelligence was valuable to multiple buyers, including Soviet agents who were willing to pay substantial sums for information about émigré activities, and Western intelligence services that wanted to monitor both Soviet operations and émigré organizations that might be infiltrated by communist agents. Volkov's case demonstrated how network operators had learned to exploit political conflicts and international tensions to generate revenue streams that extended far beyond simple drug trafficking. By positioning themselves as intermediaries between competing intelligence services and political organizations, they had created business opportunities that could generate enormous profits while providing cover for their criminal activities through association with seemingly legitimate political causes. The intersection of criminal manipulation and political intelligence also created opportunities for foreign governments to influence domestic affairs in other countries through support for criminal organizations that could destabilize social institutions and corrupt cultural movements. The Cafe Network's operations had demonstrated that criminal organizations could effectively undermine social trust and institutional authority while generating profits and intelligence that could be valuable to foreign powers seeking to weaken their rivals. These possibilities for criminal political collaboration represented a new form of asymmetric warfare that could be conducted without traditional military means while achieving strategic objectives that would be difficult to accomplish through conventional diplomacy or military action. By supporting criminal organizations that specialized in psychological manipulation and social corruption, foreign governments could potentially destabilize rival nations from within while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement in hostile activities. The recognition of these possibilities transformed the Cafe Network investigation from a criminal law enforcement matter to a national security priority that required coordination between multiple government agencies and international partners. The techniques that had been developed for exploiting individual vulnerabilities were recognized as potentially applicable to societal vulnerabilities that could threaten the stability of democratic institutions and social systems. As 1929 began, the investigation had evolved far beyond its original focus on drug trafficking and art fraud to encompass questions about psychological warfare, political subversion, and the vulnerability of open societies to systematic manipulation by hostile actors. The heroin havens that had masqueraded as bohemian cafes had revealed weaknesses in modern civilization that would continue to challenge policymakers and security professionals throughout the 20th century and beyond. The network's participants found themselves caught in the middle of conflicts they had never understood. Their personal struggles with addiction and exploitation were transformed into elements of larger political and security battles that would determine the future of European civilization. Their stories of manipulation and betrayal had become cautionary tales about the vulnerability of individual freedom in an age when psychological manipulation had become a weapon that could be wielded by criminal organizations and hostile governments with equal effectiveness. The cafe culture that had once promised artistic authenticity and cultural sophistication had been revealed as a sophisticated trap designed to exploit the very human desires for meaning, community, and creative expression. That made civilization worth preserving. Understanding how these desires had been weaponized would be essential for protecting future generations from similar exploitation, while preserving the cultural freedom and social openness that criminal organizations had learned to exploit so effectively. The investigation continued to reveal new layers of complexity and international connection that suggested the full scope of the network's operations might never be completely understood. But the evidence already gathered had provided insights into human vulnerability and criminal methodology that would influence law enforcement, intelligence operations, and social policy for decades to come. The heroin havens of 1920s Paris had become a laboratory for techniques of social manipulation that would echo through history long after the last cafe had been closed and the final participant had faced justice for their role in one of the most sophisticated criminal conspiracies of the modern era. The investigation's tentacles reached into the most unexpected corners of European society, revealing how the network had systematically targeted not just individuals, but entire institutions that formed the backbone of civilized order. As spring arrived in Paris in 1929, Detective Inspector Bertrand discovered that the corruption extended into realms that shocked even his cynical sensibilities. The breakthrough came through Countess Isabella von Habsburg, a legitimate Austrian aristocrat whose addiction had made her a willing accomplice in schemes that threatened the very foundations of European banking. Isabella's story began in the autumn of 1926 when she arrived in Paris fleeing a marriage scandal that had destroyed her reputation in Vienna's conservative social circles. At 35, she possessed both the sophistication to navigate high society and the desperation that made her vulnerable to exploitation. Isabella's recruitment had been orchestrated by someone calling himself Baron Friedrich von Zeckendorf, whose noble credentials were as fabricated as his charm was genuine. The Baron understood that Isabella's disgrace in Austrian society had created a hunger for acceptance that could be satisfied through association with Paris's avant-garde cultural movements. He introduced her to café society as a refuge where her past scandals would be viewed as evidence of sophisticated rebellion rather than moral failure. The Baron's manipulation of Isabella was masterful in its subtlety. He never directly encouraged her drug use, but created social situations where abstinence would have meant isolation from the only community in Paris that seemed to understand her situation. Isabella's first injection occurred during what she believed was an intimate artistic salon where drug use was presented as necessary for appreciating experimental poetry that challenged conventional literary boundaries. Within months, Isabella's addiction had progressed to the point where maintaining her habit required increasingly desperate financial measures. Her family's Austrian properties provided collateral for loans that were channeled through network-controlled banks, creating paper trails that disguised drug transactions as legitimate business investments. But Isabella's value to the network extended far beyond her personal wealth. Through her Habsburg connections, Isabella possessed access to information about European royal families, diplomatic negotiations, and financial arrangements that could influence everything from currency values to territorial disputes. Network operators encouraged her to maintain correspondence with relatives and family friends throughout the Austrian Empire, using her letters to gather intelligence that was then sold to buyers whose identities remained hidden behind layers of intermediaries. Isabella's case revealed how the network had learned to exploit aristocratic social networks that had been weakened by the war, but still maintained enough influence to affect political and economic decisions. Noble families that had lost political power still possessed social connections and insider knowledge that could be valuable to criminal organizations seeking to manipulate markets or influence government policies. The systematic exploitation of aristocratic networks was coordinated by someone the investigation never fully identified, known only as the architect. This individual possessed intimate knowledge of European noble genealogies, diplomatic protocols, and financial systems that suggested either an aristocratic background or professional training in intelligence operations. The architect never appeared in person at cafe gatherings, but their influence was evident in the sophisticated strategies used to target and exploit specific noble families. Under the architect's guidance, network operators had created detailed maps of European aristocratic relationships, identifying which families possessed access to valuable information and which individuals within those families might be vulnerable to recruitment. The targeting was so precise that investigators suspected the involvement of intelligence professionals who understood how to exploit social and political networks for strategic advantage. The discovery of aristocratic targeting protocols transformed the investigation into a matter of international security that required cooperation between intelligence services throughout Europe. Governments that had initially viewed the cafe network as a criminal law enforcement issue suddenly recognized that their own diplomatic and financial systems had been compromised by organizations that possessed detailed intelligence about their most sensitive operations. The scope of the intelligence compromise became apparent through the case of Lord Reginald Ashworth, a British diplomat whose addiction to opium had been carefully cultivated to provide network operators with advanced knowledge of diplomatic negotiations that could affect commodity prices and currency values. Ashworth's recruitment had begun during legitimate cultural exchanges between British and French artistic institutions, making his compromise virtually undetectable to security services that focused on traditional espionage threats. Ashworth's diplomatic position had provided access to information about trade agreements, military treaties, and colonial policies that network operators sold to buyers who used the intelligence to manipulate financial markets. The profits generated through this insider trading were far greater than anything possible through simple drug trafficking, demonstrating how criminal organizations could leverage cultural infiltration to access economic opportunities that traditional criminals could never exploit. The financial manipulation schemes revealed through Ashworth's case were so sophisticated that they required cooperation between criminal organizations and legitimate financial institutions throughout Europe. Banks that processed suspicious transactions had been convinced they were facilitating legitimate business activities by clients whose aristocratic credentials and cultural interests disguised the criminal nature of their operations. Investigation of these financial networks revealed that network operators had been systematically infiltrating legitimate banking institutions through employees who were gradually compromised through drug addiction and social pressure. Bank clerks who frequented cafe society found themselves processing transactions that they were told involved art sales or cultural exchanges while actually facilitating money laundering operations that moved criminal profits through international financial systems. The banking infiltration was coordinated by Henry Lacoste's successor, a mysterious figure known as the Treasurer, who possessed expertise in international finance that allowed the network to exploit regulatory gaps between different national banking systems. The treasurer had established a web of shell companies and offshore accounts that made tracking criminal profits virtually impossible, while creating legitimate appearing paper trails that satisfied banking compliance requirements. The sophistication of these financial operations suggested involvement by professionals with extensive experience in international banking and investment management. The network had recruited individuals from legitimate financial institutions who possessed both technical expertise and access to systems that could be exploited for criminal purposes. Their involvement had transformed simple drug trafficking into a complex financial conspiracy that threatened the integrity of European banking systems. The investigation of banking infiltration led to one of the most shocking discoveries of the entire case: evidence that network operators had been planning to use their financial capabilities to manipulate currency markets during periods of political instability. Documents found in raided locations contained detailed analyses of how drug profits could be leveraged to influence exchange rates during diplomatic crises, potentially affecting the outcomes of international negotiations. These currency manipulation schemes would have required coordination with hostile foreign governments that possessed the resources and motivation to destabilize European financial systems. The network's operations had evolved from a criminal enterprise to a potential weapon of economic warfare that could be used to undermine the stability of democratic nations through manipulation of their financial systems. The recognition of these possibilities elevated the investigation to the highest levels of government throughout Europe. Intelligence services that had been focused on traditional military threats found themselves confronting a new form of asymmetric warfare that used criminal organizations and cultural infiltration rather than conventional military means to achieve strategic objectives. The complexity of these threats was illustrated by the case of Professor Ludwig Zimmermann, a respected economist from the University of Berlin, whose addiction to cocaine had been exploited to provide network operators with detailed analyses of European financial systems and their vulnerabilities to manipulation. Zimmermann's academic credentials had given him access to confidential government economic data that network operators used to develop strategies for currency speculation and market manipulation. Zimmermann's recruitment had followed the familiar pattern of gradual compromise through cultural activities, but his case revealed how network operators had learned to exploit intellectual curiosity and academic ambition as effectively as personal trauma or financial desperation. His belief that he was contributing to important economic research had been manipulated to make him complicit in activities that contradicted everything he claimed to believe about honest scholarship and public service. The exploitation of academic institutions represented another dimension of the network's evolution from a criminal enterprise to a systematic threat against the foundations of civilized society. Universities and research institutions that should have served as sources of objective knowledge and critical thinking had been infiltrated by criminal organizations that used academic credibility to legitimize their activities while gathering intelligence that could be used for illegal purposes. The academic infiltration was particularly dangerous because it threatened the integrity of knowledge systems that democratic societies depended upon for informed decision-making. If criminal organizations could manipulate academic research and expert analysis, they could potentially influence public policy and social attitudes in ways that served their criminal objectives, while appearing to be based on legitimate scholarly authority. Investigation of academic compromise revealed that network operators had been systematically targeting universities and research institutions throughout Europe. identifying scholars whose work could be useful for criminal purposes and developing strategies for recruitment that exploited academic culture and professional incentives. The targeting was so systematic that investigators suspected coordination by intelligence professionals who understood how to exploit academic institutions for strategic advantage. The academic infiltration schemes were coordinated by an individual known as the scholar, whose identity remained hidden but whose influence was evident in the sophisticated techniques used to compromise researchers and manipulate academic institutions. The scholar possessed intimate knowledge of academic culture and scholarly communication networks that suggested either extensive university experience or professional training in intelligence operations targeting academic institutions. The scholar's guidance. Network operators had developed techniques for influencing academic research that could shape public understanding of issues relevant to their criminal operations. Scholars who had been compromised through drug addiction or financial pressure found themselves producing research that supported policy positions favorable to criminal organizations while believing they were engaged in objective academic inquiry. The manipulation of academic research was particularly insidious because it exploited the trust that democratic societies placed in scholarly expertise and scientific methodology. Citizens who relied on academic authority to inform their political and social decisions were unknowingly influenced by research that had been corrupted by criminal organizations seeking to advance their illegal objectives. The discovery of academic manipulation created a crisis of confidence in intellectual institutions that extended far beyond the immediate participants in network activities. If respected scholars could be manipulated into producing corrupted research, how could society distinguish between legitimate knowledge and criminal propaganda disguised as academic authority? These questions became practically urgent as the investigation revealed that network-influenced research had been used to support policy positions that would have benefited criminal organizations, while appearing to be based on objective scholarly analysis. Academic papers that advocated for reduced law enforcement funding, liberalized drug policies, and weakened financial regulations had been produced by scholars who were unknowingly serving criminal interests while believing they were advancing legitimate intellectual and policy goals. The extent of academic compromise was illustrated by the case of Dr. Margaret Thornfield, a respected criminologist from Cambridge University, whose research on drug policy had been systematically influenced by network operators who provided her with funding, research subjects, and data that supported conclusions favorable to their criminal objectives. Dr. Thornfield's academic reputation had given her research a credibility that influenced policy discussions throughout Europe, while her compromised methodology had produced conclusions that served criminal rather than public interests. Thornfield's case revealed how network operators had learned to exploit academic funding systems and research methodologies to influence scholarly conclusions while maintaining the appearance of objective inquiry. Her addiction to heroin, which had developed through her research into drug use patterns, had made her dependent on network cooperation for continued access to research subjects and data sources that were essential for her academic career. The manipulation of Dr. Thornfield's research had been so sophisticated that she never recognized how her scholarly objectivity had been compromised by her personal addiction and professional dependence on criminal organizations. Her belief that she was conducting important research that would inform humane drug policies had been manipulated to produce academic authority for positions that actually served criminal interests rather than public welfare. The revelation that respected academic research had been corrupted by criminal manipulation created a scandal that reverberated throughout European intellectual communities. Universities that had prided themselves on scholarly independence found themselves questioning whether their research had been compromised by criminal organizations that understood how to exploit academic culture and professional incentives. The academic scandal also revealed how network operators had been planning to use corrupted research to influence public policy discussions that could affect law enforcement capabilities and regulatory frameworks. Academic papers that advocated for policies favorable to criminal organizations had been strategically published and promoted to influence political debates about crime, drugs, and financial regulation. These influence operations represented a form of intellectual warfare that could potentially undermine democratic decision-making by corrupting the knowledge systems that informed public policy. If criminal organizations could manipulate academic research and expert analysis, they could potentially influence political outcomes in ways that served their illegal objectives, while appearing to be based on legitimate scholarly authority. The recognition of these possibilities transformed the Cafe Network investigation into a comprehensive examination of how criminal organizations could exploit the openness and trust that made democratic societies function effectively. The techniques that had been developed for manipulating individuals had been scaled up to target institutions and knowledge systems that were essential for civilized governance. As the investigation expanded to examine academic and institutional compromise, it became clear that the network's operations had been far more ambitious than a simple criminal enterprise. The systematic targeting of cultural institutions, financial systems, political networks, and academic research suggested coordination by organizations that possess strategic objectives, extending far beyond criminal profit. The possibility that the Cafe Network had been serving foreign intelligence interests or political movements seeking to destabilize democratic societies created new urgency for investigation efforts that had already revealed more complexity than law enforcement agencies were equipped to handle. The heroin havens of Parisian cafes had been revealed as components of a sophisticated assault on the foundations of European civilization that would require unprecedented cooperation between law enforcement, intelligence services, and democratic institutions to address effectively. The network's participants found themselves caught in conflicts they had never understood. Their personal struggles with addiction and cultural alienation were transformed into elements of larger battles over the future of democratic society. Their stories had become cautionary tales about the vulnerability of human freedom in an age when psychological manipulation and institutional corruption had become weapons that could be wielded by hostile forces seeking to undermine the foundations of civilized order. The investigation continued to reveal new dimensions of the conspiracy that suggested the full scope of the network's operations might never be completely understood. But the evidence already gathered had provided insights into the vulnerability of democratic institutions and open societies that would influence security policy and law enforcement practices for generations to come. The bohemian cafes where artists had sought inspiration through chemical enhancement had been revealed as laboratories for techniques of social manipulation and institutional corruption that would echo through history long after the last participant had faced justice for their role in one of the most sophisticated threats to democratic civilization in the modern era. The spring of 1929 brought revelations that would forever change how European societies understood the relationship between cultural freedom, and national security. The cafe network had demonstrated that the very openness and tolerance that made democratic civilization worth preserving could be systematically exploited by hostile forces seeking to destroy the foundations of free society from within. Understanding and addressing these vulnerabilities would become one of the defining challenges of the 20th century as democratic nations struggled to preserve their values while defending against enemies who had learned to weaponize the trust and freedom that made those values possible. The investigation had reached a critical juncture when Detective Inspector Bertrand received an encrypted telegram from London that would transform everything he thought he understood about the cafe network's true purpose. The message, sent through diplomatic channels by British intelligence, contained a single devastating revelation. The network's operations were being replicated simultaneously in 12 major European cities, suggesting coordination by an organization far more sophisticated than anyone had imagined. The telegram's contents were based on intelligence gathered by Agent Sarah Whitmore, a British operative who had been conducting parallel investigations in London's Bloomsbury district. Whitmore had discovered that wealthy British expatriates were returning from Paris with more than just artistic inspiration and narcotic dependencies. They were carrying detailed instructions for establishing similar operations that could target Britain's aristocratic and intellectual elite through the same cultural manipulation techniques that had proven so effective in French café society. Whitmore's investigation had begun when Lord Pemberton's youngest son, Charles, had died of a heroin overdose in his Mayfair apartment, surrounded by paintings that subsequent analysis revealed were worthless forgeries purchased for astronomical sums. Charles's death had initially been dismissed as another tragic example of aristocratic excess, but Whitmore's examination of his financial records revealed transaction patterns that mirrored those discovered in the Parisian investigation. Charles had spent the previous 18 months traveling between Paris and London, ostensibly pursuing his interest in avant-garde literature and experimental theater. But his actual activities, reconstructed through painstaking investigation of his correspondence and financial dealings, revealed systematic recruitment of vulnerable individuals from Britain's most prominent families. His social connections had provided access to people whose psychological profiles matched those documented in the network's targeting protocols. The British operation had been established in a series of private clubs and artistic salons that appeared to serve legitimate cultural purposes while actually functioning as recruitment centers for criminal activities. The Athenaeum Society, housed in a Georgian mansion near Russell Square, had attracted young intellectuals and artists through lectures on contemporary European culture and exhibitions of work by promising continental artists. But the Society's real purpose was identifying and cultivating individuals who might be suitable for more intensive manipulation. The Society's operations were managed by someone calling herself Lady Vivian Ashcroft, whose aristocratic credentials were as fabricated as her interest in artistic patronage. Lady Ashcroft possessed intimate knowledge of British social hierarchies and cultural movements that allowed her to present herself as a sophisticated cultural authority, while actually serving as a recruitment specialist for criminal organizations seeking to exploit British wealth and influence. Lady Ashcroft's manipulation techniques had been refined through experience with dozens of targets, each providing lessons that improved her ability to identify vulnerabilities and exploit them systematically. Her approach varied depending on the specific psychological profile of each target, but always involved a gradual introduction to increasingly exclusive cultural activities where drug use was normalized through association with intellectual sophistication, and artistic authenticity. The British operation's most significant success had been the recruitment of Sir Reginald Blackwood, a prominent banker whose position at the Bank of England had provided access to information about monetary policy and international financial agreements. Blackwood's addiction to cocaine had been carefully cultivated through his involvement in society activities, while his belief that he was supporting important cultural initiatives had been manipulated to secure his cooperation with increasingly compromising requests for confidential information. Through Blackwood, the network had gained advanced knowledge of British currency policies and international trade agreements that allowed coordinated speculation in financial markets throughout Europe. The profits generated through this insider trading had been used to fund the expansion of network operations, while providing resources for more ambitious manipulation schemes targeting government officials and military personnel. The British operations' financial sophistication had exceeded even the Parisian network's capabilities, demonstrating how criminal organizations could adapt their techniques to exploit the specific characteristics of different national financial systems. The coordination required for simultaneous market manipulation across multiple countries suggested involvement by organizations that possessed both criminal expertise and strategic intelligence, capabilities that extended far beyond simple profit motives. Agent Whitmore's investigation had also revealed connections between the British operation and political movements that were seeking to undermine public confidence in democratic institutions through systematic corruption of cultural and intellectual leadership. The network's targeting of university professors, literary critics, and political commentators had been designed to influence public opinion on issues ranging from drug policy to international relations. The political dimensions of the British operation had been coordinated by an individual known as the ideologue, whose identity remained hidden, but whose influence was evident in the sophisticated propaganda techniques used to manipulate public discourse. The ideologue possessed extensive knowledge of British political culture and media, systems that suggested either insider political experience or professional training in psychological warfare operations. Under the ideologue's guidance, network operators had developed techniques for influencing political debates through the manipulation of intellectual authorities and cultural leaders who shaped public opinion. Professors who had been compromised through drug addiction found themselves producing research that supported political positions favorable to criminal organizations while believing they were engaged in objective scholarly inquiry. The manipulation of British political discourse had been particularly focused on issues related to law enforcement capabilities and international cooperation in addressing transnational crime. Academic papers and newspaper articles that advocated for reduced police powers and weakened international intelligence sharing had been produced by scholars and journalists who were unknowingly serving criminal interests while believing they were advancing legitimate political and policy goals. The discovery of systematic political manipulation created a crisis within British intelligence services that had been focused on traditional foreign threats, while failing to recognize how domestic cultural institutions could be exploited by hostile organizations. The network's operations had demonstrated that open societies were vulnerable to forms of attack that used democratic freedoms and cultural tolerance as weapons against the systems they were designed to protect. The British intelligence revelations coincided with similar discoveries in other European capitals, where parallel investigations were uncovering evidence of coordinated criminal operations that shared techniques, funding sources, and strategic objectives. The Cafe Network had been revealed as one component of a continental conspiracy that threatened the stability of democratic civilization throughout Europe. In Berlin, German authorities had discovered that several prominent cabarets and artistic venues were serving functions identical to those performed by Parisian cafes. The German operations had been adapted to exploit the specific cultural and political conditions created by the war's aftermath, targeting individuals whose psychological wounds and financial desperation made them vulnerable to manipulation by organizations that promised community and purpose. The Berlin network had been particularly successful at recruiting former military officers whose post-war struggles with unemployment and social displacement had made them susceptible to involvement in activities that provided both income and a sense of continued service to a cause larger than themselves. These veterans possessed knowledge of military systems and government operations that was valuable to criminal organizations seeking to influence political developments or gather intelligence for foreign buyers. Colonel Ernst Müller exemplified the tragic exploitation of military veterans by criminal organizations that understood how to weaponize their service orientation and leadership capabilities. Müller had commanded a regiment during the war's final campaigns, earning decorations for courage under fire and developing deep loyalty to subordinates who had served under impossible conditions. His post-war transition to civilian life had been catastrophic, as the skills that made him an effective military leader proved useless in a peacetime economy that had little use for former officers. Müller's recruitment by the Berlin network had exploited his desperate need for purpose and his loyalty to former comrades who were struggling with similar post-war adjustment difficulties. Network operators had convinced him that his involvement in their activities was serving the interests of veterans who needed financial support and meaningful work opportunities. His belief that he was helping fellow soldiers had been manipulated to secure his cooperation with increasingly criminal activities. Through Müller's military connections, the network had gained access to weapons transportation capabilities and operational expertise that transformed their criminal activities into something resembling paramilitary operations. The systematic targeting of government officials and business leaders had been conducted with military precision that made traditional law enforcement responses inadequate for addressing the scope and sophistication of the threat. The militarization of criminal operations represented a new form of threat that existing law enforcement agencies were poorly equipped to address. Police departments that were organized to handle civilian crime found themselves confronting organizations that possessed military training and equipment while operating under the cover of cultural and artistic activities. That made aggressive enforcement responses politically difficult. The complexity of these military criminal connections was illustrated by the case of Captain Hans Weber, a former intelligence officer whose post-war involvement in network operations had been motivated by his belief that he was serving German national interests through intelligence gathering and political influence operations. Weber's military training had made him valuable for planning and executing sophisticated criminal schemes, while his intelligence background had provided techniques for maintaining operational security and avoiding law enforcement detection. Weber's case revealed how network operators had learned to exploit patriotic motivations and national loyalties to recruit individuals whose skills and connections could advance criminal objectives, while appearing to serve legitimate political purposes. His involvement in activities that he believed were advancing German interests had actually served the purposes of international criminal organizations that had no loyalty to any particular nation or political system. The exploitation of patriotic motivations represented another dimension of the network's psychological manipulation capabilities, demonstrating how criminal organizations could weaponize the highest human ideals to achieve the lowest criminal purposes. Veterans who had sacrificed everything for their countries found themselves betraying those same countries while believing they were continuing their service to causes they held sacred. The pattern of veteran exploitation was repeated throughout Europe, where similar criminal networks had identified former military personnel as ideal targets for recruitment due to their combination of operational capabilities, psychological vulnerabilities, and social displacement. The systematic targeting of veterans represented a form of warfare against the military institutions that democratic societies depended upon for their defense. In Vienna, Austrian authorities had discovered that network operations had been specifically designed to exploit the collapse of the Habsburg Empire and the social chaos that had followed the dissolution of traditional political and cultural institutions. The targeting of displaced aristocrats and former government officials had been coordinated with broader strategies for destabilizing the new Austrian Republic through corruption of its emerging democratic institutions. The Vienna network had been established by Count Anton von Seckendorf, whose legitimate aristocratic credentials had provided access to displaced noble families, whose financial desperation and social displacement made them vulnerable to recruitment by organizations that promised the restoration of their former status and influence. The Count's manipulation of aristocratic nostalgia and resentment had been used to create a criminal organization that combined traditional criminal activities with political subversion, aimed at undermining democratic governance. Count von Seckendorf's operations had been particularly focused on corrupting the new Austrian banking system through the recruitment of former imperial bureaucrats who possessed knowledge of financial systems and regulatory procedures that could be exploited for criminal purposes. The systematic infiltration of legitimate financial institutions had created opportunities for massive fraud and money laundering that generated resources for more ambitious political manipulation schemes. The Austrian network's political dimensions had been coordinated with similar operations in Hungary and Czechoslovakia, where parallel criminal organizations were working to destabilize the new democratic governments that had emerged from the Habsburg Empire's dissolution. The coordination between these operations suggested strategic planning by organizations that possessed both criminal expertise and political objectives that extended far beyond simple profit maximization. The revelation of coordinated political subversion throughout Central Europe created alarm within the new democratic governments that had struggled to establish legitimacy and stability in the aftermath of imperial collapse. The network's operations had exploited the very political transitions that were supposed to create more democratic and responsive governance, using the chaos of political change to establish criminal influence over emerging institutions. Scope of political manipulation was illustrated by the case of Dr. Franz Moravec, a respected economist who had been recruited to serve in the new Czechoslovak government's finance ministry, while secretly providing information to network operators, who used his insider knowledge to manipulate currency markets and government bond prices. Moravec's belief that his involvement in network activities was serving Czech national interests had been systematically exploited to secure his cooperation with schemes that actually weakened the new nation's financial stability. Moravec's case revealed how network operators had learned to exploit nationalist sentiments and political idealism to recruit individuals whose positions in government provided access to information and influence that could be used for criminal purposes. His involvement in activities that he believed were advancing Czech independence had actually served the interests of international criminal organizations that profited from political instability and institutional corruption. The exploitation of political idealism represented perhaps the most insidious aspect of the network's manipulation, demonstrating how criminal organizations could corrupt the democratic processes that were essential for legitimate governance. Officials who had dedicated their lives to public service found themselves betraying the public trust, while believing they were serving higher purposes that justified their involvement in increasingly compromising activities. The pattern of government infiltration was repeated throughout Europe, where network operators had systematically targeted the emerging democratic institutions that were replacing the imperial and monarchical systems destroyed by the war. The timing of these recruitment efforts suggested coordination by organizations that understood how to exploit the vulnerabilities created by political transition and institutional instability. By the summer of 1929, the investigation had revealed a conspiracy of such scope and sophistication that it challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of crime and the capabilities of criminal organizations. The Café network had been revealed as one component of a continental criminal enterprise that combined traditional illegal activities with systematic attacks on the cultural, financial, political, and military institutions that supported democratic civilization. The network's participants had become unwitting soldiers in a war against the foundations of free society. Their personal struggles with addiction and alienation were transformed into weapons that could be used to undermine the very systems that should have provided them with security and opportunity. Their stories had become cautionary tales about the vulnerability of human nature and democratic institutions to systematic manipulation by organizations that possessed both criminal ruthlessness and strategic intelligence capabilities. The investigations revelations had created unprecedented challenges for law enforcement and intelligence agencies that were organized to address traditional threats while lacking capabilities for confronting criminal organizations that operated across national boundaries and exploited cultural and political freedoms for strategic purposes. The network's success had demonstrated that democratic societies needed new approaches to security that could preserve their openness while defending against enemies who had learned to weaponize the trust and freedom that made democratic life possible. As authorities throughout Europe struggled to comprehend the full scope of the conspiracy they had uncovered, one fact became increasingly clear: the heroin havens of Parisian cafes had been far more than criminal enterprises or artistic gathering places. They had been laboratories for developing techniques of psychological warfare and social manipulation that would continue to threaten democratic civilization long after the last participant had been brought to justice and the final café had been shuttered forever. The network's legacy would extend far beyond the immediate participants in its criminal activities, influencing how democratic societies understood and defended against threats that exploited their greatest strengths as weapons for their destruction. The bohemian dreams that had drawn so many vulnerable souls into the network's web had been revealed as nightmares that threatened to consume not just individual lives, but the entire civilization that had made those dreams seem possible. In the shadowy corners of those smoke-filled rooms, where needles passed between trembling fingers and artistic ambitions dissolved into chemical dependency, a new form of warfare had been born. The battle for the soul of European civilization would continue long after the cafes fell silent, fought not with conventional weapons, but with the more insidious tools of psychological manipulation and cultural corruption that the network had. Perfected through years of experimentation on some of history's most vulnerable and idealistic individuals, the investigation had revealed that the true target of the network's operations had never been simply money or drugs, but something far more precious: the trust, creativity, and idealism that made democratic civilization worth preserving. Understanding how these qualities had been systematically exploited and corrupted would be essential for protecting future generations from similar threats, while maintaining the cultural freedom and social openness that remained essential for human flourishing in an increasingly complex and dangerous world. The network's collapse marked the end of one chapter in the ongoing struggle between the forces of civilization and those who would exploit human weakness for destructive purposes. But the techniques and insights that had been developed through the systematic manipulation of cafe culture would continue to influence criminal organizations and hostile governments throughout the 20th century and beyond, creating challenges that democratic societies would struggle to address while preserving the values that made their way of life worth defending. The heroin havens had been closed, their participants scattered to rehabilitation centers, prisons, or early graves. But the knowledge of human vulnerability that had been gained through their operation would live on a dark legacy of one of history's most sophisticated attempts to weaponize art, culture, and human creativity in the service of forces that sought to destroy everything those qualities were meant to celebrate and preserve. The struggle to defend democratic civilization against such threats would continue, informed by a hard-won understanding of how easily human nature could be exploited by those who possess both the will and the knowledge to transform societies' greatest strengths into instruments of its potential destruction. The final act of this tragic symphony began in the autumn of 1929, when the global financial collapse that would become known as the Great Depression delivered the killing blow to a network already weakened by investigation and exposure. The stock market crash of October sent shockwaves through the wealthy families whose trust funds and investments had sustained the cafe operations, while the economic chaos that followed created conditions that made the network sophisticated financial manipulations impossible to maintain. Lady Catherine Pembroke, whose cooperation with Detective Inspector Bertrand had helped expose the network's aristocratic connections, found herself facing a different kind of devastation as her family's textile fortune evaporated, along with millions of other investments. The inheritance that had made her such an attractive target for network operators no longer existed, leaving her to confront both her addiction and her exploitation without the financial resources that had once seemed to guarantee her security. Catherine's recovery took place in a small clinic outside London, where she spent months learning to distinguish between the authentic relationships she was building with other patients and the manipulated connections that had defined her Paris experience. The process was complicated by her realization that some of her most treasured memories of artistic discovery and intellectual growth had been systematically manufactured by people who viewed her as nothing more than a source of revenue. The psychological damage extended far beyond simple addiction. Catherine had to reconstruct her entire understanding of art, culture, and human relationships after discovering that her most profound experiences had been orchestrated by criminals who understood exactly which emotional buttons to push to maintain her compliance. The paintings she had purchased with such pride were revealed to be worthless forgeries, But more devastating was the recognition that her emotional responses to them had been genuine, even though the circumstances of their acquisition had been entirely false. Catherine's recovery became a model for treating other network survivors who struggled with similar challenges. Traditional approaches to addiction treatment proved inadequate for addressing the complex psychological manipulation that had characterized their experiences. These individuals needed to learn not just how to live without drugs, but how to trust their own judgment and emotional responses after years of systematic deception. The treatment approach developed for network survivors incorporated techniques that would later influence therapeutic methods for treating victims of other forms of psychological manipulation and coercive control. The recognition that addiction could be weaponized as part of broader manipulation schemes created a new understanding of how criminal organizations could exploit human vulnerability for purposes that extended far beyond simple financial gain. Dr. Edmund Whitfield, a psychiatrist who worked with network survivors at a facility in Switzerland, documented patterns of psychological damage that he termed manufactured dependency syndrome. His patients had been systematically conditioned to associate their most meaningful experiences with situations controlled by their manipulators, creating forms of psychological bondage that persisted long after the physical addiction had been addressed. Dr. Whitfield's research revealed that network operators had developed a sophisticated understanding of human psychology that allowed them to create artificial emotional dependencies that were often more powerful than chemical addiction. Patients who successfully overcame their drug dependencies often continued to crave the social connections and cultural experiences that had been provided through network participation, even after understanding that those connections had been deliberately manufactured for exploitative purposes. The challenge of treating manufactured dependency syndrome required therapeutic approaches that helped patients develop authentic relationships and genuine cultural interests while processing the trauma of discovering that their most cherished experiences had been systematically fabricated. The process often took years and required careful attention to preventing patients from simply replacing their network dependencies with new forms of artificial connection. Jean-Baptiste Moreau's recovery exemplified both the possibilities and limitations of treatment for network survivors. His cooperation with authorities had earned him access to experimental treatment programs that combined medical intervention for his heroin addiction with psychological therapy designed to address the manipulation he had experienced. But his artistic career faced challenges that extended far beyond his personal recovery. The paintings Jean-Baptiste had created while using heroin possessed qualities that critics and collectors found compelling, but his work produced during recovery lacked the otherworldly intensity that had made his addicted periods seem so artistically significant. This created a cruel dilemma. His best work had been produced under conditions that were destroying his life, while his healthiest periods produced art that seemed mundane by comparison. Jean-Baptiste's struggle with this artistic dilemma became a subject of intense debate within recovery communities and legitimate art circles. Some argued that his heroin-influenced work should be celebrated as authentic artistic expression that happened to emerge from tragic circumstances. Others contended that celebrating art produced through criminal exploitation perpetuated the romanticization of addiction, a manipulation that had made network recruitment possible. The debate reflected broader questions about how society should evaluate cultural achievements that emerged from destructive or exploitative circumstances. If genuine artistic innovation had resulted from systematic criminal manipulation, how should that innovation be understood and preserved? Could the artistic value be separated from the criminal context? Or did acknowledging the art's significance somehow validate the methods used to produce it? These questions became practically urgent as legitimate galleries and collectors struggled to determine how to handle network-associated artworks that had been seized during the investigation. Some pieces possessed genuine artistic merit that had been recognized by critics who were unaware of the criminal circumstances surrounding their creation. Others were revealed to be mediocre works whose perceived value had been artificially inflated through the manipulation of buyers whose judgment had been compromised by addiction and psychological manipulation. The art market's response to network-associated works created a new category of cultural artifacts whose value was complicated by their association with criminal activity. Some collectors who had purchased works through legitimate channels found their investments worthless when the criminal connections were revealed. Others discovered that pieces they had dismissed as overpriced had actually been genuine masterworks, whose value had been obscured by the scandal surrounding their origins. Professor Helena Richter, an art historian from Vienna who had been studying the relationship between creativity and altered consciousness, found her own research complicated by the network revelations. Her academic work had suggested that certain forms of drug use could enhance artistic creativity, but the discovery that systematic criminal exploitation had influenced many of the works she had studied forced her to reconsider her conclusions about the relationship between chemical enhancement and authentic artistic expression. Professor Richter's dilemma reflected challenges faced by scholars throughout Europe who had been studying cultural movements and artistic innovations that were later revealed to have been influenced by criminal manipulation. Academic work that had seemed to provide objective analysis of cultural phenomena was called into question when the criminal context became apparent, forcing researchers to distinguish between genuine artistic innovation and manufactured cultural significance. The academic community's response to these challenges led to new standards for research into cultural movements and artistic communities. Scholars developed techniques for identifying potential criminal influence in cultural phenomena, while academic institutions established protocols for addressing research that might have been compromised by criminal manipulation of subjects or data sources. The broader cultural impact of the network's exposure extended far beyond academic circles. The revelation that sophisticated criminal organizations could systematically exploit artistic communities created suspicion about avant-garde cultural movements and experimental artistic practices. Public support for arts funding and cultural institutions declined as taxpayers questioned whether their money might be supporting activities that could be infiltrated by criminal organizations. This cultural backlash had devastating effects on legitimate artists and cultural institutions that had no connection to network activities. Experimental theaters, avant-garde galleries, and innovative cultural programs found themselves facing reduced funding and public suspicion simply because they represented the kinds of activities that criminal organizations had learned to exploit for their own purposes. The backlash was particularly severe in Paris, where the café culture that had given the city its reputation for artistic innovation became associated with criminal exploitation and social destruction. Tourism declined as visitors who had once been attracted by Paris's bohemian atmosphere began to view the city's cultural offerings with suspicion and fear. Maurice Delacroix, who had owned a legitimate café near the Sorbonne that had served as a gathering place for artists and intellectuals without any connection to network activities, found his business destroyed by association with the scandal. Customers who had once appreciated his establishment's authentic, bohemian atmosphere now viewed any cafe that attracted artists as potentially dangerous, forcing him to close a business that had operated successfully for 15 years. Maurice's experience reflected the broader damage that the network's activities had inflicted on legitimate cultural institutions and businesses throughout Paris. The systematic exploitation of café culture had created suspicion about authentic cultural activities that made it difficult for legitimate operators to maintain their businesses or attract customers who might be associated with artistic communities. The economic impact extended beyond individual businesses to affect entire neighborhoods that had been associated with artistic and intellectual culture. Property values declined in areas like Montmartre and Montparnasse as the romantic associations that had attracted residents and visitors were replaced by concerns about criminal activity and social danger. The neighborhood decline was accelerated by the departure of legitimate artists and intellectuals who found themselves unable to pursue their work in environments that had become associated with criminal exploitation. The authentic cultural communities that had made these areas attractive were dispersed, leaving behind empty studios and abandoned gathering places that served as monuments to the network's destructive impact. The heroin havens of 1920s Paris had finally fallen silent, but their echoes would reverberate through history for decades to come. What began as bohemian dreams in smoke-filled cafes had revealed itself as one of the most sophisticated criminal conspiracies ever to exploit human creativity and vulnerability for destructive purposes. The true tragedy wasn't just the lives lost to overdoses or the fortunes drained by systematic exploitation. It was the corruption of everything that made artistic culture worth preserving. The trust between mentor and student, the genuine search for meaning through creative expression, and the communities that should have nurtured human potential instead of destroying it. The network's collapse left a generation of survivors struggling to rebuild not just their lives, but their understanding of art, relationships, and authenticity itself. Yet from this devastation emerged crucial insights about how criminal organizations could weaponize culture, exploit vulnerability, and threaten the very foundations of democratic society. The lessons learned from these heroin havens would prove essential as the world faced new forms of psychological manipulation and social exploitation in the decades that followed. The cafes where dreams went to die had become laboratories for understanding how easily human nature could be corrupted, and how vigilantly free societies must guard against those who— Have you ever wondered what it would be like to drift through the hazy, smoke-filled corridors of old Shanghai's most notorious establishments? Tonight, we're stepping back in time to explore a world that existed in the shadows of one of history's greatest cities, where sweet smoke curled through dimly lit rooms and time seemed to stand still. Welcome to the opium dens of late 19th century Shanghai, where merchants and coolies, sailors and scholars ought the same ethereal escape from the harsh realities of colonial life. This isn't just another history lesson about addiction and vice. Instead, we're going to take a slow, contemplative journey through these forgotten spaces, meeting the people who inhabited them and understanding the complex web of circumstances that made these dens the beating heart of Shanghai's underworld. Picture yourself walking down Nanjing Road as the sun sets over the Huangpu River. The sounds of rickshaw wheels on cobblestones fade behind you as you turn into a narrow alley, barely wide enough for two people to pass. The smell of cooking oil and incense mingles with something else, something sweet and cloying that seems to draw you deeper into the maze of buildings that lean against each other like old friends sharing secrets. You approach a door marked only by a small red lantern hanging from an iron bracket. There's no sign, no indication of what lies beyond, but the doorman recognizes something in your eyes and nods almost imperceptibly. The heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing a world that exists entirely separate from the colonial bustle above. The first thing that strikes you is the warmth. Not just the physical warmth of bodies and burning lamps, but something deeper, more enveloping. The walls are lined with dark wood panels carved with intricate designs of dragons and phoenixes that seem to move in the flickering lamplight. Ceiling is low, creating an intimate atmosphere that makes even strangers feel like conspirators in some grand shared secret. This particular establishment, known to its patrons simply as the Jade Garden, represents the pinnacle of opium den luxury in 1880s Shanghai. Unlike the cramped, squalid smoking rooms that serve the city's poorest addicts, places like the Jade Garden catered to merchants, foreign businessmen, and even the occasional Chinese official looking to escape the pressures of his position. The main reception area features a series of low tables surrounded by silk cushions in deep reds and golds. Here, newcomers could take tea and discuss business or simply observe the comings and goings of other patrons. The air is thick, not just with opium smoke, but with the murmur of conversations in half a dozen languages. Mandarin mingles with English, Portuguese sailors argue with German traders, and through it all, the staff moves silently, anticipating needs before they're expressed. Behind the reception area, a narrow corridor leads deeper into the building. The walls here are decorated with scroll paintings depicting misty mountain landscapes and ancient poets lost in contemplation. Small alcoves contain bronze incense burners, their smoke adding another layer to the complex aromatics that define these spaces. The smoking rooms themselves are arranged along this corridor, each one carefully designed to accommodate different types of patrons and their varying needs for privacy or companionship. The first room you encounter is the communal chamber, where wooden platforms covered in thin mattresses and silk pillows can accommodate perhaps 20 people at once. Here, the atmosphere is almost social. Men recline on their sides, some propped up on elbows, others lying flat with their eyes closed in peaceful contemplation. The conversations are desultory, meandering, touched with the peculiar intimacy that comes when strangers share a profound experience. A British merchant discusses the fluctuating price of tea with a Chinese banker, their words coming slowly, thoughtfully, as if each syllable carries unusual weight. On one platform, a young Chinese man who might be a clerk or minor official lies perfectly still, his breathing so slow and regular it seems almost meditative. His clothes are simple but clean, suggesting someone who works hard for his money, but considers this expense worthwhile. His eyes are open but focused on something far beyond the carved wooden ceiling, perhaps seeing landscapes that exist only in the realm created by the sweet smoke that curls around his head like a gentle spirit. Beside him, an older man with the weathered hands of a dock worker holds an opium pipe with the careful reverence of someone performing a sacred ritual. His movements are deliberate, practiced, as he prepares another portion of the dark, sticky substance that will transport him away from the aching joints and endless labor that define his daylight hours. The pipe itself is a work of art, nearly 2 feet long with a bamboo stem and an ornate ceramic bowl decorated with tiny blue flowers. The process of preparing and smoking opium is deliberate, almost ceremonial. First, a small portion of the prepared opium is rolled into a pill between the thumb and forefinger. This pill is then inserted into the pipe bowl and held over a small oil lamp until it begins to bubble and vaporize. The smoker then inhales deeply, holding the precious vapor in his lungs for as long as possible before exhaling slowly through pursed lips. The entire process takes several minutes, creating a natural rhythm that prevents hasty consumption and encourages the contemplative mood that defines the opium experience. Moving deeper into the establishment, we find the semi-private chambers, smaller rooms that accommodate 4 to 6 people at most. These spaces are favored by groups of friends or business associates who wish to combine their smoking with more intimate conversation or negotiation. In one such chamber, 3 Portuguese merchants are conducting what appears to be a business discussion. Though their words come with a languid pace characteristic of opium users, they are arranged on low couches that surround a small table holding not just their pipes and lamps, but also ledger books and samples of silk fabric. This mixing of business and pleasure was common in Shanghai's opium culture, where many deals were struck in the relaxed atmosphere of the smoking rooms. The youngest of the 3, perhaps in his early 30s, gestures slowly with his pipe as he explains some complex point about shipping schedules. His companions nod thoughtfully, their responses coming after long pauses that in any other context might seem awkward, but here feel perfectly natural, as if the conversation itself has slowed to match the peaceful rhythm of their breathing. Adjacent to this chamber, we find a scene of pure solitude. A single man, well dressed in the manner of a successful Chinese merchant, lies alone on a platform that could easily accommodate 4 people. His isolation is clearly intentional, purchased at premium rates for the privilege of experiencing his opium dreams without intrusion from strangers. This gentleman, whom we might call Mr. Chun, represents a significant portion of Shanghai's opium clientele, successful in business, but trapped by the social expectations and family obligations that come with his position. He finds in these sessions a rare opportunity for complete solitude and introspection. His clothes are silk, his hands soft, suggesting a life of comfort. Yet his expression carries a melancholy that speaks to the complex emotional landscape that drives many to seek opiums. Embrace. Mr. Chun's ritual is unhurried, almost meditative. He prepares each pipe with the careful attention of a tea master, taking time to appreciate not just the effect but the entire sensory experience. The warm glow of the lamp on his face, the weight of the pipe in his hands, the gradual transition from the concerns of daily life to a state of peaceful detachment from worldly worries. The most exclusive area of the Jade Garden requires climbing a narrow staircase to the 2nd floor, where private suites cater to Shanghai's most demanding clientele. These rooms are furnished more like bedchambers than smoking areas, with proper beds covered in imported European linens, carved wooden screens for privacy, and windows that can be opened to let in the night air from the river. Here, a different class of patron seeks not just the opium experience, but complete escape from their public identities. Foreign diplomats, wealthy Chinese officials, and successful European businessmen pay handsomely for the assurance that their presence will remain completely confidential. In one such suite, a man who might be a British consul lies on a canopy bed, his formal dress carefully hung on a wooden valet stand. His transformation from public official to private individual seeking pharmaceutical solace represents one of the most complex aspects of Shanghai's opium culture. These were not merely pleasure seekers or escapists, but often intelligent, Successful people caught between the demands of their positions and their very human need for relief from constant pressure and responsibility. The opium itself arrives in these exclusive suites, already prepared by skilled attendants who understand that discretion and quality are paramount. The pipes used here are often personal items, sometimes family heirlooms or gifts from grateful business partners, crafted from precious materials and decorated with personal symbols or inscriptions. As our British consul inhales his carefully prepared dose, his entire posture changes subtly. The rigid bearing required by his position melts away, replaced by something more fundamentally human. His breathing becomes deeper, more natural, and, for perhaps the first time in months, the lines of worry around his eyes begin to soften. This transformation illustrates one of the most fascinating aspects of opium den culture in old Shanghai. These establishments served as great equalizers, where the artificial hierarchies of colonial society temporarily dissolved. A Chinese merchant and a British trader, who might treat each other with formal politeness or even suspicion in their daytime encounters, could find themselves sharing profound conversations about life, loss, and the search for meaning that transcend cultural boundaries. The staff of establishments like the Jade Garden were carefully selected not just for their discretion, but for their ability to read the subtle needs of their diverse clientele. The head attendant, an elderly Chinese man known to patrons simply as Lao Wang, moves through the rooms like a gentle spirit, appearing when needed and vanishing when privacy is preferred. Lao Wang has worked in opium establishments for over 20 years, and his understanding of human nature has been refined by countless encounters with people in their most vulnerable states. He knows which patrons prefer complete solitude, which enjoy quiet conversation, and which need gentle encouragement to prevent them from consuming dangerous amounts of the drug. His movements through the establishment follow patterns developed over decades of experience. He checks on the communal chambers every half hour, ensuring that lamps remain lit and that no patron has fallen into a state requiring medical attention. His visits to the private suites are announced by the soft sound of his cloth shoes on wooden floors, giving occupants the opportunity to indicate whether his services are needed. The relationship between attendants like Lao Wang and regular patrons often develops into something resembling friendship, though always bounded by the commercial nature of their interaction. Many regular visitors confide in these attendants, sharing personal struggles and seeking advice that they might not feel comfortable requesting from family members or business associates. Through Luo Wang's eyes, we begin to understand that the opium dens of Shanghai were not simply places of vice and addiction, but complex social institutions that served multiple functions in a rapidly changing society. They provided not just pharmaceutical relief, but also spaces for cross-cultural interaction, business networking, and the kind of honest human conversation that was often impossible in the formal structures of colonial Shanghai. In the corner of the communal chamber, a figure catches our attention through the gentle haze that perpetually fills these spaces. She is perhaps 40 years old, dressed in the simple but clean clothing of a merchant's wife, though the absence of jewelry suggests either personal preference or economic necessity. Her name, we learn from whispered conversations, is Mrs. Li, and her story represents one of the more complex narratives that unfold within these walls. Mrs. Li began visiting the Jade Garden not for recreation or business networking, but as a response to chronic pain that had plagued her for years following a difficult childbirth. In an era when medical options for women were severely limited, especially for conditions that physicians dismissed as feminine weakness, Opium offered the only reliable relief from suffering that had begun to define her entire existence. Her technique with the pipe reveals the careful economy of someone who must make each visit count. She measures her portions with the precision of an apothecary, understanding that too little will leave her pain unaddressed, while too much will render her incapable of fulfilling her domestic responsibilities upon returning home. Her husband, a rice merchant who works in the foreign quarter, remains unaware of these visits, believing instead that his wife's improved disposition stems from treatments provided by a traditional Chinese doctor. The complexity of Mrs. Li's situation illuminates the broader role that opium dens played in addressing not just the recreational desires of their patrons, but genuine medical needs in a society where professional healthcare was often inadequate or entirely unavailable to certain populations. Many women, unable to access proper medical treatment due to social conventions or economic limitations, found in these establishments their only refuge from physical and emotional suffering. Across the room from Mrs. Li, a young man barely out of his teens demonstrates the tragic trajectory that brought many to these chambers, not by choice, but by circumstance. Jin, as he introduces himself to anyone willing to listen, first encountered opium during his employment at a foreign trading house, where the drug was as common as tea in facilitating business relationships with international clients. What began as occasional participation in business-related smoking sessions gradually evolved into a daily necessity, as Jin discovered that opium provided relief not just from physical discomfort, but from the psychological weight of serving as a cultural intermediary between Chinese traditions and foreign business practices. The constant translation required was not merely linguistic but cultural, emotional, and moral, creating stresses that seemed to find their only outlet in the peaceful detachment that opium provided. Jin's story reflects a broader pattern among young Chinese men employed by foreign firms during this period. Caught between traditional family expectations and the demands of modernizing commerce, many found themselves psychologically displaced persons in their own city. The opium dens offered not just pharmaceutical relief, but a temporary escape from the impossible task of reconciling irreconcilable worldviews. His presence in the communal chamber, rather than a private room, reflects both his economic circumstances and his desire for human connection. Unlike the merchants and officials who could afford solitude, Jin seeks the comfort of shared experience, finding in the quiet conversations with his fellow patrons a mutual understanding, a substitute for the family and community connections that his work schedule and changing lifestyle have made increasingly difficult to maintain. The progression of evening activities in establishments like the Jade Garden follows patterns as predictable as tides, yet each night brings variations that reflect the human dramas playing out within these walls. As the hours advance toward midnight, the character of conversations shifts from business discussions and social pleasantries toward more introspective topics that emerge only when the drug's effects create the psychological safety necessary for genuine vulnerability. In the semi-private chambers, we observe this transformation as three German sailors who entered the establishment, discussing cargo schedules and port conditions, gradually find themselves sharing stories of childhood, memories, and lost loves. The opium has not rendered them incoherent, but rather has removed the social barriers that normally prevent such intimate exchanges between strangers. The eldest of the three, a man whose weathered face speaks of decades spent battling ocean storms, describes in halting English mixed with fragments of German the small, Bavarian village he left 30 years ago to seek his fortune at sea. His voice carries the particular melancholy that comes when opium strips away the protective narratives we construct around our life choices, revealing both the costs and benefits of paths taken and abandoned. His companions listen with the intense attention that characterizes opium-influenced conversation, where each word seems to carry unusual weight and meaning. The usual hurry of daily discourse has been replaced by a pace that allows for genuine consideration of what is being shared. Questions, when they come, are thoughtful rather than perfunctory, creating exchanges that approximate the kind of meaningful dialogue that many people experience only rarely in their ordinary lives. This transformation of casual acquaintances into temporary confidence represents one of the most significant social functions of Shanghai's opium establishments. In a city where most relationships were defined by commercial necessity or colonial hierarchy, these spaces provided rare opportunities for interactions based on shared humanity rather than economic or political advantage. The physical environment of these chambers contributes significantly to these psychological transformations. The low lighting created by oil lamps and the gentle haze of opium smoke soften the sharp edges of individual features, making everyone appear slightly ethereal, less defined by the harsh realities of their daytime identities. The comfortable cushions and low tables encourage relaxed postures that mirror the mental relaxation produced by the drug, creating a feedback loop between physical and psychological comfort. As we move through the establishment's various chambers, the diversity of languages being spoken provides a constant reminder of Shanghai's role as an international crossroads. In one corner, a conversation proceeds in Portuguese between two men whose animated gestures suggest business disagreement, though their voices remain calm and their pace unhurried. Nearby, a mixture of English and Mandarin creates a hybrid dialogue as a British merchant attempts to understand the philosophical observations of a Chinese scholar. These linguistic minglings represent more than mere convenience or necessity. They reflect the unique cultural space that opium dens occupied in colonial Shanghai, where the normal rules governing interaction between different ethnic and social groups were temporarily suspended. The shared experience of opium consumption created a common ground that transcended the usual barriers of language, culture, and colonial power dynamics. That the Chinese scholar engaged in conversation with the British merchant presents a particularly poignant example of these cross-cultural encounters. Educated in classical literature and philosophy, but forced by economic circumstances to seek employment with foreign firms, he represents the intellectual displacement experienced by many traditional Chinese scholars during this period of rapid social change. His observations about the nature of time and memory, delivered in careful English punctuated by classical Chinese quotations that his British companion cannot understand, reveal the isolation experienced by educated Chinese individuals caught between traditional knowledge systems and modern commercial realities. The opium provides temporary relief from this cultural displacement, while the international environment of the den offers rare opportunities to share his intellectual heritage with foreigners who, in their altered states, are more receptive to ideas that would normally seem incomprehensible or irrelevant. The British merchant, for his part, finds himself unusually moved by concepts that would typically strike him as Oriental mysticism, unsuited to practical men of commerce. The opium has temporarily suspended his cultural prejudices, allowing him to appreciate the profound observations of his Chinese companion without the filter of colonial superiority that normally shapes such encounters. Their conversation touches on themes of loss and adaptation that resonate across cultural boundaries. The scholar speaks of watching ancient traditions disappear as Shanghai transforms itself to accommodate foreign influence, while the merchant describes his own sense of displacement, thousands of miles from everything familiar, pursuing profits in a land whose customs and values remain largely mysterious to him. These exchanges illustrate how opium dens functioned as inadvertent spaces for cultural diplomacy, where individuals from different backgrounds could encounter each other as human beings, rather than as representatives of competing civilizations. The drug's ability to reduce anxiety and increase empathy created conditions where genuine understanding between cultures became possible, even if only temporarily. The establishment's upper floors reveal even more complex social dynamics as we encounter patrons whose public positions require absolute discretion regarding their presence in such establishments. In one private suite, a man whose expensive clothing and careful grooming suggest high social standing lies in contemplative silence, his opium pipe resting on a side table while he stares at the ceiling with an expression of profound sadness. This gentleman, whom we might call Commissioner Jiang, holds a position in the Chinese imperial administration that requires him to publicly oppose the opium trade while privately struggling with his own dependence on the drug. His situation represents one of the most tragic contradictions of this historical period, where many officials charged with enforcing anti-opium policies had themselves become dependent on the substance they were supposed to eliminate. Commissioner Jiang's evening ritual involves not just the consumption of opium, but a complex process of psychological preparation for returning to his public role. The drug provides temporary relief from the moral compromise required by his position. But each session also deepens his sense of personal corruption and professional failure. His presence in this exclusive suite reflects both his economic ability to afford privacy and his desperate need to avoid recognition by other patrons who might use knowledge of his addiction for political advantage. The isolation he purchases comes at a premium, but the alternative exposure could mean not just personal disgrace, but potential execution under imperial laws that he himself helps to enforce. The attendants who serve these upper-level suites understand the particular vulnerabilities of their clientele and maintain standards of discretion that approach the sacred. Their silence is purchased not just with money, but with a mutual understanding of the catastrophic consequences that would follow any breach of confidence. The conversations that drift through these exclusive suites carry a different weight than those heard in the communal chambers below. Here, words emerge slowly, carefully considered, as if each syllable might be the speaker's last opportunity to express thoughts that have remained buried beneath layers of public responsibility and social expectation. In the suite adjacent to Commissioner Jiang, we encounter a scene that reveals the international scope of Shanghai's opium culture. A French diplomat, his formal jacket draped carefully over a chair, engages in halting conversation with a wealthy Chinese tea merchant. Their exchange, conducted in a mixture of broken English and gestures, centers on philosophical questions that would seem absurd in any other context, but here take on profound significance. The Frenchman speaks of his childhood in Normandy, describing apple orchards that exist only in memory, since his family's estate was sold to fund his education and diplomatic career. His words come with the particular precision that opium brings to recollection, where distant memories acquire startling clarity while recent events fade into pleasant irrelevance. The tea merchant responds with his own childhood memories, Painting verbal pictures of mountain villages where his grandfather taught him to distinguish between different grades of tea leaves by touch alone. The opium has stripped away the commercial calculations that normally govern his thoughts, allowing him to speak of tea not as a commodity, but as a connection to ancestral wisdom and vanishing traditions. Their conversation illustrates how opium's effects on memory create a unique form of time travel, where past experiences become more vivid and emotionally accessible than present circumstances. This psychological phenomenon explains much of the drug's appeal to individuals whose current lives feel disconnected from their authentic selves or meaningful personal history. The physical act of smoking in these private suites follows rituals that have been refined through countless repetitions. Each patron has developed personal techniques that maximize both the pharmaceutical effects and the meditative aspects of consumption. The French diplomat, for instance, has learned to coordinate his breathing with the rhythm of preparation, creating a seamless flow from ordinary consciousness to the altered state he seeks. His pipe, acquired during his first diplomatic posting in Indochina, bears carved symbols that remind him of a time when his career seemed to promise adventure and meaningful service to his nation. Now serving in Shanghai's complex political environment, he finds that same pipe offers his only reliable escape from the moral compromises required by imperial diplomacy. The tea merchant's approach to opium consumption reflects his professional understanding of quality and preparation. He examines each portion of the drug with the same careful attention he applies to evaluating tea leaves, understanding that inferior opium produces not just less satisfactory effects, but potentially dangerous impurities that could compromise his health or judgment. His movements with the pipe demonstrate the unconscious grace that comes from years of practice, each gesture economical and purposeful. The lamp flame dances as he heats the opium to precisely the right temperature, neither too hot nor too cool, achieving the optimal balance that transforms the raw substance into a vapor that carries both pharmaceutical relief and spiritual transcendence. As midnight approaches, the character of the establishment shifts subtly. New patrons arrive seeking refuge from evening business obligations or family responsibilities, while others prepare for the gradual return to ordinary consciousness that will allow them to resume their daytime identities. In the communal chamber, Mrs. Lee begins the careful process of gauging whether she has achieved sufficient relief to last through the coming day without consuming so much that her altered state will be detectable to family members. Her calculations involve not just pharmaceutical considerations, but complex assessments of social performance, domestic responsibilities, and the financial impact of each visit. Her departure ritual involves several minutes of quiet observation, testing her coordination and mental clarity before venturing back into the streets of Shanghai. The transition from the warm, protective atmosphere of the den to the harsh realities of colonial society requires careful management, particularly for women whose presence in such establishments carries additional social risks. The young man Jin faces different challenges as he prepares to leave. His employment requires early morning presence at the trading house, where any sign of impairment could result in immediate dismissal and potential blacklisting from other foreign firms. His consumption must be precisely calibrated to provide relief from psychological distress without compromising his professional performance. The skills required for this balancing act represent a form of expertise that many regular patrons developed over months or years of careful experimentation. Understanding one's own tolerance, recognizing the signs of approaching impairment, and managing the timing of consumption to avoid conflicts with social or professional obligations became essential survival skills in a society that simultaneously tolerated and condemned opium use. The attendant Lao Wang observes these departure preparations with the practiced eye of someone who has witnessed countless such transitions. His role extends beyond mere customer service to include subtle monitoring of patron safety and discreet intervention when individuals appear to be consuming dangerous quantities or showing signs of medical distress. His observations over the years have taught him to recognize the difference between recreational users seeking temporary escape and individuals whose consumption patterns suggest developing dependency. The former typically maintain consistent routines and demonstrate awareness of their limits, while the latter show gradual increases in consumption, accompanied by deteriorating attention to personal appearance and social obligations. The economic structure of establishments like the Jade Garden reflects these different categories of clientele through pricing systems that encourage moderation, while maximizing revenue from regular patrons. Private suites command premium rates, not just for privacy, but for the extended time periods they accommodate, allowing wealthy clients to experience deeper levels of intoxication, while ensuring their safety through professional supervision. The communal chambers operate on different economic principles, offering access to high-quality opium at rates accessible to middle-class patrons while maintaining a turnover that keeps the spaces profitable. The semi-private rooms serve clients whose needs fall between these extremes, providing moderate privacy at intermediate prices. This pricing structure creates a natural segregation that reflects Shanghai's broader social hierarchies, while allowing for the cross-cultural interactions that made these establishments unique social institutions. A Chinese merchant and a British trader might never interact as equals in the formal structures of colonial commerce, but in the democratic atmosphere of an opium den, their shared vulnerability creates opportunities for genuine human connection. Preparation of opium itself involves sophisticated knowledge that the establishment staff have refined through years of experience serving a diverse clientele. Different patrons prefer different concentrations, heating techniques, and mixing preparations that optimize the drug's effects for their particular needs and tolerances. The raw opium arrives at establishments like the Jade Garden through complex supply chains that connect the poppy fields of India with the commercial networks of Shanghai's international settlement. British merchants operating under legal protections provided by colonial treaties import the drug in quantities that dwarf the consumption capacity of individual establishments, creating a distribution system that serves hundreds of similar venues throughout the city. The processing of raw opium into the refined preparations used in high-quality establishments requires specialized skills that combine pharmaceutical knowledge with artistic sensibility. Master preparers, often former users who have developed a comprehensive understanding of the drug's properties, transform the sticky, bitter raw material into smooth, sweet preparations that maximize both potency and palatability. These preparations vary not just in strength but in character, with different techniques producing effects that emphasize either physical relaxation or mental clarity, immediate relief, or sustained duration. Regular patrons develop preferences for specific preparations that complement their individual physiology and desired outcomes. The tools used in opium consumption represent a sophisticated technology adapted to maximize the drug's effects while minimizing waste and health risks. Pipes range from simple bamboo implements suitable for occasional users to elaborate works of art crafted from precious materials and decorated with personal symbols or family emblems. The lamps used for heating opium require careful maintenance to ensure consistent flame temperatures that vaporize the drug without destroying its active compounds. The best establishments employ specialists whose sole responsibility involves maintaining these lamps and ensuring that each patron's smoking experience meets the highest standards of quality and safety. The cushions, platforms, and furniture found in opium dens reflect careful attention to ergonomics that support extended periods of reclined consumption. The positions required for proper pipe smoking demand support that maintains comfort while allowing easy access to heating lamps and preparation surfaces. These seemingly simple design elements represent accumulated wisdom from decades of observing how different body types and consumption preferences require different physical accommodations. The most successful establishments invest considerable resources in creating environments that enhance, rather than detract from, the opium experience. The social dynamics that emerge in these carefully designed spaces reveal aspects of human nature that remain hidden in more conventional settings. The reduction of social anxiety produced by opium consumption allows for interactions that transcend the usual boundaries of class, culture, and professional relationships. Conversations that begin with mundane topics often evolve into profound exchanges about mortality, purpose, and the search for meaning that occupies every human consciousness, but rarely finds expression in ordinary social interactions. The drug's effects on inhibition and empathy create psychological conditions conducive to genuine intimacy between strangers. These intimate exchanges serve important psychological functions for patrons, whose public lives require constant performance of social roles that may conflict with their authentic personalities. The opium den provides a temporary refuge where individuals can explore aspects of themselves that have no place in their professional or family identities. The friendships that sometimes develop between regular patrons represent unique forms of human connection based on shared vulnerability rather than common interests or mutual advantage. These relationships, conducted entirely within the boundaries of the establishment, often involve levels of emotional honesty that exceed those found in conventional friendships or even family relationships. The staff members who facilitate these interactions occupy complex positions that combine elements of hospitality, medical care, and psychological counseling. Their discretion extends beyond simple confidentiality to include understanding when patrons need solitude, companionship, or gentle guidance away from dangerous consumption patterns. The most skilled attendants develop intuitive abilities to read the emotional states of their clients and provide appropriate responses that enhance rather than intrude upon the opium experience. This expertise requires not just knowledge of the drug's effects, but a deep understanding of human psychology and the particular vulnerabilities that drive people to seek pharmaceutical escape from ordinary consciousness. As our evening in the Jade Garden approaches its natural conclusion, the establishment begins its gradual transition toward the quiet hours before dawn, when only the most dedicated patrons remain. The conversations have grown softer, more introspective, as the night's accumulation of shared smoke and intimate exchanges creates an atmosphere of profound peace that seems to exist entirely separate from the bustling commercial city that surrounds these walls. The last patrons to depart carry with them not just the pharmaceutical effects of their consumption, but memories of human connections that may represent the most authentic interactions they have experienced in months or years of navigating Shanghai's complex social and professional requirements. The patterns of departure from establishments like the Jade Garden follow rhythms as ancient as human nature itself. Some patrons slip away quietly, their movements careful and deliberate as they navigate the transition from the warm embrace of pharmaceutical peace back to the demanding realities of colonial Shanghai. Others linger in doorways, reluctant to break the spell that has temporarily freed them from the weight of their ordinary concerns. Outside, the narrow alley that leads back to Nanjing Road seems transformed in the pre-dawn darkness. The same cobblestones that earlier rang with the sounds of commerce now lie silent under a thin mist that drifts up from the Huangpu River. The red lantern that marks the entrance continues its gentle glow, a beacon for those who still seek refuge in the hours when the city sleeps, but suffering remains wakeful. The attendant Lao Wang begins his final rounds of the evening, moving through each chamber with the quiet efficiency of someone whose work continues long after the last patron has departed. The lamps must be extinguished in proper sequence, the pipes cleaned and stored, the cushions arranged for the next day's visitors. His movements carry the weight of ritual, each action performed with the same careful attention that characterized his service to the evening's guests. In the communal chamber, traces of the night's gatherings remain visible in the slight impressions left by bodies on silk cushions, in the lingering sweetness of opium smoke that clings to wooden walls, in the arrangement of pipes and lamps that tells the story of who sat where and how long they remained. These physical remnants of human presence create an archaeology of escape, a record of the search for peace that draws people from across Shanghai's diverse population to these hidden chambers. The morning cleaning ritual involves more than simple housekeeping. Each pipe must be examined for damage or residue that might affect its performance, each lamp checked to ensure proper function, each cushion inspected for signs of wear that could compromise patron comfort. This attention to detail reflects the establishment's understanding that the opium experience depends as much on environmental factors as on the quality of the drug itself. The preparation of fresh opium for the coming day begins in the hours before dawn, when skilled preparers transform raw materials into the refined substances that will provide relief to another day's collection of seekers. This process requires not just technical knowledge but artistic sensibility, as different preparations serve different needs within the establishment's diverse clientele. The raw opium arrives in wooden chests marked with symbols indicating origin and quality grade. The finest preparations, reserved for the private suites, begin with opium harvested from specific regions of India, known for producing the most potent and pure varieties. The processing involves heating, filtering, and repeated refinement that removes impurities while concentrating the active compounds that produce the desired psychological effects. Middle-grade preparations serve the semi-private chambers, offering reliable quality at intermediate prices. These substances undergo less extensive processing but still meet standards that ensure consistent effects and minimize health risks. The preparers understand that patrons in these chambers often lack the economic resources to absorb the costs of premium preparations, but deserve access to safe, effective products. The communal chambers receive preparations that emphasize economy without sacrificing basic quality standards. These substances serve patrons whose financial circumstances require careful budgeting, but whose needs for pharmaceutical relief remain equally urgent. The democratic nature of opium's effects means that even basic preparations can provide meaningful escape from physical pain or psychological distress. The storage of prepared opium requires careful attention to temperature and humidity that preserve potency while preventing degradation, special containers made from materials that do not react with the drug's chemical compounds, maintain quality during the extended periods between preparation and consumption. The most valuable preparations receive individual storage in containers, marked with preparation dates and quality indicators. The business operations of establishments like the Jade Garden involve complex financial calculations that balance patron satisfaction with profitability while managing the substantial risks associated with operating in Shanghai's semi-legal pharmaceutical economy. The initial investments required to create properly appointed facilities, hire skilled staff, and maintain adequate supplies of quality opium represent significant capital commitments that must be recovered through consistent patronage. Revenue streams include not just direct charges for opium consumption, but also fees for chamber access, pipe rental, and various levels of service that range from basic supervision to comprehensive personal attention. The private suites generate the highest profit margins, but serve the smallest number of patrons, while the communal chambers operate on thinner margins, but accommodate larger volumes of customers. The establishment must also maintain relationships with suppliers, local officials, and competing venues that shape the broader opium economy in Shanghai. These relationships involve not just commercial negotiations, but also the delicate management of political connections that provide protection from law enforcement and regulatory interference. The staff hierarchy within establishments like the Jade Garden reflects the complex skills required to serve such a diverse clientele effectively. At the apex stands the proprietor, often an individual with extensive experience in Shanghai's international business community who understands both the pharmaceutical aspects of opium and the cultural sensitivities of serving patrons from multiple ethnic and social backgrounds. Senior attendants like Lao Wang occupy positions that combine customer service excellence with medical knowledge and psychological insight. Their ability to read patron needs, anticipate problems, and provide appropriate interventions represents expertise that develops only through years of experience serving individuals in altered states of consciousness. Junior staff members handle routine tasks like lamp maintenance, chamber cleaning, and basic patron assistance, while learning the subtle skills required for advancement within the establishment's hierarchy. The training process involves not just technical instruction but cultural education that prepares them to serve patrons, whose backgrounds and expectations may differ dramatically from their own. Specialized positions include opium preparers, whose pharmaceutical expertise ensures consistent product quality, security personnel who maintain discretion while preventing problems, and liaison staff who manage relationships with suppliers and officials. Each role requires specific skills that contribute to the establishment's overall ability to provide safe, satisfactory experiences for its diverse clientele. The seasonal patterns of opium consumption in Shanghai reflect the city's position as an international port where business cycles, weather patterns, and cultural holidays create predictable fluctuations in demand for pharmaceutical escape. Winter months typically see increased patronage as cold weather and reduced outdoor activities drive people toward indoor refuges that provide both physical warmth and psychological comfort. The summer season brings different challenges as heat and humidity affect both patron comfort and opium storage requirements. The most successful establishments invest in cooling systems and modified ventilation that maintain appropriate environmental conditions while preserving the intimate atmosphere that defines the opium experience. Commercial seasons tied to Shanghai's role in international trade create additional patterns as merchants, sailors, and business travelers seek relief from the stresses of completing transactions, managing cargo, or negotiating contracts. Arrival of large trading vessels often coincides with increased demand for opium services, particularly in the private suites favored by successful international businessmen. Cultural celebrations and religious observances also influence patronage patterns as individuals seek pharmaceutical assistance in managing the social obligations and emotional complexities associated with traditional festivals or family gatherings. The Lunar New Year period typically sees reduced patronage as family obligations take precedence, followed by increased demand as individuals seek relief from the stresses of extended family interaction. The medical aspects of opium consumption in establishments like the Jade Garden involve a sophisticated understanding of dosage, tolerance, and interaction effects that rival contemporary pharmaceutical knowledge. Skilled attendants learn to recognize the signs of appropriate consumption levels and intervene when patrons approach dangerous territory that could result in overdose or severe impairment. The establishment maintains supplies of remedial substances that can counteract excessive opium consumption, including preparations that promote alertness and coordination for patrons who have consumed more than intended. These safety measures reflect both humanitarian concerns and business necessity, as medical emergencies could attract unwanted official attention and damage the establishment's reputation. Regular patrons often develop tolerance levels that require careful monitoring to prevent a dangerous escalation of consumption. Skilled attendants track individual tolerance patterns and provide guidance that helps patrons maintain effective relief without progressing toward levels of dependence that could compromise their ability to function in ordinary society. The establishment also maintains relationships with discreet medical practitioners who can provide treatment for complications arising from opium use or advice on managing consumption patterns that support, rather than interfere with, patrons' professional and personal responsibilities. The cultural impact of establishments like the Jade Garden extends far beyond their immediate clientele to influence broader patterns of social interaction and cultural exchange in colonial Shanghai. The cross-cultural conversations that emerge in opium-influenced settings create understanding between ethnic groups that might otherwise remain segregated by colonial social structures. Chinese patrons gain exposure to foreign perspectives and business practices that inform their own commercial activities, while European visitors develop an appreciation for Chinese philosophy and cultural traditions that transcend the superficial. Encounters typical of colonial relationships. These exchanges contribute to the gradual development of hybrid cultural forms that characterize Shanghai's unique position as an international city. The establishment serves as an informal meeting place where business relationships develop outside the formal structures of colonial commerce. Partnerships formed in the relaxed atmosphere of opium chambers often prove more durable than those negotiated in conventional business settings, as the shared vulnerability of pharmaceutical consumption creates bonds based on mutual trust rather than mere commercial advantage. The linguistic exchanges that occur in these multicultural environments contribute to the development of pidgin languages and cultural translation skills that facilitate broader communication across ethnic boundaries. Patrons learn not just vocabulary, but cultural concepts that enhance their ability to navigate Shanghai's complex international society. The architectural elements of establishments like the Jade Garden reflect careful attention to creating environments that support both the pharmaceutical effects of opium and the social interactions that define the complete experience. The low ceilings and intimate lighting create psychological conditions conducive to introspection and confidential conversation, while the arrangement of chambers allows for varying levels of privacy and social engagement. The decorative elements serve multiple functions beyond mere aesthetics. The carved wooden panels and painted screens provide visual interest that enhances the meditative aspects of opium consumption, while also demonstrating a cultural sophistication that appeals to educated patrons. The selection of artwork reflects an understanding of diverse cultural traditions that make patrons from different backgrounds feel welcome and respected. The acoustic design of these spaces involves careful attention to sound transmission between chambers that allows for social awareness while maintaining conversational privacy. The soft furnishings and wooden construction materials absorb sound in ways that create intimate, acoustic environments without complete isolation from the establishment's broader social atmosphere. The ventilation systems balance the need to maintain the sweet, smoky atmosphere that defines the opium experience with health requirements that prevent dangerous accumulations of smoke or carbon monoxide from heating lamps. The most sophisticated establishments employ ventilation designs that preserve ambience while ensuring patron safety. The economic relationships between establishments like the Jade Garden and Shanghai's broader commercial ecosystem involve complex networks of suppliers, service providers, and financial institutions that support the opium trade. Raw material suppliers maintain relationships with multiple establishments that provide market stability while ensuring consistent access to quality products. Local craftsmen produce the specialized furniture, pipes, lamps, and decorative elements that define the opium experience. These artisans develop expertise in creating products that meet the specific functional requirements of opium consumption, while reflecting the cultural preferences of a diverse clientele. Financial institutions provide services that support the substantial capital requirements of high-quality opium establishments while managing the risks associated with operating in Shanghai's complex legal environment. These relationships often involve informal arrangements that provide flexibility while maintaining the discretion required by both parties. The transportation networks that move opium from Indian production centers to Shanghai consumption sites involve coordination between international shipping companies, local distributors, and individual establishments. The logistics of maintaining consistent supplies while managing quality, control, and security requirements represent significant operational challenges that successful establishments master through experience and relationship development. The psychological profiles of regular patrons reveal patterns that illuminate the broader social and cultural stresses of colonial Shanghai life. Successful merchants often seek relief from the constant pressure of financial risk and market uncertainty that characterizes international trade in volatile political environments. Foreign residents frequently struggle with cultural isolation and the psychological costs of maintaining professional identities that may conflict with personal values or emotional needs. The opium experience provides a temporary escape from these internal conflicts while offering opportunities for authentic human connection across cultural boundaries. Chinese intellectuals face particular challenges as traditional knowledge systems encounter foreign ideas and technologies that challenge fundamental assumptions about social organization and human nature. Opium provides relief from the cognitive dissonance created by rapid cultural change while offering access to cross-cultural conversations that facilitate intellectual adaptation. Women patrons often seek relief from social restrictions and medical conditions that receive inadequate attention from male-dominated healthcare systems. The opium experience provides not just pharmaceutical benefits, but also rare opportunities for social interaction outside the constraints of family and domestic responsibilities. The seasonal rhythms that govern life in establishments like the Jade Garden reflect both natural cycles and human patterns of stress and relief that transcend cultural boundaries. Spring months often see increased patronage as individuals seek assistance managing the psychological demands of new business ventures and social relationships that emerge with warmer weather. Summer brings different challenges as heat and humidity create physical discomfort that opium can alleviate, while longer daylight hours provide more time for the social interactions that define the complete opium experience. The establishment adapts its operations to accommodate changing patron needs while maintaining the consistent quality that builds customer loyalty. Autumn patronage often reflects the psychological preparation required for winter months when reduced daylight and colder temperatures can exacerbate depression and social isolation. Regular patrons learn to use opium as a tool for managing seasonal mood changes while maintaining their professional and personal responsibilities. Winter months see the heaviest patronage as individuals seek refuge from both physical cold and the psychological challenges of reduced social interaction. The establishment becomes a crucial social institution that provides warmth, companionship, and pharmaceutical relief during Shanghai's most challenging season. The daily cycles within the establishment create predictable patterns that accommodate different types of patrons and their varying schedules. Early evening hours typically serve business patrons who seek relief from daytime professional stresses while maintaining the ability to fulfill evening social obligations. Late evening patronage often includes individuals whose work schedules or family responsibilities limit their access to daytime relief. The establishment maintains full service capabilities during these hours to accommodate patrons whose needs are equally urgent regardless of timing. The midnight hours serve the most dedicated patrons, often individuals whose consumption patterns or tolerance levels require extended sessions to achieve desired effects. The staff maintains heightened attention during these periods to ensure patron safety while respecting their need for intensive pharmaceutical intervention. Pre-dawn hours typically see the establishment's most vulnerable patrons, individuals whose consumption patterns suggest developing dependency or whose life circumstances have created a desperate need for pharmaceutical escape. The staff provides additional support and monitoring during these sensitive periods while maintaining the discretion that all patrons require. The training programs that prepare staff to serve such a diverse clientele involve comprehensive education in cultural sensitivity, pharmaceutical safety, and human psychology that rivals professional medical education. New staff members begin with observation periods that allow them to understand the complex dynamics of opium consumption without immediately assuming responsibility for patron safety. Advanced training covers recognition of dangerous consumption patterns, intervention techniques that maintain patron dignity while preventing medical emergencies, and communication skills that allow effective service across language and cultural barriers. The most skilled staff members develop intuitive abilities to anticipate patron needs and provide appropriate responses without intrusive questioning or inappropriate familiarity. Specialized training programs prepare staff for different types of service challenges, From managing intoxicated patrons who have consumed excessive amounts to facilitating cross-cultural conversations that enhance the social aspects of the opium experience. The establishment invests significant resources in staff development because patron satisfaction depends heavily on service quality. Ongoing education ensures that staff members remain current with changes in opium preparation techniques, safety, procedures, and cultural expectations that affect their ability to serve Shanghai's evolving international clientele. The most successful establishments maintain training programs that produce staff expertise comparable to specialized medical or hospitality professionals. The evening activities in establishments like the Jade Garden create temporary communities that provide social support and human connection for individuals who might otherwise remain isolated within Shanghai's complex colonial society. These communities form spontaneously around shared experiences and mutual vulnerability rather than common backgrounds or interests. The conversations that emerge in these temporary communities often address fundamental questions about meaning, purpose, and human connection that find little place in the formal social structures of colonial Shanghai. Patrons discover that their deepest concerns about mortality, relationships, and personal authenticity transcend cultural and social boundaries. The mutual support that develops between regular patrons creates informal networks that sometimes extend beyond the establishment's walls to provide assistance with business problems, family difficulties, or medical issues. These relationships represent unique forms of social capital based on shared vulnerability rather than mutual advantage. The temporary nature of these communities allows for experimentation with different aspects of personality and social interaction that might be impossible in conventional settings where reputation and social position create restrictive expectations. Patrons can explore authentic self-expression while maintaining the privacy necessary to protect their public identities. The relationships that form within these walls demonstrate how shared pharmaceutical experiences create bonds that transcend the usual social hierarchies of colonial Shanghai. In one corner of a semi-private chamber, we observe an unlikely friendship developing between two men whose paths would never cross in ordinary circumstances. The first is Chun Wei, a bookkeeper for a small Chinese import firm whose modest salary barely covers his family's basic needs. The second is Thomas Ashworth, a junior clerk at a British trading house whose own financial circumstances are similarly constrained. Despite his privileged position within the colonial structure, both men find themselves drawn to the same chamber, not by choice but by economic necessity, unable to afford the privacy of individual suites, yet too proud to fully embrace the communal areas. Their initial encounters were marked by the awkward politeness that typically characterizes interactions between Chinese and British residents of Shanghai's international settlement. Chun Wei would nod respectfully when Thomas entered the chamber, while Thomas would offer the kind of distant courtesy expected of colonial officials toward local employees. Neither spoke directly to the other, though both were clearly aware of sharing the same space week after week. The transformation began gradually as the effects of regular opium consumption slowly dissolved the social barriers that both men had internalized. Thomas, whose education had filled his mind with assumptions about Chinese intellectual inferiority, found himself increasingly curious about the careful precision with which Chun Wei prepared his portions and managed his consumption. The Chinese man's obvious intelligence and self-discipline challenged stereotypes that Thomas had never previously questioned. Chun Wei, for his part, observed that Thomas treated the establishment's Chinese staff with unusual respect and seemed genuinely uncomfortable with the racial hierarchies that governed most colonial institutions. The young Englishman's obvious loneliness and his careful economy with his opium purchases suggested vulnerabilities that transcended cultural differences. Their first actual conversation emerged from a practical concern when Thomas noticed that Chen Wei appeared to be experiencing difficulties with his pipe. The heating mechanism had become clogged, preventing proper vaporization of the opium and threatening to waste the precious substance that represented a significant portion of Chen Wei's discretionary income. Thomas had observed the maintenance techniques used by the establishment staff and was able to suggest a simple remedy that restored the pipe's function. Chen Wei's grateful response led to a brief exchange about the practical aspects of opium consumption, which gradually expanded into a broader conversation about their respective experiences in Shanghai's complex social environment. Over subsequent weeks, their interactions evolved into something approaching genuine friendship. Thomas shared his frustrations with the rigid expectations of colonial society, where success was measured primarily by one's ability to extract profit from Chinese labor and resources while maintaining appropriate social distance from local populations. His education had prepared him for administrative work, but had provided no guidance for navigating the moral complexities of colonial life. Chen Wei described his own struggles with rapid social change that had disrupted traditional patterns of family and community life, while offering few alternatives that preserved personal dignity and cultural identity. His work for a foreign firm provided economic stability, but required daily compromises with values that had been central to his upbringing and education. Their conversations, conducted in the mixture of English and Mandarin that served as Shanghai's informal lingua franca, revealed common concerns about authenticity, purpose, and the search for meaning in lives that seemed increasingly disconnected from their original intentions. Both men had come to Shanghai seeking opportunities that would improve their circumstances, but both had discovered that success in the city's commercial environment required sacrifices of personal integrity that they had not anticipated. The opium provided temporary relief from these internal conflicts while creating the psychological conditions necessary for honest self-examination and mutual understanding. Thomas began to appreciate the sophistication of Chinese philosophical traditions that informed Chen Wei's approach to life's challenges, while Chen Wei gained insight into the psychological pressures that drove British colonial behavior beyond simple breed or cultural superiority. Their friendship became a source of mutual support that extended beyond their evening sessions in the opium den. Thomas began providing Chen Wei with information about foreign business practices that helped the Chinese man advance within his firm, while Chen Wei shared knowledge about local customs and relationships that enhanced Thomas's effectiveness in his administrative role. This exchange of practical assistance evolved into deeper forms of mutual support, as both men recognized that their friendship represented one of the few authentic relationships available to them in Shanghai's artificial social environment. Thomas found in Chen Wei the intellectual companionship that his British colleagues, focused primarily on commercial success and social advancement, could not provide. Chen Wei discovered in Thomas a foreign perspective that helped him understand the broader forces shaping China's relationship with Western powers, while maintaining respect for Chinese cultural achievements that most foreign residents dismissed as backward superstition. Their weekly sessions in the semi-private chamber became structured around this exchange of ideas and mutual support. They would begin each evening by sharing developments in their respective work situations, offering advice and encouragement that helped both men navigate professional challenges more effectively. As the opium took effect, their conversations would shift toward more philosophical topics that explored questions of personal identity, cultural change, and the search for authentic existence within artificial social structures. These discussions provided both men with intellectual stimulation that was unavailable in their ordinary social circles. The final portion of each evening was often spent in comfortable silence, each man pursuing his own thoughts while drawing comfort from the presence of a genuine friend. This pattern created a weekly rhythm that both men came to depend upon as their primary source of emotional and intellectual nourishment. The establishment staff observed this, developing friendship with the quiet satisfaction that comes from witnessing human connection transcend artificial barriers. Lao Wang, in particular, took pride in facilitating an environment where such relationships could develop naturally without interference from the prejudices and expectations that governed most cross-cultural interactions in colonial Shanghai. The economic implications of Chen Wei and Thomas's friendship extended beyond their personal circumstances to represent broader possibilities for cooperation between Chinese and foreign residents of Shanghai. Their mutual assistance in professional matters demonstrated that collaborative relationships could benefit both parties, more than the competitive dynamics that typically characterized colonial commerce. Thomas's growing understanding of Chinese business practices, informed by Chen Wei's insights, made him more effective in his administrative role while also making him more sympathetic to Chinese concerns about fair treatment in commercial relationships. Chen Wei's enhanced knowledge of foreign expectations and procedures, gained through Thomas's explanations, improved his value to his employers while helping him maintain his cultural identity. Their friendship became a model that other patrons of the establishment began to notice and sometimes emulate. The barrier-breaking nature of their relationship created subtle pressure for other cross-cultural interactions that gradually changed the social atmosphere of the semi-private chambers from polite segregation toward a genuine multicultural community. The personal transformations that both men experienced through their friendship illustrate the broader potential for opium dens to serve as spaces for cultural bridge building in colonial societies. Thomas's evolving attitudes toward Chinese intellectual capacity and cultural achievements represented the kind of individual change that could eventually contribute to more equitable colonial relationships. Chen Wei's developing confidence in cross-cultural communication and his enhanced understanding of foreign perspectives prepared him for advancement opportunities that required effective interaction with international clients and partners. His friendship with Thomas provided practical experience in building trust across cultural boundaries that served him well in professional contexts. The intellectual exchanges between Chen Wei and Thomas also contributed to their personal growth in ways that transcended immediate practical benefits. Thomas's exposure to Chinese philosophical traditions provided him with conceptual frameworks for understanding human nature and social relationships that enriched his personal worldview beyond the narrow materialism that characterized most colonial thinking. Chen Wei's engagement with Western ideas about individual rights and social progress offered him new perspectives on traditional Chinese social structures while deepening his appreciation for cultural values that deserved preservation. Despite foreign influence, their conversations helped him develop a more nuanced understanding of cultural change that avoided both uncritical acceptance of foreign ideas, and rigid rejection of all innovation. The documentation of friendships like that between Chun Wei and Thomas reveals the complex human dimensions of colonial relationships that formal historical records often overlook. Official documents focus on commercial transactions, political negotiations, and administrative procedures that provide little insight into the personal experiences of individuals navigating cross-cultural interactions in colonial environments. The opium den provided a unique space where such personal experiences could unfold naturally, free from the formal constraints and official expectations that shaped most documented interactions between Chinese and foreign residents of Shanghai. The informal nature of these relationships allowed for experimentation with different forms of cross-cultural communication and mutual understanding. The preservation of these personal narratives through the observations of establishment staff like Lao Wang provides valuable insight into the human costs and benefits of colonial social arrangements. The loneliness and cultural displacement experienced by individuals like Thomas and Chun Wei represents the personal dimension of broader historical forces that shape the development of modern China. The solutions that these individuals discovered through their friendship suggest possibilities for cross-cultural understanding that official colonial policies rarely explored or encouraged. Their success in building genuine mutual respect and support demonstrates that cultural barriers were often more artificial than fundamental. As our evening progresses deeper into the night hours, we encounter patrons whose stories reveal even more complex relationships with opium and its role in managing the psychological challenges of colonial life. In a private suite on the establishment's upper floor, we find Margaret Sinclair, one of the few women who regularly patronize high-end opium establishments in Shanghai. Margaret's presence in such venues represents a significant departure from the social conventions that typically governed European women's behavior in colonial settings. As the widow of a British merchant who died in a shipping accident 2 years earlier, she possesses both the financial resources and social independence necessary to pursue pharmaceutical relief from the depression and anxiety that have plagued her since her husband's death. Her weekly visits to the Jade Garden follow a carefully structured routine designed to provide maximum therapeutic benefit while minimizing the risk of social discovery that could damage her reputation and compromise her ability to manage her late husband's business interests. She arrives during the early evening hours when the establishment's clientele consists primarily of businessmen whose discretion she can depend upon. Margaret's approach to opium consumption reflects her background as the educated daughter of a physician who taught her to understand pharmaceutical substances as medical tools rather than mere recreational indulgences. She maintains detailed records of her consumption patterns, dosages, and therapeutic effects that demonstrate a scientific approach to self-medication that rivals professional medical practice. Her personal opium kit, housed in an elegant wooden case that appears to contain sewing supplies, includes precision instruments for measuring dosages and a collection of different opium preparations selected for their specific therapeutic properties. Her pipe, crafted from materials chosen for their chemical neutrality and ease of cleaning, represents a significant investment in equipment that supports safe, effective consumption. The therapeutic protocol that Margaret has developed through careful experimentation addresses not just her immediate symptoms of depression and anxiety, but also the chronic pain that resulted from injuries sustained during the accident that killed her husband. Her consumption schedule coordinates pharmaceutical relief with her business responsibilities and social obligations in ways that maximize function while maintaining the appearance of a normal widow's grief. Margaret's presence in the establishment creates subtle changes in the social dynamics of the upper floor suites, as other patrons adjust their behavior to accommodate a respectable woman whose obvious intelligence and social standing command respect. Despite her unconventional presence in such venues, her conversations with other patrons, when they occur, tend to focus on practical matters related to business management, property investment, and the navigation of legal systems that were designed primarily to serve male interests. Her insights into these topics, informed by her necessity to master them following her husband's death, provide valuable perspectives for male patrons who have rarely considered the challenges faced by women in colonial commercial environments. The establishment staff treat Margaret with particular attention that reflects both her economic value as a premium patron and their recognition of the additional vulnerabilities she faces as a woman operating outside conventional social boundaries. Her safety and discretion receive priority attention that ensures her comfort while protecting her from potential complications that could arise from inappropriate attention from other patrons. Margaret's therapeutic use of opium represents one of the most sophisticated examples of the self-medication practices that developed in response to the inadequate medical care available to women in colonial settings. Her success in using the drug to maintain function while managing serious physical and psychological symptoms demonstrates possibilities for pharmaceutical treatment that formal medical practice rarely explored. Her documentation of treatment outcomes provides evidence for opium's therapeutic potential that challenges contemporary assumptions about the drug's purely addictive and destructive nature. Her ability to maintain stable dosages, avoid tolerance escalation, and integrate pharmaceutical treatment with other therapeutic approaches suggests that problematic opium use was not inevitable, but rather reflected an inadequate understanding of proper therapeutic applications. The business acumen that Margaret has developed since assuming control of her husband's commercial interests reflects the intellectual stimulation and enhanced confidence that she attributes partly to her therapeutic opium use. The drug's anxiety-reducing effects have enabled her to engage in negotiations and decision-making processes that might otherwise have been overwhelming given her grief and inexperience with commercial operations. Her success in maintaining and expanding her business interests while managing her pharmaceutical treatment demonstrates the possibility for women to achieve economic independence, even within the constraints of colonial social structures. Her example influences other women who observe her competence and begin to question assumptions about female intellectual and commercial capabilities. The private suite that Margaret typically occupies has been modified to accommodate her specific needs and preferences, including improved lighting for reading business documents and enhanced privacy measures that protect her from unwanted attention. These modifications reflect the establishment's recognition that serving female clientele requires different approaches than those used for male patrons. The therapeutic benefits that Margaret derives from her opium use extend beyond immediate symptom relief to include enhanced creativity and problem-solving abilities that improve her business performance. She reports that the drug's effects on consciousness allow her to approach complex commercial problems from new perspectives that generate innovative solutions. Her experience suggests that opium's reputation as a drug that impairs function and judgment may reflect primarily inappropriate usage patterns rather than inherent properties of the substance. When used therapeutically by informed individuals with specific medical needs, The drug appears capable of enhancing rather than diminishing intellectual and practical capabilities. The social isolation that Margaret experiences as a widow operating independently in colonial Shanghai creates psychological pressures that her opium use helps to manage. The drug provides relief from loneliness and social anxiety that enables her to maintain the professional relationships necessary for business success while preserving her emotional equilibrium. Her presence in the establishment also provides other patrons with opportunities to interact with an intelligent, accomplished woman whose perspectives enrich the intellectual discourse that characterizes the opium den's social environment. Her contributions to conversations about business, politics, and social issues demonstrate female intellectual capabilities that many male patrons have rarely encountered. The relationships that Margaret develops with other regular patrons create informal support networks that provide practical assistance with business challenges and personal problems. These relationships, built on mutual respect rather than romantic interest, demonstrate possibilities for cross-gender friendship that colonial social conventions rarely accommodated. Her friendship with Chen Wei and Thomas, which developed through shared presence in the establishment's common areas, provides her with insights into Chinese business practices and British administrative procedures that enhance her commercial effectiveness. Their mutual support creates a multicultural alliance that benefits all parties, while challenging conventional assumptions about appropriate social relationships. The evening conversations between Margaret, Chen Wei, and Thomas represent some of the most sophisticated intellectual exchanges that occur within the establishment's walls. Their discussions range from philosophical questions about cultural identity and personal authenticity to practical matters concerning business strategy and political developments that affect Shanghai's commercial environment. These conversations provide all three individuals with intellectual stimulation and emotional support that would be difficult to find elsewhere in Shanghai's segregated social environment. Their friendship demonstrates the potential for opium dens to serve as spaces where artificial social barriers dissolve to allow genuine human connection based on shared interests and mutual respect. The documentation of Margaret's experiences provides valuable insight into the challenges faced by women who attempted to operate independently in colonial commercial environments. Her success in using opium therapeutically while maintaining business responsibilities challenges stereotypes about both female capabilities and pharmaceutical effects that dominated contemporary thinking. Her careful approach to opium use also provides a model for therapeutic applications that avoided the problematic patterns typically associated with opium addiction. Her ability to maintain stable consumption levels while achieving sustained therapeutic benefits suggests that many negative outcomes associated with opium use resulted from inappropriate usage patterns rather than inherent properties of the POVU drug. The establishment's accommodation of Margaret's specific needs demonstrates the flexibility and customer service excellence that characterize the most successful opium venues in Shanghai. Their willingness to modify facilities and procedures to serve female clientele reflects an understanding that expanding their market required adapting to diverse patron requirements. The economic success that Margaret achieves while managing her therapeutic opium use provides evidence for the drug's potential to enhance rather than impair function when used appropriately. Her business expansion during the period of her opium use challenges assumptions about the inevitability of pharmaceutical impairment and suggests alternative models for understanding drug effects. As the night deepens and the establishment's atmosphere becomes even more intimate and contemplative, we encounter another regular patron whose story illuminates different aspects of opium's role in colonial Shanghai society. Dr. Heinrich Müller, a German physician whose official position involves treating members of the international community, represents the complex relationship between medical professionals and opium use during this historical period. Dr. Müller's presence in the establishment reflects not recreational indulgence, but professional necessity, as he seeks relief from the psychological trauma of practicing medicine in an environment where his therapeutic options are severely limited by available treatments and cultural barriers that prevent effective patient care. His medical training, completed at European universities that emphasize scientific approaches to pharmaceutical treatment, initially made him skeptical of opium's therapeutic applications beyond basic pain relief. However, his experiences treating patients in Shanghai's challenging medical environment gradually convinced him that the drug possessed therapeutic properties that formal medical education had not adequately explored. Dr. Müller's own therapeutic use of opium began as an experiment in self-medication designed to address the chronic insomnia and anxiety that developed as a result of his frustration with the limitations of colonial medical practice. His scientific background enabled him to approach opium use systematically, documenting effects and adjusting dosages with the precision that characterized his professional work. His presence in the establishment provides other patrons with access to medical expertise that enhances the safety of their own opium use, while he maintains professional boundaries that prevent him from providing formal medical treatment to fellow patrons. His informal advice and observation help prevent medical emergencies and optimize therapeutic outcomes. The conversations that Dr. Müller engages in with other patrons often focus on the intersection between pharmaceutical treatment and psychological well-being, topics that his medical training and personal experience with opium uniquely qualify him to address. His perspectives help other patrons understand their own consumption patterns and therapeutic goals more clearly. His documentation of opium's effects on various types of patients, combined with his personal experience as a therapeutic user, provides valuable evidence for the drug's medical applications that formal medical literature rarely acknowledged. His observations suggest that many negative outcomes associated with opium use resulted from inadequate medical supervision rather than inherent dangers of the substance. Dr. Müller's therapeutic protocol involves carefully timed consumption that coordinates with his professional responsibilities and personal needs for psychological restoration. His approach demonstrates possibilities for integrating pharmaceutical treatment with demanding professional obligations in ways that enhance rather than compromise performance. The establishment staff regard Dr. Müller as a valuable resource, whose medical expertise contributes to the overall safety and quality of services provided to all patrons. His presence provides additional security for high-risk consumption sessions, and his advice helps staff members recognize and respond appropriately to medical emergencies. The medical knowledge that Dr. Müller shares with other patrons creates informal educational opportunities that improve understanding of pharmaceutical safety and therapeutic applications. His willingness to discuss opium's medical properties helps dispel misconceptions and promotes more effective therapeutic use among the establishment's clientele. His friendship with Margaret Sinclair develops around their shared interest in the therapeutic applications of opium and their common experience of using pharmaceutical treatment to maintain function despite significant personal challenges. Their conversations provide both individuals with intellectual companionship and practical support for their therapeutic goals. The scientific approach that both Dr. Muller and Margaret bring to their opium use creates opportunities for systematic observation and documentation of therapeutic outcomes that contribute to a broader understanding of the drug's medical applications. Their collaboration in recording and analyzing treatment effects provides evidence for pharmaceutical possibilities that formal medical research rarely explored. Their presence in the establishment elevates the intellectual atmosphere and provides other patrons with examples of sophisticated, purposeful approaches to opium use that contrast with recreational consumption patterns. Their success in achieving therapeutic goals while maintaining professional and social responsibilities demonstrates alternative models for pharmaceutical treatment. The evening conversations between Dr. Muller, Margaret, Chun-Wei, and Thomas create a multicultural intellectual salon that addresses topics ranging from medical ethics and pharmaceutical policy to cultural philosophy and social change. Discussions provide all participants with perspectives and insights that enrich their understanding of the complex social environment in which they operate. The relationships that develop between these four individuals demonstrate the potential for opium dens to serve as spaces where artificial social barriers dissolve to allow genuine intellectual and personal connections. Their mutual support and shared exploration of ideas create a temporary community that provides psychological and intellectual nourishment unavailable elsewhere in Shanghai's segregated society. The documentation of their experiences provides valuable insight into the human dimensions of colonial life and the creative solutions that individuals develop to address the psychological and social challenges of cross-cultural existence. Their stories illuminate possibilities for human connection and mutual understanding that transcend the limitations of formal colonial social structures. The documentation of these interconnected relationships reveals how the most successful opium establishments functioned as more than mere pharmaceutical dispensaries, evolving into complex social institutions that addressed multiple needs within colonial society. The Jade Garden's ability to attract and retain such a diverse yet sophisticated clientele reflected careful attention to creating environments that supported both individual therapeutic goals and meaningful social interaction. The evening's progression towards the deepest hours of night brings subtle changes in the establishment's atmosphere as conversations become more introspective and the pace of activity slows to match the contemplative mood that opium naturally encourages. The oil lamps burn lower, casting longer shadows that soften the already intimate lighting and create an atmosphere of profound peace that seems to exist outside ordinary time. In the communal chamber, we observe how the shared experience of pharmaceutical contemplation creates bonds between strangers that transcend the usual social barriers. A young Portuguese sailor finds himself engaged in halting conversation with an elderly Chinese scholar. Their exchange is facilitated by gestures and the few words of each other's languages they have managed to acquire during their respective journeys through Shanghai's international community. The sailor speaks of storms encountered during the voyage from Macau, his words coming slowly as he searches for English terms that might convey the terror and beauty of massive waves illuminated by lightning. His audience listens with the intense attention that characterizes opium-influenced conversation, where each shared experience takes on heightened significance and emotional resonance. The scholar responds with his own memories of natural forces, describing typhoons that swept across the countryside of his youth, bringing destruction but also renewal as floodwaters deposited fertile soil that ensured abundant harvests in subsequent years. His philosophical interpretation of natural cycles provides the sailor with new perspectives on the storms that have shaped his professional life at sea. Their conversation illustrates how opium's effects on consciousness create psychological conditions conducive to the kind of meaningful exchange that rarely occurs between individuals from such different backgrounds and life experiences. The drug's ability to reduce social anxiety while enhancing empathy allows for communication that transcends language barriers and cultural differences. Adjacent to this cross-cultural dialogue, another scene unfolds that reveals different aspects of the opium experience. A middle-aged Chinese merchant lies in solitary contemplation, his breathing so regular and peaceful that he appears to be sleeping, though his open eyes suggest a state of wakeful meditation that opium uniquely facilitates. This gentleman, whom the staff know as Mr. Wu, represents a significant portion of Shanghai's opium clientele, who seek not social interaction but a profound solitude that allows for introspection impossible amid the constant demands of family and business responsibilities. His weekly sessions serve as psychological retreats that restore his emotional equilibrium and provide clarity for complex decisions that affect not just his own welfare but the livelihoods of dozens of employees and their families. Mr. Wu's approach to opium consumption reflects the careful balance required by individuals whose public responsibilities demand constant alertness and sound judgment. His portions are precisely measured to provide therapeutic relief without impairing his ability to resume his business activities, demonstrating the sophisticated understanding of pharmaceutical effects that many regular users developed through careful experimentation. His presence in the communal chamber, rather than a private suite, reflects both economic considerations and his preference for the subtle human contact that shared spaces provide without requiring active social engagement. The awareness of other people's presence offers comfort without the obligations that formal conversation would impose. The establishment's design supports different styles of opium consumption and social interaction through a careful arrangement of spaces and furnishings that accommodate varying needs for privacy, companionship, and contemplation. The communal chambers provide opportunities for social connection, while also offering corners and alcoves where individuals can maintain relative solitude within the shared environment. The platform arrangements allow patrons to position themselves according to their comfort with social interaction, from central locations that invite conversation to peripheral spaces that discourage unwanted attention while still providing access to the chamber's social atmosphere. This flexibility enables the establishment to serve a diverse clientele whose needs for human contact vary significantly. The semi-private chambers offer intermediate levels of social engagement that appeal to patrons who desire more intimate conversation than the communal areas provide, but lack the resources or inclination for complete privacy. These spaces often develop their own social dynamics, as regular patrons establish informal territories and relationships that persist across multiple visits. The private suites cater to individuals whose consumption patterns, social positions, or personal preferences require complete discretion and control over their pharmaceutical experience. These spaces allow for the deepest levels of opium-induced introspection, while providing security from observation or interruption that might compromise the therapeutic process. The progression through these different levels of privacy and social engagement reflects not just economic stratification, but different approaches to using opium for therapeutic and recreational purposes. The most successful establishments understand these distinctions and provide appropriate environments for each type of consumption pattern. The staff's expertise in reading patron needs and preferences enables them to provide guidance that helps individuals find the most suitable spaces and consumption approaches for their particular circumstances and goals. This personalized service contributes significantly to patron satisfaction and the establishment's reputation for quality care. The evening's activities also reveal the complex relationship between opium consumption and creative expression that characterized many users' experiences during this historical period. In one corner of a semi-private chamber, a young man whose appearance suggests artistic inclinations sits propped against silk cushions while sketching in a small notebook with obvious absorption and satisfaction. This individual, whom we might call Liu Ming, works as a clerk in a foreign trading house during daylight hours, but pursues painting and poetry during his limited free time. His opium sessions serve dual purposes, as they provide relief from the monotony of commercial work, while enhancing his creative perception and artistic inspiration. The drug's effects on visual perception and imaginative capacity create conditions that Lu Ming finds invaluable for his artistic development. Colors appear more vivid, spatial relationships become more apparent, and the boundaries between observed reality and creative interpretation seem more fluid and permeable. His sketches created during opium sessions often capture aspects of human emotion and social interaction that escape his ordinary observation. The enhanced empathy and psychological insight that the drug provides allow him to perceive and document subtle expressions and gestures that reveal the inner lives of his fellow patrons. The artistic work produced during these sessions later serves as source material for more elaborate paintings and poems that Lu Ming creates during his sober hours. The creative insights gained through pharmaceutical enhancement inform his artistic development in ways that purely technical training could not achieve. His presence in the establishment provides other patrons with opportunities to observe the creative process and engage in conversations about art, beauty, and aesthetic experience that enrich the intellectual atmosphere of the chambers. His willingness to share his artistic observations creates educational opportunities that benefit the broader patron community. The sketches themselves become informal records of the establishment's social life, documenting the faces, gestures, and interactions that characterize the opium experience. These artistic documents preserve aspects of human experience that formal historical records rarely capture, providing unique insights into the personal dimensions of colonial social life. Lu Ming's artistic pursuits also demonstrate how opium use could support, rather than impair, creative productivity when approached with appropriate goals and methods. His success in integrating pharmaceutical enhancement with artistic development challenges assumptions about drug effects that emphasize only negative outcomes and impaired function. The conversations that develop around Lu Ming's artistic activities often explore philosophical questions about the relationship between altered consciousness and creative expression, topics that fascinate both Chinese scholars versed in traditional aesthetics and foreign patrons curious about artistic traditions different from their own cultural backgrounds. These discussions contribute to cross-cultural understanding as participants share perspectives on beauty, creativity, and the role of altered consciousness in artistic and spiritual development. The opium-influenced setting creates psychological conditions conducive to appreciating different cultural approaches to aesthetic experience. The establishment's tolerance and even encouragement of artistic activities reflects an understanding that opium dens serve multiple functions beyond simple pharmaceutical provision. The most successful venues recognize that supporting patron creativity and intellectual development enhances customer satisfaction and builds loyalty that transcends purely commercial relationships. The creative atmosphere that develops around Lu Ming's presence also influences other patrons to explore their own artistic inclinations and creative interests. Several regular visitors have begun bringing their own materials for writing, sketching, or other creative pursuits that benefit from the enhanced perception and reduced inhibition that opium provides. As the evening progresses toward its conclusion, the establishment's social dynamics shift toward more intimate and personal exchanges as the accumulated effects of shared pharmaceutical experience create bonds of trust and understanding between patrons who might otherwise remain strangers. The barriers that normally separate individuals from different social backgrounds begin to dissolve under the influence of mutual vulnerability and enhanced empathy. In the communal chamber, we observe the formation of temporary communities that provide emotional support and intellectual stimulation for individuals whose ordinary lives offer limited opportunities for genuine human connection. A circle of 5 men from completely different backgrounds finds themselves engaged in a conversation about memory, loss, and the search for meaning that transcends their diverse personal circumstances. The group includes the Portuguese sailor we encountered earlier, the elderly Chinese scholar, Mr. Wu the merchant, Lu Ming the artist clerk, and a Russian trader whose presence in Shanghai reflects the complex international relationships that characterize the city's commercial environment. Their conversation proceeds in multiple languages, with frequent translation and explanation that creates a collaborative effort to understand and communicate across cultural boundaries. The Russian trader shares memories of his childhood in Siberia, describing landscapes and experiences so different from his companions' backgrounds that his words create vivid images of a world none of them could otherwise imagine. His descriptions of winter storms and endless forests provide his listeners with an expanded understanding of human experience and geographic diversity. The Chinese scholar responds with observations about the relationship between landscape and human character, drawing on philosophical traditions that interpret natural environments as influences on cultural development and individual personality. His insights help the group understand how their different backgrounds have shaped their approaches to life and their responses to the challenges they face in Shanghai. Mr. Wu contributes practical observations about how different cultural backgrounds affect business relationships and commercial success, sharing examples from his own experience of learning to work effectively with partners from various ethnic and national backgrounds. His perspectives provide valuable insights for the other men, who must navigate similar cross-cultural challenges in their own work. Lu Ming offers artistic interpretations of the experiences shared by his companions, suggesting how different cultural perspectives on beauty and meaning might be expressed through visual or literary art. His creative insights help the group appreciate the aesthetic dimensions of their diverse backgrounds and experiences. The Portuguese sailor provides maritime perspectives that connect the group's diverse geographical origins to the common element of ocean travel that has brought them all to Shanghai. His stories of different ports and coastal cultures create a framework for understanding how global commerce creates connections between distant places and peoples. Their conversation demonstrates how opium's effects on consciousness can facilitate the kind of meaningful cross-cultural dialogue that formal, diplomatic or commercial interactions rarely achieve. The drug's ability to reduce prejudice while enhancing curiosity and empathy creates conditions where genuine mutual understanding becomes possible. The bonds that form during such conversations often persist beyond individual opium sessions, creating informal networks of mutual support and friendship that enrich the social lives of all participants. These relationships provide practical benefits as well as emotional satisfaction, as individuals with diverse skills and knowledge share resources and assistance. The establishment's role in facilitating these cross-cultural connections contributes to Shanghai's development as a truly international city, where different ethnic and national communities can interact productively rather than merely coexisting in separate enclaves. The Opium Den serves as a social laboratory where new forms of multicultural cooperation can develop and flourish. The documentation of these interactions provides valuable evidence for the potential of pharmaceutical environments to support rather than undermine social cohesion and cross-cultural understanding. The success of these informal communities challenges assumptions about drug effects that emphasize only antisocial and destructive outcomes. The evening's final hours bring the most profound and intimate exchanges as patrons who have developed trust and rapport through a shared pharmaceutical experience engage in conversations about topics too personal or sensitive for ordinary social interaction. The psychological safety created by mutual vulnerability allows for discussions of fears, dreams, regrets, and aspirations that rarely find expression in conventional settings. In one private suite, Dr. Muller and Margaret Sinclair find themselves engaged in a conversation about the ethical challenges they face in their respective professional lives, sharing concerns and moral dilemmas that they could not discuss with colleagues or family members. Their mutual understanding of the pressures created by professional responsibility in colonial environments creates a foundation for meaningful dialogue about complex moral questions. Dr. Muller describes his frustration with medical limitations that prevent him from providing effective treatment for many conditions, particularly those affecting women and Chinese patients, whose cultural backgrounds create barriers to conventional therapeutic approaches. His professional training emphasizes scientific methods that often prove inadequate for addressing the complex psychological and social factors that contribute to illness in colonial settings. Margaret shares her experiences navigating business environments designed primarily to serve male interests, describing the additional challenges she faces as a woman attempting to maintain commercial success while preserving personal integrity and dignity. Her insights into gender-based discrimination provide Dr. Muller with new perspectives on social factors that affect health and well-being. Their conversation explores the intersection between personal ethics and professional necessity, examining how individuals can maintain moral integrity while operating within systems that often reward compromise and exploitation. Their shared use of opium for therapeutic purposes creates common ground for understanding how pharmaceutical treatment can support ethical behavior rather than undermining moral judgment. The trust that develops between Dr. Muller and Margaret through their honest examination of professional challenges creates a foundation for mutual support that extends beyond their pharmaceutical sessions. Their friendship provides both individuals with intellectual companionship and moral support that helps them maintain their ethical standards despite external pressures. Their discussions also address broader questions about social responsibility and individual agency in colonial environments, exploring how people can work for positive change while acknowledging the limitations imposed by political and economic structures beyond their control. Their perspectives inform each other's approaches to professional challenges and personal growth. The private nature of their conversations allows for the exploration of topics that public discourse rarely addresses, including the psychological costs of colonial life and the strategies that individuals develop for maintaining mental health and emotional equilibrium in challenging social environments. The establishment provides the secure environment necessary for such intimate exchanges, ensuring that personal revelations and vulnerable admissions remain confidential while creating conditions that encourage honest self-examination and mutual support. The staff's discretion and professional competence contribute significantly to the therapeutic value of these interactions. As dawn approaches, and the establishment begins its transition toward the quiet hours when only the most dedicated patrons remain. The evening's accumulation of shared experiences and meaningful connections creates a sense of temporary community that provides psychological nourishment for individuals whose ordinary lives offer limited opportunities for authentic human relationships. The gradual departure of patrons follows patterns that reflect both practical considerations and emotional attachments formed during the evening's social interactions. Some individuals leave reluctantly, drawing out their farewells as they attempt to preserve connections that have provided unexpected satisfaction and support. Others depart quietly, carrying with them the insights and emotional restoration gained through pharmaceutical treatment and social interaction. Their movements are careful and deliberate as they manage the transition from the protected environment of the faith establishment to the demanding realities of colonial Shanghai streets and social expectations. The staff observes these departures with an understanding born of years of experience, witnessing the human need for connection and meaning that draws people to establishments like the Jade Garden. Their professional competence ensures that departing patrons are prepared for a safe return to their ordinary responsibilities, while their personal compassion acknowledges the emotional significance of the experiences they have facilitated. The physical traces of the evening's activities remain, visible in the arrangement of cushions and the lingering sweetness of opium smoke that clings to wooden walls and silk furnishings. These environmental markers preserve the memory of human connections and shared experiences that have provided temporary relief from the isolation and challenges of colonial life. The cleaning and preparation rituals that follow each evening's activities serve both practical and symbolic functions, as the establishment prepares to offer the same opportunities for pharmaceutical treatment and social connection to another day's collection of individuals seeking relief from the psychological pressures of cross-cultural existence in a rapidly changing Shanghai. The cycle of evening activities, shared experiences, and morning departures creates rhythms of human connection and renewal that serve essential functions for individuals whose circumstances provide few other opportunities for authentic social interaction and emotional support. The opium den's role in facilitating these human needs demonstrates the complex social functions that such establishments served beyond their obvious pharmaceutical purposes. The stories that emerge from evening sessions at establishments like the Jade Garden provide unique insights into the personal experiences of individuals navigating the challenges of colonial social environments. These human narratives illuminate aspects of historical experience that formal records rarely capture, revealing the creativity and resilience that people demonstrated in addressing the psychological costs of cultural displacement and social fragmentation. The documentation of these personal narratives reveals how establishments like the Jade Garden functioned as repositories of human experience that would otherwise disappear without a trace into the anonymity of historical record. The conversations Relationships and individual transformations that occurred within these walls created a rich tapestry of human connection that transcended the formal boundaries imposed by colonial society. The morning light, filtering through the narrow windows of the upper floors, creates a gentle illumination that softens the evidence of the night's activities while highlighting the careful craftsmanship evident in every detail of the establishment's construction and furnishing. The carved wooden screens that provide privacy between chambers cast intricate shadows that dance with the movement of silk curtains stirred by the gentle breeze from the river. The transition from night to day brings subtle changes in the establishment's character as the intimate atmosphere of evening gradually gives way to the practical requirements of maintenance and preparation for another cycle of human needs and pharmaceutical relief. The staff moves through their morning routines with a quiet efficiency that preserves the peaceful ambiance while ensuring that every detail meets the exacting standards that define quality service. The relationships between staff members reflect years of shared responsibility for creating and maintaining environments that support both individual therapeutic goals and meaningful social interaction. Their professional competence extends beyond technical knowledge of opium preparation and consumption to include a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and the complex needs that draw people to seek pharmaceutical assistance. The head attendant's morning inspection encompasses not just physical details, like lamp maintenance and chamber cleanliness, but also an assessment of the previous evening's social dynamics and their implications for future service delivery. His observations inform adjustments to seating arrangements, lighting levels, and service protocols that optimize patron satisfaction and safety. The preparation areas, where opium undergoes transformation from raw material to refined pharmaceutical products, represent centers of specialized knowledge that combine traditional techniques with innovations developed through years of serving a diverse clientele. The master preparers who oversee these processes possess an expertise that rivals formally trained pharmacists in their understanding of drug properties and therapeutic applications. The business and operational side of an establishment like the Jade Garden involved a complex ecosystem. The architectural modifications that adapted traditional Chinese building techniques to the specialized requirements of opium consumption demonstrated creative solutions to unique functional challenges. The ventilation systems that managed smoke while preserving atmosphere, the acoustic treatments that balanced privacy with social awareness, and the lighting designs that supported both individual contemplation and group interaction represented sophisticated environmental engineering. The furniture designs that supported extended periods of reclined consumption represented specialized solutions to ergonomic challenges that conventional seating could not address. The platforms, cushions, and side tables that accommodated pipes, lamps, and personal belongings demonstrated accumulated wisdom about the physical requirements of comfortable opium use. Seasonal adaptations were crucial. Winter preparations involved additional heating sources and draft protection, while summer modifications included enhanced ventilation and cooling systems to maintain comfort. Cultural celebrations also shaped the rhythm of the den. The Chinese New Year period typically saw reduced operations, while the Western Christmas season often provided refuge for foreign residents navigating the emotional complexities of holidays far from home. The quality control measures that ensured consistent pharmaceutical effects and service delivery involved systematic monitoring of all aspects of operation, from raw material procurement through final service delivery to departing patrons. The safety protocols that prevented medical emergencies while maintaining patron privacy required staff expertise in recognizing dangerous consumption patterns and implementing interventions that preserve dignity while ensuring health and safety. The evening activities that we observe represent just one cycle in patterns of human need and pharmaceutical response that repeated daily throughout Shanghai's network of opium establishments. Each venue developed its own character and clientele while serving similar functions within the broader social ecosystem of colonial society. The individual stories that unfold within these walls reflect universal human needs for connection, understanding, and relief from suffering that transcend the specific historical circumstances of late 19th century Shanghai. The creative solutions that patrons and staff developed for addressing these needs demonstrate human resilience and adaptability in challenging social environments. The cross-cultural exchanges that occurred naturally within opium-influenced settings created opportunities for mutual understanding and cooperation that formal diplomatic or commercial interactions rarely achieve. These informal bridges between different communities contributed to Shanghai's development as a truly international city where diversity became a source of strength rather than division. As our journey through the opium dens of old Shanghai draws to its natural conclusion, we carry with us not just images of smoke-filled chambers and reclining figures, but a deeper understanding of the complex human needs that drove people to seek refuge in these hidden spaces. The stories we have encountered reveal the creativity, resilience, and fundamental humanity of individuals navigating the challenges of a rapidly changing world where traditional sources of meaning and connection had been disrupted by forces beyond their control. The sweet smoke that curled through these chambers carried more than pharmaceutical effects. It bore the hopes, fears, dreams, and sorrows of people seeking temporary escape from circumstances that often seemed overwhelming. Yet in that seeking, they found not just relief but connection, not just oblivion but understanding, not just escape but the strength to return and face another day in colonial Shanghai's demanding social environment. The gentle conversations that drifted through these spaces created temporary communities where strangers became confidants, where cultural barriers dissolved into shared humanity, and where the search for meaning found expression in the most unlikely circumstances. These were places where time moved differently, where the harsh edges of daily life softened into something more forgiving, and where the simple act of sharing space and breath created bonds that transcended the artificial divisions imposed by colonial society. The relationships forged within these walls demonstrate something profound about human nature that transcends historical circumstance. When the artificial constraints of social position and cultural expectation temporarily dissolve, what remains is the fundamental human capacity for empathy, understanding, and genuine connection. The Portuguese sailor and the Chinese scholar, the British clerk and the German doctor, the widowed merchant and the struggling artist, all found common ground in their shared vulnerability and mutual recognition of the burdens that life inevitably brings. These connections often proved more authentic and sustaining than the formal relationships that governed their daylight hours. Free from the performance requirements of their public roles, patrons could explore aspects of themselves that had no place in colonial society's rigid hierarchies. The opium provided not just pharmaceutical relief, but permission to be fully human in ways that ordinary social interaction rarely allowed. The establishment's success in fostering such relationships reflected careful attention to creating environments where trust could develop naturally. The soft lighting that obscured sharp distinctions between individuals, the comfortable furnishings that encouraged relaxed interaction, and the unhurried pace that opium naturally imposed all contributed to psychological conditions were authentic. Dialogue became possible. The staff understood that their role extended far beyond simple service provision to include the subtle facilitation of the human connections that gave meaning to the pharmaceutical experience. Their discretion created safety, their attentiveness demonstrated care, and their cultural sensitivity enabled communication across the language and custom barriers that might otherwise prevent meaningful exchange. The morning light that now streams through the windows of the Jade Garden illuminates empty chambers where profound human dramas once unfolded nightly. The silk cushions lie undisturbed, the carved screens stand silent, and the ornate pipes rest in their cases, waiting for users who will never return. Yet something essential persists in these spaces: the memory of human connection, the echo of meaningful conversation, and the lingering sweetness of smoke that once carried away the sorrows of a generation caught between worlds. The stories we have witnessed remind us that behind every historical moment lie individual human beings struggling with the universal challenges of loneliness, suffering, and the search for authentic meaning. The solutions they discovered within these walls may seem foreign to contemporary sensibilities, yet their fundamental insights about human nature and the conditions necessary for healing and connection transcend historical circumstance. The gentle conversations that once drifted through these chambers carried wisdom about the importance of creating spaces where masks can be removed, where vulnerability is met with compassion rather than judgment, and where the simple act of sharing presence with fellow travelers on life's difficult journey can provide the strength needed to continue walking forward. As the morning sun climbs higher over Shanghai's bustling streets, the contrast between the peaceful chambers and the demanding world outside becomes ever more apparent. Yet those who found refuge here carried something precious back into that demanding world: the knowledge that they were not alone in their struggles, that understanding was possible across seemingly impossible differences, and that human connection could flourish even in the most unlikely circumstances. The opium dens of old Shanghai have long since vanished, their stories surviving only in fragments of memory and imagination. But the human needs they served persist, and the creative solutions their patrons and staff developed for addressing those needs continue to offer insights into the enduring challenge of creating communities where healing and authentic human connection can flourish. The final wisps of sweet smoke fade into memory as we reach the end of our journey through these forgotten chambers. The red lantern that once guided seekers down narrow alleys has long since been extinguished, its gentle glow replaced by the harsh fluorescent lights of modern Shanghai's relentless progress. Yet in these quiet moments before sleep claims us, we can still hear the echoes of those whispered conversations that once filled the Jade Garden's intimate spaces. The Portuguese sailor sharing tales of distant storms, the Chinese scholar finding solace in philosophical discourse with foreign strangers, the lonely clerk discovering friendship across cultural boundaries that seemed impossible to bridge. These weren't merely stories of vice or addiction, but profound human documents that reveal something essential about our capacity for connection in times of displacement and uncertainty. The opium provided temporary relief, yes, but what sustained these individuals week after week was something far more valuable: the recognition that their struggles were shared, their humanity acknowledged, their need for understanding met with gentle acceptance rather than harsh judgment. The attendant Liu Wang, making his final rounds through chambers now empty of all but memory, understood something that history often forgets. These establishments served as sanctuaries not just from physical pain, but from the deeper anguish of cultural isolation and spiritual displacement that defined colonial life for so many. As morning light filtered through carved wooden screens for the last time, illuminating cushions that would soon be packed away forever, the true legacy of places like the Jade Garden became clear. They had provided spaces where the artificial barriers of race, class, and nationality could dissolve into a recognition of our common humanity, where the search for meaning could find expression in the most unexpected conversations, where strangers could become confidants through the simple act of sharing vulnerability and breath. The sweet smoke has dissipated, the conversations have faded to whispers, and the gentle community that once gathered in these chambers has scattered to history. But their stories remain, reminding us that even in the most challenging circumstances, human beings possess an extraordinary capacity to create connection, find healing, and discover hope in the company of fellow travelers on life's difficult journey. Now, as Shanghai's modern towers pierce the sky where opium dens once offered refuge, we close our eyes and let these stories carry us toward our own peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the space between memory and imagination, the Jade Garden's doors remain forever open to those who seek not just pharmaceutical relief, but the deeper medicine of human understanding and compassionate presence. Sweet dreams, and may you find in sleep the same gentle peace that once graced these forgotten chambers of old Shanghai. Hey guys, tonight we're easing into one of those chapters of history that's equal parts scandal, sorrow, and let's be honest, extremely awkward candle placement. We're heading deep into the smoky stew-centered backstreets of the medieval city, to places where the walls were thin, the rules were thinner, and the velvet curtains only half-heartedly tried to hide what was going on. That's right, we're talking about medieval brothels. Now just so you know, you probably won't survive this. Not emotionally, not psychologically, and definitely not if you're squeamish about disease or the smell of unwashed tights. Medieval brothels weren't exactly five-star inns with spa options. But that's the whole fun of it. We're going to step behind the heavy oak doors and find out what really happened in these places that officially weren't supposed to exist, but somehow did. A lot. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, while you're at it, tell me in the comments, what city are you watching from, and what time is it right now where you are? I promise I'll read them all, probably while lying in bed, questioning the entire course of Western civilization. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. So picture this. A flickering alleyway near the market square. It smells like overripe cheese and wet wool. There's a door, painted with a subtle red streak, not enough to say brothel, but enough that if you knew, you knew. You push inside, and laughter echoes off the stone. There's a woman in a bright green veil beckoning from a staircase. A fire burns low, and somewhere upstairs, someone groans, but not like in pain. Welcome to the medieval brothel. These weren't just dens of sin tucked into the shadows. They were institutions. Legal ones, often taxed, regulated, and strategically placed near military barracks or pilgrimage routes. And here's the fun twist. They existed in a weird moral loophole where cities condemned prostitution in sermons, but quietly collected taxes from it behind closed doors. Imagine a town council wagging its finger by day and rubbing its hands together. by night. That's basically it. Let's take the city of Toulouse, for example. In the 14th century, the city council passed laws requiring prostitutes to wear a specific striped hood. This wasn't about safety. It was so everyone could identify them and not accidentally sin. Meanwhile, the council directly profited from the very brothels these women worked in. Moral clarity? Not so much. Public sin, private profit. Brothels came in all sizes. There were massive city-sponsored establishments like the stew houses in London's Southwark district, essentially sex malls with bathhouses attached. There were also little operations run out of someone's back room with a creaky cot and a pitcher of sour ale. But one thing stayed consistent. They were loud, chaotic, and deeply woven into the urban fabric. You'd hear them before you saw them. Music, laughter, the occasional drunken lute solo. And unlike the upper floors of noble homes where everything was candlelit restraint, brothels were garish. Think heavy perfumes trying to mask body odor, overly embroidered cushions, and bizarre painted ceiling scenes of swans doing suspicious things. The decor was meant to distract from how cold the stone walls were and how scratchy the linens felt. The people inside were equally colorful. Brothel workers, known in various places as public women or amis amoureux, were just single women and came from every background imaginable. Some had fled abusive homes, others had been sold into the trade, and very few actually chose it for independence and income. There's a historical debate still raging on that point. How much agency did these women really have? Some scholars argue brothels offered one of the only ways for women to earn money without a husband or male guardian. Others point to the systemic coercion baked into the very structure. The truth is, it depended on the city, the decade, and the individual. But here's a quirky side note. In certain cities, brothels had designated safe days. These were often during religious festivals where prostitution was temporarily banned. So naturally, those were the slowest and most awkward days of the year. That said, loopholes always existed. In Avignon, brothels sometimes offered spiritual massage during banned periods. No, it wasn't that spiritual dot as the night deepens, the space transforms. The clients trickle in, merchants, knights, scribes, even monks sneaking out in their woolen habits. Some are regulars, some are tourists, most are drunk. They haggle over prices in hushed tones, not because it's a secret, but because they don't want to look cheap. Upstairs, the real business unfolds, often with one eye on the door and the other on the candle burning down too close to the thatch. And it's not just sex. In a strange way, brothels also offered something softer: conversation, laughter, music. For men who spent their days in violent, rigidly hierarchical worlds, this was a weird kind of freedom, even if they had to pay for it. One fact we know: medieval brothels had curfews. Workers were expected to be inside by dusk or face fines. City ordinances would specify when they could work, what they could wear, and where they could stand. It was micromanagement at its most hypocritical, especially from city leaders who often dropped by after meetings. And the irony didn't stop there. In some towns, brothel profits funded church repairs. You heard that right. Stained glass windows gleamed thanks to coin dropped on stained pillows. So as we settle into the world behind those low-lit wooden doors, get ready. Because the deeper we go, the stranger, sadder, and more surprising it gets. There are dark corridors ahead, filled with hypocrisy, resilience, and more than a few silk garters. It's early morning now, and the brothel is strangely quiet. The fire has burned down to embers. The perfume has mixed into something that smells like moldy lavender and regrets. And a few of the workers, still in half-rolled stockings, stumble downstairs in search of cold bread or a forgotten cider cup. You're still here, lurking in a corner like a ghost, watching the aftermath settle like dust. And maybe you're wondering, how did all this even become normal? Why would cities that claim to be godly, moral, and upright allow these places to flourish? Just a short walk from the cathedral? Well, surprise, it was all about profit and control. In a very medieval plot twist, cities figured out that while they couldn't stop people from sinning, they could tax it. And so they did, with astonishing efficiency. Let's take a closer look at one city that absolutely perfected the art of sinful capitalism, Nuremberg. In the 15th century, officials there ran what was effectively a municipal brothel. That's right, the city itself owned the building, hired the madame, and enforced the rules. The goal wasn't exactly charity. It was containment. Better to have sex work happening in a designated zone than have it spill into respectable neighborhoods. Or, worse, result in affairs that complicated property rights. Gasp! Property was sacred after all. Prostitution was considered a necessary evil, something you tolerated to prevent worse outcomes like, heaven forbid, adultery or monks seducing stable boys. So, city councils set up red light districts. They made laws about how the brothel workers had to dress. They taxed their earnings and used the funds for very serious things, like bridge repairs and wall maintenance. Next time you admire the Gothic arches of some charming medieval town, just remember, it may have been financed by someone's drunken Saturday night. This public-private brothel system was so efficient, it makes modern zoning laws look lazy. In Florence, for example, you could find entire neighborhoods zoned for sex work, conveniently located near markets and ports, because supply and demand, baby. And if a brothel opened too close to a convent, well, that just meant the convent would petition for a bigger wall. There was a deep, quiet hypocrisy running through all of it. Publicly, brothels were condemned as a moral cancer. Sermons railed against them, priests warned of hellfire. But in back rooms, city fathers nodded along with madams over rent contracts and tax ledgers. It wasn't unusual for the same man who signed an order finding a prostitute to also be one of her clients or her landlord. And then there were the sin taxes. These weren't just random fees. Cities created entire economic models around the earnings from brothels. In Paris, fines collected from sex workers helped pay for public fountains and sanitation, an ironic little cycle where women were punished and then funded the public baths they were banned from using. Here's a quirky side note. In some places, brothels were only allowed to operate on certain days of the week. Sundays were usually off limits, of course, because God was watching a little more closely then. But there were also weird regional customs like in Bruges, where the brothel district had a curfew that started when the cathedral bells rang for evening prayer, unless of course the bell ringer was late, which he sometimes was conveniently. And get this, some cities even hosted inspections. Officials would visit brothels to ensure they were operating morally. Imagine a bureaucrat with a wax-sealed clipboard checking bedsheets for appropriateness and making sure the music wasn't too seductive. That's the level of absurd micromanagement we're talking about. There's actually a real debate among historians about whether these inspections were legit governance or just a socially accepted excuse for voyeurism. I mean, how closely do you really need to inspect a feather mattress to confirm it's up to code? But the biggest reason cities loved brothels wasn't just tax revenue, it was control. Control over women, over the working class, over sexual behavior itself. By forcing brothels into specific districts and subjecting workers to humiliating laws, like mandatory clothing or curfews, they reinforced social hierarchies. You knew who was in and who was out, who was respectable and who wasn't. And if a woman crossed that line even once, good luck ever getting back. And here's the thing, once you were labeled a prostitute, that identity stuck like medieval mud. It didn't matter why you entered the trade. Maybe your husband died, maybe you were orphaned, maybe your dowry got lost in a fire. Once you were in, the system made sure you stayed there. Even if you left the brothel and married a baker, you were still that woman from down the lane. In some cities, brothel workers were required to register with local officials. They had little books or tokens identifying them as legal sex workers. Sound helpful? It wasn't. It made them easier to fine, track, and sometimes imprison if they broke a rule, like being seen outside their district without a chaperone. Yes, grown women had to ask permission to cross the city wall, but there were some surprising exceptions. In Venice, for example, courtesans, essentially high-end sex workers, could achieve celebrity status. They wrote poetry, hosted salons, and dressed like aristocrats. And while the city still taxed and regulated them, it also kind of admired them. There's a story about a Venetian courtesan named Veronica Franco, who debated a bishop in public and won. So not all brothels were created equal. Some were grim little dens. Others were decadent lounges where Latin philosophers recited sonnets after sex. Seriously, the contrast between those levels, the desperate workers in back alley hovels and the silk-draped courtesans of the upper floors, reminds you how class ran straight through every part of this system. Even sex had a hierarchy. And we haven't even touched the fines yet. Oh, the fines. Workers could be fined for drinking too much, for wearing the wrong shoes, for laughing too loudly in public, basically, for existing. One city mandated that prostitutes wear bells on their clothing so good women could avoid them. Bells, like cats or criminals. Try walking around your neighborhood with a jingle collar and see how fast the HOA sends a letter. So the next time someone tells you that medieval people were all pure and pious, just remember, they were running government-funded brothels while sermonizing against temptation. And they were very, very good at making money off things they pretended not to like. You step outside just for a moment into the wet cobblestone street, and the air smacks you with the smell of horse dung and boiled cabbage. A cat darts across the alley, chased by a rat the size of a goblet. You turn your head, and there it is. The infamous district, the one that even the priests mutter about under their breath while pretending to quote scripture. This is Southwark, just across the Thames from the heart of London, and if you're looking for medieval England's most open secret, you've found it. Southwark was the place, a red light district before the term even existed. The king's men, the clergy, and peasants alike all knew what went on here. But the strange part? It wasn't technically under London's control. Southwark sat just outside the city walls, which meant it was governed by, you guessed it, the church, specifically the Bishop of Winchester. So while the bishop preached about chastity on Sunday, his office was collecting rent from brothels on Monday. The women who worked in Southwark's brothels weren't just prostitutes. They had a special title, Winchester geese. That's not slang. That's what they were officially called. Which, if you're thinking, wait, they named sex workers after birds. Yep, exactly. It was a cruel joke and a way to dehumanize them. Goose was also slang for both disease and certain anatomical features, bonus points for double entendre. These women weren't allowed to live inside the city of London proper, so Southwark became a self-contained zone of sin and survival. It had taverns, gambling houses, and dozens of brothels packed elbow to elbow like they were waiting to be condemned in alphabetical order. In fact, the stew houses, as they were called, were often built over bathhouses, hence the stew. Originally, they were just places to soak in a tub and maybe get a back rub, but we both know how that escalates. And once the curtains went up, no one was fooling anyone. But despite how regulated things were, the brothel workers in Southwark lived in a bizarre limbo. They had freedom, kind of. They could work, earn money, and sometimes even set their own terms. But they couldn't marry. They couldn't wear respectable colors like scarlet or blue, and they couldn't be buried in consecrated ground. Even in death, they were reminded of who they were. There's a cemetery near the old brothel quarter, hidden under what's now a car park, that archaeologists have unearthed. They call it the Crossbones Graveyard. It was where the Winchester geese were buried, an unholy patch of dirt for the single women and other outcasts. No headstones, no records, just bones and whispers. And if that isn't bleakly poetic, I don't know what is. Back in the stew houses, the work was hard, repetitive, and dangerous. The women might take on 5, 10, even 15 clients in a day. Many of them rough, some violent, and almost all of them carrying things no one could cure. They had to keep smiling, had to flatter, entertain, play the game. Because one bad night could mean being thrown into the street, no questions asked. There was always someone younger or prettier waiting to take your place. And the madams, they weren't always villains, but they were businesswomen first. They had to grease the palms of guards, pay off inspectors, and keep a delicate balance between profitability and disaster. A brothel that made too much noise, got too rowdy, or drew the attention of the wrong noble could be shut down overnight, or worse, raided and burned by angry townsfolk, pretending to be morally outraged. Which brings us to a lesser-known but endlessly strange fact. Brothel workers in Southwark were technically under the bishop's protection, like legally. If someone assaulted one of them or tried to cheat her, she could bring a complaint, not to the city, but to the bishop's court. And sometimes she'd even win. Picture that, a prostitute walking into a religious courtroom, listing her grievances while a bishop adjusts his robe and pretends he doesn't know her by name. And here's something that continues to puzzle historians. Why did the church keep up the act? Why didn't they just shut it all down? There are theories, of course. Some say the church believed it was better to have sex work contained than scattered. Others say it was about money, always a good bet. And still others think the church just didn't want the political fallout. Shut the brothels, and you'd suddenly have angry clients across all classes, including knights, including royal officials, including, inconveniently, other clergy. But the contradiction ran deep. Brothels like those in Southwark operated in daylight, often with the full knowledge of everyone involved. And yet, at the same time, they were coated in shame. You could visit one, joke about it with your friends, maybe even see your neighbor's husband leaving one, but you couldn't talk about it openly. It was the medieval version of don't ask, don't tell, with a lot more velvet and body lice. The women there weren't allowed to own property, couldn't testify in most courts, couldn't inherit, couldn't join guilds. But the economy couldn't function without them. Ports needed brothels, traveling merchants expected them, and armies, we'll get to that, relied on them for morale. The hypocrisy wasn't just a bug. It was the system. One more thing to make your blood pressure spike. Brothel workers in Southwark had to follow fashion laws that made them stand out on purpose. Some were forced to wear striped cloaks. Others weren't allowed to cover their hair. One law required them to wear shoes with the toes cut off. Yes, cut off. Like some ridiculous reverse Cinderella warning. These women don't belong at the ball. So next time you're in London, maybe walking near Borough Market or heading toward the Globe Theatre, just remember, beneath those cobblestones and hipster coffee shops lies a whole history of ghostly geese, medieval bathhouses, and the strange, half-legal world of regulated freedom. It's the part of London's past that no one wants to put on a postcard, but still refuses to be forgotten. You sit quietly in the back corner of the common room as the last lantern sputters out, and someone upstairs starts coughing again. The room is cold now, stripped of its earlier laughter and candlelit warmth, and the stone walls are once again just walls, not a stage for seduction, but a container for the reality underneath. One of the women passes you, barefoot and blinking blearily in the gloom. You wonder who she is, how she got here, and how so many women, thousands across medieval Europe, ended up behind these velvet curtains in the first place. Let's start with the phrase single woman, because that didn't always mean what you think it does. In many towns, single woman became a not-so-subtle code word for prostitute. You'd find it in tax records, court ledgers, even church rosters. If a woman wasn't married, wasn't part of a guild, and didn't have a male guardian listed beside her name, officials assumed, often without asking, that she was in the sex trade. And that assumption carried consequences. It meant fines, surveillance, and mandatory registration in many places. But why were so many women left in that position? The answer, of course, starts with poverty. In a society where women couldn't legally own land without a male relative, and where most jobs were closed to them unless they were nuns, laundresses, or bread bakers, the options were slim. The moment you lost your husband, your father, or your dowry, you were dangerously close to the edge. And sometimes, the only way forward was through that crooked little alley that led to the brothel door. There were also orphans, hundreds of them, especially after plagues and wars swept through cities. Girls as young as 12 were taken in by brothel keepers with promises of food and shelter. There were no background checks, no training, no safety nets. One day you were helping in the kitchen of your aunt's inn. The next you were serving ale with the side of expectation and being told to smile no matter how your stomach turned. Then there were the women sold into the trade. Families, especially poorer ones, would sometimes apprentice their daughters to madams in exchange for a lump sum. Officially, the arrangement was for domestic service. Unofficially, everyone knew what the work involved. And once you signed the parchment and handed over the girl, there was no refund. This brings us to one of the saddest ironies of medieval brothel life. Sometimes, the brothel was the safest place a woman could be. Outside in the streets, she risked being beaten, arrested, or sexually assaulted with zero chance of justice. Inside, she had a roof, regular meals, and at least some form of community. It wasn't a good life, but it was a less terrible one, which for many was the best offer on the table. And some women, rarely but still, chose the life. Not because they dreamed of it, but because it offered a bizarre kind of independence. They could earn their own money, they could live without a husband, they could make decisions. A few of them, especially in bigger cities, even managed to save enough to leave the trade, buy a tavern, or become a brothel keeper themselves. They weren't respected, but they had leverage. And in a world built to deny women any power at all, that meant something. There's a debated case from 14th century Ghent, where a woman named Elsbeth the Weaver voluntarily registered as a sex worker. Not because she was desperate, but because she was tired of being paid pennies for her textiles. She figured if she was going to be exploited anyway, she might as well be in charge of the terms. Scholars still argue whether that counts as empowerment, or just a sharper form of despair. Probably both, and it wasn't just the cities. In smaller villages, sex work took a different form, less official, less organized, but just as common. A woman might take in guests to support her family after her husband died in a farming accident. Or she might offer companionship to traveling clerics who conveniently forgot their vows. These arrangements weren't labeled, but they were understood. And they often came with less protection than even the roughest brothel in town. Then there were the traveling workers, women who moved from city to city, sometimes under the guise of being seamstresses or musicians, offering their services at fairs, markets, or religious festivals. These were the clandestine sex workers, and they terrified authorities because unlike brothel-based workers, they weren't registered, weren't taxed, and couldn't be contained. Which, of course, made them targets for harassment, arrest, or sudden disappearance. A quirky historical side note, in some cities, brothel workers had to carry tokens, badges, or ribbons that identified them as legal sex workers. These little markers served as both branding and control. No ribbon? You were breaking the law. But wearing the ribbon made you a walking target for every insult, grope, or street-level preacher with an opinion. It was the worst name tag ever invented. And still, despite everything, these women built small lives. They shared jokes in the dressing rooms. They watched each other's children. They learned tricks to keep clients from getting too rough or drunk. They had favorite songs, favorite perfumes, inside jokes, superstitions. Some of them scribbled poetry in the margins of old account books. Others kept pet birds in their windows, geese, mostly. In a weird nod to their unofficial name, there are records of brothel women forming unofficial unions, banding together to protest a madam's abuse or demanding better pay from clients. These moments are fleeting in the archives, but they show something important. They weren't passive victims. They were survivors, sharp, stubborn, and often funny in the face of everything trying to crush them. But society didn't want to hear their voices. When they tried to leave the trade, they found doors slammed shut. Marriage? Only if the man was desperate. Honest work? Only if no one recognized them. Religious redemption? Maybe if they cried hard enough and wore sackcloth for 5 years. And even then, someone would whisper behind their back. So here you are, still sitting in the quiet of the brothel, as the women begin to stir and stretch and ready themselves for another day. You look around and the faces are different, now some younger, some older, all carrying the same weariness in their eyes. These are the single women of medieval Europe, not saints, not sinners, just women who had no other choice, or who made a choice no one wanted to understand. The smell of frying onions wafts in from a nearby tavern, sharp and smoky in the morning haze. Someone singing off-key down the alley, and the sound of wooden shutters slamming open echoes between the damp stone walls. The brothel is waking up, but if you think the women here are running the show on their own, think again. Tonight, we're pulling back the curtain not just on the workers, but on the people behind the brothels, the ones who pull strings. balance ledgers, grease palms, and sometimes wear way too much velvet for someone who doesn't actually work in a bed. Let's talk about madams, pimps, and the delicate balance of power that held medieval brothels together like sagging thatch on a rainy roof. First off, the idea of a lone woman running a brothel isn't just legend. It happened, especially in cities where brothels were legally sanctioned. A madam could have an actual contract with the city, rent from the church, and a business license. Yes, a license. Picture a scroll with wax seals that says, in ornate calligraphy, "You may now operate your house of ill repute on Church Street, provided you collect your taxes quarterly and don't set anything on fire." These women weren't amateurs. They were business managers, security supervisors, customer service reps, and, let's be honest, occasional bouncers. They hired the workers, made sure no one stiffed them on payment, and paid city officials their bribes, regulatory fees. Some madams even had lawyers. Imagine that meeting. "Your Honor, my client merely offered companionship and fine ale." Any moaning was purely theological. In larger establishments, madams often wielded serious influence. They knew who visited, who paid, who begged for credit, who cried afterward. That information was worth a lot. There are records of brothel owners selling gossip to city officials, or threatening to reveal a noble's preferences if rent negotiations didn't go their way. If you're picturing a blackmail-powered Game of Thrones with fewer swords and more satin, yep, you're getting it. Now, not every madam had power. Some were just older workers who aged out of the trade and took on management because it was safer and slightly less exhausting. Others were barely scraping by, constantly dodging debt collectors and city fines. But the myth of the cruel, corset-wielding brothel tyrant, it's only half true. Many madams had to walk a tightrope every day, protect their workers just enough to keep things running, but not so much that they got accused of running a disorderly house. Because guess what? Disorder was bad for taxes. And then there were the pimps. Not all brothels had them, especially not the state-sanctioned ones. But where they did exist, their role was grim and simple: control. Pimps, usually men, weren't businessmen so much as enforcers. They kept workers in line with threats or violence. They extracted a cut from every transaction. And in cities where prostitution was illegal or underground, they often functioned as bodyguards, and jailers rolled into one. The best you could hope for was one who kept you fed and didn't leave bruises. There are chilling records from 14th century Barcelona where women testified under guard in court against pimps who branded them, locked them in rooms, or sold them from one brothel to another. Some pimps ran brothels disguised as boarding houses with signs out front advertising laundry services or fortunes told. The authorities usually looked the other way, unless someone important got involved, which, of course, they often did. Here's where things get blurry. In some cities, men who ran brothels claimed they were protectors, not pimps. They argued they were just landlords offering security services. Never mind that their tenants weren't allowed to leave. This legal dodgeball went on for centuries and still confuses historians today. Was he a pimp, a manager, a landlord, or just a guy who liked hanging around a lot of open windows? No one can agree. But what they all agree on is this: brothel power structures were messy. They depended on fear, necessity, manipulation, and just enough kindness to keep people from running. Some madams ruled with iron fists and strict schedules. Others were more like mothers, tough, weary, and endlessly practical. They sewed torn dresses, taught younger women how to negotiate, and occasionally read fortunes when business was slow. There's a quirky historical moment from 5th-10th century Prague, where a brothel was run by a blind woman named Katka. She couldn't see her clients or her workers, but she had such a sharp ear for voices that she reportedly ran the house better than any sighted rival. She remembered every customer's preferences, debts, and gossip, and was rumored to spot a fake coin just by touch. Scholars debate whether her story is myth or reality, but either way, it tells you what mattered, not beauty or brawn, but control. Because that's what madams and pimps had. Control over space, bodies, and most dangerously, information. They knew things. Knew how city politics worked. Knew how to keep secrets or how to sell them. In a world where priests and judges visited brothels as often as taverns, that knowledge was gold. Or at least good for an extended lease out, of course. Sometimes the power turned. When a madam grew too wealthy, too visible, or too opinionated, she could be dragged down fast. All it took was one bishop with a grudge, or one jealous husband with a dagger. Brothels were tolerated, but never truly safe, and the people who ran them walked a line thinner than a wine-soaked stocking. And let's not forget the clients in all this, because part of the madam's job was managing them too, making sure they paid, making sure they didn't get violent, making sure they didn't die in the middle of anything inconvenient. You laugh, but there's an infamous case from Paris where a nobleman actually expired mid-encounter, and the madam had to quietly roll him out the back door before the city watch arrived. The brothel was fined. The woman involved was blamed for unholy vigor. The dead man got a Christian burial. Medieval justice, ladies and gentlemen. So next time you picture a medieval brothel, don't imagine it as a free-for-all of sin and giggles. Think spreadsheets. Think bribery. Think tense negotiations over rent and velvet curtain cleaning fees. Think politics with perfume. And maybe raise an eyebrow at the idea that these women, and the people who managed them, were somehow unimportant. Because behind every knight's swagger and monk's sermon, there was often a brothel ledger, carefully balanced and quietly humming in the background. The sun's climbing higher now, pale and watery through a veil of city fog, and the streets around the brothel are getting busy. Merchants shout over wheels creaking across stones. Fishmongers display yesterday's catch like it's fresh. Church bells clang too, to remind you of your sins, and above it all, the brothel's windows creak open one by one, airing out the stale air of a long night. If you look closely, you'll spot something peculiar: velvet drapes, bright ribbons, and a few lingering gentlemen adjusting their boots before slinking off. But what you don't see, the part hidden behind that facade, is the math, the logistics, the hard, grimy business of sex. Let's talk about the rates, the rooms, and the sheer reality of what was bought, what it cost, and why none of it smelled like roses. First up, prices. A night with a brothel worker in medieval Europe wasn't exactly cheap, unless you were in a hurry, in which case there were express options. The rate depended on your social class, the brothel status, and the time of day. In a top-tier London stew house, a full session with food and a bath might cost a silver groat or more. But in the seedier quarters of Prague or Marseille, you could bargain down to a handful of copper coins, maybe even pay in goods, like wool, salt, or tragically, a really nice onion. Brothel menus, yes, actual menus listed services and prices. Some were painted on the walls, others were written in crude rhyme and sung by children outside to draw in customers, because medieval life was nothing if not horrifyingly casual about things. For example, in 15th century Augsburg, a recorded price list offers a toss in the hay for the cost of 1 loaf of bread and a shot of schnapps. That's not romantic. That's just carbs and coping. Now, let's talk about what that payment bought. There were levels. If you paid more, you got more privacy, better wine, and maybe even silk sheets, though silk might mean the least stained sheet we have left. For lower-paying clients, it was usually a rough mattress on the floor or shared bench with a mothy cushion. No privacy, no comfort, just a candle melting too close to someone's elbow and a madam tapping her foot outside the door, watching the hourglass. And the rooms? Don't let Hollywood fool you. These weren't candlelit love dens draped in rose petals. Most brothel rooms were damp, drafty, and filled with whatever furniture hadn't been stolen or broken. You'd find straw mattresses crawling with lice, threadbare curtains barely hanging on, and chamber pots that hadn't been emptied since the Feast of St. Blaise. If the bed wasn't broken already, it probably would be by morning, either from use or from some drunk tripping over it on the way to pee in a corner. Lighting was inconsistent. Candles were expensive, so many brothels relied on the small round windows cut high into the walls, called hag holes, to let in daylight. That meant no privacy from peeping neighbors or the occasional goose that wandered in. Some rooms didn't even have doors, just heavy woolen drapes and the sounds. Let's just say you got used to hearing things you couldn't unhear. Now, let's address the hygiene situation, which was not great. Brothels, even the fancy ones, weren't exactly sanitary. Sheets were rarely washed. Water was reused in baths until it resembled soup. Workers did their best. They used herbs, vinegars, and perfumes to mask odors, but there's only so much lavender can do when you've got 20 men a night and no running water. There are records from Lübeck and Vienna where brothel regulations actually required workers to bathe once a week. Once a week. That was considered progressive. They also mandated the use of clean linens and banned filthy straw, which raises a grim question. What exactly was filthy enough to be banned if all straw was basically shared with rats? Tooth care was equally minimal. People chewed parsley or fennel to freshen breath. A few brothel workers even rubbed crushed sage on their teeth or carried clove buds in their pockets. But when half your clients were missing teeth anyway, the bar wasn't exactly high. And let's not pretend the brothel experience was a spa day for the workers. Most of them dealt with injuries, bruises, scratches, worse, and there was little time to rest. You finished with one client, wiped down with a wet cloth, maybe splashed your face with cold water, and braced yourself for the next. No downtime, no sick leave, and if you refused too many customers, the madam might dock your pay or threaten to kick you out. Speaking of pay, most workers didn't get to keep much of what they earned. A hefty cut went to the madam, another to the city via taxes, and sometimes a portion to guards or pimps for protection. That meant that for every silver coin earned, the worker might only keep a sliver. Enough for food, a bit of soap, and maybe a cheap ribbon from the market. And in case you're wondering, yes, medieval brothels had theft problems. Workers were robbed by clients. Clients were robbed by other clients. There are hilarious and sad court records of men complaining their boots were stolen mid-coitus, or waking up to find their purses gone. One man in Bruges even claimed his entire belt pouch and pants had vanished. The brothel madam insisted he donated them willingly. We'll call that a draw. Here's a quirky fringe fact. In some brothels, workers wore bells on their ankles, not just to advertise themselves, but to keep time. A certain number of rings per session, then the client had to pay again or leave. Like an old-timey version of a parking meter that jingled with every movement. Romantic, right? Historians still debate just how standardized this all was. Some say the brothel economy was shockingly organized, like mini hotels with check-in hours, menus, and even loyalty. Perks. Others argue it was mostly chaos held together by tradition and desperation. The truth is, it varied city by city, house by house. But what's clear is that nothing about the work was easy, glamorous, or remotely fair. So next time you walk past a posh velvet curtain in a modern hotel, remember the legacy behind it. The scratched floorboards, the creaky mattress, the broken latch, and the generations of women who learned to count coins by candlelight, stitched their own chemises between shifts, and tried somehow to keep a sliver of themselves safe behind the math of survival. It's late afternoon now, and the alley is a little less frantic. Shadows stretch across puddles, and the smell of roasting meat wafts in from a street cart you don't entirely trust. In the brothel, the workers are preparing for the next wave. Fresh linens laid out, or at least turned over, bodices tightened, rouge dabbed on cheeks that have already seen too many customers today. It's almost time for the evening crowd, and with it comes a particular breed of customer, the medieval. Man, armed with coin, codpiece, and enough questionable hygiene to make your nose consider early retirement. Let's talk about the clientele. Who actually showed up to brothels? Short answer, everyone. Longer answer, merchants, knights, students, monks, fishmongers, stable hands, nobles in disguise, and the occasional overworked scribe looking for an evening that didn't involve parchment. Brothels were the great equalizers of medieval society. You could find a peasant and a noble under the same roof, sometimes even in the same bed, though probably not by choice. These men came in with expectations, fantasies of beauty, obedience, and a warm body that somehow knew exactly what they wanted before they said a word. What they got, more often than not, was a tired woman doing her best to stay awake, pretending not to notice the clink of coins being counted under the sheets. But the clients didn't care. To them, this was an escape, an evening of release where they didn't have to follow rules or answer to wives or clergy. It was a rare space where their desires were not only allowed but expected. The behaviors ranged from awkward to horrifying. Some men were gentle, shy even, fumbling through the encounter like they were terrified of touching another human being. Others treated workers like furniture, issuing orders and threats, convinced their coin bought total control. And some didn't even come for sex. They came to talk, to cry, to drink, to be held, to have someone ask, "How was your day?" even if the answer was mumbled through wine-stained lips. There are records from Italian brothels where certain workers became popular simply because they were good listeners. Men lined up to tell them their troubles about debts, feuds, marriage problems, or nightmares from the battlefield. These were sessions of tenderness masquerading as lust, and they left the women emotionally drained in a way physical labor never could. Still, sex was the main transaction, and it wasn't always straightforward. There were clients who had requests, positions copied from forbidden books, fantasies inspired by saints' paintings, don't ask, and elaborate scenarios that involved props, costumes, or questionable Latin phrases. Some workers played along. Others rolled their eyes and went with it. You don't exactly get training for this kind of job. You just learn by doing and hope the props don't break mid-session. One of the more curious facts, The fear of disease was real, even for men who didn't fear much else. Medieval clients often arrived carrying herbal charms, St. Benedict medals, or bundles of rue to ward off illness. Some would drink potions before visiting, thinking it made them immune to the risks of sex. Others applied concoctions to their genitals, some of which included ingredients like garlic, lead powder, or mercury paste. Side effects included pain, boils, and death. But hey, anything to keep the groin demons away. Despite the risks, the fear wasn't enough to keep them away. And most didn't practice anything close to what we'd call safe sex. Condoms, if you could even call them that, were rudimentary, made of linen soaked in vinegar or oiled sheep gut. They were expensive, uncomfortable, and rarely used unless a client was especially paranoid or unusually well-read. Mostly, protection came down to prayer and denial. And speaking of sheep gut, here's a fringe detail for your nightmares. Some brothel workers developed their own protective techniques, including using sponges, wads of wool, or even specially carved wooden plugs. They didn't have much science to go on, but they had a lot of motivation to not die from someone else's bad decisions. There's also an open debate among scholars about how much clients truly understood the risks. Some argue that knowledge of disease, especially syphilis, was widespread by the late Middle Ages and men just didn't care. Others suggest that people blamed symptoms on curses, bad air, or punishment from God, not physical transmission. The truth is probably in the middle. Most clients didn't know the specifics, but they knew something was dangerous. They just figured it wouldn't happen to them. Class played a role in how clients behaved, too. Nobles could pay for more privacy, better wine, and more discreet arrangements. Some brothels even had secret entrances for wealthy men who didn't want to be seen by neighbors or, worse, their wives. There were nobles who kept long-term arrangements with a single brothel worker, essentially turning her into a mistress with a house stipend and exclusive rights. Others treated brothels like taverns, strolling in, demanding attention, and throwing money around to prove they were important. And then there were the university students. Oh yes, young, loud, badly shaved, and convinced they were philosophers. They flooded brothels near colleges, often in groups, drunk off cheap wine and eager to quote Aristotle while untying their boots. In Paris, Oxford, and Bologna, records show brothel disturbances caused by scholars who refused to pay, tried to steal curtains, or challenged other clients to duels over everything. If anyone deserved to be banned, it was them. But their parents had money, so they were always welcomed back. Despite the chaos, most brothels tried to maintain some form of order. Clients who got violent might be banned, or at least charged extra for the damages. Drunkards could be tossed out into the street by guards, or, if the brothel was connected to city officials, taken to the stocks. Some madams even kept client blacklists, though enforcing them was difficult when coin was short. It's easy to imagine the clients as villains, and often they were. But like everyone in this system, they were also trapped in social roles, marriages without affection, rigid expectations of masculinity, and a culture that taught them desire was dirty but unavoidable. Some were cruel. Others were just lost. So when you picture that brothel window creaking open at dusk and the first customer stepping in, cloak drawn, hat low, eyes darting, know this: he's not just buying sex. He's buying escape from poverty, powerlessness, piety, or pain. He's bringing in his shame and secrets, and he's hoping they'll disappear behind the curtain. They won't. But for a few silver coins, he'll pretend they do. The light fades fast, casting long, sharp shadows down the alleyways as the city eases into night. Inside the brothel, candles are lit, the scent of beeswax mingling with stale wine and perfume trying too hard. There's a nervous energy in the air tonight, like everyone's waiting for something or someone to go wrong. And it's not paranoia. It's a deep, familiar hum of dread that creeps under the skin of every worker in the house. Because if there's one thing scarier than a drunk noble, it's disease. And if you're a medieval brothel worker, it's not just illness. It's stigma, exile, and sometimes death. Tonight, we're diving headfirst into one of the most horrifying corners of this world, the health systems, if you can call them that, designed to manage the chaos of sexually transmitted diseases. We're talking about regulation, suspicion, herbal, guesswork, and leeches. Lots of leeches. First, the basics. Medieval medicine didn't understand germs. People thought diseases came from bad humors in the body or from miasma's foul-smelling air. You didn't catch a disease from someone else. You caught it from the air they had corrupted with sin, lust, or maybe just garlic breath. This misunderstanding meant that even when the spread of diseases like syphilis and gonorrhea became obvious, no one knew exactly how it was happening. But they knew where, and fingers pointed, fast and hard, at brothels. By the late 14th century, cities like Florence, Nuremberg, and London had started to create laws aimed at containing venereal disease, not by treating it, not by helping the women. No, the idea was to control them. Health inspectors were introduced, usually men, usually unqualified, to conduct weekly visits to brothels and check workers for visible signs of infection. Swollen sores, strange rashes, too pale or too flushed. You might be sent to the town hospital or locked up in a leper house until someone decided what to do with you. Spoiler: that decision rarely favored the patient. Imagine standing half naked in front of a city clerk who's never treated anything more complex than a broken toe, while he squints at your body and announces your future. It wasn't medicine. It was theater, cruel, uncomfortable theater with terrible lighting and no dignity. And don't think for a second these inspections were done privately. There are records of women being examined in front of male officials, apprentices, and even curious local youths who wanted to learn about disease. If you felt shame, that was your fault. If you screamed, someone made a joke. If you protested, you were fined. But wait, it gets worse. If you were found to be infected, even without symptoms, your belongings could be seized. You might be quarantined in a pest house, which was less hospital and more rotting barn full of despair. You wouldn't be allowed. Visitors wouldn't be paid and wouldn't be trusted again, even if you recovered. In some towns like Cologne, you'd be branded with a hot iron, a literal mark, just to let everyone know that you had once been unclean. No antibiotics, no privacy, no compassion. Just superstition and punishment wrapped in a robe of sanctimony. Here's a fringe detail for your inner historian. One brothel in Lübeck actually published its own guidelines for cleanliness, including the use of vinegar-soaked cloths between clients, mandatory foot washing, and designated linens. The madam who enforced these rules was rumored to have a better survival rate than the city infirmary. Of course, she was later accused of witchcraft because apparently basic hygiene was suspicious. And yes, there were attempts to treat STDs with herbs, potions, bleeding, and the occasional horrifying ointment made from animal fat, sulfur, and something referred to ominously as blue mineral. One popular remedy for syphilis involved mercury, rubbed into the skin or ingested in small amounts. It caused hallucinations, organ damage, and sometimes a spectacular death by internal liquefaction. But for a while, it was the gold standard. Imagine having an itchy rash and being told to drink a heavy metal. Medieval medicine, fixing problems with worse problems since 500 AD. There's an ongoing debate among scholars about when syphilis actually arrived in Europe. Some claim it was imported from the Americas after Columbus's voyages, making its first terrifying appearance around 1495. Others argue it existed in a different form long before that, just misdiagnosed or hidden behind euphemisms like the French disease, the Neapolitan affliction, or my personal favorite, the burning joy. The truth is blurry, as usual. Records are vague, symptoms were inconsistent, and nobody really wanted to write down that they died crotch first. What's not debated is how the blame fell, hard on brothel workers. They were the first accused, the first punished, and the last helped. Even when it was clear that clients were spreading disease from house to house like horny little vectors, the women bore the burden of shame. Some cities even passed laws stating that any brothel worker with visible signs of illness had to wear a bell in public like they were dangerous animals or ghosts or both. The stigma spread fast. Landlords refused to rent to brothel workers. Markets banned them from buying produce. Healers sometimes turned them away, claiming they were too sinful to be saved. And while male clients were occasionally mentioned in city health records, they were rarely punished. One Vienna court case from the early 1500s documents a nobleman who passed a burning affliction to 14 women in 1 month. His punishment, a fine. Her punishment, eviction, branding, and exile. And let's not pretend these policies worked. Disease still raged through cities, spreading like wildfire through brothels, taverns, and private homes. If anything, the fear of punishment made people more secretive. Workers hid their symptoms, madams paid off inspectors, and clients lied about their health. But the cycle continued. Deny, disguise, decay. Despite all this, brothel workers developed their own strategies. They used herbal poultices made of yarrow and marigold. They shared information. What rashes to watch for, what fevers came next, what herbs reduced pain. Some even practiced forms of rudimentary condom use, or timed their sick days to avoid dangerous clients. It wasn't perfect, but it was knowledge. Passed woman to woman, beneath the radar of the very officials who claimed to be protecting them. And in the midst of this chaos, the brothel endured. Because there was money to be made. Because the demand never stopped. Because despite the fear and the scars and the slow march of disease, the system kept turning, and the women inside had no choice but to turn with it. The bells chime vespers in the distance, echoing across the rooftops like some divine reminder that the day is winding down and that you probably haven't confessed your sins in a while. But here in the brothel, those bells barely register. The women keep working, the madam keeps counting. And just beyond the thick wooden door, a familiar silhouette steps into the candlelight. Robes, hood, sandals, a small well-worn satchel, with something suspiciously like a flask tucked inside. That's right, it's a clergyman. Again, if you think medieval priests, monks and friars kept to their vows like saints on parade, well, that's cute. But no. The historical record is riddled with stories of clergy frequenting brothels, sometimes as customers, sometimes as landlords, and occasionally as both. So tonight, let's talk about the extremely uncomfortable marriage of piety and pleasure. Because what happened when the men of God wanted a little taste of sin? They didn't pray it away. They paid. The hypocrisy is staggering but not surprising. The church preached chastity, condemned lust, and claimed the moral high ground on all things carnal. But it also existed within a world that ran on very human appetites, and brothels, despite being officially frowned upon, were often located disturbingly close to monasteries, convents, and cathedrals. Coincidence? Sure. And I have a plague cure made of wet moss to sell you. Some clergymen came in disguise. Others didn't even bother. In Avignon, where the papal court had its temporary headquarters, the city's brothel district was notorious for welcoming priests. There are letters from bishops complaining about monks dragging women into their cloisters, not metaphorically, literally. The line between sacred space and rented mattress was at best porous. A notorious example comes from 14th century London, where an Augustinian friar was caught in a brothel during Lent, claiming, get this, that he was there to offer confession to the fallen. He was reportedly naked at the time. When asked about this discrepancy, he insisted the woman he was visiting was in great need of spiritual relief. Interpret that as you will, but it wasn't always secret. In some cases, the church directly benefited from prostitution. The bishops of Winchester, as we've mentioned, owned much of the Southwark district and collected rents from the brothels there. These weren't one-off arrangements. They were formal, contractual, and very lucrative. Some brothels even paid a yearly fee to the local parish to remain in good standing, an ironic phrase, if there ever was one. This contradiction, moral condemnation on paper, indulgence in practice, has baffled historians for centuries. Was it institutional blindness? Cultural convenience? A case of do as I say, not as I do on a divine scale? The answer seems to be yes to all of the above. And clergy weren't just clients. In some towns, they were silent partners. A monk might inherit property from a dying relative and lease it out as a brothel. A priest might collect rent from a building that happened to house 12 women and a large number of unclaimed shoes. One account from 15th century Cologne describes a priest who rented an upper floor to a madam, then charged extra for using his private backstair. Entrepreneurial spirit? Blasphemy? Again, yes, but this wasn't without risk. Church laws technically prohibited fornication by clergy. If caught, the consequences ranged from penance and fines to excommunication. But in reality, most were quietly moved to another parish or told to pray harder. Or, in the worst cases, promoted if their sins weren't too public. After all, losing a good tithing priest over a few evening indulgences just didn't make sense for business. Still, scandals erupted. In Florence, a Dominican friar was accused of fathering 6 children with a brothel worker he visited weekly. When questioned, he claimed she was a blessed temptress, sent to test him. That argument didn't hold up in court, but it did earn him a footnote in several heresy trials. And let's not forget the whispers about Pope Alexander VI, whose appetite for pleasure became so notorious that some reformers wanted to shut down all brothels just to stop him from showing up. There's a fringe, but fascinating tradition in medieval Spain where certain monasteries kept penitent houses, supposed safe spaces for women leaving prostitution. These were, in theory, charitable institutions. In practice, many doubled as places where clergy kept their own concubines under the banner of spiritual rehabilitation. The paperwork said salvation. The bed linen said otherwise. Meanwhile, sermons against prostitution continued. Priests stood in pulpits, condemning the very sins they'd committed hours earlier. And the public? They knew, everyone knew. But as long as the clergy performed the sacraments, kept the churches open, and didn't get caught with their trousers actually down mid-mass, people looked the other way. A soul needed saving, after all, and the line to heaven was long enough without making enemies out of your confessor. And the women? They played along. Some feigned innocence. Others leaned into it, offering blessings with each visit, calling their clients father with a wink that could curdle wine. For some, clergy made for safer customers, wealthier, less violent, more predictable. For others, they were just another hypocrisy to endure. A man in robes was no different from a man in armor when he climbed the stairs. There's an open scholarly debate about how much the church really knew about all this. Some argue that bishops turned a blind eye only when it suited them. Others suggest the church's moral framework was so flexible that its leaders genuinely believed they could sin in the flesh while remaining holy in spirit, a sort of divine loophole. It's hard to say. But the receipts don't lie, and those receipts were often signed in wax by someone who also offered last rites. By the end of the night, the clergyman you noticed earlier leaves quietly, face hidden beneath his hood, coin pouch a little lighter. He doesn't look back. He probably has prayers to lead at sunrise, maybe a sermon to write. One that starts with, "Beware the temptations of the flesh," delivered with full conviction and just the faintest scent of rose oil still clinging to his sleeves. The fire crackles low in the hearth, casting long flickering shadows that dance up the cracked stone walls like ghosts trying to reenact old mistakes. The air's heavy with incense and sweat, and there's a book, yes, a real book resting open on a corner table. Not a Bible, not a ledger. This one's different. Its pages are worn, its ink faint, and its drawings, well, let's just say they're not exactly suitable for a Sunday sermon. Tonight, we're stepping into the hidden shelves and secret drawers of the medieval brothel to explore a world of erotic manuals, aphrodisiacs, superstitions, and deeply questionable medieval sex science. Because believe it or not, brothels weren't just about doing. They were about learning, about teaching even. And not in a classroom way. More like whispered tips, drawings passed between friends, potions boiled in a back room, and the occasional sketch that looked suspiciously like two goats, but was meant to be instructional. Welcome to the strange, awkward, and sometimes hilariously inaccurate sex ed of the Middle Ages. Let's start with the forbidden books. Most were handwritten, passed secretly from hand to hand, often in Latin or the local vernacular, but buried beneath euphemism. These weren't just crude doodles for fun, though trust me, some absolutely were. They were attempts to explain sex, to map out positions, techniques, and ideas of pleasure in a time when even saying ankle too loudly could cause a scandal. One of the more infamous examples was a manuscript known by modern scholars as the Speculum Alphodari, roughly translated, The Mirror of Copulation. A charming title, truly. It included illustrated sexual positions, some practical, some bordering on acrobatics, and commentary that tried, with mixed success, to combine pleasure with piety. The book advised men to avoid becoming beasts in their lust while showing them exactly how to become very creative beasts indeed. And yes, brothels had copies. Not all, but some, especially the better-funded ones with more literate madams. These books were used for training, for inspiration, and occasionally just for a laugh. Some workers memorized a few moves to please more particular clients. Others made up new ones on the spot and joked about naming them after saints. Because, why not bring St. Ambrose into this? He'd love that. Alongside the manuals were love potions and aphrodisiacs, sold under the counter or brewed by local herbalists with very flexible ethics. Most were made from herbs like damiana, fennel, mustard, seed, and nettle. Some included ground animal parts, deer testicles, for instance, or exotic spices like saffron and cinnamon, which were believed to heat the blood. The logic was, if it made you sweat, it must awaken your desire. Science. Did they work? Sort of. Maybe. Occasionally. Honestly, most of them probably just gave you a rash or made you vomit. But the placebo effect is powerful, and in a world where sex was wrapped in fear and shame, a little liquid courage, whether it worked or not, felt like magic, and there was actual magic too. Superstition ran deep, especially around sex. Brothel. Workers tied herbs above the door to ward off evil spirits. They wore talismans to protect against infertility or infection. Some whispered incantations before each encounter, asking for luck, strength, or, in particularly desperate times, invisibility. Can't hurt to ask. One of the strangest practices involved beans, yes, beans, carried in a pouch or tucked into a corset as a kind of charm. Black beans for protection, red beans for passion, white beans for, well, no one's really sure. The origins of the practice are murky, but records from French and Spanish brothels show women listing magic beans in their personal inventories. Maybe they worked. Maybe they just felt like something they could control in a world that took everything. There were also songs, saucy little verses that doubled as mnemonic devices for technique. Think limericks about how to position your legs or where to put your hands. They were passed along from older workers to younger ones, often edited and localized. One English brothel had a chant that went, "Bend the knee for the bishop's eye, but keep the coin for he lifts the thigh." Catchy, right? It's medieval sexual wisdom disguised as tavern poetry. Now let's not pretend this was all fun and educational. These tools of the trade were also tools of survival. Brothel workers used erotic knowledge to stand out, to keep clients interested, to avoid punishment for being boring or unskilled. In a job where refusing the customer could mean the difference between dinner and starvation, knowing one more trick might keep you in good graces for another week. And let's be honest, some clients expected expertise. They came in demanding the special treatment they'd heard about from a friend or seen scribbled in a monk's margin notes. Show me the trick from the Venetian girl. Do the thing with your ankle and the candle. It was theater, a routine, and the workers were actors, directors, and stagehands all at once. This brings us to a scholarly debate that still circles like a pigeon at a city square. How much of this erotic knowledge was actually empowering? Were these women reclaiming some agency through technique and knowledge? Or were they simply adapting to survive under impossible conditions? The answer, predictably, is both. You can be a victim of a system and still become brilliant at navigating it. And sometimes, that brilliance looked like a hastily drawn diagram of something that might qualify as illegal in at least 3 kingdoms. There are also reports, rare but telling, of brothel workers refusing certain acts. Too dangerous, they'd say, or not decent. And yes, there was a hierarchy even among sin. Certain positions were seen as wifely, others as disgraceful, and some as just not worth the backache. Workers had their boundaries. And while those weren't always respected, they were real and enforced with sarcasm, negotiation, or in some cases, a well-aimed boot. So tonight, as the brothel hums back to life, with wine flowing and windows glowing, picture that little book on the table. Picture the herbs hanging in the corner. Picture a woman laughing as she folds a cloth into a shape meant to teach an apprentice. Something that probably shouldn't be taught with a napkin. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't clean. But it was clever. And for many, it was the closest thing to power they had. It's deep into the night now. The hour when the fire has burned down to lazy red embers, and the streets outside the brothel are still. Too still. The drunks have passed out. The last of the customers have stumbled home or curled into borrowed corners upstairs. And downstairs in the kitchen, a woman scrubs the same cup she's already cleaned 5 times. Everyone's waiting for dawn. But inside one of the rooms, behind a velvet curtain that doesn't quite reach the floor, something darker has played out. Something you won't find listed on the brothel menu or whispered about with the usual jokes. Because this next part, it's not funny. It's about obsession, purity, and the brutal price paid by anyone born into the myth of the virgin. Let's talk about the very real, very medieval, very horrifying obsession with virginity. If you think modern ideas about purity are weirdly intense, medieval Europe said, "Hold my wine-stained manuscript." Virginity wasn't just a preference. It was an ideal, a commodity, a symbol of status, virtue, and mystic holiness, all wrapped in one terrifying concept that could make or break a woman's life before she'd even spoken a full sentence. This obsession reached deep into the brothel. You'd think, logically, a brothel wouldn't concern itself with something as contradictory as virginity. But oh, it did. Because clients wanted it, badly, and they were willing to pay absurd amounts for it. Some paid enough to keep a woman fed for months. Others offered land, horses, even political favors, just for the illusion of deflowering a pure girl. And here's the bleak twist. Brothels provided. They offered virgins to high-paying clients, whether or not the girl actually was one. It didn't matter. The performance mattered. Blood-stained sheets were faked. Shy behavior was rehearsed. Sometimes chicken blood was used. Other times, the woman bit her own lip hard enough to bleed. It was theater again, but this time the stakes were violence. In some cases, the girls were actually virgins, sold into the brothel, or taken in under false promises. These were often orphans, teenagers, or desperate daughters from impoverished families. Their first client wasn't a gentle welcome into womanhood. It was an active, brutal transaction. There are records too many to ignore of girls as young as 12 being offered to clients under the guise of purity. Some brothels even advertised it, coded but clear, a new flower in bloom, unopened. Treasure. You didn't have to read between the lines. It was all right there, sickeningly poetic. There's one account from 15th century Lyon where a nobleman paid a small fortune for the untouched one, only to return 2 nights later demanding another. The girl in question? Dead, internal injuries, no investigation, no charges. The brothel simply replaced her. So yes, this obsession came with blood, sometimes staged, often not. And it was rooted in the belief that virginity was a form of spiritual currency, a holy state, something sacred that once lost, rendered a woman permanently changed, lesser. This wasn't just religious fluff. It was encoded into laws. In some cities, a woman's virginity determined her dowry, her legal worth, her chance of protection under the law. which is to say, once it was gone, the world treated her as disposable. And yet, paradoxically, virginity was eroticized like mad. Men wanted it, priests preached about it, artists painted it, poets compared it to snow, lily, glass, and all sorts of other fragile things that don't handle pressure well. And the women? They were caught in the middle, expected to remain pure. In a world where poverty, coercion, and survival made that almost impossible, even within the brothel, the hierarchy played out along this line. Younger girls, especially those perceived to be virgins, could demand higher prices. Older women were pushed to take more clients for less pay. And once you'd lost that first-time value, whether truly or just in perception, you slipped down the ladder fast. There's a fringe belief that some brothel workers tried to restore their virginity using herbal poultices or mechanical tricks. One recipe from Venice included egg whites, crushed rose petals, and goat's milk, applied with fingers crossed and a lot of wishful thinking. It didn't work, obviously, but the hope behind it, that maybe you could go back, reset the clock, be seen as valuable again, is heartbreaking. Meanwhile, some clients weren't just obsessed with purity. They were obsessed with violating it. There's a darkness here that no candlelight can soften. For certain men, especially those in power, the act of taking virginity wasn't about sex at all. It was about domination, a show of control, the idea that they could purchase what others revered. There are accounts of kings sending trusted men to locate virgins for their entertainment. These weren't romantic trysts. They were calculated, often violent, and entirely one-sided. And if the woman resisted, that wasn't seen as a red flag. It was part of the performance. A reluctant virgin was more prized than a willing one. The line between roleplay and real harm is old, and in many cases, no one cared to redraw it. The myth of the pure, unwilling girl being won over by force wasn't just a story. It was sold, nightly, behind curtain doors. There's an ongoing scholarly debate about whether these brothel virginities were more illusion than reality. Some historians argue that the whole economy of first-time sex was staged, choreographed, with props and actors like a terrible pageant. Others insist that many of these girls were genuinely untouched before their brothel debuts, and that the damage, physical and emotional, was real and rampant. The truth, as always, likely floats in between. Real pain wrapped in pretend innocence. But what's undeniable is this: the fetishization of virginity was never about women. It was about men's fantasies, their control, their need to mark own, and degrade something they decided had value only in its untouched state. And when that value was gone, the woman was cast off, replaced, or expected to simply smile and carry on like it hadn't mattered. So now, as the city sleeps and the brothel winds down, think of the beds upstairs. Think of the girls brought in with promises of work, only to discover that their worth lay in what they hadn't done yet. Think of the linen sheets stained more by performance than passion. Think of the myth that purity equals value, and how deeply it cut into the lives of women who had so little to begin with. And then think of the silence that followed. How no one talked about it the next morning. How the coin still changed hands. How the world kept turning. The gray light of morning creeps in again, painting the floorboards with streaks of ash and lemon. The brothel is quiet, eerily so. Upstairs, someone coughs behind a closed door. Downstairs, a broom drags half-heartedly across last night's footprints. And in the back room, one of the girls is sitting with her knees pulled to her chest, not crying exactly, but not blinking either. There's something hollow behind her eyes that wasn't there yesterday. You've seen it before. You'll see it again. Because for all the chaos, commerce, and ritualized sin of medieval brothel life, there was another undercurrent running quietly and violently beneath it all. The threat, and sometimes the presence, of queerness. Tonight, we're going underground, into the secret networks, whispered names, and barely visible gestures that made up the hidden world of queer intimacy in medieval brothels. Because yes, it happened. Same-sex desire, gender non-conforming identities, and all the messy, beautiful, terrifying expressions that didn't fit into the clean boxes of man and woman, client and worker, husband and wife. These stories rarely made it into the history books, but they're there. Between the lines, in the court records, in the margins. And in brothels, sometimes they hid in plain sight. Let's start with the women. Not every relationship in a brothel was about male clients and female workers. The women lived together, worked side by side, shared beds to save warmth, and built deep, complicated bonds. Some of them romantic, many of them sexual. This wasn't just survival. It was affection, desire, love even. There are letters scattered, rare, precious between brothel workers that speak of longing and jealousy, promises and secrets. "You smelled of rosemary," one woman wrote to another in Avignon. "My mouth still remembers the shape of your name." That's not business. That's something deeper. And sometimes, these relationships were strategic. In a world where men came and went, where violence was always a risk, women found comfort and protection in each other. They formed what some historians call emotional households, not marriages in the legal sense, but real partnerships nonetheless. They shared coin, food, childcare. They watched each other's backs, literally and figuratively. And yes, they shared bodies. When the door closed and the candles dimmed, no one was watching. Of course, it was dangerous. If discovered, queer women risked more than ridicule. They could be beaten, imprisoned, or worse. Female same-sex acts weren't always prosecuted the way male ones were, largely because male authorities had no idea how to define them. But when they were noticed, the reaction was swift and vicious. The idea that women could find pleasure without men was threatening, an affront to the entire patriarchal system. Because if a woman didn't need a man, what use was she? Where did she fit? Still, some brothels tolerated or even quietly accepted these relationships, as long as they didn't interfere with business. There are accounts of madams turning a blind eye to what the girls did between clients, as long as the coin kept flowing. One brothel in Frankfurt was rumored to have a mirror room, where two women would entertain a male client, not by touching him but by performing with each other. A crude, exploitative version of queerness, but a version nonetheless. And sometimes, between the performance, real desire sparked. Then there were the men. This part is trickier, not because it didn't happen. Oh, it definitely happened. But because the consequences for same-sex male intimacy were harsher, and so the records are buried deeper. Still, they exist. In cities like Venice, Florence, and Paris, brothels served as meeting places for men who wanted sex with other men. Some disguised themselves as regular clients. Others came to negotiate behind closed doors. And some brothel workers, particularly younger boys or androgynous-presenting individuals, catered specifically to them. Let's be clear, many of these boys were coerced, exploited, or trafficked. They were often kept in hidden sections of the brothel, passed off as errand runners or entertainers. The line between survival and exploitation was razor thin. But not all encounters were purely economic. There are personal testimonies, criminal records, even love poems that suggest genuine affection between male brothel workers and their clients, or between the workers themselves. One of the most cited cases comes from Florence in the early 15th century, where a male brothel worker named Giuliano was arrested after being caught in mutual embrace with another man behind a tavern attached to a brothel. They were charged with sodomy, sentenced to public shaming, and exiled. But before his punishment, Giuliano reportedly told the court, "I loved him before he paid me. The coin only gave me permission." That line, preserved in legal Latin, echoes through the centuries like a sad song. There's also the curious case of third-gender figures in brothels, people who didn't fit neatly into male or female categories. Some dressed in gender non-conforming ways. Others changed their presentation entirely. In parts of medieval Iberia, there are scattered reports of individuals living in brothels who wore women's garb but had the voice of men, or vice versa. They were sometimes ridiculed, sometimes tolerated, and sometimes celebrated, especially if they could sing, dance, or entertain noble clients with a sense of novelty and scandal. Historians still argue over what to call these individuals. Were they trans, non-binary, gender fluid? The terms don't map perfectly across time, and imposing modern labels risks oversimplification. But what is clear is that medieval brothels, for all their brutality, created spaces where gender and desire could blur, where identities outside the norm could exist, if only in shadow. There were codes too. Signals passed between those in the know. A red sash tied on the left instead of the right. A hand gesture. A certain way of lighting a candle or offering a drink. These small signs meant everything in a world where a wrong word could mean a beating or a noose. Brothels became not just places of business, but points on an underground map, a hidden network where queerness survived by being invisible to everyone, except those who needed to see it. And yet, the tragedy was always close. There are heartbreaking court records of lovers torn apart, of women flogged in the streets, of men burned or drowned because their letters were found, because someone overheard, because the world outside. The brothel wanted everything to be simple and straight and safe. And it wasn't. But even then, even under threat, people loved, people risked, people found each other in stolen moments behind wine barrels and under shared blankets, in the laughter between shifts and the long look across a crowded dressing room, in the quiet murmur of "stay with me" just before dawn. So tonight, as the city stretches into silence and the last of the candles flicker low, think of them. The women who found solace in each other's arms. The men who spoke love through coin because they had no other way. The ones who didn't fit into the stories history likes to tell. They were here. They mattered. They still do. By the time the sun is up again, the brothel feels like a different world entirely. Windows are flung wide to let out the stink of candles and flesh. Blankets are aired, and last night's makeup clings to pillowcases like faint regrets. There's the creak of floorboards, the whistle of a pot starting to boil, and the soft shuffle of boots in the hall. But today, someone new has arrived. Not a merchant, not a soldier, not the local tax collector looking for his cut. No, this man has jewels in his hat, too many buttons on his coat, and the kind of confident swagger that only comes from knowing the law applies differently to you. Congratulations, you've just witnessed a royal brothel tour. That's right. Royalty nobles, dukes, earls, kings, and their annoying cousins. They didn't just visit brothels in secret. Sometimes they did it on purpose, in groups, as part of an evening's entertainment. And sometimes they brought the court with them. Entourages of musicians, jesters, guards, and the occasional bishop who definitely wasn't supposed to be there, but came anyway for moral oversight. These weren't your average transactions. A king visited a brothel. It wasn't about necessity. It was about spectacle, power, fantasy. It was about saying, I can do this, and you can't stop me. And believe me, no one did stop them. You think the city was going to arrest a prince for slipping out of his palace and into a stew house? Please, they sent extra guards to keep the road clear. Take King Edward IV of England, for example. He was famously fond of women, particularly low-born maidens of the city, which is a very polite way of saying brothel girls with good teeth. He reportedly kept more than one mistress at a time, some housed in brothels paid for with crown funds. Rumor has it that his night tours of London's underbelly were frequent and, well, not subtle. One story claims he left behind a cloak with royal embroidery in a Southwark bathhouse. Someone tried to return it. The crown denied ownership. Smooth end. It wasn't just England. In France, Charles VI was said to frequent Parisian brothels regularly, sometimes in disguise, sometimes not. During one infamous night, he and several nobles dressed up as wild men, wearing actual branches, tar, and feathers, snuck into a brothel and tried to reenact some pagan fertility rite. One torch got too close to a branch, and the whole thing caught fire. Several men died. No one ever talked about that as a cautionary tale against brothel visits, just against playing with fire while drunk and covered in pitch. Court jesters sometimes accompanied these trips, providing comic relief or distraction. Their job: keep everyone laughing and pretend it wasn't awkward when someone's lord uncle passed out half naked in a laundry pile. Some even performed acts, with brothel workers' dances, riddles, bawdy songs that ended with private encores upstairs. Royalty liked to mix entertainment with debauchery, after all. What's the point of being king if you can't demand both a lute solo and a foot massage at the same time? But these weren't just wild nights. They had consequences. For the women involved, a royal client could be a curse wrapped in coin. Sure, the money was good, better than usual. And yes, there was a chance of favor, maybe even a position at court as a mistress or maid. But more often than not, the attention burned too hot. When kings moved on, their companions were left behind, pregnant, disgraced, or in danger from jealous wives and scheming courtiers. There's an infamous case in Bohemia of a brothel girl who was elevated to mistress of the king, then accused of witchcraft by his advisors just to get rid of her. She was executed. The king married someone else a month later. And of course, royal clients weren't exactly gentle. Power doesn't always make people kind. Some came in demanding challenges, ordering multiple women at once, or requesting exotic experiences rooted more in cruelty than curiosity. There were workers who were beaten, scarred, or permanently injured after a royal visit. And justice, laughable. You couldn't bring a nobleman to court. You were the crime in their eyes. Yet for some women, a royal visit meant an opportunity. A chance to earn more than they'd make in a year, or at least collect a favor they could use later. Some clever madams made sure to flatter the royal ego just enough to earn protection. Your Highness, we would never allow your name to be sullied. Wink, wink. Suddenly, that brothel had guards stationed outside and a reduced tax burden. Sometimes, Loyalty was bought with lace and discretion. There's a fringe historical moment from 15th century Milan, where Duke Filippo Maria Visconti commissioned a private brothel inside one of his castles. It had themed rooms, rotating staff, and even a menu written in Latin for elegance. One of the rooms was called the Room of Silence, where guests were required to act out their desires without speaking. Some historians say it was about power. Others say he just didn't like small talk. Who knows? What we do know is that brothels near royal courts were often controlled by royal insiders. A noble cousin might invest in one. A former mistress might run one, her debts paid off by some grateful baron. There were rumors of entire brothel networks in places like Paris and Naples, connected by noble families who used them, not just for pleasure, but for politics. Because yes, sometimes the royal brothel visit wasn't about sex at all. It was about alliances, quiet deals, blackmail. Imagine a duke inviting a rival to a brothel, then making sure the right ears were pressed to the wall, the right sketch artist hiding in the laundry basket. Pillow talk could topple thrones. That's why, during periods of political tension, brothel visits by royalty suddenly declined. It wasn't because kings got moral, it was because they got paranoid. No one wanted to be caught pants down during a coup unless it was their own coup, then apparently it was fair game. Even among royalty, reputation mattered. A king who visited too many brothels risked scandal. One who never visited at all risked suspicion. Some rulers, especially in religious countries like Spain, took great pains to keep their activity secret. Others leaned into it. Better a public sin than a hidden one French prince reportedly said. Then he fell off a balcony trying to sneak out of a brothel. God's timing, truly. So the next time you hear about medieval kings and their courtly pursuits, remember that some of those pursuits involved rooms with uneven floors, itchy feather beds, and a woman named something like Lettuce or Gertrude trying to find her other earring before the guards burst in. Because when it came to brothels, royalty wasn't above the game. They were the game, and everyone else just tried not to lose. It's another quiet morning after a very noisy night, and the brothel feels tense. Not the usual hangover and laundry kind of tension, but something sharper. The workers glance at each other a little too quickly. One of them has a fresh bruise under her eye that no one asks about. And the madam, she's already pulled out the special bottle she keeps under the counter. The one she only touches when things get messy. Because while brothels might seem like chaos contained, there's a more secret layer to them that most people don't see. Under the wine and perfume, past the velvet curtains and coin-stuffed drawers, lies something much colder, much smarter, and much more dangerous: intelligence. Not the IQ kind. The espionage kind. Tonight, we're diving into the brothel as a spy hub, because yes, sex, gossip, and treason have always gone together like candles, wine, and regret. And medieval brothels, with their rotating cast of drunk nobles, scheming merchants, and loose-lipped clergy, were perfect little listening posts. If you wanted to know who was funding a rebellion, who was sleeping with whose wife, or which lord was planning to switch allegiances, you didn't need to torture anyone. You just needed to bribe the right madam. Let's start with the women themselves. Brothel workers had one huge advantage over almost everyone else in the medieval world. They were invisible. Or rather, they were ignored. Men poured their secrets out while naked, drunk, and full of false confidence. They boasted, whined, planned, and they never thought twice about the woman sitting across from them, filing her nails or pouring more wine. But she was listening, every time. Some workers had photographic memories, or close enough. They remembered names, alliances, strange symbols on rings, the weight of certain coin pouches. Others knew how to tease information out gently. Why? Don't you tell me about your voyage, sweet lord? What were those letters your servant carried? You looked upset when you arrived. Care to talk about it while I braid your hair? It didn't feel like interrogation. It felt like flirting. That was the genius of it. And behind them stood the madam, collecting these fragments like breadcrumbs. The smart ones kept ledgers that doubled as blackmail dossiers. Who visited, what they said, what they paid, what they asked for. One whisper here, one letter there, and suddenly she had the kind of leverage that even bishops couldn't ignore. There's a well-documented case from 14th century Florence, where a brothel madam named Tessa de Guida was arrested not for running an illegal house, but for possessing coded letters linked to a noble uprising. During the trial, she claimed she didn't understand what the letters meant, but under pressure admitted she'd passed them on to a foreign visitor in exchange for gold. Spy? Informant? Pawn? Hard to say, but her brothel had hosted several meetings between rivals just weeks before a failed assassination attempt on a city official. Coincidence? The court didn't think so. And it wasn't always the women who played informant. Sometimes they were recruited. Kings and noble houses kept informants in brothels, planted workers whose job wasn't just to entertain, but to watch too. Record, to manipulate. One letter from the archives of Charles the Bold of Burgundy details instructions to a spy named Helene embedded in a Brussels brothel. Her assignment: observe visiting envoys and report on any discussions involving trade, routes or troop movements. Her cover: charming and discreet with a preference for noblemen. A classic, but the game didn't stop at listening. Sometimes brothels were used to plant information. Say you want a rival lord to be exposed as disloyal. Easy, get one of his. Spies drunk in a brothel. Let him overhear a staged conversation about a fake plot, and wait for the information to reach the wrong ears. It was disinformation by candlelight. Pillow talk turned into political traps. Jesters, too, played a role. Though mostly seen as clowns, court jesters often doubled as informants. They went where the nobles went, heard what others didn't, and reported back to their patrons with jokes laced in meaning. And when a jester joined a nobleman on a brothel visit, it wasn't just for laughs. He watched. He listened. Sometimes he helped steer the conversation to dangerous territory. There's even a fringe report from 15th century Lubeck about a brothel with a secret tunnel connecting it to a nearby merchant hall. Rumor has it that the tunnel allowed messages and occasionally people to move without being seen, especially during times of trade embargo and war. The city denied its existence. But in 1892, builders uncovered what appeared to be a bricked-over passage beneath the former bathhouse. Makes you think. And then there were the coded messages. Not letters, those could be intercepted. No, we're talking about messages baked into bread loaves, patterns sewn into corsets, lipstick smudged in shapes on a mirror. One brothel in Bruges allegedly used flower arrangements to signal warnings. A red tulip in the window meant all is safe. A black poppy meant do not enter, enemy inside. It sounds like spy fantasy, but several merchant records mention changing routes or delaying travel due to poor blossoms at the House of Lace. Whether that was code or coincidence, it worked. There's ongoing scholarly debate about how formal these operations really were. Some argue brothel espionage was systemic, part of organized networks used by courts and guilds. Others believe it was more freelance, opportunistic, rather than structured. Either way, the result was the same. Brothels were dangerous not just because of disease or violence, but because someone was always watching, listening, waiting to profit from your loose lips and looser morals. But don't forget the risk involved. Spying was deadly. A worker caught passing messages could be tortured or executed. A madam caught hiding a fugitive might lose her property or be burned out overnight. There were no medals, no pensions. Just the hope that your secrets were worth more than your silence. Yet they did it anyway. Some for money, some for protection, some for revenge. A few, maybe, out of loyalty to a cause they believed in, though idealism tends to wear thin when you've got bruises from last night's client and a dagger hidden under your pillow just in case. So as you walk through the brothel one last time before sunrise, think of the girl laughing a little too loud, the madam who just happens to remember the name of a diplomat's dog, the servant carrying laundry with a peculiar stiffness to her gait, like she's got something sewn into the hem of her apron, the candle placed in the wrong window, the drunk lord muttering about borders he wasn't supposed to mention. And ask yourself, in a place where everyone lies for a living, who's telling the truth and who's selling it? The days blur together now. Smoke-stained mornings, music-laced evenings, and the constant shuffle of boots and bodies through creaky doorways. You lose track of how many faces you've seen come and go. The air in the brothel never quite clears, even with the windows open. It's heavy with perfume, breath, and the kind of secrets that hang in the corners long after the doors shut. But tonight, something shifts. Someone's been taken. Not a worker, a client, and not by force, by order. Quiet, swift, and under the cover of too much wine. Because here's another truth about medieval brothels. Sometimes they weren't just places to gather information. They were places to catch people, to trap them, to turn the power of pleasure against the powerful. Tonight, we're digging into one of the most treacherous threads in the brothel web. Espionage's sharp cousin, blackmail. When secrets are whispered in dark corners, someone's always listening. And when men strip down in rooms where no one can see them, they forget who's watching. For a clever madam, or a brothel worker with a good memory and a steady hand, this was opportunity on a silver platter. Blackmail in brothels wasn't always formal. Sometimes it was as simple as keeping a noble stained tunic and returning it only after a coin purse got significantly lighter. Sometimes it was more subtle. What a shame if someone were to mention where you spent last Thursday evening, Your Grace. Just a gentle reminder that silence wasn't free, ever. But in other cases, blackmail was a machine, a business, an industry. Certain brothels in major cities, Florence, Paris, London, had entire rooms wired for it. Not with microphones, obviously, but with servants stationed in hidden alcoves, walls designed for listening, and peepholes so cleverly placed you'd never notice. Some houses even trained workers specifically for seduction and extraction. Not extraction in the fun way. Extraction in the get them talking and don't forget a single word way. One of the most infamous examples comes from 15th century Venice. A nobleman, loyal to the Doge, was caught in bed with the daughter of a rival political family. The madam, whose brothel both families frequented, had positioned a trusted worker in the adjacent room with her ear to a hollowed-out panel. She heard everything: names, plans, confessions of bribery. 2 weeks later, the nobleman was arrested, his house seized. The rival family mysteriously avoided all charges. The brothel quietly funded by both sides from then on. Because when everyone's dirty, No one can afford to shut you down. Some women turned blackmail into their entire career. They'd retire from sex work and shift to full-time information brokering. A client from their working days became a steady source of income or a steady target. Others stayed in the game but leveraged what they knew to rise through the ranks. One particularly sharp madam in London's Bankside district used the secrets of her wealthy clients to buy off inspectors, secure better rooms, and even get her workers access to luxury imports. Fine silks, French perfume, Venetian shoes. And she kept ledgers, hidden, coded, brutal ledgers. If anyone crossed her, she opened a page. These weren't just gossipy tidbits, either. The blackmail-worthy secrets included treasonous talk, affairs with married nobles, secret debts, religious blasphemy, plans to defect, all kinds of things that could get a man hanged, or worse, demoted. And once a man paid once, he'd keep paying, even if the secret faded, because the fear didn't. There's a fringe account from Bruges about a prostitute named Elise who allegedly ran a short-lived but extremely profitable side hustle by offering to bless clients with rare oils she used to mark their clothing with an invisible dye that only showed under moonlight. She claimed it was just an old trick of the East, but really it was a way to track them. The next time one of her accomplices caught a noble in a compromising location, the faint mark glowed just enough to confirm he'd been with her. She'd never say a word unless asked, and then it came with a fee. But not all blackmail was about money. Sometimes it was about leverage, politics, protection. A brothel under threat from the church might conveniently discover a bishop's misplaced ring or misfiled love note. A city inspector getting too close might receive a polite message, reminding him of a night from 3 winters ago that involved 2 bottles of claret and a boy with an excellent memory. The balance of power always shifted, and blackmail was the fulcrum. Of course, there were risks. Some clients didn't take kindly to being reminded of their sins. There are documented cases of madams being found dead with no clear culprit, workers disappearing after confiding in the wrong person, or entire brothels burned to the ground in suspicious fires. It was a dangerous game, and not everyone played it well. Some historians argue that blackmail was the true currency of the medieval brothel world, more valuable than sex, wine, or even coin. Once you had someone's secret, you owned a part of them. You didn't have to touch them again. You didn't even have to see them. Just one note, one look, one small reminder could keep the coins rolling in for years. Others believe blackmail was rare, too dangerous, and mostly accidental opportunistic moments that were exploited only when the stakes were high. Either way, it's clear that brothels weren't passive spaces. They didn't just absorb secrets, they weaponized them. And it wasn't only men who were targeted. Women, wealthy ones, noble ones, cloistered ones visited brothels too, often in secret. A lady of the court caught visiting a female brothel worker could be destroyed socially, if not legally. Some brothels use that knowledge carefully, not to ruin, but to control. Keep her visiting, keep her paying, keep her scared. So when you picture a medieval brothel, don't just see the beds and the bruises. See the books, the secrets folded into the hems of skirts, the servant who remembers every face, the bottle of ink hidden in the kitchen drawer. See the look the madam gives a nobleman as he stumbles out, tight-lipped, unreadable, but somehow victorious. Because in this house, nothing is forgotten, and everything has a price. The storm rolls in just past dusk, a slow, dragging sky of bruised clouds that settles over the city like a wool blanket soaked in fear. Rain taps on the windows of the brothel, like 1,000 tiny fingers, and the candles flicker with every gust of wind that sneaks through the warped wooden frames. Inside, the mood is different tonight, quiet, watchful. The laughter is subdued, the wine is poured carefully, and the younger girls are whispering about the widow who was dragged from her home 3 streets over, said to have cursed a milkmaid's cow, or maybe made a magistrate's son impotent. Either way, someone screamed witch, and that was all it took. Because for centuries, long before Enlightenment thinkers started questioning the logic of putting people on trial for talking to cats, brothel workers were among the first to feel the heat when witch-hunting fever spread through Europe. They were already outsiders, already sinners, and when fear took hold of a town like a fever, it always came for them first. Let's start with the obvious. Brothel workers were always seen as dangerously close to the edge of morality. They lived outside the expectations of marriage and family. They knew things about bodies, about herbs, about the weaknesses of powerful men. They used charms, oils, and poultices to protect themselves. They read the stars, they muttered prayers that weren't quite Latin. So when crops failed, when babies were stillborn, or when someone's cow just stopped giving milk, who do you think people blamed? If you guessed, the woman who gave me a strange tea and also once told me my wife smelled like vinegar. Congratulations. You've cracked the medieval logic code. The connection between sex work and witchcraft wasn't just made by scared peasants. It was institutional. Clergy, magistrates, and inquisitors often lumped sinful women together under the same umbrella of suspicion. If a woman was known for promiscuity, independence, or unnatural knowledge, if she lived without a husband and earned her own living, she was already halfway to the stake. Brothel workers ticked all the boxes. Some even admitted, under torture, to having learned tricks from other women, techniques that, out of context, sounded suspiciously like spells. Take, for example, the case of Mariette of Lyon, a brothel worker arrested in 1457 on accusations of sorcery. Her crime: selling love sachets, small bundles of herbs meant to increase desire or affection. Some were made of rosemary and mint. Others included poppy seeds and dried orange peels. Pretty tame stuff. But when a noblewoman's husband fell mysteriously ill after being seen at Mariette's establishment, awkwardly enough, the sachets were declared to be instruments of demonic enchantment. She confessed after 3 days of interrogation. She was executed. The noblewoman, it should be noted, was later seen with a new lover and a fancy new necklace. There's also the infamous witch trial in Würzburg in the early 1600s, where several women connected to local brothels were accused not only of consulting with devils, but of transforming into cats to spy on men. One woman, Hilda, was said to have smiled without showing her teeth and had a mole in the shape of a serpent's tail on her thigh. That was enough. She was stripped, inspected, and condemned. The records say she was burned with no sign of remorse, which is probably hard to show when you're being roasted alive for having a weird birthmark. Here's the part that gets even darker. Many women arrested as witches weren't witches at all, obviously, but their confessions were extracted under torture. And once one name was given, any name in desperation, it set off a chain reaction. Brothel workers, many of whom lived together, relied on each other, and shared secrets, made convenient targets. She knew how to stop bleeding. She mixed a tea that stopped a pregnancy. She whispered something to a man who died later that week. It didn't take much. Witch hunts were about power, fear, and control. And brothels? They were places where women seemed to have control over their bodies, over men, over information. That illusion was enough to terrify the powers that be. So they burned it down, both figuratively and literally. Better to destroy the place than admit it was necessary. Some brothel workers tried to distance themselves from any hint of magic. They destroyed their herbs, burned their charm bags, and stopped offering remedies. Others leaned into the rumors, charging extra for magical services, wearing black veils, or claiming to speak to spirits. It was a risk, sure, but in some places, being feared was safer than being ignored. There's even a fringe account of a brothel in Transylvania. Yes, that Transylvania, where the madam supposedly styled herself as a moon priestess and conducted candlelit rituals to attract clients and protection. Some called it blasphemy. Others called it marketing. Either way, she stayed in business longer than most and disappeared mysteriously the same night an inquisitor was found drowned in the river, clutching a bundle of her blessing herbs. The scholarly debate continues. Were brothel workers really accused of witchcraft in large numbers, or have the records simply exaggerated the overlap? Some historians argue that the connection was more symbolic than literal, that society projected its fears of female power onto sex workers and witches interchangeably. Others point to trial records showing a very real pattern of persecution that targeted anyone outside traditional gender roles, with brothel workers topping that list. Either way, the link is undeniable. And it wasn't just in Catholic Europe. In parts of Islamic Spain, for example, brothels were similarly associated with magic and corruption. Local authorities sometimes referred to the women as sorceresses of the gate, and folk tales warned young men of being charmed to ruin by women who smelled of cinnamon and never blinked. Again, fear disguised as morality, control disguised as protection. So now as you hear the thunder roll and feel the house shiver slightly under a wind that doesn't feel entirely natural, remember this: it didn't take much to get branded a witch. A look, a rumor, a little too much knowledge. And if you happen to live in a brothel, you were already halfway to the stake before you even opened your mouth. There's something terrifyingly efficient about a world that can make you both indispensable and disposable at the same time. The rain passes by dawn, leaving behind puddles like little silver mirrors in the uneven stone streets. The sky is pale and quiet, the kind of morning that pretends last night never happened. But inside the brothel, nothing is forgotten. The new day means new tricks to survive, and the workers are already preparing. Not for bed, but for baths, or at least for the performance of bathing. Because tonight, we're walking into the steamy, slippery, highly questionable overlap between cleanliness and sex, the medieval bathhouse, or as it was often known in practice, the brothel with soap. Now you're probably thinking, wait, medieval? People didn't even bathe that much, right? Ah, classic myth, but wrong. Medieval folks loved bathing when they could afford it. Public bathhouses were common in cities and towns across Europe, and while they were officially places for cleanliness and health, they very quickly became something else entirely. By the 13th century, the line between bathhouse and brothel was so blurry, it might as well have been soaking in a wooden tub. Let's set the scene. You walk into a bathhouse in, say, 14th century Vienna. The first thing you notice is the heat. The air is thick with steam and the scent of lavender, pine resin, and boiling lye soap. Behind a thin screen, someone is singing off-key while buckets of water slosh onto warm stone floors. You're offered a towel, a wooden comb, and a weak smile from a girl whose job is technically to help you wash. Technically. These attendants, almost always women, were called baigneuses in France or simply bathers elsewhere, and while many started their shifts scrubbing backs and heating stones, their duties often evolved by request. Want someone to shampoo your hair and nothing else? Fine. Want someone to shampoo your ego for an hour while you sit naked in a shallow pool? That'll cost extra. Want someone to join you in the pool and forget that hygiene was ever the goal? That's where things got interesting. BATHOUSE workers weren't always prostitutes, at least not in title. But in function, let's just say the job description was flexible. In many cities, bathhouses were known fronts for sex work, and everyone, from the mayor to the local baker, knew it. In fact, some towns issued dual licenses, one for bathing, one for accompanying services. If the clerk stamped both, congratulations, your business was officially steamy in every sense. And they weren't subtle. Bathhouses advertised with paintings of nude couples with signs showing lovers in embrace, or, if you were feeling particularly bold, a set of crossed towels tied with red string. In cities like Paris, Prague, and Milan, bathhouses offered packages: a soak, a shave, a meal, and a companion. The original spa day, if your idea of relaxation involved hot water and mild scandal. Of course, the church hated it. Not the bathing, necessarily, just the everything else. Clergy gave sermons about the moral rot seeping from the bathhouses, warning that soap washed away decency right along with dirt. Some towns passed laws separating bathhouses from brothels, forcing owners to pick one license or the other. Spoiler alert, most picked the one with more coin. There's a particularly hilarious case in Cologne where city officials banned bathhouse workers from performing acts of delight while in the water. The rule was immediately ignored. One inspector reported that the bathhouses simply repositioned the tub so that the sins occurred behind large potted plants, because nothing says modesty like foliage and moaning. And the tubs themselves. Don't picture marble or porcelain. Most were massive wooden barrels, deep enough for 2 or 3, with water that was warmish at the start and a little grim by the end of the night. Workers ladled in hot water from iron pots, tried to scoop out floating grime, and added rose petals when things got particularly suspicious. Soap was lye-based and stung like betrayal. Shampoo was made from herbs and sometimes egg yolk. The real luxury? Heat. Bathhouses burned through wood like gossip in a convent. Health officials occasionally cracked down, demanding inspections for cleanliness, disease control, and decency. One ordinance in London required bathhouse workers to scrub all surfaces with vinegar at the end of each shift. Another in Florence stated that no customer shall remain unclothed with a woman for longer than the time it takes to recite one Our Father and 2 Hail Marys. You can imagine how strictly that was enforced. Here's a quirky historical footnote. Some bathhouses had private steam closets, tiny wooden chambers where clients could sweat out impurities or rendezvous in semi-darkness. One brothel bath hybrid in Bologna reportedly offered spiritual sweats, claiming that the heat purged the sins from the body. They even provided prayer beads, dual purpose, of course. So were bathhouses really brothels with soap? That depends on the time, the place, and the interpretation. Some scholars argue that many bathhouses were run by the same people who managed brothels, with workers rotating between both depending on need. Others insist that true bathhouses maintained a level of respectability, at least until the back door creaked open and the candles dimmed. What's clear is that the overlap was deliberate. Water made people feel clean but also open, vulnerable, relaxed. It lowered defenses. It set a mood. And in a world where public decency was strict, but private vice was booming, bathhouses offered the perfect camouflage. Even the architecture played along. Narrow hallways, layered rooms, curtained alcoves. A visitor could arrive for a bath and leave 3 hours later looking flushed, cleaner, and slightly dazed, without anyone being able to prove much of anything. And let's not forget the role these places played in community. Bathhouses weren't just for illicit trysts. They were social hubs. Deals were made, songs were sung, women gossiped, men argued politics, and somewhere in the steam, lives were changed. A brothel was transactional. A bathhouse pretended it wasn't. Which is why, over time, the bathhouse-brothel hybrid became harder to pin down. Cities passed stricter laws, inspectors visited more often. By the late 1500s, many bathhouses either shut down or leaned fully into sex work, dropping the soap altogether. But for a few centuries, they offered something strange and in between. A place where you could be naked and not judged, at least not until the water turned cold. So next time you imagine the Middle Ages as grim and grubby, remember this: someone was sitting in a warm bath with a goblet of spiced wine, being scrubbed by candlelight, and debating whether to pay for the linen and extra companionship option. And outside, a preacher stood on a corner shouting about eternal damnation, while secretly wondering if he could sneak in before the water got too cloudy. The light coming through the brothel windows today is sharp and golden, catching on the edges of silk sashes and dangling earrings. It glints off polished boots and beads of sweat on powdered foreheads. Today, something's different. The women aren't just working, they're parading. They strut through the common rooms with hips that say, "Look at me," and eyes that dare you not. 2. Their skirts are extra wide, their sleeves unnecessarily slashed, and their shoes far too delicate for the cobblestones outside. In short, they're dressed better than half the noble women in the city. And that isn't an accident. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most outrageous and misunderstood aspects of brothel life: fashion. Yes, fashion. Because brothel workers in medieval Europe weren't just known for their profession. They were seen, and in many cities, they were required by law to be seen in very specific ways. Clothing wasn't just about fabric and flair. It was control, regulation, humiliation, but also somehow defiance. Let's rewind a bit. In many medieval cities, sex workers were legally required to wear distinctive clothing to separate them from honest women. It started simple: a colored sash, a striped hood, a badge on the sleeve. But as time went on, the rules got stranger. Some cities required prostitutes to wear yellow, a color associated with disease and disgrace. Others demanded bells on the hem of dresses or cloaks with deliberately ridiculous patterns. Florence at one point insisted on one red shoe and one black, because symmetry, apparently, was a virtue reserved for the morally upright. These were sumptuary laws rules that dictated who could wear what based on class, gender, and morality. And for sex workers, they were brutally specific. In London's Southwark district, women were banned from wearing veils or cloaks that covered too much of the face or body. Modesty was for wives. In Vienna, they couldn't wear fur or velvet. In Venice, they were forbidden to wear pearls unless, of course, they paid a bribe, in which case, sparkle away, darling. But here's where it gets complicated. Instead of being crushed by these rules, many sex workers used them, twisted them, to stand out even more. You want me to wear yellow? Fine, I'll wear all yellow. Gloves, corset, feathers, I'll be a walking sunflower with cleavage. You say I can't wear pearls? Great. I'll sew fake ones into my sleeves until I shimmer like a chandelier. You want a striped hood? I'll match it with shoes so red they could start fires. They turned shame into spectacle. They made visibility a weapon. Because in a business where attention meant income, the best-dressed woman in the room often got the coin. And if people were going to judge them anyway, they might as well perform. Madams too leaned into this. The wealthier ones dressed in silks and brocades, dripping with rings and gold-threaded hairnets. Their outfits weren't just fashion statements. They were armor-proof that despite society's scorn, they held power, wealth, influence. In some towns, madams even loaned extravagant garments to their workers for special feast days or city festivals, knowing full well it would cause a stir. Let the bishops clutch their rosaries, let the wives hiss, it brought in business. There's an actual recorded incident in 15th century Augsburg where a group of brothel workers showed up to a church parade in matching crimson gowns and were immediately arrested for disturbing the peace of modest women. Their gowns were confiscated, but the story ends with the madam suing to get them back and winning. The court ruled that since the women had paid for the fabric themselves, they were entitled to reclaim it. The judge reportedly refused to look anyone in the eye during the verdict. Another tale from Lyon tells of a brothel that hosted a fashion evening during Lent, a time when everyone else was supposed to be in sackcloth and silence. The workers paraded in peacock feathers, painted their eyelids blue with crushed lapis, and wore gold-tipped boots. The local clergy were outraged, the local men less so. That night, the brothel made more coin than any other week of the year. Of course, this wasn't just about flair. Clothes were currency, status, protection. A woman in fine clothing could sometimes pass for someone above her station, or at least earn a few extra seconds of respect before the insult started. Workers with enough savings often kept a church outfit or emergency disguise tucked away something, then decent to wear if they needed to blend in, visit a sick relative, or flee town in a hurry. Here's a quirky fringe fact. In some cities, brothel workers were actually allowed to dress extravagantly during certain festivals or royal visits. Officials figured it made the city look more colorful, more prosperous, like live medieval marketing. So for a few days a year, the women could shine, strut, and sparkle with impunity. Right up until the bells tolled, and it was back to your assigned stripes and shame. There's an ongoing debate among historians about the role of fashion in brothel identity. Some argue that the required outfits were pure stigma, designed to dehumanize. Others suggest that over time, sex workers reclaimed those symbols and infused them with meaning and pride. Think of it as the difference between a scarlet letter and a neon sign. One is punishment. The other is strategy. And some of the influence bled upward. Nobles, always looking for the next scandal chic trend, occasionally copied brothel styles, deep necklines, tight sleeves, patterned stockings. There's a famous moment in late medieval Paris where a court lady was reprimanded for dressing like a common woman of the street. She responded by inventing a new neckline so low it was basically an invitation, and it caught on like wildfire. Fashion, after all, doesn't care where it comes from, just how it looks. The irony? These same sex workers were often banned from wearing certain religious or ceremonial garments, even if they'd earned them. One woman in Nuremberg was refused burial in a veil she had purchased with her own wages, too fine for someone of her kind. It was removed before burial, burned. A final insult after a lifetime of being seen but never respected. Still, the power of dress lingered. In many brothels, the first thing a new worker received wasn't a bed. It was a set of clothes. Something eye-catching, something that said, "Here I am." Whether it was yellow or crimson or stitched with knockoff pearls, it was a uniform of survival, of performance, of rebellion, quiet or loud. So next time you picture a medieval prostitute, don't imagine rags and shame. Picture feathers. Picture satin. Picture someone who knew the rules of visibility and bent them into a weapon. Someone who turned punishment into performance and performance into profit. And maybe, just maybe, left behind more than just fabric when they were gone. The bells ring. Again, it's market day, and the brothel's common room is unusually empty. Most of the women are out, not for rest, not for fun, but for errands. They're slipping through the crowd like practiced ghosts, blending into the chaos of stalls and hawkers and mud-slicked cobbles. One's buying candles, another's picking up vinegar to scrub the floors. Two are waiting for a visit from the man, who never makes eye contact but always asks for payment in exact coin, never more, never less. Because while most of the city thinks brothels are fueled by sin and scandal, what actually keeps the whole machine running is far less flashy. Money, and lots of it. Today, we're cracking open the ledgers to see how the medieval brothel economy actually worked. And it's not what you think. Behind the wine and window displays and lace-up corsets was a thriving, carefully managed, and highly strategic operation of taxes, tokens, fines, wages, bribes, and yes, the occasional condemned. Coin passed in a shaky hand after midnight. Let's begin with the basics. A medieval brothel, especially a sanctioned one, operated like a small business and often very profitable one. It had a manager, usually a madam, a staff, the workers, cooks, guards, sometimes musicians, suppliers, linen merchants, herbalists, wine dealers, and overhead costs that would make even the most ruthless landlord sweat. Rent, candles, bedding, guards, food, drink, and clothing. Not to mention the endless parade of fees handed down from local authorities. This wasn't just a house of pleasure. It was a financial ecosystem, and that's where taxes came in. In many medieval cities, brothels were taxed openly, not just the house itself, but the workers individually. Some were charged a weekly licensing fee to operate within the city. Others had to pay per client. In Toulouse, a sex worker's name might be entered into a tax register, followed by the phrase, "paid for her body's work." No euphemisms, just numbers. And the cities, they didn't complain. In fact, the taxes collected from brothels went directly into public works, roads, bridges, defensive walls, repairs to city gates. There's even documentation from 14th century London where a brothel's tax contribution helped fund the rebuilding of a fire-damaged Guildhall. A little civic irony. A place condemned by preachers, but essential to city budgets. Some cities got so comfortable with this arrangement that they created entire financial categories for brothel income. Southwark, for example, included stew money in their official annual accounts. Nuremberg had a pleasure tax funneled from licensed houses straight into the city coffers. Even the church got its cut, either through direct property ownership, Bishop of Winchester, or through silent partnerships. But the coin wasn't always clean. A darker layer of the brothel economy involved condemned currency. These were coins removed from circulation, clipped, counterfeit, or corrupted in some way, but still passed around within brothels. Why? because workers weren't always paid in fresh silver. Some clients brought old coin, some brought foreign coin, some brought coin they'd stolen, which didn't spend well in more respectable establishments. So the brothel became a kind of financial gray zone, where anything with a faint glint might be accepted, weighed, or filed down to make change. And then there were tokens. In some regions, particularly in France and parts of the Low Countries, brothels issued their own jetons, small stamped pieces of metal, wood, or bone used in place of coin. These tokens could be purchased at the front in exchange for time, drinks, or services. Think of them as medieval drink tickets, but for considerably less wholesome events. They offered a layer of discretion for clients who didn't want to be seen passing cash directly into a madam's hand. And they helped control theft inside the house. Madams kept detailed ledgers of everything. Who owed what, who hadn't paid, who received a discount for bringing wine, who got banned for not tipping. One brothel in Frankfurt even imposed late fees. If you paid for 30 minutes and stayed for 45, they'd charge extra, unless, of course, you were a noble. Nobles rarely paid late fees, but they always drank the expensive wine. The workers themselves often received only a portion of the money. A cut went to the madam, a cut to the house, a cut to the local guards for protection, and a cut to the taxman, who didn't care if your wrists ached or your boots had holes. If you were lucky, you kept enough to eat well and maybe save up for a shoe without holes in it. If not, you borrowed. From whom? The madam, who added interest. This debt cycle was brutal. Many workers became trapped, unable to leave because they owed too much for clothing, bedding, or medicine. In some cities, they couldn't legally leave without repaying their debt in full. Others required an exit fee, paid either by the worker or occasionally by a benefactor. And no, the city didn't care if that benefactor was a creepy baron with bad intentions. Here's a quirky fringe detail. In parts of Spain, brothel workers paid their taxes in kind rather than coin. Jars of olive oil, sacks of grain, bolts of cloth. These were turned over to city warehouses and redistributed to churches or charitable kitchens. So the food eaten by orphans might have been indirectly paid for by someone named Clara, with very strong thighs and a knack for upselling wine. Even theft and fines became part of the financial machine. If a client stole something, a cup, a pillow, a worker's shoes, the madam might report it. But more often she just charged the next client extra to cover the loss. And if a worker broke, house rules, late to curfew, too drunk to work, slapped a client instead of smiling, they'd be fined. The fines were entered into the ledger. Sometimes they could be worked off, sometimes not. The numbers stayed until they were paid or someone disappeared. And don't think the economy stopped at the brothel's doors. Outside, entire micro-industries thrived on brothel traffic. Flower sellers, musicians, seamstresses, rat catchers, apothecaries, who sold dubious stamina potions. A man heading to the brothel might stop to buy perfume, wine, or even special cakes known to lift spirits. And someone was making money off every step of that trip. So no, medieval brothels weren't just scandal factories. They were financial powerhouses, engines of commerce, quietly necessary in cities that pretended to hate them, but made full use of their coin. And every time a preacher banged a pulpit about morality, somewhere nearby a brothel worker was counting change by candlelight, wondering if she had enough to fix that cracked window before the next storm rolled in. Because sin, it turns out, paid for quite a lot of clean things. The wind shifts this afternoon. sharp and strange, like it's trying to say something. And the brothel feels tense in a way that isn't just hangover or hunger. There's a hum low and electric moving through the streets outside. A different kind of foot traffic. Not the usual loitering clients or gossiping fishwives. This is angrier, faster. Boots, not slippers. Voices rising, not flirting. Something is happening, and you can feel it in your bones. Because for all the brothel's quiet power, the taxes, the secrets, the silk and survival, sometimes the line snapped. And when it did, cities exploded. Tonight, we're pulling back the curtain on the dark, violent moments when the world outside came crashing in, the brothel riots. When the people, regular people, poor people, angry people, decided they'd had enough. And they came with fire, first. Let's be clear. These weren't moral crusades led by priests with holy water and loud opinions. The most explosive brothel riots weren't about purity. They were about class tension, desperation, and more often than not, resentment that the women inside the brothel were somehow doing better than the starving wives outside. Take Paris, for example. In 1391, a crowd of women stormed a licensed brothel near the Rue Neuve. They smashed windows, tore down curtains, and beat one of the workers with a broom handle. Why? Because her dress was nicer than theirs. Because they saw her leaving the market with fresh cherries. Because their husbands had been spending money there while their own children gnawed on dry crusts at home. It wasn't about religion. It was rage, plain and raw. And the brothel wasn't just tolerated. It was protected by city officials, by guards, by landlords who quietly enjoyed the taxes. That protection made people furious. When the rest of the city was suffering during food shortages, plagues, or political unrest, why were they still working? Why did they still have coin? Sometimes riots began after a single incident. A client beat a girl too badly. A worker insulted a respectable woman in the street. A noble's son got too drunk, too loud, too arrogant, and the townsfolk had simply had enough. They gathered torches, broke the doors, pulled women out by their hair. It happened in Ghent. It happened in Lyon. It happened in Norwich, where one of the oldest licensed brothels in town was completely burned to the ground in 1450, during a riot that started over bread prices. Here's the twist. Sometimes these riots weren't against the brothel workers. They were led by them. Not all the women inside were helpless or content. Some were furious, trapped, sick of being taxed, fined, controlled. In Nuremberg in 1505, a group of sex workers protested a citywide curfew that limited their hours. They refused to stay inside. They blocked the street. They even set fire to a merchant's cart in retaliation after he called them coin-stealing lice. The city panicked. Officials met behind closed doors. And then, classic medieval solution, they raised taxes on ale instead. There's an account from 15th century Prague of a full-blown uprising among brothel workers after a local bishop tried to revoke their operating license. The women organized, marched, and delivered a petition written by a scribe who admitted he was compensated in methods not typical of his trade. The petition didn't work. The brothel was shuttered. But within a week, half the city's alehouses had turned into unofficial brothels. Same women, just without tax forms. That's the thing. Riots didn't end the brothel trade. They just shifted it. The houses might burn, but the system adapted. Someone set up shop in a cellar. Someone offered companionship behind a tapestry in the back of a tavern. Someone worked out of a boat tied beneath the docks. You can't riot. Away demand. and the city knew it. Still, the threat of violence lingered. Brothels started hiring their own guards. Some were just hired muscle former soldiers, disfigured brawlers, or desperate men who couldn't get work elsewhere. Others were lovers of the workers themselves, paid in favors or leftovers. Either way, they kept watch. If someone came to throw stones, they threw back. But fire was harder to stop, and brothels burned often. Sometimes they were set ablaze during larger revolts, part of wider social collapses. During the Peasants' Revolt in England in 1381, several brothels were looted and destroyed by mobs who saw them as symbols of urban corruption. When the German Bundschuh rebellions flared, houses of sin were targeted alongside tax offices and city halls, not because of sex, but because of inequality. Brothels, especially licensed ones, were seen as complicit in the machinery that kept the poor poor and the powerful entertained. And not all the damage came from outside. Some brothels burned because of mistakes, candles knocked over, drunken brawls, clients refusing to leave. One in Bordeaux went up in flames after a group of university students got into a fight over a lute. The lute was smashed, the table tipped, the curtains caught. The women escaped through the cellar, but the house was gone by morning. The students were fined. The lute owner claimed he was smitten with grief and flame alike. There's a fringe story from Bruges of a brothel riot that began with a goose. Yes, an actual goose. A worker kept it as a pet. A client insulted it. She insulted him back. He slapped her. The other women jumped him. The goose bit his leg. And a fight broke out in the street. By nightfall, the brothel was trashed. The goose had vanished, and the city issued a bizarre decree banning livestock within the walls of houses of comfort. You can't make this up. Some historians argue that brothel riots were part of a larger pattern of resistance. Small acts of rebellion against systems of control, not organized revolutions, but pressure points. Others see them as chaotic, emotional outbursts, explosions of resentment that had no real effect long term. But one thing is clear: they happened often, and when they did, they left scars. For the workers, the aftermath was brutal. Even if they survived, they might lose everything: clothes, shelter, income. Some were arrested for inciting unrest, as if their mere presence had summoned the torches. Others vanished into nearby cities, changed their names, started over. Maybe. And yet, the brothel always came back. Maybe not the same building, maybe. Not the same name, but the trade never stayed dead for long. Someone always found a new room, a new curtain, a new set of rules to break. Because as long as there was hunger and power and people looking for an escape, the brothel would return, smoldering perhaps, but still standing. The air tonight feels thinner somehow, like the city's holding its breath. In the brothel, the windows are latched shut, not to keep out the weather, but to keep someone from listening. The workers talk in low voices. The madam is pacing again, the keys jangling faintly at her hip. Outside, you hear the shuffle of a patrol, the official kind. Uniformed men, torches in hand, faces set in grim lines. They're not here for fun. They're not here for coin. They're here for order, or what passes for it. And in places like this, that's always dangerous. Because for all the brothel's shadowy deals, laughter, strategy, and scandal, none of it could truly exist without the looming threat of legal control. Tonight, we're peering into the iron-bound books and smoky backrooms of medieval justice. How brothels were regulated, punished, tolerated, and used by the very systems that claim to despise them. Let's start with the obvious contradiction. In many medieval cities, prostitution was technically illegal and regulated. It sounds insane, and it kind of was. On paper, sex work was condemned as immoral, sinful, and a threat to Christian order. But in practice, city leaders quietly allowed brothels to operate, often openly, so long as they followed certain rules and paid certain people. Think of it as sin with a permit. Some towns, like Amsterdam or Cologne, issued official brothel licenses. These often came with a laundry list of requirements. No soliciting outside the premises. No married women allowed to work. No services on holy days, unless the client was traveling and very persuasive. Brothels were to be kept clean, orderly, and above all, contained. The moment their noise or scandal spilled into the street, the city came knocking. And when they came, it was with inspectors, clerks, occasionally a priest. They didn't come to arrest anyone, not unless they were really looking for a scapegoat. No, they came to make sure the rules were being followed. Betting was inspected, ledgers reviewed, workers counted. If someone looked too young or injured, the madam might face a fine, or worse, lose her license. But as long as the brothel paid its taxes, didn't get too loud, and didn't host any nobility too publicly, the inspectors mostly just nodded and moved on. Still, the threat of punishment hung heavy, because while the brothel might be licensed, individual workers were rarely protected. If a client complained, if a bishop got angry, if a scandal caught the wrong attention, then it didn't matter how many receipts you had in your ledger. You were a criminal, one of the most common charges. Disorderly conduct. A conveniently vague phrase that covered everything from talking back to a client to fighting in the street to wearing the wrong shoes on the wrong day. Women could be fined, jailed, or even flogged publicly for being too visible. And if someone claimed you'd tempted a married man into sin, that was your crime, not his. In some cities, women arrested for prostitution were marched through the streets in humiliating penance processions. Barefoot, heads shaved, signs around their necks. In others, they were locked in correctional houses where they were retrained to be laundresses or servants. These institutions were brutal, underfunded, and often just prisons in disguise. There's a notorious case from Avignon in the early 1400s where a brothel worker named Beatrice was arrested after an argument with a visiting cardinal. She'd allegedly mocked him after he couldn't perform. Her punishment, public whipping, followed by forced relocation to a monastery for moral correction. She escaped after 3 weeks, rumor has it by disguising herself as a nun. The cardinal was promoted. But punishment wasn't always physical. Sometimes it was financial. If a woman tried to leave a brothel with debts unpaid, the city could block her from taking other work. Or worse, they could mark her as a habitual harlot, a phrase that shows up disturbingly often in legal records, and banish her altogether. Some ended up wandering, working under false names in towns where no one knew their faces. Others didn't make it out. And then there were the show trials, the ones where someone, usually a wealthy client, needed a distraction from a larger scandal. In those cases, a brothel would suddenly find itself under siege. The madam arrested, the workers interrogated, sometimes tortured. The client's name never appeared in the records, of course, but the fallout always did. One fringe case from Milan involved a magistrate who, after being accused of embezzlement, redirected attention by claiming he'd uncovered a demonic circle of carnal corruption operating in a brothel on Via de la Rosa. 4 women were arrested. 2 were imprisoned without trial. 1 disappeared. The magistrate kept his job for 5 more years. Despite this, brothels also used the legal system when they could. Smart madams cultivated relationships with local officials, offering them discounts, discretion, or even flat-out bribes. Some even kept favor books where they noted which officials liked which services. Not blackmail, exactly, just leverage. If you knew a judge preferred brunettes and always left his gloves behind, well, maybe your tax inspection could wait another month. Cities were often complicit. They needed brothels to manage what they saw as male appetites better. The sin be contained then spread across alleyways and behind church pews. So brothels were quietly encouraged, even protected. And when city leaders cracked down, it was almost always performative, burning one house to show piety, while 3 more opened across the river. There's an ongoing scholarly debate over whether brothels were truly legal in the Middle Ages. Some historians argue they were simply tolerated, part of the gray area where necessity outweighed morality. Others point to city records and licenses as proof of de facto legality. But both sides agree on one thing: the law didn't protect the women, it used them. And the irony? The same church that railed against prostitution sometimes owned the property brothels stood on. In Southwark, London, many brothels were technically on land owned by the Bishop of Winchester, which meant the women working there were nicknamed Winchester geese. They paid rent to the church. They were buried outside consecrated ground. So tonight, as the last patrol clatters past the brothel and the madam finally unclenches her jaw, you understand the game. This place exists not in spite of the law but because of it. Maintained by it, trapped by it. A balancing act of survival and silence. Because in the medieval world, justice wasn't blind. It saw everything. It just chose who to punish. By morning, the tension eases just a little. A loaf of bread appears on the kitchen table, warm and stolen. A girl hums while scrubbing wine from a bodice, her voice cracking now and then like a fire that's forgotten how to roar. And upstairs, someone is pretending to sleep, though everyone knows her client left before dawn. Life in the brothel doesn't stop just because the world outside clenches its fists. It adapts, it adjusts, and sometimes it even mourns quietly, carefully, behind locked doors. Because for all the sex, politics, scandal, and coins passed under candlelight, the people inside these walls were still human. They got sick, they got tired, and they died. So tonight, we're doing something different. We're slowing down. We're walking past the painted faces and pulled up skirts and into the quieter corners of medieval brothels where grief lived like an uninvited tenant. We're talking about death. Death in a brothel was a different kind of complicated. Not just because it happened, though it did, more often than anyone wanted to admit, but because of how it was handled, with shame, with silence, with a lot of hurried scrubbing and quiet prayers no one would ever say out loud in a church. Let's start with the practical side. Sex work was dangerous. The risk of injury was constant. Violence from clients, disease, infection from minor wounds that, in a world without antibiotics, could become lethal in a week. And then there was childbirth, always a looming threat. Contraception existed, sort of in the form of herbal brews and leather pouches soaked in vinegar, but it didn't always work. When a woman became pregnant, it changed everything. Some tried to hide it, others fled, some didn't survive the birth. And when a worker died, the city didn't exactly offer a eulogy. In many medieval towns, prostitutes were denied burial in consecrated ground. Too sinful, too tainted. They were considered outside the church's grace. So when one of them died, whether By sickness, childbirth, accident, or worse, the madam had to figure it out. Quietly, quickly. In Southwark, bodies were often buried on the outskirts in what's now called Crossbones Graveyard. No headstones, no names. Just a shallow trench and a handful of stolen prayers. A few coins, if they were lucky. A ribbon, maybe. Something soft in a world that rarely was. There's a record from 1389 of a young woman in Bruges who died from fever after being locked in a room with a violent client for 3 days. When her body was found, the brothel's madam was fined for failing to report the death in a timely fashion. Not for the death itself. The woman was buried at night by 2 workers who reportedly used a broken cart and a single candle. Her name never made it into the city registry. Some brothels kept their own small burial plots, unmarked and hidden behind hedges or beneath orchards. These weren't official, they were personal. Madams sometimes planted herbs or wildflowers over the graves, rosemary for remembrance, lavender to keep the air sweet. Workers passed the spots without speaking, but they knew. And when someone went missing and didn't return, they glanced out toward the garden with a kind of hollow understanding. Of course, not all deaths were quiet. When disease swept through a city plague, mostly but also smallpox, dysentery, sweating sickness, the brothels were hit hard. Bodies in close contact, poor ventilation, reused linens, and clients who came from everywhere and brought everything. During the Black Death, many brothels simply closed, either by force or by fear. Some madams fled, taking what money they could. Others stayed and died alongside their workers. One fringe story from Avignon tells of a brothel where every woman but one succumbed to the plague within a week. The survivor, Agnes, supposedly locked the door from the outside, left a note carved into the wall, "God forgive us all," and disappeared. Years later, someone claimed to have seen her working in a convent kitchen, silent and gray-haired. Whether it's true or not, the story stuck, a ghost tale for hard times. But here's the part no one talks about. Despite all the fear and shame around brothel deaths, there was also community. These women cast out, mocked, fined, and labeled cared for each other when no one else would. When someone got sick, another woman sat by her side. When someone broke down after losing a child or being beaten, there was usually a quiet hand on the shoulder, a cup of something warm, a wordless kind of comfort. They grieved together, and sometimes they laughed through it. Not because it was funny, but because laughter was a rebellion against everything they weren't supposed to feel. Some brothels held their own rituals for the dead. A candle left burning in the window overnight. A scrap of clothing pinned to a wall like a whisper of the person who'd worn it. On certain days, someone would pour wine onto the ground just outside. "The front step, for the girls we lost," they'd mutter. No one asked questions. Everyone understood. And when a worker died with no one to mourn her, no family, no lover, no clients who remembered her name, it was often the madam who did what little could be done. A small bundle of coins placed in a cloth, a cheap wooden cross laid gently over the grave. Not out of sentiment, maybe, but out of obligation, respect. A nod to the fact that whatever else you thought of these women, they worked, they endured, they survived longer than anyone expected. Until they didn't. There's a debate among scholars about whether these death rituals were common or exceptional. Some argue that most brothel deaths were erased, forgotten, buried, wiped away like stains from a floor. Others insist that there was an underground culture of care, quiet but strong, passed from madam to madam like a worn key. Either way, traces remain. Unmarked graves, ledger notations, a single rose bush growing behind a brothel wall that no one can remember planting. And the clients? Rarely involved. When a girl died, the men who'd paid to lie with her rarely asked questions. Some didn't even notice she was gone. Others just moved on to someone younger, someone new. A few brought wine. Fewer still left coin. For her family, not knowing she hadn't seen her family since the day she crossed the city gates with 3 coppers and a shredded pair of shoes. So next time you picture a medieval brothel, don't forget this part. Don't forget the women who didn't make it to old age. The ones who didn't become madams or run away to farmsteads or marry the 3rd son of a lonely baron. Don't forget the women who stayed, worked, gave everything, and then were quietly gone. Because for every story of scandal, there's a shadow behind it. And sometimes that shadow is just a name no one speaks anymore. The scent of damp earth still clings to the corners of the house, even though the rain stopped yesterday. A pair of muddy boots sits by the back door, and no one's claiming them. Upstairs, someone coughs dry, sharp, like it's trying to escape the body that keeps dragging it out. The brothel carries on, of course, it always does. But it's quieter, heavier, because there's something that's crept in and settled behind the curtains and inside the bones of the women: age. Tonight, we're walking into one of the most uncomfortable, least discussed realities of medieval brothel life. The question of what happens when you're no longer young. Because in a trade built on fantasy and appearance, age was its own kind of death sentence. Slow, silent, and sometimes worse than the real thing. Let's start with the simple fact. Sex work in the Middle Ages didn't come with retirement plans. There were no pensions for prostitutes, no guilds offering old age support, no safety net if your knees gave out or your back stopped cooperating. A worker in her 30s, let alone her 40s, was considered past her prime. And in an era where people died in their 30s anyway, aging out happened fast. It didn't matter how skilled you were, how many secrets you knew, or how many songs you could sing with your mouth full of wine and your eyes full of tears. The clients wanted youth. Plump cheeks, high voices, smooth thighs. Age brought lines, scars, aches. Age made men uncomfortable, reminded them that beauty didn't last, and maybe neither would they. So what did aging workers do? Well, if you were lucky and smart, you aimed for promotion. Becoming a madam was the golden ticket. It wasn't easy. You had to be tough, connected, able to manage a dozen personalities and half a dozen drunk clients with the grace of a duchess and the brutality of a butcher. But it came with stability, authority, your own key to the coin box. Many madams had once been workers themselves. They learned the trade inside and out, memorized what made the money flow and what made it stop. They saved, they bribed, they waited for the old madam to retire or die or vanish. And when the moment came, they stepped in, usually with better shoes and a list of rules no one wanted to test. But not everyone could climb that ladder. Some women transitioned into less visible roles: cleaning, laundering, cooking. They stayed within the brothel but out of sight, folding linens and pretending not to hear what was happening upstairs. Others tried to reinvent themselves, peddling herbs, reading fortunes, offering spiritual healing under the guise of prayer. A few even married. Not always for love, often for shelter. A widower with land, a gatekeeper who needed company. A second chance sort of arrangement. Not glamorous but safer. Then there were those who drifted, who left the city or tried to, who packed up their worn dresses, tied their coins into a scarf, and walked towards some place where no one recognized them. Some found rest. Some found worse. One woman in Lubeck reportedly joined a traveling troupe of actors at the age of 38. Billed as Madame Nightingale, she sang bawdy songs and told fortunes until her voice gave out. The troupe buried her under an apple tree with a wine bottle for a headstone. Probably the most affection she'd gotten in years. Aging didn't just steal income, it stole safety. Clients who once treated you with flattery now barely looked your way, or worse, mocked you. Other workers sometimes avoided older women, afraid their misfortune might rub off. Age became a stain. You weren't mysterious or mature, you were used up. In some houses, older women were openly pushed out, not fired, exactly, just starved of work until they left on their own. And for the brothel itself, aging was a branding problem. Sex appeal sold, and youth was the easiest bait. That's why so many establishments lined their halls with the youngest faces up front. The newer hires in the best gowns, the older workers, kept to the back rooms or the day shift when traffic was thinner. Even madams participated in the illusion, painting their faces smooth, tying their corsets tighter, claiming to be barely 30 when everyone in the house knew. She'd delivered twins back when the plague first swept through town. There's a quiet cruelty in it. The way these women who had given their best years, sometimes their only years to the trade, were slowly erased from it. Not through scandal or punishment, but through this simple, unrelenting march of time. Still, some resisted. Some older workers embraced their experience, offering companionship over novelty, conversation over acrobatics. They catered to clients who wanted more than just skin men who were lonely or widowed or too tired for the chase. These women charged more for listening, for silence, for knowing when to pour another cup of wine and when to leave it empty. There's a fringe tale from Rouen of a woman named Colette who claimed to be the oldest lover in France. She wore black veils, smoked herbs from a carved pipe, and whispered poetry in 3 languages. She charged twice as much as the younger girls and had a waiting list. No one knew her real age or cared, and some older women fought back in quiet ways, mentoring the younger workers, passing down tricks and warnings, protecting them from cruel clients or crooked guards. They became unofficial mothers in a place where no one ever got to be a mother. Not fully, not safely. Historians still debate how widespread these experiences were. Some argue that the average brothel worker didn't live long enough to age out. Others suggest that many transitioned smoothly into other trades or relationships. But fragments of letters, records, and oral tradition suggest something else, that many just disappeared. Not dramatically, just slowly. One day no longer at the table, one day no longer behind the curtain. And no one talked about it. That's the part that lingers, the silence. Because the brothel wasn't built for old age. It wasn't designed to hold. Women passed their peak. It consumed youth, converted it into coin, and moved on. But within those walls, some women held on anyway. Clung to scraps of dignity, found moments of love, stared back at the mirror and whispered, "Still here." So tonight, as you hear footsteps pass the door heavier, slower, the tread of someone who's walked this floor 1,000 times, remember her. Not the girl in the lace, not the one giggling on the client's lap. The one with the tired eyes, the steady hand, the voice that's seeing too much. She's not gone yet. And she's got stories you wouldn't believe. There's a hush tonight that isn't fear or fatigue. It's anticipation, the kind that prickles at the back of your neck, Someone's arriving. Word traveled ahead. A carriage spotted outside the gates. Liveried guards on horseback, crests barely covered under dust-stained cloaks. The brothel is scrambling, not to hide anything, but to shine everything. The candles are lit, the finest wine is uncorked, and the newest girl has been bathed twice, even though she's still shaking. Because when a noble visits, especially one with power, everything changes. This isn't just about status. It's about survival. Nobles were dangerous clients. Not because they were violent, though some were, but because they didn't have to follow the rules. They could buy silence. They could demand anything. And if something went wrong, well, it was never their name that ended up on the warrant. So, tonight, we're pulling back the velvet curtain on the elite customers. Those who entered brothels not in secrecy but with entitlement, and how their presence shaped everything from business to fear. Let's be clear, nobles loved brothels. Kings, dukes, bishops, knights fresh off campaigns, they all came, often loudly, often in groups. It was a place to flaunt power, to indulge without consequence, to escape courtly decorum in favor of something stickier. In some cities, noble brothel attendance was so routine it became a performance. They'd arrive with fanfare, throwing coins to street urchins, demanding music, sending servants ahead to prepare the girls. It wasn't secrecy they wanted. It was spectacle. And the brothel adapted quickly. When nobles were expected, madams reallocated everything. The best rooms were cleaned top to bottom. The most polished workers were assigned, often whether they wanted to be or not. Wine was upgraded, beds were turned down, perfume flowed like prayer, and the price doubled, at least. Nobles didn't haggle. They paid, if not in coin, then in favors. But that favor was a double-edged blade. On one side, yes, a noble patron could protect a brothel. They could argue down a city fine or donate anonymously to cover taxes. Some brothels proudly displayed crests on their mantles or discreetly stitched symbols into curtains, marks of affiliation. It made them untouchable, in theory. On the other side, a noble could destroy a house with a single whisper. If a client died under suspicious circumstances, if a servant overheard too much, if a girl got pregnant and thought for 1 second she might ask for support, the noble would vanish. And suddenly, the brothel found itself under scrutiny. Inspections, raids, accusations of corruption or witchcraft. Nobles could walk away. A brothel could not. One infamous case from Florence in 1434 involved a duke who hosted a private masquerade. In the upper rooms of a well-known brothel, a servant overheard political gossip, names of rivals, hints of treason, and repeated it. Within days, the brothel was closed, the madam arrested, the servant disappeared. The duke was promoted to ambassador. And then there were the requests. Nobles didn't just want pleasure, they wanted control. They brought outfits, scripts, demands that blurred into the cruel. Some wanted reenactments of childhood traumas, some wanted blood, some wanted nothing more than to lie beside someone who wouldn't talk back, even if it meant she was gagged. And the girls couldn't say no, not easily. Not when the man in the room could buy a dozen more of you before breakfast. Still, some women learned how to turn noble visits to their advantage. They flattered strategically, listened carefully. Some became confidants, lovers, even not always romantically, but politically. A well-placed word, a well-timed secret, could keep the house safe for months. There's a recorded case in Paris of a brothel worker named Isabel who brokered a peace between two rival lords through pillow talk. She lived like a queen for 6 months before disappearing under unclear circumstances. Nobles also influenced fashion. When a countess began painting her lips with crushed berries, suddenly the brothel girls did too. When a knight arrived with silk from the east, the madam tracked down the same fabric within a week. Nobility brought trends, gossip, even language. Some brothel workers learned multiple tongues, French, Latin, even Arabic, just to keep up. And then there were the clients who weren't nobles, but pretended to be. They'd arrive with borrowed cloaks, fake crests, big talk about titles that didn't exist. The girls usually spotted them quickly. The boots gave it away. A real noble's boots were polished and hand-stitched. The fakes were scuffed at the heel, like he'd been walking instead of riding. But the madam often let it slide. Let the man feel powerful. Let him spend like he was wealthy. Then gently reminded him when payment was due that his lordly generosity should match his stories. There's even a fringe account of a brothel in Bordeaux that offered discounts for actual nobles, but charged double to anyone claiming to be one. A running joke, but also a trap. If you said you were a duke and couldn't pay the duke's rate, that was fraud, and the madam had a cousin in the city guard. Of course, not all noble visits ended in drama. Some clients were respectful, some were kind. A few even supported children, born from these visits, quietly, generously. But these were exceptions, not rules. Most nobles treated brothels like theaters, where they were the only audience and the only critic. And for the workers, these visits brought both terror and opportunity. The noble might lift you out of the brothel for a few weeks, take you to a country manor, drape you in velvet. But he might also forget your name before morning, might leave bruises, might ruin you. And if he did, who would believe you? There's ongoing scholarly debate about how much political influence brothels had through their noble clients. Some argue they were hotbeds of soft power, with women shaping policy through whispered influence. Others suggest that's a romantic fantasy. Brothels didn't shape politics. They were shaped by it, used and discarded like so much else. But either way, the presence of nobility left fingerprints. On the rooms, on the routines, on the faces of the women who had to smile a little harder when a crest showed up on a carriage door. So tonight, as the front curtain lifts and a cloaked figure steps into the candlelight, don't just look at the gold ring on his hand or the furs on his shoulders. Look at the way the girls stiffen. Look at the madam's eyes as she calculates risk in real time. Look at the silence that settles like a frost, because when power walks in, it doesn't knock. It just expects by now, the creak of the floorboards. In this place, the smell of old wood soaked with wine and sweat and lavender oil. You know which stair groans when someone sneaks up at night, and which window never shuts all the way. But tonight is different. Not because of a client, not because of a raid, because of you. You've been here long enough to see through the walls, past the costumes, and what you're seeing now are the ghosts. Not the white sheet kind, the real ones. The echoes, the weight, the history pressed into the fabric of the place like a second skin. Because when a brothel lives for long enough, it collects more than debts in perfume bottles. It gathers stories, and those stories don't vanish. They linger in the quiet, in the ritual, in the pauses between one moan and the next. So tonight, we're going to sit with those ghosts. There's the girl who came here dressed as a boy because it was safer. She worked 2 years before someone figured it out, and by then, no one cared. She had soft hands and a sharp tongue, and every client left confused but oddly pleased. She died during the coldest winter anyone remembered, wrapped in a coat someone else stole before dawn. No one even remembers her real name. Just the blue ribbon she always wore around her boot. There's the woman who saved up every coin she ever made, buried them in clay jars under her mattress, and ran away with a traveling scribe. Rumor says she married him, bore 3 daughters, and taught them all to read, because she had never learned. Her name still shows up in old ledgers, circled 3 times with a note beside it. Paid in full, never returned. The madam kept the ledger like a charm, a rare ending that didn't rot. There's the man who came every week just to talk. He'd lost his wife in childbirth, spent years alone. He brought gifts, badly carved wooden birds, dried apples, little trinkets no one needed. The girls laughed behind his back but took the apples anyway. When he stopped showing up, they lit a candle for him. Not because they missed the birds, but because no one else would. Some ghosts are louder. There was a raid once in this very building. You can still see the scorch mark on the ceiling beam. A guard broke a lantern during the chaos. A girl, Anna, maybe, pushed her friend out the back window but got caught in the smoke herself. The madam didn't speak for 3 days after. Then one night, she took every cushion in the house and threw them into the fire. Said they smelled like sorrow. They replaced them the next day, but no one sat on them without shifting uncomfortably for weeks. And then there's the ritual. Every house has one. A thing they do without really knowing why. In this one, it's the red string, tied to the door handle. At night, a bit frayed, stained, but always there. They say it started after a client returned, drunk and violent, and no one heard the girl's screams until too late. Now the string means someone's working. If it's untied, the room is empty. If it's doubled, something's wrong. No one wrote it down. It just became part of the place, like the chipped stair and the perfume drawer with a broken latch. These ghosts don't moan. They don't wail. They just exist. In the stories told between sips of wine. In the way a girl touches the wall as she walks down the hall like she's steadying herself on the past. In the songs they hum without realizing. Old tunes passed down from worker to worker until no one remembers where they started. And some ghosts, they're not dead, just gone. Women who left one day and never returned. Maybe they married. Maybe they were arrested. Maybe they crossed the wrong man. The brothel doesn't keep photos or paintings, but memories survive. The madam can still list their habits like inventory. Greta always braided her hair twice, hated cardamom, knew how to fake a limp if the client liked pity. Those fragments are all that's left. There's a fringe belief still whispered in certain circles that brothels hold a kind of magic, not the spellbook kind, the memory kind. That a house which has absorbed so much intimacy, pain, power, and vulnerability becomes a sort of living being. And if you sit quietly enough, long enough, you'll feel the ones who came before you. That's why some madams refuse to move the furniture. Why some rooms are never repainted, even when the walls start to peel. To erase the past would be to insult the house, to disrespect its ghosts. Some scholars argue this is superstition, folklore born from trauma. Others say it's just nostalgia, romanticizing a grim trade. But neither theory explains the patterns. The little rituals, the names scratched into beams, the coins left under mattresses long after their owner is gone. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the brothel does. And you've walked its halls. You've heard the floorboards creak, seen the shadows move just slightly when no one's there. You've watched a girl sit by a window with tears she couldn't explain and hum a lullaby that didn't belong to her. Maybe it belonged to someone buried in crossbones. Maybe it was hers in another life. What's certain is this: the brothel doesn't forget. No matter how the city changes, no matter how the names and faces blur, it remembers. The ones who worked, the ones who laughed, the ones who didn't make it out. So tonight, as the fire burns low and the last candle flickers in its stub of wax, take a moment, close your eyes, and if you feel something old, something soft, something sorrowful, don't be afraid. You're just sharing the room, and now the house is quiet. The doors are bolted, the curtains drawn. Somewhere, a lone candle still flickers on a windowsill, just enough light to remind the night that someone's awake. The laughter has faded. The coin has been counted. The perfume's worn off. What's left is the echo. A heartbeat, slow and steady, pulsing through floorboards, soaked in centuries of secrets. You've walked every hallway, leaned on every windowsill, peeked behind every locked door. You've seen the truth. More than just the trade, more than just scandal or shame. You've seen people. Clever, defiant, wounded, beautiful in ways no painting ever captured. You've seen survival dressed up in silken sarcasm. You've seen power where no one expected to find it. The medieval brothel wasn't just a place where sin lived. It was a stage, a shelter, a trap, a home. It was where women carved out space for themselves in a world that rarely gave them anything else. Where laughter was a weapon and every flirtation a mass calculation. Where danger and delight shared a bed and the past never really left the room. And maybe, just maybe, you'll never think of it quite the same way again. So wherever you are, candle lit, fan humming in the background, night pressing gently at your window, take one last breath with me. Let it out slowly. No rush. Close your eyes if you haven't already. The cities are asleep now. Even the ghosts are resting. Thanks for staying with me through the whole journey, really. Sleep well tonight. Hey guys, tonight we're doing something a little different. You're going to wake up in ancient Rome, but not as a senator, a gladiator, or even a baker. Nope, you're someone the history books usually only mention in the margins, if at all. Tonight, you're a Roman prostitute. Yes, one of the meretresses, or maybe even a lupa, which literally means she-wolf, but has nothing to do with wolves. You probably won't survive this. That's not melodrama. It's statistics. Your job is dangerous, legally murky, and so socially taboo that you're both everywhere and nowhere. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And drop your city and time in the comments. I want to know who else is winding down across the empire tonight. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake before dawn, the stale warmth of other bodies still lingering in the room. The air smells of wine, sweat, and an old perfume that never quite goes away. Your back aches from the straw-stuffed mattress, which flattened a long time ago. It's too early for clients, technically, but someone's already rattling around in the atrium. Probably Brinia, who never sleeps, not even during her off hours. She's older, cynical, and always up early, probably counting the night's coins or scraping wax off the floor tiles. The Lupiner never really sleeps, not in Pompeii, not in this part of town. You sit up slowly, your shift clinging to your skin from the heat. No windows in this place, just little holes in the walls that pass for ventilation. Outside, the sun hasn't broken yet, but the sounds are already starting. Vendors clanging open their stalls, the groan of wooden carts rolling over stone, a dog barking somewhere far off. You pull on your sandals and try not to step on the small scorpion that seems to live under your cot. You've named it Otho, after that idiot who keeps asking if kissing costs extra. There's no real privacy here, just rows of rooms, each barely big enough for a man to lie down in. The walls are frescoed with obscene scenes, not just decoration, but a literal menu for clients who can't read. Some find it arousing. You find it a little ridiculous. There's one of a woman balancing on a man's shoulders while pouring wine, and you've actually tried that once. Never again. The guy dislocated something, and you got blamed. You pass a torch sconce and use its dying ember to light a new taper. Your first act of the day. Summon a little bit of fire to beat back the gloom. You head toward the shared basin, ducking past Marape, who's already arguing with someone about whether she has lice. She does, so do most of you. Baths aren't daily affairs for the working class. You splash cold water on your face, then rub a mixture of olive oil and crushed herbs into your skin, a poor substitute for soap. No lather, no floral scent, but it keeps the grime from sticking. You don't brush your teeth. You scrub them with charcoal and vinegar if you're lucky, and the powder tastes like burnt regret. Then you scrape your body with a strigil, a little curved blade that Roman athletes used to get clean after a sweat. It never really works the way it's supposed to, especially on your arms where last night's bruises are starting to bloom. Next, the hair. Yours is knotted and greasy, but you do your best with a bronze comb, pulling it into a simple twist and securing it with pins. No wigs today. You save those for Saturnalia or when someone rich might show up. Today it's the usual. Laborers, sailors, bored shopkeepers pretending they're running errands. You smear a bit of red ochre on your cheeks and tint your lips with mulberry paste. Just enough to look worth the coin, not enough to be mistaken for a matrona. Heaven forbid. Before breakfast you offer a quiet prayer to Venus. There's a tiny shrine in the corner, blackened from years of candle smoke. Someone left a honey cake yesterday. It's half-eaten. You whisper a few lines from memory, something between reverence and routine. Venus, goddess of love, protector of those who sell it, hear me. Keep away the drunkards who don't pay. Keep away the ones who bite. Keep my womb silent, my skin smooth, and my purse full. You know it's mostly superstition, but there's comfort in ritual. Even if Venus doesn't listen, someone might. One of the doors creaks. Your first client of the day arrives, shrugging off a cloak and trying not to make eye contact. He always looks like he regrets everything. You recognize him. Fishmonger who sells near the gate. He smells like brine and cold wine, like someone who's been up all night cutting things. He doesn't want to talk. Most of them don't. They pretend it's your idea to keep things silent, but you know the truth. If they hear your voice, it gets harder to forget you, harder to lie to themselves. You take him to a room. The walls are damp. He grunts. You fake a sigh. And just like that, the day has begun. Historically speaking, the daily grind for Roman prostitutes varied wildly, depending on where you were on the social food chain. You're on the lower rung. You're in the Lupanar of Pompeii, the most famous brothel in the city, preserved under volcanic ash like some bizarre museum of the flesh. Some prostitutes, called meretresses, registered with the state and had a bit more autonomy. Others, like the prostibule, worked under a lino. Or lina, a pimp, basically. Some were slaves, others technically free but trapped economically. It's a spectrum, and it's not neat. Fun fringe fact: there were actually tokens, spintrii, with explicit images on them, possibly used in brothels as currency or entry passes. No one really agrees on what they were for, which leads us to tonight's first scholarly debate. Were these sex tokens part of a secret economy, or just souvenirs for degenerates with deep pockets? No one knows, but the idea of ancient Rome having its own weird version of arcade tokens is strangely fitting. You finish with your first client and check the tiny basket near the door. 2 copper asses, not even enough for a proper lunch. You mutter a curse at Mercury under your breath, god of thieves and merchants. Sometimes it feels like he invented your whole career path just for the laughs. You head back to your room, roll your shoulders, and brace yourself. It's barely sunrise. This day has only just begun. The sun finally breaches the narrow slit in the wall, casting a warm stripe of light across the floor that doesn't quite reach your feet. You're sitting on your cot, legs tucked up, rubbing olive oil into your elbows. It's not for glamour. It's to keep your skin from cracking. Your second client hasn't arrived yet, so you use the lull to get ready in the only way you can, with ritual, repetition, and a thick skin you've built layer by layer over the years. Your day doesn't allow for much self-care in the way modern people talk about it, but you've got your own system. First, the oil. Then a few stretches to work out the crick in your back. Those rooms are too small for any real movement, and some of your clients like to throw their weight around. Literally, you once had a blacksmith who insisted on lifting you like an amphora. Your shoulder still clicks when you rotate it. You fish around in the shared supply basket and find a stick of coal. It's blunt and smeared, but you darken your eyes with a practiced hand, squinting into a polished piece of bronze you call a mirror. It's warped and makes your face look wider than it is, but it'll do. You dab a little crushed rose petal on your wrists for scent. Not because clients expect it, but because it makes you feel marginally more human. Outside the Lupiner, the city is coming to life. Through the cracks in the door, you hear the rising murmur of the street. Fruit sellers calling out their prices, the rhythmic clack of sandals on stone, the occasional shriek of a vendor being shorted. It's oddly comforting, predictable even. Inside, the Lupiner has its own rhythm. Brynia is still counting coins. Maripe is already on her third client. Someone else, not sure who, just threw up behind the pillar in the atrium. Again, there's no breakfast per se, just whatever you can find or steal. Someone passes you half a fig and a chunk of coarse bread. You nibble it, trying not to think about where the bread came from or how long it's been sitting out. Wine might help, but it's too early to be blurry, and you prefer to save the buzz for after the sun goes down. And now, it's time. You hear the footsteps before you see him, another client. This one looks cleaner, better dressed. Not rich, but not starving either. His tunic is neatly belted, his sandals newish. He asks for you by name. Your work name, not your real one. The one you scrolled in charcoal above your room, Felicia. Means lucky, ironic. You never liked it, but it's stuck, now like a second skin. You lead him to the room, keeping the small talk minimal. He's chatty, wants to know if you're from here, which is code for, are you foreign and exotic enough to justify my interest? You lie, tell him you were born near Capua. Sounds far enough to be interesting, but close enough to be plausible. He nods like he cares. He doesn't. He leaves quickly, tossing 2 more asses into the basket, and you breathe a little easier. That's 4 for the morning, and the sun's barely moved. If things keep up, you might be able to buy a full meal tonight. Maybe even some dried dates. You wander towards the common room. Brynja eyes your basket, then your face. "He pay?" she asks, always direct. You nod. She grunts approval. She's been working this loopiner longer than anyone, and somehow she's managed to buy her own freedom. Rumor has it she still works out of choice, though nobody really believes that. What else is she going to do? Open a bakery? The conversation turns to odd topics, as it always does between shifts. Someone mentions a girl in Ostia who uses linen soaked in wine as a kind of condom. Everyone laughs, but the conversation spirals. From there, you all start swapping stories. Cheap bladder sheaths, sour wine douches, amulets shaped like tiny phalluses. You've tried 1 or 2. None of them reliable, and most of them painful. One girl swears by Silphim, but that herb's nearly extinct. The Empire harvested it into oblivion. A few claim they've seen it sold in back alleys, but it's probably just parsley and hope. You ask Brynja what she did before this. She smirks. What do you mean before? She says, I was born behind a tavern. I started cleaning floors then. Washing clothes, then warming beds. It's a progression. You nod. It tracks. Most of the girls here weren't kidnapped or sold, at least not directly. They just fell down the ladder until this was the only rung left. And here's the thing no one outside ever really understands. Some of you are free, technically. You can walk out the door legally. You're not chained. But without money, without family, without a patron to protect you, where exactly are you going to go? Freedom's a lovely word on paper. It doesn't feed you, house you, or keep the night watch from hassling you on the street. There's a knock at the side entrance. One of the local watchmen, the vigils, is here again. Not for pleasure, for coin. He wants his weekly bribe. Brynja sighs and peels a few sestertii from the locked box. For protection, he reminds you. From what? You ask under your breath. From me, he says, smiling like it's a joke. It's not. You pay because if you don't, your place might mysteriously get raided for being disorderly. Clients might vanish, permits might get questioned. It's a dance, one that leaves you spinning. So you sit back down, fix your face again, and listen as the street noise outside swells. It's a foreign day today. Lots of traffic, lots of potential. You glance at the tally Brynja keeps scratched into the wax tablet. The numbers are low so far, but it's still early. Fun historical note. Ancient Roman prostitutes weren't just anonymous figures drifting through alleyways. Some were famous, celebrated even. There were courtesans with patrons, some who appeared in poetry, and others known for specific talents or traits. But for every one of those, there were 100 more like you, working, surviving, enduring. Odd. Fringe fact for this stretch. The Roman government taxed sex work. Not just lightly. There was a whole registration system for meretresses. Once registered, your name went on a list, and suddenly you were legal. But that didn't mean respectable. In fact, becoming registered could make it more difficult to leave the profession, since you'd now been publicly branded. That's the bureaucratic double bind of ancient Rome, legal, yet stained forever. And tonight's scholarly shrug. Were all prostitutes required to register? Records are spotty. Some historians say only certain kinds, like street workers or those attached to brothels, were forced to. Others think it depended on the city. Either way, enforcement was likely as inconsistent as everything else in your life. You lie back on your cot for a moment, staring at the ceiling with its crumbling plaster. Another client is probably already walking through the front gate. You've got about 2 minutes of silence left, maybe less. You close your eyes, not to rest but to reset. Because the day doesn't wait, and neither do they. The third man of the day arrives just after the bells mark the second hour. You know this one. You can smell the wine on him before he even speaks. He always stumbles in around this time, fresh from some low-end tavern, lips stained with cheap Falernian and breath like something that died in a barrel. His tunic is wrinkled, one sandal untied, and he grins at you with the confidence of a man who believes he's charming, but clearly isn't. You muster a half smile, the kind that means, let's just get this over with. He asks for the usual, as though this is a relationship and not a transaction. You take him to your room, where the mattress is still warm from the last visitor. You don't bother pretending this time. He's too far gone to notice anything except his own fumbling triumph. He's clumsy, quick, and deeply self-satisfied. When he's done, he lingers like he might say something meaningful. But instead, he just belches, fishes around in his coin pouch, and drops a single bronze as you stare at it, then at him, then back at the coin. Before you can speak, he's already stumbling back into the hallway, whistling something off-key. You don't chase him. You never chase. You lean back against the wall, rubbing your temples. Some days are like this, you tell yourself. The better ones will make up for it, but deep down, you know the math rarely works in your favor. You pick up the coin and toss it toward the bowl. It misses and rolls under the bed. Perfect. You leave it there. Let the gods find it. Outside your door, things are picking up. The early crowd is here. The workers and traders who take their pleasures before heading to the forum or the warehouse. These are the quick ones, the cheap ones, the ones who don't care to make eye contact. They're in and out in 5 minutes, if that. No names, no conversation, no pretense. It's not romantic, and it's not meant to be. It's just part of their morning routine, like brushing teeth or feeding the dog. You hear snippets of conversation as they pass. 2 men joking about their wives. One bragging that he came here instead of the temple today. A familiar cackle Marape again, this time laughing too loudly. She's probably drunk already, or pretending to be. Either way, she's handling the crowd well. You admire her ability to detach. She can turn it all off, slide into character, and switch back out before her feet hit the hallway again. You're still working on that dock. You step outside your room for a breath of air, well, as close as you can get to air in a brothel. It's thick with sweat and perfume, the scent of burning incense mixing with the unmistakable tang of bodies too close together. You tug your tunic back into place and glance around the atrium. A new girl, barely older than 14, is speaking. Nervously with a client, her voice shakes. You recognize that look. First week. Still hoping this isn't forever. Still thinking she'd earn enough to buy her way out. You don't say anything. You've learned not to get too attached. Too many girls come and go. Some vanish overnight. Others just fade into the background. Little more each day, until you can barely remember their faces. You nod to her in passing, a small gesture that says, "You're not invisible." Not yet. You retreat to the corner where someone's laid out a tray of fruit, probably leftovers from a client who thought grapes counted as seduction. You grab a handful and bite into one. It's sour, probably meant for wine, not eating. Still, it keeps your stomach from growling. A group of men arrive together, boisterous and loud, shoving each other like boys in a schoolyard. They point at the frescoes on the wall, laughing at the acrobatic poses painted in fading reds and ochres. One of them mimics a position with an exaggerated thrust, and the others erupt into laughter. You roll your eyes but smile anyway. You've seen worse at the Lupiner's frescoes are infamous. Each little cubicle has its own scene painted above the doorway, depicting acts that range from the mundane to the mildly terrifying. It's both advertising and an instruction manual, mostly for men who don't read. The images tell them what's available and where. Some even have crude captions. I do it like this, or here's what you get for 2 asses. You've posed like those paintings more times than you care to count, sometimes even using them to break the ice. Pick your favorite, you say, pointing up. It gives them something to focus on besides your face. You retreat to your room again, hoping for a few minutes of quiet. Instead, you find graffiti newly scratched into the plaster beside your bed. Someone's carved your name, Felicia, followed by a crude drawing and the phrase Felicissima Omnium, the happiest of them all. You stare at it for a while, unsure whether it's meant to flatter or mock. Probably both. The walls are full of things like this: names, boasts, crude poems, little slivers of humanity left by people who wanted to be remembered, or just couldn't keep their mouths shut. Some of your coworkers take pride in these markings, treat them like badges of honor. A client carved that with his own knife, Brinia says proudly of hers. You're less convinced. Being etched into stone doesn't feel like immortality. It feels like graffiti. And most of the time, they don't even get your name right. Still, it's better than being forgotten. Historically, many Roman brothels like the Lupiner in Pompeii were plastered with graffiti. Visitors would leave reviews, drawings, even full conversations scratched into the walls. Some praised the women by name, others mocked them. These inscriptions are how we know many of the working girls' names, or at least the ones they used. But no one's sure how accurate any of it is. Were the names real? Stage names? Nicknames given by clients? That's one of the lingering mysteries of Roman daily life. What part of this was branding, and what part was identity? And then there's the fringe detail. Archaeologists have even found tally marks beside some names, like someone was keeping score. Of what, exactly? Number of clients? Number of visits? No one agrees. It's another detail lost in the gaps, another fragment in the blurred outline of history. Your client count is up to 6 now. You've stopped tracking the minutes. Instead, you count coins, bruises, and moments of silence. You press your head against the cool stone wall, let your breath even out, and close your eyes. You've still got hours to go. By midday, the Lupiner is humming like a beehive. The steady rhythm of footsteps, murmurs, and the occasional clink of coin against clay is the soundtrack of your life. You've already seen a dozen clients today, some forgettable, some annoying, one who tried to pay in fish, which is a first even for you. You're sweaty, hungry, and your thighs ache from too much time on your back. But there's no break yet. Not really. You're lucky if you get a few minutes to sit with your legs stretched out and your tunic adjusted properly before someone else knocks on the frame of your doorway and smirks like he's about to ask you to paint his ceiling with your feet. This is the morning rush, the peak hours for what the Lino calls fast turnover, which means quick, no-nonsense sessions where nobody takes their sandals off. The men who come now are usually laborers, dock workers, messengers, even soldiers. Some pay well enough, especially if they're flush from recent wages, but most are just looking for the cheapest option that doesn't reek of vomit. You're affordable. That's your selling point. Not glamorous or exotic, just consistent. You learn to move with mechanical efficiency. Invite them in, guide them to the pallet, do what needs doing, count the coin, and move on. You talk less and less as the morning goes on, saving your voice and your energy. One man tries to get romantic, stroking your face like he's in a stage play. You give him a half laugh and steer his hand away. You've had this one before. He's married and feels guilty, so he turns the whole thing into a pretend love story to make himself feel better. You let him because he tips well. After he leaves, you sag onto the mattress, staring up at the painting above you. Two figures in a rather improbable embrace. You've been trying to figure out the physics of it since the fresco was restored last month. You're pretty sure one of them would have dislocated a hip. You start laughing and can't stop. It's not real laughter. It's the kind that comes from a long morning and too little food. Brunia peeks into the doorway and raises an eyebrow. "You crack yet?" she asks. You nod, still giggling. She tosses you a handful of dried figs. "Too slow. Might be your only meal today." You pop one into your mouth and chew thoughtfully, the sweetness waking up your tired senses. You hear a thump in the next room, then Marape swearing. Something fell, probably another client who thought he could pull off a balancing act from the fresco menu. You finish your snack and head out to the shared basin again to splash water on your face. Your kohl smudges in the heat. You reapply with your fingers and try to remember the last time you cared about symmetry. And then you hear a whisper from two girls sitting on a nearby bench. She said she used linen, tied it off at the end like a purse. You pause, listening as they giggle and argue. The subject: birth control, again. It's the kind of conversation that never ends in this place. Everyone's heard something. Cloth soaked in vinegar, amulets tied around the ankle, a paste of pine resin and dates. One girl swears by a mixture of acacia and crocodile dung, but she's clearly lying. You weigh the options in your mind. Linen sheaths, withdrawal, herbal infusions. Most of it's guesswork wrapped in superstition, and you've seen the results. 2 of the girls are already visibly pregnant. One's trying to hide it under a loose tunic. The other jokes about naming the baby after her favorite client. No one laughs. You've tried a few methods yourself. There was a woman once old, wrinkled, and sharp as a stiletto who sold a potion made of silphium extract. It cost 2 days' wages and tasted like death, but you took it anyway. You think it worked. Hard to say. That plant's practically extinct. Now over-harvested for the exact reason you needed it. These days, you mostly rely on luck and timing. Not a great strategy, but you can't afford better. You head back to your room just as another client arrives. This one is young, barely more than a boy, with nervous energy and shaky hands. First time, you guess. He can't meet your eyes, fumbles with his purse, and asks questions like he's placing a delicate order in a bakery. You guide him through it gently, professionally. You don't mock him or rush him. You've learned that sometimes the easiest way to get through this job is to treat it like theater. He's your audience. You give him the performance he's hoping for, and when it's over, he looks grateful. Embarrassed but grateful. He overpays. You let him. A few extra coins never hurt anyone, and maybe you were the only thing keeping him from unraveling today. You don't think too hard about it. You tuck the coins into your pouch and whisper a quick thanks to Mercury, god of commerce and, let's be honest, probably your patron deity by now. When he leaves, you take another 5 minutes to rest. You stare at the floor, picking at a crack in the tile. You think about how much your life costs. 1 loaf of bread, 3 asses. A bottle of cheap perfume, 5. A decent pair of sandals, maybe 10. Your body, variable pricing, depending on the hour, the client, and your mood. Sometimes you think of yourself in those same units. Your smile is 1 coin. A touch is 2. Everything else has its own price. Tag. In the distance, a bell tolls noon. The sun is blazing outside now, making the stone walls radiate heat like an oven. Inside the Lupiner, the air is thick and still. The new girl found herself with a broken tile. Another is sprawled near the fountain, dangling her feet in the water until Brynnia snaps at her to move before she gives the place a bad reputation. As if that ship hasn't already sailed. Historically, the midday hours were the busiest for brothels like yours. Roman workdays often ended by early afternoon, especially for the lower classes, which meant more time for drinking, gambling, and sex. Brothels clustered around bathhouses and taverns, making it easy for men to bounce from one indulgence to the next. And yes, many men visited prostitutes in groups, sometimes as part of business deals or drinking games. You've had more than one group try to turn their visit into a contest. Usually let Marape handle those. She likes a challenge. Here's your odd little historical gem for the hour. Some Roman prostitutes wore tokens around their necks, listing their services and prices, literal price tags like produce at the market. No one's sure if this was common practice or just a custom in certain cities, but the idea of walking around with a bronze tag that reads 2 asses for rear entrance is a detail that sticks in your brain like a sliver of glass. And your scholarly toss-up for today: whether sex work in ancient Rome was considered more tolerable than in other periods, or just differently shameful. Some say Rome was unusually pragmatic about prostitution. Others argue it was brutally hypocritical, legal but despised, everywhere but always in the shadows. You live that contradiction every day. You stretch your arms overhead, trying to unkink your spine. There's a stain on the ceiling now. You don't remember it being there yesterday. You wonder if it's wine, blood, or just water damage. Either way, it's not your job to care. Your name gets called again. Another client. Another hour. Another few coins. You stand up, paste a pleasant look on your face, and step into the corridor once more. It's mid-afternoon when you hear something that makes your stomach twist. A quiet cough, repeated twice, coming from the corner room. Not a clearing the throat kind of cough, the dry, chesty kind. You know that sound. You've heard it before. It echoes from the same place the whisper of disease starts, deep in your chest under the ribs. The other girls ignore it. You wish you could. That room has a reputation now. People say there's a curse on it. Others say it's just where the sick ones go when the lino doesn't know where else to put them. You walk past quickly, eyes down. You've already seen 3 girls disappear from that corner over the past year. One was called Elia. She used to sing between clients. Now no one even says her name. That's how it works. People vanish and life goes on. No memorials, no mourning. Just their perfume lingering on the breeze for a few hours longer than it should. You distract yourself with gossip, usually a reliable cure for existential dread. Brynnia is muttering about the vigils again. Apparently, they've raised their price. 15 sestertii a week, she hisses, counting coins with a sour expression. For what? To look the other way while we choke on bad incense? You nod, half listening. She's right, of course, but there's nothing you can do about it. The vigils are the only thing standing between you and the city's unofficial rules about cleaning up the streets. It's not uncommon for a brothel to get shut down for being a nuisance code for not bribing the right people. While Brynnia fumes, another girl, Marcia, small and bird-like, drops onto the bench beside you. She's wiping sweat from her neck and trying to brush sand off her feet. Guess who I just had, she says, and you raise an eyebrow. She grins. A baker's apprentice. Couldn't stop talking about flour. Said my thighs reminded him of kneaded dough. You groan. Did you throw something at him? Nah, she shrugs. He tipped me extra. Said I was fresh from the oven. You both laugh until your stomach hurts. But then Marcia leans in, lowers her voice. Did you hear about the linen trick? You. Pause. The one with wine? No, this is new, she says. Linen soaked in olive oil, all tied at the base. Supposed to prevent seed from taking root. You blink. That sounds messy. She shrugs again. Better than nothing. And then, as if reading your mind, she adds, you trying anything right now? You hesitate. Timing. She nods like that makes sense. It doesn't, but what else can you do? The options are limited, and all of them are rumors. No one really knows what works. You just try everything once and hope the gods are in a good mood. And then there's the topic no one wants to say aloud. What happens if it doesn't work? The whispered names of women who disappeared after a visit to an herbalist. A late-night knock on a midwife's door. Blood on the floor the next day. No one ever asks questions, and no one ever answers them. You've seen a girl walk in pale and trembling and come out 4 hours later looking hollow. You want to believe she just had a headache. You know better. You get up to stretch and shake off the unease, heading toward the back hallway for some air. The brothel has a narrow inner courtyard, really just a stone rectangle with a fig tree planted awkwardly in the middle. The figs are sour and half-rotted, but the leaves provide a sliver of shade. You lean against the wall and close your eyes. The hum of flies is steady, hypnotic. Somewhere nearby, someone is singing soft, tuneless, and slightly off-key. A strange rumor has been making the rounds among the girls. Someone claimed to have seen a man at the baths wearing a linen sheath. Not a rumor you usually hear from the men's side of things. Apparently, it was tied with a leather strap, and he boasted it was from Egypt. You don't know whether to laugh or believe it. You've heard crazy things. Some say the Egyptians were better at this kind of thing, that they had all sorts of birth control methods centuries before Rome even built its first aqueduct. Maybe it's true. You wish someone would bring you a scroll or two actual knowledge written down, instead of all these passed down half-truths wrapped in old cloth dyes. The afternoon wears on. The foot traffic slows. This is the lull. The heat is at its worst. And even the most eager clients need a moment to nap or drink or shout at their slaves. The girls retreat to corners and cushions, fanning themselves with anything they can find. You sit near the entrance, watching the street through a crack. In the wooden door, a cart rolls by, pulled by a pair of oxen. Children run behind it, trying to snatch falling fruit. A man hawks amulets to ward off impotence. Another sells spiced wine from a jug with flies floating in the neck. Life goes on. You think about the girl in the corner room again. The cough, the silence. You want to go check on her, but you don't. There's a line between concern and self-preservation, and you've learned to stay on the right side of it. You light a bit of incense instead, myrrh if you're lucky, and murmur a quick prayer to Venus, not for yourself this time. For her, and for the rest of you. May the cough stay quiet, may the linen tricks work, may the vigils take their coin. And leave. Fun historical fact. The Romans didn't just leave contraception to whispers and wishful thinking. They wrote about it. Authors like Soranus of Ephesus suggested everything from plant-based pessaries to coitus interruptus. He even recommended timing sex to avoid pregnancy, a system that modern science has since confirmed is deeply unreliable. But it was knowledge written, copied, shared. A glimmer of science in a world otherwise ruled by guesses and prayers. Fringe fact for you. Some people believe the Romans invented an early version of the condom, not from animal intestines like later civilizations, but from linen soaked in. Various mixtures, some were tied on, others inserted. Whether they worked, that's anyone's guess. The archaeological record is mostly silent on that point. Linen doesn't preserve well over 2,000 years. And here's your open debate. Did Roman men ever regularly use protection? Or was that idea mostly projected backward by modern historians looking for signs of civilization in all the wrong places? Some scholars argue men preferred natural methods, pulling out, herbal drinks, or nothing at all. Others think there was a small, elite market for sheaths and infusions, probably among those who could afford midwives and scribes to keep track of cycles. You sigh and push off the wall. The lull is ending. The sun is lower now, angling across the floor in golden stripes. Time to start preparing for the evening wave. You adjust your tunic, rub a little more oil into your skin, and step back inside. The cough comes again. You don't turn your head. The sunlight slants differently now, heavier and redder as it filters through the alleyways and slips between the uneven stones of the Lupanar S entrance. It's the signal all of you have been waiting for, the subtle shift from afternoon lethargy to early evening promise. This is when the day starts to stretch itself again, when the merchants are heading home, the soldiers are off duty, and the men who didn't dare sneak out earlier finally build up the courage. You can feel it in the energy of the place. Girls, smoothing their tunics, reapplying pigment to their cheeks, adjusting the pins in their hair with the desperate hope that one good client might turn the whole day around. But instead of prepping for the next round, you're stuck in a debate. One of those never quite resolved conversations that's half about politics, half about identity, and entirely about the twisted concept of freedom in your line of work. The trigger this time is Nisa, who just finished with a merchant's son and came out glowing. He paid triple, gave me a fig cake, and told me I deserved better. Now she's ranting. I'm not a slave, she says, pacing near the fountain. I signed a contract. I can leave whenever I want. She says it loud enough for the girls in the back room to hear. They don't respond. Marcia chimes in from a low bench. But you don't leave, she says, casually peeling a grape. So how free? Are you really? The words hang in the air, sweet and sharp. Nisa glares. I choose to stay. That's different. You're tempted to jump in, but you've had this exact conversation before, just with different names and slightly different bruises. You say nothing. The truth is messier than either of them will admit. Some of you are slaves, yes, owned outright, bought for pleasure and labor with no illusion of choice. Others, like you, are technically free, which mostly means your name isn't on someone else's property list. But your options are still boxed in by poverty, gender, and the invisible weight of a social stain. You're stuck in a web spun by economics, not chains. Can you walk out the front door? Sure. Will you get a job in a respectable household afterward? Not a chance. The moment you work here, you're branded. Not with iron maybe, but with reputation, which is harder to scrub off. You retreat from the debate before it turns sour. You head towards your room, dodging a drunk who's already taken off one sandal and is singing to himself in Greek. You pretend not to hear. The doorframe of your room has fresh carvings on it. Someone has scratched a crude heart around the name. Felicia, followed by what looks like the Latin abbreviation for good lay. You groan and mentally add it to the list of things you can't unsee. Inside, you sit on the edge of the pallet and stretch your legs out, rotating your ankles until the joints pop. Your feet ache, the soles are dirty, and your right sandal strap is frayed. You make a note to find a new pair before Saturnalia, or hope a generous client gets the hint. Maybe that banker who always compliments your calves. You've only been sitting a moment when there's a tap at the doorframe. Light, but deliberate. You look up and see a face you haven't seen in weeks. Tertius, the senatorial aide who always arrives. Robed, veiled, and fidgeting like a boy stealing sweets. He's clearly trying not to be recognized, even though you know his voice, his shape, even the way he breathes when he's nervous. Felicia, he whispers, as if saying your name louder might invoke a curse. You nod, welcoming him in with a gesture. He hesitates before stepping inside, glancing behind him like someone might leap out from behind a pillar shouting, "Caught you!" You resist the urge to laugh. It's always the well-dressed ones who panic the most. He settles into the room like a man expecting divine retribution. You don't mock him. He's paid well in the past and, more importantly, tips in silver. He sits on the pallet, then stands up, then sits again. Rough day? You ask, keeping your voice smooth and light. He looks at you, eyes wide. Senate meetings, he says, like it explains everything. You nod. You don't care, not really, but you've learned to ask the right questions. Anyone argue about grain again? He nods quickly, then shifts the topic like he's afraid even your plaster walls have ears. I missed you, he says. You almost roll your eyes. Almost. Instead, you smile faintly. You say that to all the women. No, he insists. Not like this. You hum, non-committal. He's clearly here for more than just the usual. You prepare yourself to be his therapist, his confessional, and his fantasy, all rolled into one. He pays for an hour, talks for half of it. You learn that his wife hates olives, his son recites Virgil badly, and he is terrified of public speaking. When he